by Li Fei, now also called Lord Wei Fengsheng, speaking up for his brother, Lord. Don't underestimate Old, whose cultivation level. When it comes to debating, no one can beat him. Before, someone was guided by him and broke through a bottleneck in combat skills on the spot. Bai Lifei was even more enthusiastic about praising Hu Qi than promoting himself. His admiration was obvious. My brother's talent for cultivation isn't great, but his understanding is super strong. Jiang Ran listened quietly, and in her mind, she formed an idea. He loves all kinds of books and secret manuals, has extremely high comprehension, broad knowledge, and is well-versed in many fields. He also provides good guidance to others, but unfortunately his cultivation talent is poor. It's easy to win over someone like this. Jiang Ran immediately took out a small pile of cultivation techniques. Hu Qi and the excited Bai Lifei were both stunned. Jiang Ran had a rough idea of the roles for the two people. Bai Lihui didn't need explanation, but for Hu Qi, if his character was good enough, Jiang Ran planned to send him to the upcoming school as a teacher. After eating, the injured Bat Gulian was restless and seemed very anxious. Jiang Ran didn't delay further. Let's go. To her surprise, Bat Gulian's companion was actually somewhere on Yunxiang Mountain. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran planned to place one end of the teleportation array on the spiritual gold mine of Yunxiang Mountain. Right now, she was sitting in a carriage, the wooden wheels rolling over gravel, the rough and narrow path making the carriage shake a lot. Meanwhile, Wei Fengsheng and others were riding fine horses, feeling curious. Since they hadn't rested well after coming out of the secret realm, Jiang Ran closed her eyes to rest, almost falling asleep. After a few hours, Bat Gulian dismounted and knocked on Jiang Ran's carriage, carefully reminding her, "Master, the road ahead might not be suitable for riding horses." Hearing this, Jiang Ran's chest rose and fell briefly, waking her up. She was alert and clear-eyed. Bat Gulian led them along a very hidden path into Yunxiang Mountain. She looked outside and saw that not only was it unsuitable for riding horses, but there was no road at all. Jiang Ran calmly got out of her seat, tidied her slightly messy collar, and prepared herself. This place was a steep mountain cliff and rocky desert. Are we supposed to climb up here? Wei Fengsheng and others were stunned. Bat Gulian said, after crossing the desert, "We need to go through a cave."
Ma looked worried.
"Master, what about these horses?" Jiang Ran looked around and decided to lead the horses to the spiritual gold mine, where there were protective measures like gold-eating ants and formations, so it would be safe. She first headed to the mine, found a spot, and set up a small space formation. Then she asked Manhwa and Li Si to stay there and watch the horses. The space formation required placing flags at both locations to work. Seeing the spiritual gold mine and the gold-eating ants, Bai Lihui and Hu Qi were both startled. Wei Fengsheng spoke admiringly. "Is this the spiritual gold mine the Lord mentioned? I didn't expect our Suling town to have such resources." Jiang Ran ignored their excited praise for now and asked Bat Gulian to lead them to find the outsider friends. The reason for going through the desert cliffs was because this was the closest and safest route to the secret place. The steep mountain rocks are very dangerous. Jiang Ran and the others need to climb, and the only support beneath their feet is a roughly 1-foot-wide step carved out by the strange people. Looking down, the distance to the bottom of the cliff is nearly 100 meters. Falling would not be a fun experience. Bai Lifei kept complaining. As a chubby person, he found this environment very unfriendly. Why are the paths built so ridiculously? Besides Jiang Ran, Bian Gulian still hated humans very much. He spread his bat wings and flew with Jiang Ran in the air. His eyes remained dark and cold, and he did not answer. Bai Lifei shivered from the look. He didn't understand why Jiang Ran paid attention to a strange person. Because of the blood of magical beasts, most strange people have strange tempers. Taking in strange people is often thankless work. Bian Gulian ignored Bai Lifei, but patiently explained to Jiang Ran, "The paths are built on the cliff mainly because we're afraid humans might attack." They climbed for about half an hour and then walked through the forest on flat ground for another 2 hours. Yunxiang Mountain is made up of dozens of mountains. Jiang Ran had just crossed over 3 peaks. Now, Bian Gulian and Jiang Ran's group stood on a mountain peak. They moved aside the large rocks and vines covering the top, revealing a huge cave. The cave was about 2 or 3 meters wide and tall, very impressive, and looked very deep. Inside, a cool breeze came through. After walking 1,000 steps, suddenly, a bright light appeared. Jiang Ran was surprised. A stalactite cave? Inside, it was another world. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling were various shapes and colors. Yan Lily opened her mouth wide.
So beautiful.
As they got closer to their destination, Bian Gulian became more excited. He explained to Jiang Ran, among us strange people, some are mixed with mountain-eating purple-armored beasts. They are good at digging tunnels to escape. They carved out this cave and combined it with a sinkhole, forming a very long underground tunnel. Jiang Ran was secretly amazed. This was a huge project. She then looked slightly serious and asked, "From what you say, I think your strange people could continue living in isolation. Why did you insist on me leading them away?" This insistence was naturally about his other strange friends. Bian Gulian smiled bitterly. Maybe in the past that was true. But now, most of those who survived are just a group of children. When the village was discovered by humans, the fighting force led the charge to block the attack, and the children were the first to retreat into the tunnels. On Yunxiang Mountain, monsters live in large groups, and there is always a danger to life. If they catch any illness and have no healer, they will have no way out. This tunnel is indeed long. It took us half an hour to reach a secluded place. Keep walking a bit further, and you'll find the secret hideout of our kind. Bian Guliang was eager to rush ahead. Jiang Ran looked into the distance, raised an eyebrow, and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure your hideout won't be discovered by other humans?" Bian Guliang was slightly surprised, unsure why Jiang Ran asked this, but he nodded slowly. This secret place might not be good for daily living, but it's definitely hidden. Jiang Ran, with good eyesight, clearly saw about a kilometer away 10 or so strong alien warriors guarding children and alien women, facing a group of humans dressed in torn clothes, like refugees. Those aliens are probably Biengliang's people, but the humans are unknown. Uncertain about what might be happening in the distance, Jiang Ran frowned slightly, ignoring Biengliang's slightly embarrassed words, and quickened her pace. Something's wrong ahead. Let's move quickly. Are we stepping into the territory of the aliens? Was the fire just now caused by this group of aliens? Wen Baiyun and the others looked grim and kept a wary eye on the dozen or so sturdy aliens. Did they deliberately set the fire to lure us here? Do these aliens have some kind of scheme? 6 days had passed since the last attack by the Wind Wolf Pack. In just 6 days, it felt like a century, long and hard to endure. Along the way, to stay safe, everyone tried to avoid areas with frequent monster activity, like river regions, which made food and water scarce and life very difficult. Seeing their companions fall one by one, Wen Baiyun felt more and more powerless. Fortunately, maybe they were on the right path, because they hadn't encountered particularly strong monsters afterward, and the casualties weren't too severe. A few hours earlier, they carefully crossed another mountain and reached this mountain area. The team scout climbed a tall tree to survey the surroundings and suddenly saw a puff of black smoke, as if there were signs of people nearby. The scout, one of the 7, named Fifth Lang, was a 19-year-old cultivator in the Gathering Spirit Realm, 2nd level. He was surprised and ran back, shouting to the team, Brother Wen, it looks like there are signs of people." Fifth Lang was so excited, he almost jumped up. Since entering this unknown forest, he had lost his way. So these days, they hadn't seen any sign of a town or city. Suddenly, they saw a fire, and everyone became very excited. Yun Xiu sniffed her body and felt uncomfortable due to the strange smell. When she heard signs of people nearby, she thought maybe she could take a good bath. Her eyes lit up. All 7 of them felt the same, not to mention the ordinary refugees behind them. Really? Hopefully it's true. If possible, we hope they can take us in. Some refugees cheered. If they hadn't been worried about Wen Bai's orders, they would have rushed forward immediately. Others were more cautious. They had experienced many false hopes along the way, only to be disappointed in the end. They doubted, how could there be a village or town in such a dangerous forest? One Bai licked his dry lips and asked, "Are you sure it's not a fire magic beast playing with fire?" "Brother Wen, trust me. It's definitely not fire from a magic beast. Magic beast fire is usually very wild, unlike that small flame with a faint black smoke. It might just be leftover from cooking food. If I didn't have good eyesight, I might not have noticed." Hearing Fifth Lang say this, One Bai relaxed a bit and led the team toward that direction. But unexpectedly, there were no magic beasts here, only a hybrid of magic beast and human, called a stranger. One Bai and the others had rarely seen strangers before. But seeing people dressed in animal skins, with purple scales on their faces or rabbit ears and tails, they quickly recognized them as strangers. Many refugees in the group looked pale and whispered nervously, "Is that a stranger? Oh my God, they look so scary. What's that on their face?" I heard strangers are cruel and unkind, and their emotions can easily get out of control, just like beasts. In this group of about 500 people, few had seen or interacted with strangers. But when they thought of strangers, they remembered negative images. They breed others, they are unpredictable, they have murderous intent, and they are born slaves. Worried, they looked at Wen Bai. Wen Bai felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to communicate with the strangers. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. The crowd's whispers grew louder, filled with uncomfortable human words. Wen Bai's face turned pale and twisted with anger, a murderous intent rising. Jia Han held a handmade wooden spear, veins bulging with rage. He shouted, "Rabbit, you protect the kids and the females. The remaining warriors, follow me and kill these humans who are invading our homeland. They want to kill us without reason?" Hearing this, Wen Bai, who initially intended to communicate, instantly became furious. The alien, as the rumors say, is indeed a cruel and savage creature. Wen Bai held his sword and said to the people behind him, "Follow me." A leaf was blown down by the wind and paused in the center of the scene, signaling that the battle was about to begin. At this moment, icy arrows shot through the air, blocking the way for both sides. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look and saw a dark man with huge bat wings, looking displeased, leading the charge. Behind him were several strong human fighters. There was also a graceful young woman, with bold and lazy expressions, her eyebrows and eyes like ink. She was calmly retracting her bow, clearly the one who shot the arrows earlier. An alien and humans? This strange group caught everyone's attention.
Dian.
Bien Ge Lian hurriedly shouted, breaking the silence. At this time, Zhang Ran and others had already reached the center of the fight. Xiao Lian?
Brother Lian.
The aliens on Jia Han's side recognized Bien Ge Lian and first showed joy. Forgetting everything else, tears welled up in their eyes as they hugged him tightly. "Are you okay? Why did you only come back now?" Bien Ge Lian's face was gentle.
"I'm fine.
"I came back because the master saved me." Hearing this, Jia Han's face darkened and his body stiffened. "Master?" He suddenly pushed Bien Ge Lian away, eyes shining with cold stars, and asked in disbelief, "What did you just say? Master?" Zhang Ren glanced at Bien Ge Lian but didn't act. Instead, she looked curiously at the ragged, poor refugees, who looked even more miserable than beggars. "Yes, my master," Bien Ge Lian said, without hesitation. "A master's kindness is like a sword, cutting away the rotten flesh and maggots on his body, breaking his confusion, embedding into his flesh and blood." The master said, "We will not always be the weakest in the food chain. Running away is useless. You aliens hide, and before you know it, you've been hiding all along. You have human wisdom and the strength of magical beasts." The warmth in that person's palm was cold, but it carried a power that made his numb heart feel alive, making him believe that from now on, the aliens could stand tall without hiding. Bien Ge Lian's eyes were firm as he reached out to Jia Han. "Jia Han, come with us. Here, we aliens have no future. We can't go on like this anymore. Snap.
Ger han suddelig sjokk och Bian ger Lianes hand.
His gaze was disappointed and dark, almost dripping with water. His sharp claws scraped loudly against a nearby tree, causing the sturdy tree to fall with a mournful crash. Are you saying we should follow these humans and bow to them? Jia Han's face turned pale and then white, looking extremely unpleasant.
Bi, ge, Lien.
Jia Han's voice was cold and fierce, like a trapped beast in rage. His words felt like a hot, burning knife slicing into his bones, making everyone shudder.
Ger han grabbed Bian ger Lianes nekvitöt mercy. Bian ger Lian.
Don't you remember how humans treat us? Bien Ge Lien felt as if a 1,000-year-old icy blade was stabbing his heart. His throat was dry, and he growled, "How could I forget? I remember, I will always remember." Remember? Jia Han clenched his fist tightly and struck Bien Ge Lien's face like a punch. Bien Ge Lien staggered to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jia Han's eyes showed clear anger and sadness. His voice trembled, remember? Remember you colluded with humans? Like a heavy rain, he punched Bien Ge Lien repeatedly, but Bien Ge Lien accepted the blows passively and did not fight back. While hitting, Jia Han looked up and down at the fine clothes Bien Ge Lien was wearing. He sneered coldly, "Look at you, dressed so well. Ha, you really look like a human. But maybe you forgot. We are not humans." Bien Ge Lien's face was bruised and blackened from the beating. Wei Fengsheng and others looked helpless, exchanging glances. They all looked at their lord, but Jiang Ran simply glanced without taking any action. Sometimes, the lord's thoughts were hard to understand. Jiang Ran then walked straight to a group of refugees, slightly raising her chin to show her authority. She used her presence to pressure and trap the leader of the refugees, preventing them from leaving. Yan Lili scratched her head in confusion. What is the Lord trying to do? Does she think that the man leading them is good-looking and wants to force him to marry? Meanwhile, Jia Han was relentless, with killing intent in his eyes, as if he truly wanted to eliminate this traitor. "Stop fighting, Han." A female alien, holding a baby, stepped out from behind to protect him. She was a hybrid of a snake tail and a human body, a mix of a day-wing viper. "Yes, brother, if we keep fighting, Xiao Lian will soon." Jia Bing is angry at Bien Ge Lien, blaming him for not fighting back, but he believes that all of this is caused by that human who has confused Xiao Lian. Once they deal with that woman, Xiao Lian will surely wake up. Jia Bing leans close to Jia Han's ear and points at Jiang Ran, saying, "Brother, it must be that beautiful, wicked." Before he can finish, Bien Ge Lien, who is just scolding Rinda Rern, suddenly has red eyes. His blood-red bat wings glow strangely. In an instant, he appears in front of Jia Bing and punches him with a red storm, hitting his face directly.
Splat.
Jia Bing is hit hard and flies back, crashing into a tree. The sturdy tree collapses with a loud sound. Jiang Ran's expression turns cold. She glances coldly at the group of strange people. Seeing this, she calmly withdraws her gaze. Cough cough. Seeing Jia Bing clutching his chest and giving a look of disbelief, Bien Ge Lien grimaces and smirks sarcastically. "Have you fought enough? Have you said enough?" His voice is hoarse like a snake spitting venom. His face is covered in blood, looking like a blood demon. He says, "So, Jia Han, do you prefer your children to be seriously ill and hungry, rather than listen to me?" Bien Ge Lien points at a boy wrapped tightly in animal skins, with rabbit ears. Shirzi's face is so red. Is he running a fever? When did it start? Do you have a way to treat it? Jia Han looks at Shirzi, biting his lip, with a painful expression. "No way, so you're just going to watch Shirzi die?" Bien Ge Lien's hands tremble. During his absence, he has lost many companions. It's funny, because these aren't dying at the hands of humans, but are dying from the cruelty of nature. He points at one of the strange warriors. His leg is injured, right? He was hurt by a beast during the hunt, and it hasn't healed. The wound is starting to rot and has maggots, right? And your partner, snake tuber sister. Bien Lien looks at the woman with a snake tail and the humanoid baby she holds, which has features of a mountain-devouring beast. She just gave birth to a cub. In this harsh environment, how much hope do you really have to protect them? Bien Lien's last words are like a sharp blade, tearing through all pretenses and exposing Jia Han's softest spot. Jia Han trembles all over, still recalling Bien Lien's words. I can't do it. Jia Han falls to the ground, his eyes losing hope. Jian Jia, Han Jia, and Bing finally listen to him. Bien Lien then began to tell his story in detail. He explained how he was captured by humans, went through the arena, witnessed many other beings being cruelly killed, had his wings nailed shut, was sold into slavery, mistreated, and finally rescued by Jiang Ran. The faces of the other beings changed as they listened, and in the end, they looked at Jiang Ran with complicated feelings. Bien Lien said, Han Bing, everyone follow me. The master is different. She is willing to accept us, not as slaves, but as citizens. The other beings, like Jia Han and Jia Bing, felt resistance in their hearts. Their deep hatred for humans was not so easy to forget. And they wondered, could humans truly see them as equals? Dignity is something we must fight for ourselves, Jiang Ran said calmly. Once she saw that Bien Lien had convinced the others to calm down, she stepped forward gracefully and approached Jia Han and the others. You all have a very bad reputation as beings. Even if you come to my territory, I cannot guarantee that my people won't look at you with strange eyes. Hearing this, Jia Han, Jia Bing, and the others felt even more discouraged. Even Bien Lien looked worried. But Jiang Ran quickly changed her tone. However, I will treat everyone equally, both in law and in treatment. To change your situation, you must work hard yourselves. I am willing to give you this platform, and as my citizens, I will protect you from outside harm. Her words were simple and straightforward, without fancy speeches or dramatic language. Her sincere tone touched the beings' hearts, and their defenses eased a little. The conflict between reality and hope made them struggle on the edge. The refugees, however, had fewer worries. When they heard Jiang Ran say, I will protect you from outside harm, their eyes sparkled like flames, full of passion. Brother Wen. Yun Xiao nudged Wen Bai with her elbow. Wen Bai nodded, and the seven of them gathered together. After a brief discussion, they looked at the eager refugees and quickly made a decision. Sir, we are refugees from all over Han Yuan. We ask for your protection. The seven bowed in front, while over 500 others knelt on the ground, showing their sincerity. They had been through so much cruelty and disappointment that no one believed they could keep going. Jiang Ran wore a dragon-shaped jade crown, her hair tied high, revealing her long, elegant eyebrows like bold brushstrokes on a painting, full of spirit and vitality. The air was quiet, only the sound of heavy breathing from the crowd could be heard. For the displaced people, each second felt like 100 years before hearing a clear answer. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice broke the silence, making the snow seem to melt away. All right, it said. That noble person said, all right. From being homeless to finally settling down, those two simple words made everyone's heavy hearts feel lighter. Some families hugged each other and cried happily. Someone cried out, we don't have to wander anymore.
We have a home now.
Thank you, Lord. Some people cried and led the cheers, shouting, long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The outsiders looked on with mixed feelings. They didn't expect that the group who almost argued with them would be accepted into the team by that person. On one hand, they didn't like those humans because they insulted them when they first met. On the other hand, they saw that the person was generous and willing to accept a group of unknown refugees. Jiang Ran saw that the outsiders still needed some time to adjust. She didn't say much. Instead, she exchanged some fever-reducing herbs from the system, took out and used gauze and alcohol from the secret realm, and asked Mushi to prepare medicine for the children and treat the wounds of the outsider warriors. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ran's kindness made Bien Ge feel very embarrassed. He thought the noble master deserved the best treatment, but things didn't go as he wished. His friend's attitudes were quite rude. Jiang Ran waved her hand casually, telling him to step back. Then she said to Wenbai, "Your name is Wenbai, right? Line up with your people. We need to do a simple registration of your names, ages, origins, and other details." Jiang Ran took out a stack of paper and some pens, openly handing the hard task to her subordinates. Wei Fengsheng, Yan Lily, come over. Register. Oh, okay. Wei Fengsheng and the others, still stunned by the sudden addition of over 500 people, hurriedly took the paper and pens after Jiang Ran's instructions. They then placed a flat stone as a makeshift desk. Bai Li Hui and Hu Qi looked at each other, completely confused. This. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran took out a talent crystal and tested the cultivation talents of the refugees. On the side, Wei Fengsheng and the others quickly began recording with great effort. My name is Fifth Lang, with the surname Fifth. I am the fifth child in my family, so I am called Fifth Lang. Leading a group of 7 refugees, 5 of them are willing to stay. Wenbai and Yunxiu both want to go with Jiang Ran to Suling town. The other 2 are named Su Ji, who is 17 and at the 5th level of Spirit Gathering, and Qi Shuyuan, who is 19 and at the 7th level of Spirit Gathering. They both want to take the exam at Mingxiao Academy at the end of August and join the academy. These 2 are young, but have already reached the Spirit Gathering realm. They are quite talented, both with green-level talents. Qi Shuyuan's spiritual perception is even close to the mid-tier of the heaven level, and Su Ji's mental strength has 4 stages, with potential to become a spirit beast master. Jiang Ran's interest in talent was piqued. She touched a few jade tokens engraved with the words Mingxiao inside a large empty ring. There are 5 such jade tokens. Jiang Ran learned from Bai Li Hui that these tokens are like admission letters. Holding one allows free entry into the academy without an exam. Jiang Ran secretly wondered, I wonder what kind of status Chiyu has at Mingxiao. Mingxiao Academy mainly recruits students aged 10 to 25. Jiang Xiaowen's age is close, but Jiang Ran plans to send Jiang Nancheng to study there. With a teleportation array, traveling back and forth is easy. Joining my territory doesn't conflict with going to Mingxiao Academy. Jiang Ran, who is noble and cold, confidently took out the 5 jade tokens. Mingxiao only admits a few students each year. You might not pass the exam, but these tokens can guarantee admission. Of course, Jiang Ran didn't say she would definitely give them the tokens, but if they were willing to join Suling Town, honestly, no one else would be more suitable to hold these tokens than them. Jiang Ran continued with a subtle hint. Moreover, studying at Mingxiao Academy costs a lot of spirit crystals. Mingxiao Academy is not a charity. Except for top geniuses who don't need to pay tuition, others wishing to attend must pay at least 500 spirit crystals just to enroll. To get cultivation resources inside, they also need to spend spirit crystals to buy them. This. Qi Shuyuan and Suji looked at the jade tokens with envy, hesitating. Joining your territory, you really won't stop us from going to Mingxiao Academy? Jiang Ran, I won't stop you. If possible, they didn't want to be separated from Brother Wen and Sister Yun. Both took a deep breath and said, then we'll join too. Yay! 2 more workers added. Jiang Ran was internally delighted but kept a calm expression. Hearing Jiang Ran's words earlier, Yunxiu thought Jiang Ran was a good leader. After some internal struggle, she finally handed a yellow spirit worm from her shoulder to Jiang Ran. Spirits are special. Usually, spirits belong to the Lord. Since Yunxiu wants to join the Suling Town, she must return her spirit insect to the Lord. Pu Huang's spirit insect calls out confusedly, Chiumi? Jiang Ran raises an eyebrow and looks directly at the yellow little spirit insect. Jiang Ran naturally won't humiliate herself. She built the spirit pavilion, so she follows the spirit system and does not forcibly take spirits from the villagers. The purple wisteria spirit insect that Yanni saw costs 50,000 spirit crystals, so this medicinal herb-like spirit insect's price would likely be double. But there's a problem. Although Jiang Ran has many treasures, she only has 60,000 spirit crystals in total. However, she doesn't necessarily need to buy the spirit insect. Since it's all within her territory, it's like it belongs to her indirectly. Jiang Ran looks away and doesn't reach out. You don't need to give me your spirit insect. Yun Xiao is stunned.
Huh?
Wei Feng, who is busy writing, looks up and explains, Our great lord is different from other weak and greedy lords. We don't seize others' spirits. Anyway, you'll understand once you come to Sualing Town.
So,
She doesn't need to let the little yellow spirit insect go. Yunxia's pupils suddenly enlarge in shock. Then she bursts into joy. Thank you, Lord. The refugees waiting in line to register hear this and whisper excitedly, It seems we've found a good lord. After a lively discussion, they finally quiet down. The 7 people finish registering first, then a shy young man steps forward and says, My name is Guli. Skill? I can make glass cups. Does that count?
Does that count?
Jiang Ran's heart jumps with surprise. Registration info is meant to find talented people, but Jiang Ran didn't expect such good news so quickly. In Sualing Town, there are ceramic makers and cement artisans, but no glass makers. Of course, there's a big difference between colored glass and regular glass, and their uses vary, though they overlap in some areas. The system marketplace exchange for craftsmanship is very expensive. Reputation points are needed in many places, so saving is wise. Being able to make colored glass might mean this person can also research glass. And next, Jiang Ran learns that Guli is just one of many talented people. Wen Bai is a handsome 20-year-old young man with a strong sense of responsibility. He notices Jiang Ran selecting capable people, so he adds some kind words from the side. One of the men is a chef named Chen Mao, who has created a special seasoning called soy sauce. Wen Bai said, Chen Mao's cooking is truly exceptional. The dishes he makes are the best I've ever tasted. Following Wen Bai's suggestion, Chen Mao also showed Jiang Ran the last bit of sauce liquid, which Jiang Ran then realized was soy sauce. Soy sauce is made from soybeans, wheat, and salt through processes like oil extraction and fermentation. He asked, and Chen Mao also kept some soybean seeds. Soy sauce is secondary. What surprised me most was the soybeans. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran hadn't yet bought soybean seeds. As everyone knows, beans can be used to make many delicious foods. Next, there is a seemingly ordinary family. The Li family consists of 4 members. Li Cheng, the father, is a leatherworker, and Li Yanxiu, the mother, is a famous local embroidery artist. The leatherworker mainly makes bags and leather items from animal skins like pig, cow, and crocodile skins. By the way, this family's addition means that the 8 craftsmen of the village now include 7. The traditional 8 craftsmen are carpenters, stonemasons, bricklayers, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, felt makers, barbers, and tailors. Currently, the only missing craft in Shuling Town is felt making. Jiang Ran was playing with a ring on her finger, thinking about when Shuling Town might start raising cattle and sheep. She was a bit eager for milk and wool clothes. Once they could raise cattle and sheep, felt makers could also emerge, and the 8 craftsmen of the village could gather in Shuling Town. Lord, thank you for taking us in. This is a phoenix call pouch that my family and I made together. Please accept it. Li Cheng looked quite clever, knowing there aren't many chances to interact with the Lord, so he took this opportunity to flatter him by presenting a small, drawstring gold thread bag. The pouch was made of beautiful leather, rectangular in shape, with an open top and a white patterned ribbon drawstring. When tightened, it fans out, with thin leather strips sewn on both sides. The design on the pouch was, as the name suggested, a phoenix embroidered in bright red and gold, looking beautiful, sacred, and majestic. Such a beautiful bag. As soon as the bag appeared, many people's eyes were glued to it. This bag is really nice. The Li family hides their skills well. Though they had risked life and death together, everyone still had to stay cautious. Many believed in keeping their talents secret, so most people didn't know the Li family had such craftsmanship. But now, things were different. With a stable place to settle, they chose to reveal their skills, which might bring them more business. Indeed, Yan Lily and Mu Shi immediately looked excited, thinking about secretly contacting this family to order bags. The Leaf family proved through their actions that having a craft means never going hungry. Jiang Ran did not refuse. She accepted the bag but paid a small amount of crystal. She believed this money could help the family settle smoothly in Suling Town. Someone was very eager for that small crystal and a bit jealous of their family showing off in front of the new master. That Chen Mao is really sneaky. Besides Guli, Chen Mao, and Li Cheng's family, there was a special person worth noting named Wei Jejia. She was 29 years old and a small cultivator at the opening of the Meridian stage. Jiang Ran paid attention to her because she heard that Wei Jejia's family had been mushroom farmers for generations. Her ancestors once worked as spiritual mushroom masters in a certain sect. She could identify over 100 types of mushrooms and knew how to cultivate more than 30 kinds, such as king oyster mushrooms, shiitake, and white mushrooms. She even cultivated some mushrooms with special effects, like poison gas mushrooms, strength-enhancing mushrooms, and quick-growth mushrooms. Listening to this, Jiang Ran felt excited. However, Wei Jejia said that during their escape, some mushroom spores were lost and might not be able to reproduce for now. But all the knowledge was in her mind, and if she found those mushrooms again in the wild, she could reproduce them. Apart from the 7 people, the group of refugees totaled 541 people, mostly young. Among them, 36 had skills that could support their livelihood. This trip not only brought a rare spiritual insect to the town but also brought many talented people to the territory. Therefore, not many people had cultivation talent according to the talent water crystal test, but Jiang Ran was already very satisfied. It took a lot of time to register everyone's information. At this moment, Mushi had already brewed medicine for Shi and treated the wounds of the strange warrior. Seeing that her companions were stable, the strange people finally relaxed completely and made a firm decision. Bianca looked a little less gloomy and showed a happy expression. "Master, our alien race has 27 members willing to follow you." Jiang Ran nodded and asked Wei Fengsheng to check the level information of these 27 aliens. However, unlike the refugees, the aliens still needed to find out what kind of beast hybrid they were. Unexpectedly, this move touched a sensitive nerve among the aliens. "What do you mean? Are you mocking us?" Many aliens looked humiliated about their mixed blood, feeling that Jiang Ran and others came here specifically to shame them and refused to report honestly. The atmosphere became tense. Seeing this, Jiang Ran said coldly, "Mock? Your strength comes from your other half's blood. Besides this power, what qualities do you think you have that are worth my wasting time on this remote, desolate forest?" Jiang Ran is definitely not a gentle person, and the twisted outsiders she faces do not seek kindness either. She said, "Understand yourselves clearly. You haven't done anything worth my special attention or mockery." Han Jia and the others' bodies stiffened. Tightly clenched fists, negative emotions like helplessness, anger, and frustration flooded in, but at the same time, a flicker of hope was beginning to grow inside. Han Jia felt very confused. Outsiders are the offspring of shape-shifting beasts and humans, but they are not welcomed by either side. Because he carries the blood of the mountain-devouring purple armor beast, his skin uncontrollably shows ugly scales. He is neither fully human nor beast, so he is often looked down upon. But for the first time, they heard someone say that their unique bloodlines create their value. Han Jia looked at Jiang Ran's eyes with complex feelings. This person seemed genuinely accepting of their different forms. Jiang Ran sat on a mat, took the water handed to her by Bian Gulian, took a shallow sip, her dark eyes indifferent. She glanced at the silent outsiders and said to Wei Fengsheng, "Register now." After being scolded, the outsiders became obedient, lining up like elementary students, ready to speak or extend their hands without hesitation. Young outsiders, having had little contact with humans, didn't yet have a deep understanding of the human world. Now, as they looked at the transparent talent crystals emitting various lights, they appeared curious and innocent. When outsiders test their talents, it differs somewhat from humans. They also include a bloodline indicator. For example, Han Jia's test results: age, 28 years spirit perception, Earth grade superior talent, Earth grade middle attribute, Earth Mental Power, Level 3 Bloodline. Tunshin Purple Armor Beast, Half-Awakened, Innate Talent. Green Some outsiders have the chance to inherit the bloodline power of magical beasts. These outsiders haven't cultivated, but they possess strong innate abilities, relying on beast instincts. Among the 28 outsiders, including Bien Gullion, there are 4 children under 6, 3 children aged 6 to 10, and 17 teenagers aged 10 to 18. Children under 6 are too young for accurate talent testing, so they are not counted. Most outsiders have low innate talents, mostly in the red or orange levels, but Jiang Ran finds it a bit frightening that most have cultivation talents. Notably, Bien Gullion's cultivation talent is at the blue level, while Han Jia, Han Bing, and Xiyu have green level talents. What does this little ball say? An outsider who is not part of human society cannot read or write. They nervously look at the colorful light emitted by the talent crystal. Wei Fengxing acts as Jiang Ran's little speaker and explains, "This is to test your cultivation talent." Seeing the confused outsider, Jiang Ran says, "The town's academy will start enrolling in September. Anyone of the right age with cultivation talent can sign up. This means that our outsiders can also attend school. Together with humans?" Jia Han and Jia Bing are stunned and momentarily stop breathing. They turn stiffly to look at the innocent young ones, feeling both happy and sad inside. The baby in Xiyu's arms opens its big eyes and giggles at Jia Han, showing tiny milk teeth that melt his heart.
Ja, han suddenly crying.
Maybe today's decision will be right. His child can have a different future. The sun has already moved west, and it's getting late. Plus, the refugees are hungry, and some are even sick, so they cannot set out today. Using a communication shell, Jiang Ran informs Li Si and Manhwa, who are taking care of the horses at the Spirit Gold Mine, that they will rest here today. The scene of over 500 people's stomachs growling together is quite terrifying. So Jiang Ran and others, led by the outsiders, with a dozen or so people, start hunting. Jia Han holds a wooden spear and leads Jiang Ran and others into a small forest behind the mountain. Jia Han says, "The mountain we are on is a branch of Yunxiang Mountain. For some reason, this mountain's temperature is cooler than the surrounding mountains, so we call it Little Cool Mountain. Although it's called Little Cool Mountain, it's quite large, and the elevation is high. Little Cool Mountain is relatively safe, and many places have our dugout holes. Even if danger appears, we can hide. But it's not entirely safe. There are many magical beasts." When they enter Little Cool Mountain, 3 blazing boars rush toward them. Fortunately, their cultivation levels are not high. Jiang Ran doesn't need to fight. Jia Han, Jia Bing, and Wen Bai each handle 1 boar. During the fight, Jia Han and Wen Bai accidentally bump into each other. Jia Han glances at him, snorting dismissively. Wen Bai scratches his head and goes to apologize after the fight. Sorry, I initially had prejudices against you." Wen Bai had never seen outsiders before and naturally thought outsiders were brutal and lowly, so he allowed his companions gossip. The cold discomfort made it hard for the human to accept the apology, and internally, they didn't come around quickly. But thinking about the future, needing to live closely with these humans and change their situation, they suppressed their anger. It was a bit frustrating, but they could only reply indifferently, "Next time, watch your words." The food intake of 500 people was quite large. They needed at least 500 jin of meat for a meal. The 3 fiery pigs, minus their internal organs, already weighed enough, but more was needed to prepare for the journey ahead. Chef Chen Mao and Wei Jiejia, who knew a lot about mushrooms, also came along with a hunting team, mainly to gather some edible wild vegetables. There were many moist, shady mountain treasures. Since entering Little Liang Mountain, Wei Jiejia had been scanning with her sharp eyes, muttering, "This Little Liang Mountain is really good for mushroom growth." She had already collected many shiitake mushrooms from decayed trees. Yen Lily, a girl, quickly started playing around with her. Yen Lily exclaimed in surprise, "I don't see much difference with these mushrooms. Many are poisonous, so we don't dare pick them randomly. You can tell them apart? That's impressive." Yen Lily's figure was truly stunning. When she leaned over, Wei Jiejia felt her arms go weak. She secretly compared their chests with small eyes, feeling excited but also a bit disappointed. It's just after seeing so many, you naturally learn to tell them apart. Suddenly, she spotted two chubby little creatures under a dry red pine tree. Her eyes lit up.
Good stuff.
These are matsutake mushrooms. Yen Lily looked at her with confusion as she ran off excitedly.
What?
Good fortune, good fortune. Wei Jejia couldn't hold back her drool and quickly plucked two matsutake mushrooms. By then, they had already hunted 3 fiery pigs, a big brown bear, a giant python, and several rabbits, enough for everyone. They decided to finish up and head home. It wasn't supposed to happen, but this was a rare opportunity. Little Yang Mountain was truly a treasure trove, full of mushrooms to collect. Wei Jejia hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered her courage to find Wenbai. She took out the matsutake and showed him, saying, "Brother Wen, could you please tell the Lord that there are many mushrooms here, like these delicious matsutake, which are hard to find elsewhere?" Wenbai was 9 years younger than Wei Jejia, but since his status was different, calling him younger brother didn't seem right, and calling him by his name was strange, so she called him little brother. Wenbai nodded. "All right, the Lord seems pretty easy to talk to. I'll go ask." Wenbai carried matsutake mushrooms to find Jiang Ran. When Jiang Ran heard the word matsutake, her eyes brightened slightly. She looked over and saw 2 large umbrella-shaped mushrooms, about the size of a fist, quietly resting in Wenbai's palm. Matsutake is a rare, natural medicinal mushroom, fresh and tasty. In this world, even ordinary sour bamboo shoots can attract many people's attention, which shows how scarce good food is. Since arriving here, it seems that delicious food has been drifting away from Jiang Ran, and she is feeling a bit hungry now. Let's stay a little longer. A group of over 10 people quickly searched for matsutake mushrooms, their efficiency very high. The matsutake mushrooms on this small Liangshan mountain were surprisingly abundant. Wei Jejia alone already had a full handful. Jiang Ran watched everyone happily picking mushrooms under Wei Jejia's guidance. Suddenly, her gaze was caught by a small red spot not far to the right. Bright green leaves fluttered in the wind, and red roots shone brightly against the sky. Clusters of vibrant red flowers, like red beans, gathered on the leaves, catching the eye. Ginseng flowers are quite easy to recognize, so it wasn't difficult. Jiang Ran's heart suddenly beat faster, and she felt a bit doubtful. The red flowers were spread out so widely that it was hard to miss. There were about 30 scattered ginseng flowers blooming in her view. Jiang Ran doubted inwardly, but walked over honestly. She parted the weeds, and several fierce snakes suddenly darted out from the grass. Jiang Ran casually waved her hand, and icy blades cut off the heads of the snakes. The people behind her quickly collected the gifts from the Lord, happily thinking about eating delicious snake soup. It's said that the more precious the medicinal herbs, the more they are guarded by fierce snakes and beasts. Jiang Ran was aware of this, but when she carefully looked at the red spots, she was still shocked. In her previous life, she had money, but some things couldn't be obtained just because one was rich. Of course, for Jiang Ran, getting 2 or 3 wild ginseng roots from the mountains was not difficult. But seeing a whole patch of wild ginseng at once was impossible. Although this world is full of wondrous things, as a Chinese person, Jiang Ran's love and respect for ginseng are deeply ingrained. Be careful with your steps. Don't step on these plants. Since the prey was stored in Jiang Ran's empty ring, everyone was quite relaxed. Jiang Ran reminded the others and then waved her hand to signal them to come up. The crowd was confused. "My lady, it is better to teach people how to fish than just give them fish. Opportunities are rare, so Jiang Ran prepared to teach them how to identify and dig up ginseng. She explained, "This plant is called ginseng, a very valuable medicinal herb. I won't go into how precious it is, but I can say it has great health benefits. Also, selling it can make a lot of money." Hearing about the money, everyone's eyes lit up and they all gathered around eagerly. Brothers Jia Han and Jia Bing exchanged glances. They had been in this small cool mountain for a long time and were tired of the scenery with the small red dots. They didn't know that this plant could be so useful. Jiang Ran focused on the biggest, brightest, and thickest ginseng seedling. The ginseng flower, also called ginseng seed. First, Jiang Ran cut off the stem with the seed, then hung it on a tree. The bright red seeds fluttered in the wind, looking very beautiful. This was mainly to let the seeds naturally mature and fall. Maybe later, they could harvest new ginseng plants. Next, Jiang Ran carefully dug through a layer of soil. When she saw the top of the ginseng, she knew this was a big one. There are special techniques to digging ginseng. For example, in the past, in the Jingpa mountain area, mountain-dwelling ginseng collectors usually worked in groups. When someone found a ginseng, they would shout, "Hammer!" Their partners would reply, "Immediately, quick." When collecting ginseng, they first tied the stem with a red string with copper loops at both ends, then used tools to dig it out. These customs have some spiritual beliefs, but also some scientific reasons, which I won't explain now. Others watched carefully and learned seriously. Jiang Ran took out a thin cloth, tied it around the ginseng, and then focused on explaining. When digging ginseng, be very careful not to damage any of its tiny roots, or its value will drop a lot. Digging ginseng is a delicate task because you can't predict how the small roots will grow. One ginseng might take hours or even a day or two to dig out. Jiang Ran used a small wooden stick, sharpened one end, and slowly pried open the soil. Even with her good eyesight and steady hands, it still took a long time to dig out this ginseng. Digging ginseng can be quite boring, but the onlookers didn't mind. They found the underground, chubby little plant very attractive. After all, the Lord said this could make a lot of money. Now everyone was holding their breath, watching closely. Every time a little more of the ginseng was revealed, they became even more excited. Jia Han sniffed, and a strong medicinal smell wafted from the exposed ginseng, hitting him right in the forehead. It really seems like a good thing. They had all picked and played with ginseng flowers before, but they never noticed this underground treasure. Sweat dripped down, stirring up tiny dust. This ginseng was even bigger than Jiang Ran imagined, with roots that went very deep. Usually, digging up ginseng takes about 3 feet of digging, but Jiang Ran stubbornly dug 5 or 6 feet down. She could stand inside the hole, and only then was she able to lift the ginseng out. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Although they didn't know what ginseng was before, they were genuinely shocked when this large ginseng was fully brought out. Ginseng has a sweet smell, with a main body about 3 inches long and an inch thick. It looks quite elegant, shaped like a human figure, with 7 main tendrils and many fine smaller roots. When roughly measured, it's about 2 feet long or more. She had heard before that the heaviest ginseng found was about 10 taels, considered a national treasure. But the ginseng in her hand weighed nearly 20 taels, almost double. This ginseng must be over 100 years old. Jiang Ran was amazed herself. She would even believe it if someone said it was 1,000 years old. Jiang Ran was awakened by a group of people swallowing nervously. Looking up, she saw everyone's eager faces. "Start digging," Jiang Ran said. "Each person is responsible for 1 ginseng. Pick the mature ones with thick stems and good seed pods." It was getting late, and digging out all the ginseng would be difficult. Jiang Ran wasn't greedy. With clear instructions, everyone cheered happily and began working excitedly. I wonder how many ginseng are still hidden on this mountain, and whether there are any ginseng spirits or magical creatures lurking here. Ginseng can hide well. It doesn't always grow bright seed pods to warn others. Some ginseng can stay hidden for decades or even 100 years before sprouting new buds and emerging from the ground. Seeing so many ginseng, Jiang Ran suspected there might be a spirit or creature lurking on the mountain. But unfortunately, Mount Shaoyang is too big. Jiang Ran used her divine power to scan the area but didn't find any signs of spirits or creatures nearby. She wasn't satisfied and thought, next time, I'll explore Mount Shaoyang more thoroughly. After waiting for 2 more hours, they dug up 15 ginseng. The smallest one weighed about 3 taels. 15 ginsengs were laid out in front of Jiang Ran. Coming from a merchant family, she instinctively estimated their value. In her previous life, a wild ginseng of 3 taels could sell for tens of thousands. But this world is different. There are many magical herbs and plants. However, Jiang Ren also thought that while some spiritual herbs and medicines are impressive, the human body cannot absorb them all. For example, when she gave Jiang Xiaowen Ice spiritual mushroom, her original intention was to calm her fiery temper. But because Jiang Xiaowen's body was too weak, she almost had problems from it. Ginseng, although it doesn't contain real spiritual energy, still has medicinal power comparable to ordinary spiritual herbs. The main buyers of spiritual herbs and medicines are cultivators, but most people in this world are ordinary. Ginseng is considered a divine herb among common people. Additionally, to become a cultivator, physical strength is very important. Ginseng can help strengthen the body and serve as a basic medicinal herb for early cultivation. So Jiang Ran used Ice spiritual mushroom as a reference to set the price for ginseng. For example, a 7-day grown Ice spiritual mushroom costs 50 crystal coins, while a 10-year-old one with long-lasting effects is worth 5,000 crystal coins. A full 3-ounce wild ginseng with a 10-year age should be priced around 1,000 crystal coins. Of course, these prices are just wholesale prices. When selling, the actual price would depend on factors like supply and demand, transportation costs, processing, and labor. Jiang Ran thought about the pricing carefully, but then faced a new problem. I haven't seen anyone selling ginseng in Tianjin County City, so promoting the name of ginseng might be tricky. The 15 ginseng roots these people dug out took several hours of effort. Jiang Ran didn't ask for them, but said, 1 root per person. You can choose to sell to me. A 3-ounce ginseng costs 1,000 crystal coins, 4 ounces 1,500, and 5 ounces 2,500. Generally, the larger and older the ginseng, the better the medicinal effects, and the higher the price naturally. However, Jiang Ran's prices were quite rough, just casual numbers she threw out. Everyone present was stunned by such high prices and didn't expect the Lord to give them this ginseng. They didn't need to risk their lives fighting fierce beasts to get these things. They had hoped to follow the Lord and do some work, maybe get a bit of benefit. Wenbai hadn't yet figured out the new Lord's personality. If Jiang Ran was the kind of leader who spoke nicely but was secretly calculating, accepting these items without caution would be reckless. For a spirit-refining cultivator, 1,000 crystal coins was just a small amount. They could easily hunt a spirit-gathering beast in the Monster Beast Mountain and earn over 1,000 crystal coins. His main concern was for his companions. So she quickly waved her hand and stepped forward, saying, "My lord, this ginseng was discovered by you, and you humbly taught us how to dig it. We only contributed a small effort. We couldn't possibly take it without conscience." Hearing this, the eager workers calmed down and quickly agreed, "Yes, yes, my lord, that's not right." These people are well-meaning, and Jiang Ran naturally understood that. She was pleased inside but still frowned impatiently and said sternly, "Quiet." In recent days, Jiang Ran had gained more experience and broadened her perspective. She no longer strictly controlled the amount of spirit crystals, about 1,000 or 2,000. She could accept more freely. Of course, another reason was that she wasn't short of money. The hunting team members, Jia Han, Jia Bing, Chen Mao, and Wei Jiejia, were capable people. She could invest a little money to help them settle quickly in Sualing Town and start their businesses. For example, Chen Mao could open a restaurant. Wei Jiejia could build a mushroom farm, which would require hiring workers. Hiring workers would increase employment in the town. Even without hiring, they could still bring economic vitality to the town. That was what Jiang Ran, as the Lord, wanted to see. Most importantly, once they knew there was a generous superior, they would be happy to give gifts and try their best to please her. Aliens are very united. With this bond, they could quickly recover their health and become good workers. Having said that, her subordinates naturally didn't dare to say much more and happily accepted the ginseng. Many chose to sell their ginseng to Jiang Ran. They felt more secure with the spirit crystals from Bai Jingjing. After arriving at the new territory, building houses and settling in would cost a lot. According to Jiang Ran, eating this ginseng could strengthen the body and might even save lives in critical moments. The little ones were weak, and Shitzi was still sick. Jia Han and Jia Bing discussed and decided to leave a small ginseng for them, while the other was exchanged for 2,500 spirit crystals. Will this money be enough to settle down in the human world? Jia Han and Jia Bing didn't understand much about the human world and felt very anxious. Meanwhile, the others were overjoyed, constantly praising their lord. After distributing everything, they returned home. Jiang Ran looked around and found that the small Liangshan mountain had a rich variety of species. Although it wasn't as abundant in medicinal herbs and flowers as other spiritual mountain branches of Yunxiang Mountain, many suitable plants for building houses, furniture, and ships could be found, such as red pine, spruce, larch, water elm, white birch, maple birch, and elm trees. There were also medicinal plants like ginseng, Codenopsis, Gastrodia, rhododendron, five-flavor berries, and pine cedar. Edible wild vegetables and fruits are also plentiful. Jiang Ran picked a bunch of green mountain grapes to satisfy her hunger. She gently touched the 3 empty teleportation flags. One of these needed to connect to the Suling Town and Heming Shao Academy, so the other 2 remained empty. Jiang Ran gradually became more confident. Holding a large amount of wealth, everyone was happy and carried bundles as they headed back. It was late, and the path was hard to see, so Jiang Ran took out a luminous pearl to light the way. As they neared the bottom of the mountain, they saw people like Xiyu, Bian Gulian, and Yun Xiu hurriedly coming up the mountain. What's going on? Everyone on the way back was confused, but when they saw the people coming up, they rushed over quickly. After understanding the situation, they realized that these people had been waiting for a long time and thought something had happened to them. Why are you so late? We were so worried. Xiu finally relaxed when he saw Jia Bing and his brother. Jia Han saw his partner almost crying from anxiety and quickly comforted her. He placed the heavy crystal and the fragrant ginseng into Xiu's arms and hugged her gently, saying, "Don't worry, don't worry. We found something good, so it took a little longer." Once Xiu's mood settled, he asked, "Where's Zizi?" Shao Lian is watching over him. Everyone was confused and caught off guard, having to listen to some sweet talk, but through this, some people learned more about the outsider. Many secretly thought, strange. Besides looking very different from humans, how come their emotions seemed just like ours? After returning, 500 people eagerly waited. When Jiang Ran released a full load of prey from her empty ring, everyone swallowed hard. Since there was no large pot and they couldn't cook everything together, Jiang Ran arranged for each person to take 2 jin of meat and cook their own meal. These prey were hunted by the team risking danger, so naturally, they took the first share. Jia Han, Jia Bing, and others skillfully skinned and deboned the wild boar and large brown bear. They kept the best parts, like the pig's front legs and bare paws, for Jiang Ran. Then, the hunters lined up to take their meat. Some of the meat wasn't evenly cut, so the portions varied, but at this moment, no one minded. Everyone was happy. After everything was divided, they started a bonfire to grill meat and cook. Some people didn't have pots and teamed up with friends to share meals. Almost every 20 people shared a pot, cooking together, and dozens of fires lit up the night. Worried about attracting wild animals, Jiang Ran sent obedient Wei Fengsheng, along with Wen Bai and Bian Gubian, to guard outside. Serve some vegetables, either roasted or stewed, with the aroma drifting out with the steam. Naturally hungry, everyone couldn't help but salivate when they smelled the delicious scent. After half an hour, most of the food was ready. Some people didn't have bowls, so they used pieces of wood as plates. Some luckier folks got to enjoy some matsutake mushrooms. The rich aroma of matsutake filled the soup, and when someone finally tasted it, the smooth, fragrant flavor made them feel like they were floating. This meal was simple, yet plentiful. As they ate, one person started crying, saying, "This is the best meal I've ever had. Really grateful to our new leader. In the future, better days are waiting for us." The refugees cooked their food roughly, but Jiang Ran was more careful and detailed, inviting Chen Mao to cook. Chen Mao was quite skilled. With limited ingredients, he managed to make the food taste very fresh and delicious. There were no spices at first, but during the mushroom hunting, He found wild pepper vines to add flavor, and even collected a sour, juicy wild green fruit to use as vinegar. Bong Dinglian and others were surprised and whispered anxiously, putting such bitter fruit into the meat might ruin it. Chun Mao just chuckled honestly and said it wouldn't, then focused on cooking. Matsutake with pork ribs, stewed snake, and roasted pig's front leg were quickly ready. Eating too much meat can get tiring, so the last dish was a wild vegetable Chun Mao picked from a mountain called wild peas. The poem Kai Wei from the Book of Songs mentions wild peas, which are the same as these wild vegetables. Jiang Ran knew these could be eaten, but she often had other concerns. She didn't expect Chen Mao, who was knowledgeable, to gather a large handful of wild vegetables. One by side, Brother Chen Mao knows a lot about wild vegetables. Honestly, it's thanks to you that we've been able to get through this journey comfortably. Chen Mao had been living alone in the mountains for 7 or 8 years. Unlike the strong, hunting-capable outsiders, he was weak and had to find plants to survive, often risking his life. Because of these experiences, Chen Mao knew exactly what was edible and what wasn't. Maybe he was so hungry as a child that he developed a love for food and cooking, eventually becoming a chef. But when Wenbai said this, Chen Mao just smiled honestly and didn't say much. After the food was ready, Jiang Ran was the first to start eating. The delicious taste exploded on her palate, making it the most wonderful meal she had ever had in this world. Very good. Unfortunately, there was no chili pepper used. In the past, Suling Town did not use chili peppers as a spice. Jiang Ran saw chili peppers by chance at Dr. Wang's place. He considered them a medicine to remove dampness, warm the meridians, and dispel cold. When Jiang Ran saw the chili peppers, he quickly asked Chef Li Gui Flour to add some to certain dishes for flavor. The spicy taste soon won over many people's taste buds and became popular in Suling Town. He called back Wei Fengsheng and others. After they ate and drank enough, Jiang Ran asked Jia Han and Jia Bing, "I want to set up a teleportation array here for traveling between Xiaoliang Mountain and Suling Town." Jiang Ran wanted to make Xiaoliang Mountain the back mountain of Suling Town. Whether it's rare plants like ginseng and matsutake or abundant wild animals, these resources are needed for the town's future development. Actually, Jiang Ran hoped to build a new village there, but plans can't be made all at once. The main town is not fully developed yet, and Nanju Village has just been built, so they can't send more people to build a village in the dangerous mountains thousands of miles away. However, Jiang Ran didn't give up this idea. He planned to assess the surrounding environment later, draw a detailed map of the terrain, allocate funds, and plan the construction of houses and the village. Teleportation array? These 3 words scared everyone. Jia Han, Jia Bing, and other outsiders had little experience. To them, a teleportation array was as magical as a human artifact. But Bai Li Hui and others were shocked. Bai Li Hui asked carefully, "My lord, didn't you say before that we are just a town-level territory? How could there be such a thing as a teleportation array? Not only town-level territories, but even some county-level territories rarely have teleportation arrays. Just some opportunities." Wei Fengsheng was used as lord, often showing off good things. Hearing Jiang Ran say this, he sighed, "My lord is truly a child of luck." Since the old lord passed away and the new ruler took over, the territory has changed day by day. Bai Li Hui and Hu Qi exchanged glances. At first, they were afraid and confused because Jiang Ran was only a town-level lord, worried they couldn't see a way forward. Now, even a teleportation array exists. Could Jiang Ran be an ordinary town-level lord? No way to be afraid now. Jia Han brought Jiang Ran to a spacious cave. As a hybrid of the mountain-swallowing purple armor beast, Jia Han liked digging holes when he was free. "This should meet your needs. The cave is very stable, and I installed a heavy door at the entrance. Some animals with lower intelligence won't be able to open it, so there's no need to worry about careless wild beasts coming in." Jiang Ran decided this place was quite good, so she set up the teleportation array. From now on, this place will be called Dongtian. An unremarkable place with a hidden beauty, it would later become a village and town called Dongtian Village and Dongtian City. Jiang Ran planned to use Dongtian as a hub connecting Suling Town and the Lijin mine area. She installed 2 teleportation arrays here, one from Dongtian to Suling Town, and another from Dongtian to the Lijin mine area. They didn't set up a direct teleportation array between Suling Town and the Lijin mine. The next day, Jiang Ran led over 500 people to meet with Li Si and others. The group set out grandly towards Suling Town. The beautiful and charming sandfoam, bordering Suling Town, was lively and peaceful in the morning. Birds flew and cranes called, and golden light spread across the scene. Sunlight from the misty green mountains in the east slanted over, painting the southern sea like a beautiful picture. Xiao Yi, it's time to eat. The boy's clear voice sounded strong and gentle, like a resilient sea breeze. Hu Lian's smile was soft, and his face gradually brightened like a shining pearl. Okay, brother. Hu Yi was changing the water in the conch shell he found yesterday. The conch was full of sand, so he put it in clean water to rinse out the sand. This morning, they ate abalone noodle soup with a side of sour bamboo shoots, which was very tasty. Kids get hungry quickly, so Hu Lian ate eagerly, his face greasy from the food. Hee brother, our home is really nice. After eating, Hu Lian stared at the wooden texture of the wall, which was his favorite thing to do these days. It took nearly 2 months, but their wooden house was finally finished. They had no relatives and little money. The 2 brothers' woodworking was clumsy, but they built the house themselves. The house was small, just enough for 2 people. The kitchen had only a simple shelter over the stove, and the toilet was behind, a dug pit with long wooden planks on the ground, supported by 4 pillars, with a curtain as a wall for privacy. They also planned to clear a piece of land behind to grow some vegetables. Having their own house made Hu Lian happy, but he stayed calm and said with a smile, "Stop staring and go wash your face. We have early classes soon." Their days were busy and fulfilling. They woke early, ate breakfast, packed lunch for noon, and then went to school. The school had officially started a few days ago. There was no fee, and children from 6 to 16 years old could attend. However, meals were not included, so they had to bring their own lunch. Because the school is free, quite a few people come to study there, over 1,000 students. They are divided into 10 classes based on age and whether they have cultivation talent. 4 of these classes are for cultivators. Although there are 10 classes, only 5 teachers teach there. To manage the empty classes, the 10 classes are split into 2 groups, Team A and Team B. Since the town of Suling was established, it has adopted a 7-day cycle system from other regions. The days are named after the moon, fire, water, wood, gold, earth, and sun, corresponding to Monday through Sunday. Students in Team A attend classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, while those in Team B go on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Sunday is a rest day for teachers. Today is Wednesday. Hu Lian and Hu Yi are not in the same class, but both are in Team A, so they can go to school together. However, once they arrive, they have to part ways. Hu Lian gently says, "Xiao Yi, study hard. There's a small test this month." Hearing small test, Hu Yi feels distressed and quickly runs into the classroom, calling back, "Oh no, brother. Learning characters is really hard. Those 63 sounds are so difficult." Hu Lian shakes his head helplessly. He doesn't know who keeps insisting at home that he must be in the top 50 for the cultivator class. In fact, the school's requirements are simple. Just learn to recognize characters and do basic math. But excelling in studies can lead to better opportunities, like advancing to the level of Lord Qiu Bashui, Lord Yang Guiying, or Lord Chen Mao, and participating in the annual official selection exam. However, the free period for the school is only 3 years. After that, students must pay tuition if they want to continue studying. The town will still support top students, those in the top 10%, and the cultivator class and regular class are judged separately. It's expected that the top 50 students in the cultivator class and the top 120 in the regular class will receive support after 3 years. Hu Lian teases his brother inwardly, but his competitive spirit is strong, and he quietly calculates The top 50 in the mid-August big exam might also get cultivation resources as rewards. His mind is full of thoughts, but his steps don't stop. When he enters the classroom, he notices it's much noisier than usual this morning. The class he's in is for students aged 12 to 16, who are quite mature mentally, so it's rare to see such a lively commotion. I wondered what was happening, then I heard people discussing. Did you know? The Lord seems to be coming to the town today. Yes. My father heard it from the construction team yesterday. Oh my, I really want to see the Lord's face. Haha, monkey, you're so wild. You learned the 2 words Mr. Shin was mentioning yesterday. Everyone was joking around, but the main topic remained the Lord's return to town. A diligent student was very grateful that the Lord allowed them to attend school for free. In the future, when I succeed in my studies, I must thank the Lord for his kindness. Someone thought for a moment, their eyes suddenly brightening. They suggested, school ends this afternoon. I know there's a place near Lang with many beautiful flowers. Let's pick some to welcome the Lord and his people. Great idea. News of the Lord's return in the past few days was no secret. Rumor had it that he had taken in hundreds of refugees, and Minister Chen Mao was following the Lord's orders. 7 days ago, he arranged for people to quickly build several large wooden houses to shelter the refugees. Hu Lian was so excited to hear the Lord was coming back today that he couldn't focus on his lessons. His heart was pounding with excitement, feeling full of energy. The Lord is finally coming back. Hu Lian was lost in thought. A few days ago, someone caught several precious red-scaled fish at the seaside. This afternoon, Xiao Yi and I will go to the beach to try our luck. Red-scaled fish was a recently discovered magical fish with very tender and delicious meat. Everyone who tasted it couldn't forget the flavor and praised it highly. Moreover, red-scaled fish was a rare fire element magical fish in the ocean, capable of quickly replenishing a cultivator's vitality. At noon, Hu Lian shared this idea with his brother. Both brothers liked it and quickly agreed. They couldn't focus on their lessons anymore. When the teacher announced the end of class, they ran faster than rabbits. As soon as they got home, they grabbed 2 wooden buckets and headed to CUNC to find red-scaled fish. Jiang Ran had been away from the Lord's town for 29 days. Now, it was early July, the height of summer. Jiang Ran and his group arrived at the outskirts of Suling town. From the edge of the territory to the Lord's mansion was only about 10 miles. Jiang Ran pushed aside the curtain and looked out the carriage. He saw that the main road through the town had been widened into a stone-paved road wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass each other smoothly. After walking about 1,000 meters, the sides of the road gradually turned into farmland. Before leaving the town, wheat had just been harvested. Now, on both sides of the road, lush green vegetation swayed in the wind, with large fields of wheat shimmering like green waves. 2 months after planting the rapeseed seeds bought from Phoenix Town, they bloomed into a sea of yellow flowers, making the sunshine look even brighter. As I entered the village of Tianxi, the road was crowded with people. Not only the villagers of Tianxi, but residents from the entire town had come out. Now, the road was lined with flowers, and the air was filled with lively voices. Children happily expressed their gratitude to the Lord in their own simple ways, scattering flower petals and shouting loudly, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" Not only children, but men and women of all ages were excited. The children's enthusiasm inspired everyone, and they all shouted together, "Welcome the Lord back to the town! Long live the Lord!" The villagers cheered passionately, but when Jiang Ran's carriage approached, they followed proper etiquette for rulers and subjects, kneeling and bowing along the road. Although Jiang Ran had not been in Suling town for a month, her presence was everywhere. The better the villagers' fishing skills, the more they sensed the hidden treasures in the sea, and they admired the knowledgeable Lord even more. The roads in Suling town became wider and cleaner. Every time the people walked on them, they couldn't help but feel how good and convenient it was. There were fewer mischievous children running around all day, and more young boys who loved to speak in idioms and were polite. The territory was rapidly developing. The construction teams, which had almost disbanded, actually grew larger. Many young men in the village found work and earned 50 silver coins a day, enough to support their families and buy new clothes and fabrics. There were also mercenary guilds, paper mills, weapon workshops, and farms, all continuously making an impact. The common people's needs were simple, they just wanted enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. Seeing such rapid changes in the town, the villagers' love for Jiang Ran was heartfelt. The cheers from the villagers earlier had shocked the refugees behind them, their loud voices breaking through the fatigue of climbing mountains and crossing rivers. The refugees opened their mouths wide, saying, "Wow, that's amazing. But it doesn't seem staged. Look, that little boy's face turned red from shouting." The 500 refugees behind Jiang Ran were taken away by Lin Sha Wuyun and settled in a large house that had just been built. The troublemakers were very hungry and tired. Lin Sha glanced at the refugees and, seeing the figures of the outsiders, couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lord mentioned the existence of unusual people, those with snake tails, bat wings, and uneven scales on their faces looked especially eerie. The unusual people were surrounded by many gazes. They huddled together for warmth, bowing their heads deeply, their eyes dark and mysterious. Bien Guolian was also trembling with cold, his movements stiff and uniform. "Hey, lift your head." Jiang Ren glanced at him from the corner of her eye. She couldn't bear to see him like that. She snorted softly and suddenly formed a small ice ball in her hand. With a flick of her slender fingers, the ice silently and invisibly hit his chin. Bien Guolian's face turned pale. He was forced to lift his head, confused. Seeing his situation, the other unusual people also stopped lowering their heads. They hurriedly adjusted their positions, afraid they might be next. Meanwhile, Lin Sha remained calm and didn't look much. Although he was not used to the sudden appearance of outsiders, it was Lord's decision, so he could only support it. Lin Sha said, "Lord, food has already been prepared for them. I will take them over now." Jiang Ran was very pleased with Lin Sha and the others. During her absence, they had not slacked off. They managed the town well and deserved a reward. But the reward could wait. Jiang Ran praised them verbally. "Good job. I know you worked hard while I was away. Keep up the good work." By Li Fei, Hu Qi, Mu Shi, and others had some money, so they didn't have to squeeze with the refugees. They found an empty house in town and bought it to stay for now. One by Qi and his group also had some money, but they couldn't leave their companions behind after traveling so far. They went to the relief station together to check on everyone. After settling the refugees and unusual people, Jiang Ran took some time on the way back. When she returned to the Lord's residence, it was already completely dark. Steward Li Fusheng was waiting at the door with Jiang Nancheng's siblings, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Shaowen, along with Jiang Nancheng's personal maid, Ma Yunzhen, and Jiang Shaowen's close maid, Xiang Chao. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Shaowen stretched their necks, eager, and looking like they had waited a long time for Jiang Ran to return. She smiled happily and asked Ma how to drive the carriage faster. "Big sister." As soon as they got off the carriage, the two little ones rushed over like little firecrackers. But they were no longer toddlers. Jiang Ran hurriedly caught them, almost dropping one by accident. Jiang Nancheng's face was bright with a happy smile, like a cute, lovable cat that loved to be pampered. "Sister, we missed you so much," Jiang Shaowen tilted her head, with big, bright eyes staring directly at Jiang Ran. "Did you miss us, sister?" "I must say, the Jiang family has very good genes. Jiang Xiaowen is naturally beautiful, and now that she has improved her health, her skin looks even fairer and softer. She looks so adorable when she gazes at her little self." Jiang Ran smiles slightly, gently poking her cute nose, and honestly says, "I haven't thought much about it." This time, they weren't just out for fun. When busy, there was no time even to sleep, and several times they faced danger. There was simply no time or energy to think about anything else. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen chuckle. "I knew sister would miss us." Jiang Ran. She hadn't thought much, but she did think about it a little. It seemed fine. Jiang Ran looked at the two of them and asked, "Have you grown taller?" Apart from some weight gain on her face, Jiang Xiaowen's height hadn't changed much. But Jiang Nancheng had grown quickly. He was almost 1.6 meters now. Boys usually develop more slowly, and Jiang Nancheng was only 10 years old. Really? Jiang Nancheng placed his hand on his head and compared his height to Jiang Ran's, realizing he only reached her lower lip. But I'm still shorter than sister. Jiang Nancheng wants to grow up quickly to become a man and protect his sister. Haha. Housekeeper Li chuckled kindly. Young Master Nancheng is still young and can still grow taller. It seems the Lord has also grown taller. Housekeeper Li treats Jiang Ran and her siblings both as masters and as his own nieces and nephew. So, he notices any changes in them. Hearing this, Jiang Ran paused for a moment, then realized that her body was only 15 at the age of development. Lord, after a long journey, the dinner and bathwater are ready. Would you like to bathe first or eat? Let's bathe first, Housekeeper Li. Find a few people to unload the cargo from the carriage, Jiang Ran said, turning to Manhwa. Take good care of these horses for me. Li Fuxing and Manhwa responded together, yes. After a comfortable bath, she headed straight to the dining hall. She hadn't seen her lord's residence in nearly a month. Jiang Ran noticed that her lord's house had changed a bit. At this moment, Housekeeper Li had already sent people to unload the cargo, working diligently and waiting for Jiang Ran's orders. Jiang Ran asked, has the Lord's residence been fully repaired? How are the two estates at Cunc and Bichuanbei coming along? Li Fuxing bowed respectfully and replied, the Lord's residence was fully repaired 7 days ago. As for the two mansions at Cunc and Bichuanbei, they are still being decorated. Carpenters and builders are working hard. Jiang Ran nodded, not in a hurry to eat, but instead curiously took a careful walk around inside and outside the Lord's residence. Outside the courtyard, pink walls surrounded the area, with green willows hanging down. Inside, flowers bloomed in clusters, not rare or expensive ones, but water lilies planted by Steward Li. In the center of the yard, there was a large marble table with a pattern of pear blossoms, a perfect spot for a relaxing afternoon tea. The layout of the Lord's residence was somewhat similar to the traditional courtyard structures Jiang Ran had seen in her past life, including the main gate, the main hall, the front room, and side rooms. However, the style inside felt more like a blend of Chinese and Western designs. Although the residence looked old and worn before, it was quite spacious. This time, after repairs, the overall layout remained mostly the same, but the details were full of small surprises. The furniture, now renewed, was crafted by the carpenters based on 2 sets of furniture drawings Jiang Ran provided, combined with the designer's creative ideas. The residence now exuded simple elegance with subtle hints of luxury and fun in the small details. For example, the light brown marble dining table had a transparent resin covering, inside which tiny beautiful shells were embedded. The sparkling nightlight above cast a glow on the table, making the shells look like a golden beach. Another example was Jiang Ran's study, filled with the scent of tea and ink. The desk with drawers had a faint sandalwood aroma, and on it were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. A tall, delicately carved bookshelf was placed against the wall on the right, sturdy and elegant. Lord, what do you think? Li Fuxing eagerly awaited Jiang Ran's feedback. He had also helped arrange these items, so he was a bit nervous. Jiang Ran's nature was both greedy and contented. Although the residence was not as grand as a palace, it was the best that could be achieved in Suling Town. Very good. Overall, it's harmonious and looks comfortable, she said. After receiving Jiang Ran's approval, Li Fuxing felt reassured and praised, thanks to the 2 design drawings Lord provided. I've never seen such a beautiful house layout. When it comes to elegance and nobility, even the overly luxurious Jianglong's residence can't compare to ours in Suling Town. The residence symbolized the Lord's authority and was a sign of the territory's prosperity. He still remembered how Jianglong had looked down on their residence when he first arrived, full of disdain. But now, after just 2 months, Jianglong's status seemed to be nothing special. When mentioning Jianglong, Jiang Ran heard Tianjing say that he had been making small moves these days. Jiang Long returned to town a few days before Jiang Ran. The reason Jiang Ran hurried back to the town before exploring the little cool mountain was largely because of Jiang Long. And Jiang Ran guessed correctly. After Jiang Long returned, he became very arrogant, causing trouble on the edge of Xianheng town. He even dared to shout at Yang Hao, showing off his confidence. Even though Jiang Long had advanced from the peak spirit-gathering realm to the refining spirit realm, Yang Hao had been in the refining spirit realm for several years and was much stronger overall. If the other three towns really fought, Jiang Ran wouldn't stay out of it. Whether Xianheng Town won or Jinyuan Town and Fenghuang Town won, the outcome for Suling Town wouldn't be good. Although Suling Town isn't the main target for these towns, the situation can change quickly and unexpected things might happen. Jiang Ran isn't the type to sit and wait passively. He thought to himself, should I wait for the two sides to fight and let the fishermen profit, or choose to strike first, either the mantis catching the cicada or the oriole behind? Li Fusheng learned a few idioms from Jiang Ran, tilted his head in confusion, and called out, Lord? After visiting the Lord's mansion, Li Fusheng softly asked, shall I send for the meal? Yes. Li Fusheng suddenly had an idea and smiled as he said, by the way, there are a few delicious dishes today. While they were talking and joking, Chef Li Guohua and Li Xiaochun had already set the food on the table. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen had just woken up from cultivation and were very hungry. Besides seafood like lobsters, there were vegetables and fruits, a stone pot of braised pork, and a plate of crispy fried frog. The aroma was tempting and made everyone's mouths water. Jiang Ran felt that the kitchen skills had improved. Lord, this red scale fish is a great tonic. It's a kind of spiritual fish discovered recently. I heard that a cultivator in town, who has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, broke through after eating one, Li Fusheng said while standing beside Jiang Ran. After saying this, he sighed. The Lord is truly loved by the people.
Huh?
Jiang Ran was curious. He believed he hadn't done anything significant in town yet, so why did Li's steward seem so emotional? Red scale fish are hard to come by. A few days ago, hundreds of people went to the seaside. The scene was spectacular. Just to find a red scale fish. You don't know, but these two red scale fish were sent over by brothers Hu Lian and Hu Yi. Jiang Ran paused with her chopsticks holding meat, recalling two faces. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is it them? Her expression grew more serious. Did they give any money? Jiang Ran mainly worried about the people from the Lord's mansion acting arrogantly and taking things from the common folk at will.
Li Fusheng Sigal Blesley.
I'm really worried. I want to give something, but those two little ones never give us the chance. Li Fusheng felt pity for the two poor boys. Since they were kind and grateful, he specially spoke well of them in front of Jiang Ran. You don't know, when I saw those two kids, my goodness, they were soaking wet all over, smelling fishy.
They had sand and seaweed on them.
I felt so sorry for them. They looked like two little chicks that had fallen into the water. We wondered why they stayed at our back door without running away. When they saw us, they threw down a bucket and ran. When we looked inside, there were two red-scaled fish. And there was a torn piece of paper in the bucket, crookedly written with the words, Master, blessings, fish, eat. Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt something in her heart. Warmth? Of course, but she also felt her burden seemed heavier. She realized how much the Lord was in the hearts of the people. This fish was sent by brother Hu Lian and Hu Yi. Jiang Nancheng's eyes lit up, showing familiarity. They were about the same age, and aside from some surprise at their different identities, Jiang Ran didn't find it strange that they played together. Chef Li Guohua had already removed all the fish bones. Jiang Ran let go of her complex emotions, took a bite, and found the fish tender, fresh, and delicious, almost like a volcanic eruption of flavor. Her blood seemed to surge slightly, as if ashes were burning, releasing impurities and feeling completely refreshed. Fish like the red-scaled fish are good spiritual foods that help improve a cultivator's vitality. Children who have eaten spiritual food since childhood usually have better health than those who haven't. Proper eating and supplementing can even help extend life. Jiang Ran had a good memory. She recited red-scaled fish, and an image of the fish appeared in her mind. Red-scaled fish are quite spiritual. They fear cold and mostly live in hot spiritual places, such as underwater flame mountains, or in red crystal veins, or in fiery stone lands. She had read quite a lot, so her memory was a bit fuzzy and uncertain. After eating a few bites of food, she took out the Ocean Monster Encyclopedia from her empty ring. As to why not the Spiritual Beast Master's Handbook, she thought it was too thick and hard to flip through. Finding records about the red-scaled fish, Jiang Ran's eyes grew brighter as she read more. The red-scale fish carries the bloodline of an ancient crimson fish, which in turn contains the bloodline of a lava dragon. Although the red-scale fish is weak in strength, it benefits from its ancestors' legacy, making its meat delicious and highly effective. Most magical beasts enjoy hunting them. Fortunately, they are very fast at escaping, which has prevented their extinction. Of course, these details are secondary. What really interests Jiang Ran is their habitat. They are usually found near underwater volcanoes or in areas rich in top-quality fire element spirit stones like red crystals and fire tears. Big sister? Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen saw that their sister had put down her chopsticks. Although she wasn't full yet, they quickly stopped eating and stared longingly at the fish on the table. Jiang Ran noticed and said, "You two keep eating, don't worry about me." Seeing the children obediently start eating, Jiang Ran continued to think. Despite many years passing, there's no record of earthquakes in the Suling town area, so volcanoes are unlikely. The red-scale fish probably isn't too close to Suling town either, because whether hunting sea beasts or searching for luminous pearls and communication shells with Bai Mei, they didn't sense anything unusual. The seawater temperature was normal, but it probably isn't too far away either. Jiang Ran really wants to build more boats and wind spirit ships to reach farther places and explore more of the ocean. After reading about the red-scale fish, Jiang Ran handed the book to Li Fuxing and said, "Manager Li later, take this book to Qin Mao and ask him to make more copies." The power of knowledge is endless. Jiang Ran hopes to instill more knowledge into the minds of her people so that she, her territory, and they themselves can create more wealth. At night, the branches outside the window sway in darkness, creating a quiet, restless movement. A few moths are attracted by the room's light, gently fluttering their wings and clinging to the window frame. After dinner, Jiang Ran fed Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen a cloud Z mulberry fruit, then called them into the study and gave each of them a space ring. Jiang Ran's empty rings total 3. One exchanged from the system, only 8 square meters, another given by Qin Rinan, about 27 square meters, and the one she currently uses, earned from Qiyu. "What's this?" Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng curiously took the rings, looked at them from all angles, and turned them over repeatedly. Space rings, with some spirit crystals and essence crystals inside for cultivation. Jiang Ren also taught them how to bind and use the rings, and the two siblings were already wide-eyed with surprise. "Big sister, this is too precious. We can't use it." After understanding what it was, Jiang Nancheng hurriedly took the ring off his finger and returned it to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ren already had a large one, and with more space, the ring wouldn't serve much purpose. Besides, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen were her younger siblings, and she could still give them this small gift. Jiang Ran extended her index finger and gently tapped Jiang Nancheng's head. "Just keep what I give you." Complaining like a woman isn't very manly. Although Jiang Nancheng was the one being tapped, Jiang Xiaowen looked like a little kitten, her eyes wide as she instinctively touched her forehead. That gesture looked very affectionate. Jiang Xiaowen didn't know why, but Shi Dudong, proactively, leaned her head forward and said, "Big sister, you haven't even tapped my head yet." Jiang Ran. Please avoid using repetitive words. Jiang Xiaowen was becoming more lively, which was a good thing. It's better not to wear the space ring on your hand. Hang it around your neck with a string, and don't show it off easily. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng were still too weak and lacked self-protection skills. Before they could defend themselves, such precious items could become a danger. So, Jiang Ran had to teach them to be discreet. They obediently pressed the empty ring against their chests, covering it with their cloves. Besides the space ring, Jiang Ren also found 2 suitable magic weapons for their cultivation levels. Jiang Xiaowen received a low-grade Qingyan sword, and Jiang Nancheng got a high-grade Qingyan sword. She also warned them, don't rely too much on external objects. Only the cultivation you develop yourself is truly yours, others can't take it away. She rewarded them further, saying, if you can reach the spirit-gathering realm quickly, I will reward you with a heaven-grade magic weapon. Both of them held their breath for a moment. Even though they hadn't seen such powerful magic weapons before, it was precisely because they hadn't seen them that they felt the greatest respect. That was a heaven-grade item. Big Sister was really amazing. She could get such a powerful thing. But everyone said that in the family, just taking things without earning them was like living off others. Compared to the heaven-grade sword Jiang Ran gave, they more wanted to become self-reliant, first earning or stealing a low-grade magic weapon for themselves, then making Big Sister rely on them. Although Big Sister seemed a bit wasteful and spendthrift, making this goal a little difficult, they still believed in pursuing it. Perhaps Jiang Ran was born to be busy. After returning to the town, she couldn't rest for a moment. After breakfast, she called the officials of the 6 departments and their subordinates for a meeting. First, Jiang Ran praised Chen Mao, Lin Sha, Yang Guiying, and others for their work, rewarding them with some silk, ice lingji mushrooms, and pure crystals. This time, she also specially summoned outsiders Jia Han, Jia Bing, and Bian Gulian, as well as former refugee leader Wen Bai, weapon maker Bai Li Fei, scholar Hu Qi, alchemist Mu Shi, and spirit mushroom master Wei Jejia. Jiang Ran had already ordered custom official uniforms. They looked quite comfortable on these officials. The official system in Suling Town was based on the Chinese 6 ministry system. The styles of the clothes were different, but the colors were uniform. Purple for ranks above 3rd, deep crimson for 4th, light crimson for 5th, dark green for 6th, light green for 7th, deep blue-green for 8th, and light blue-green for 9th. One has to say, the old ancestors' taste was truly excellent. These colors are very beautiful. After appreciating the uniforms, the meeting proceeded as usual with Lin Sha and others reporting on the situation in Suling Town over the past month. Lin Sha and his subordinates mainly managed the mercenary guild and evaluated other officials. Lin Sha looked worried. Lord, the head of the mercenary group really needs someone to step up soon. Jiang Ran nodded, glancing at Wen Bai and Jia Han. Although these 2 should still be observed more, since they arrived in the territory recently, the mercenary guild really lacked management. Right now, these 2 seemed quite suitable. Wen Bai had mentioned before that he preferred a relatively free life, and unlike military officials, the guild had fewer restrictions. Moreover, Wen Bai's strength was just below hers, so he could easily serve as the guild leader. But Jiang Ran was not someone she could trust easily, so she couldn't hand over the guild's major powers to someone she had known for less than 20 days. Coincidentally, Jia Han, who was stubborn, not very social, but had strength comparable to Wen Bai, was a good candidate for deputy. Furthermore, Jia Han represented the outsider race. Jiang Ran's use of him could greatly increase the sense of belonging and recognition of the outsiders in Suling Town. With that, Jiang Ran cleared her throat and said softly, I think Wen Bai and Jia Han are both outstanding talents. Why not let you 2 serve as the main and deputy leaders of the mercenary guild? As soon as she finished, the room fell silent. They didn't hear wrong, did they? The Lord actually said that someone who had just arrived in the territory for less than 2 days, and an outsider at that, would lead the mercenary guild. Not only Lin Sha and others were stunned, but even Wen Bai and Jia Han, the 2 involved, froze in place. Jia Han doubted whether there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, how could humans assign him, an outsider, such a prestigious and impressive official position? However, besides feeling surprised and suspicious, Jia Han did not feel any dislike. He was not stupid. If there was no trick involved, becoming an official would help improve the situation for their outsiders in the town. So, apart from feeling upset about working with that human kid named Wen and serving as his deputy, Jia Han had no other issues. On the other hand, when Bo hesitated for a moment, Jiang Ran noticed this and simply said, "You only need to stay in the main position. The minor tasks can be handled by the clerks below. Also, the mercenary guild is quite interesting. You can ask Lin Sha for more details. He is responsible for coordinating with you." Although her tone was not overly forceful, Jiang Ran's words set the decision firmly. At this point, when Bo had nothing more to say, he clasped his fists and said, "I accept the order." Next was the matter of the Ministry of Works. Chun Mao stepped forward and said, "Currently, book printing is still ongoing. We have already printed 50 copies of the 5 elements Earth-level techniques and 100 copies of common-level techniques. The roads inside Suling Town are mostly completed. The main roads will be paved with stone slabs next, but we lack stones, manpower, and funds. Stone seems to be everywhere, and ordinary people often overlook it. However, stones are a very important resource in the territory. Building houses and roads consumes a lot of stone material." Jiang Ran once again turned her gaze toward the outsider, this time focusing on Jia Bing. The swallowing sky purple armor beast is a magical beast that loves digging holes. It can naturally distinguish different types of stones and is highly sensitive to them, almost like a born engineer or construction worker. "Jia Bing, would you like to join the Ministry of Works and take on an official position? You will receive a monthly salary of 40 crystal coins, and annually, you can also get 120 bushels of grain." Jiang Ran was quite generous with her officials. Besides the basic salary, third-rank officials could receive 10 bushels of grain each month, along with occasional rewards. Thus, every official in the town was working hard in their respective roles. With such good benefits, many people were eager to become officials, which greatly boosted the townspeople's desire to study. None of the outsiders expected Jiang Ran to treat them with such importance. They had thought that as long as the Lord didn't oppress them, it would be good enough. Taking on this work was a no-brainer. Since his older brother had become a worker, Jia Bing naturally had no issues either. The stone material issue has been mostly resolved. As for people and funds, they added a few hundred workers, which is easy to handle. The real problem is money. Of course, Jiang Ran has some money herself. But, as the saying goes, the treasury and internal funds must be kept separate, or chaos will ensue. The difference is that internal funds are money that the city ruler can use freely, while the treasury cannot. The treasury mainly earns money from taxes, and it also has a budget allocated to the Lord's residence and internal affairs, which belongs to the city ruler. Jiang Ran's own earnings from outside should also belong to her personally. Although the entire Suling town belongs to Jiang Ran, and the internal and national treasuries seem to just transfer money between each other, it's like moving from one pocket to another. But if Jiang Ran always gives her private wealth to the treasury, it's not good governance. It's like she's raising thousands of people on her own. Long term, this will exhaust her physically and mentally, and it will harm the territory. Imagine if the villagers knew that no matter how hard they worked, there was always someone to cover for them and give them money for free. Would they still be motivated to work? Jiang Ran isn't a saint. She became the Lord mainly for her own benefit. If the treasury and internal funds aren't kept separate, she might later draw money from the treasury at will. Human nature is greedy, and Jiang Ran isn't interested in testing her morality with her territory's big affairs. So, she must cut this off from the start. However, during her trip to Tianshan City, Suling Town still earned quite a bit of money. For example, the transmitting sound shell mines and the cold ice armor were considered her territory's industries. The net profit was split in half. She kept one half, and the other half went into the treasury. So Jiang Ran asked, "Wu Yun, how much money does the territory have now?" Before leaving Suling Town, Jiang Ran left Wu Yun 1,000 spirit crystals. The funds in Wu Yun's hands are called the Fong Warehouse, used for basic territory construction, paying officials, and military salaries. She didn't want to give all the treasury management to Wu Yun, but did Wu Yun dare? Hearing this, Wu Yun smiled bitterly and replied, "Less than 100 spirit crystals. This is after deducting military and official salaries." So, he didn't lack the desire to allocate money to Qin Mao. He simply had no money left. Jiang Ran nodded and said, "Later, give me this month's income and expenditure report." Then she took out 100 spirit crystals, 10,000 crystal coins, 10,000 gold coins, and 10,000 silver coins from her space ring and handed them to Wu Yun. Okay. Wu Yun was almost overwhelmed by a large amount of spirit crystals, and his surprised heart kept pounding. My lord, he trusts me so much. Isn't he worried I might run away with the money? Next, Jiang Ran decided to establish a weapons forging workshop and a pill-making workshop, both under the Ministry of Works, with Bai Li Hui and Mu Shi responsible respectively. Recently, the Ministry of Rights mainly handled technical and educational matters. Yang Guiying was quite responsible. Besides giving lectures on engineering, she also invited knowledgeable people like Bo Xuelin Sha and Qiu Baishui to teach the children, broadening their horizons and instilling loyalty to the Lord and the city. Later, Jiang Ran asked Hu Qi to follow Yang Guiying to learn about the education situation in Suling Town and appointed him as the chief mentor for the apprentice classes. Yang Guiying, you are the head of the Ministry of Rights. Besides education, you are responsible for all diplomatic affairs. With the changing situation outside, you must prepare for communication with the outside world. Captain Tian. Jiang Ran's eyes softened a bit. The rugged man in front of her, now with a new scar on his face, looked fierce. Jiang Ran didn't find his appearance frightening, but instead saw Tianjing as strong and reliable. Jiang Ran's absence from the town had caused many rumors. Yang Hao and Yan Shi had sent people to threaten or bribe Tianjing to leave Suling Town. When persuasion failed, they even resorted to assassination and sneak attacks. That scar on his face was caused by such an attack. Tianjing silently grinned and said, "Your subordinate is here." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ran's expression returned to calm. She said, "Next, we will reorganize the army, and from now on there will be monthly drills in Nanguan City." Nanguan City. Tianjing's doubt was not yet answered when the Lord spoke again. Starting today, Suling Town will implement a new military merit system.
Stewart Li.
Under everyone's curious gaze, Li Fuxing pulled out a rolled-up paper and read aloud, "Those with military merits shall be granted titles based on their achievements." This sentence is simple. It means that regardless of background or origin, anyone who makes military contributions can be awarded a noble title and rewards. The military merit system was modeled after the reform of Qin Shi Huang's military laws by Xiangyang. Since it was applied to Suling Town, adjustments might be needed to suit the local situation. I only heard Li Fuxing continue reading. Soldiers can be divided into 20 ranks. First, the public soldier. Second, the upper craftsman. Third, the official. Fourth, the non-commissioned officer. Fifth, the Grand Master. Sixth, the Grand Master of the Duke. Seventh, the official Grand Master. Eighth, the chariot officer. Ninth, the 5 Grand Masters. 10th, the left steward. 11th, the right steward. 12th, the left guard. 13th, the middle guard. 14th, the right guard. 15th, the minor upper craftsman. 16th, the major upper craftsman. 17th, the chariot steward. 18th, the grand steward. 19th, the inner marquis. 20th, the Duke of Thoroughfare. Everyone below was already confused by this long list. It seems the Lord has quietly started another big matter. This time, many decisions were made at the court meeting. Besides matters like the mercenary guild, the alchemy and forging workshops, and military achievements, a draft law was also prepared for Suling Town, proposed by Qiu Bushua. The core of the law is the ruler's governance should not be rushed by thieves. Its main focus is to protect the private property, personal safety, and order of the ruling class. The law is called the First Law of Suling. Of course, the law is not yet perfect. Its content is narrow, incomplete, and some regulations are vague, making it easy to exploit loopholes. Honestly, Jiang Ran was surprised that Qiu Bushue could achieve this in such a short time. The law still needs some revisions. Jiang Ran then asked Qiu Bushue to pay more attention to commercial taxes. Based on the current situation in Suling Town, they need to set up taxes on boats and carts, fishing, mountain and marshland, rent, and other taxes. Additionally, they should prepare for salt and iron taxes, tavern taxes, and city gate tolls. Laws involve many aspects, so Jiang Ran could only set a rough outline based on experience, then gather ideas from others and discuss the details. The town still lacks enough talent. Making laws isn't something that can be done in a day or two. It should take at least a year. Jiang Ran was not in a hurry. Although Shuling Town is small, it's easy to manage and unlikely to have major problems. Finally, there was the Bat Golan. The Blood Abyss Divine Bat is a hidden beast. Jiang Ran made Golan a shadow assassin in Shuling Town, lurking in the dark. Although outsiders may be frightened by the appearance of unusual people, they are truly treasures. Jiang Ran was already thinking about paying more attention to outsider situations and possibly recruiting them if needed. The court meeting ended, and each official had work to do. Jiang Ran handed over the tasks calmly and left the meeting hall first. The next morning, on the third day after returning to the town, the manager of Luling Pavilion reported to Jiang Ran about the business of the pavilion over the past month. Jiang Ran was flipping through the account book, feeling very nervous because this was only the second time she faced the Great Lord. The business this month was not good, which made her anxious and afraid of being blamed. Many beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead as she bitterly explained, "This month, the goods at Liushang Pavilion, like pig fat and ceramic bowls, are more expensive than those in the general stores outside by about 1 or 2 silver coins. Although our quality is better, most people still prefer to buy from the general stores." Basically, everyone was poor. These days, people's wallets were tight. Even eating a small grain cake at home had to be shared among 3 people. If one bit more, brothers and sisters might start fighting. So, how many people are willing to spend an extra silver coin to buy prettier pig fat and bowls? If it works, it's good enough. Jiang Ran was still young and didn't look scary. She was quite beautiful, but many felt that her authority as a lord was even greater than the previous one, making others afraid to disrespect her. She kept her head down and occasionally looked up carefully, secretly glancing at Jiang Ran, afraid of seeing any displeasure on her face. Jiang Ran read quickly, glancing over the account book and understanding the situation of Liushang Pavilion. Last month, the business revenue was just enough to cover costs, barely breaking even. The stock of regular goods was limited, just as many had said. Few items were sold. Even the paper produced by the paper workshop was in demand because the town's public school had opened and many students started studying. Some shop owners saw profit and, after Jiang Ran's approval, also bought supplies from the paper workshop. Although the paper from the workshop was mainly for Liushang Pavilion, the leftovers and substandard paper were enough for the townspeople. The paper made in Songling Town, regardless of type, be it toilet paper or rice paper, was collectively called Fongsu paper. Fongsu paper wasn't cheap because Jiang Ran paid her workers well. Fortunately, a few days ago, carpenters and stonemasons in the town, under Lu He's commission, worked together to create a device called a bamboo roller press. It sped up the process of crushing bamboo by placing it under the roller, saving labor and increasing paper production. Now, a batch of ordinary writing paper in Songling Town could be made in just 5 days. Jiang Ran asked, "Are the current prices for paper in the town?" A 4-foot square rice paper is priced between 43 and 45 silver coins. The highest quality batch sold by Liushang Pavilion costs 45 silver coins per sheet. 4-foot rice paper is the most commonly used type, measuring about 136 centimeters in length and 68 centimeters in width. For ordinary people, this price is extremely high. Therefore, Jiang Ran also makes rough paper to help poor people who want to read and write. A piece of rough paper, about 20 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide, sells for 3 silver coins. Initially, Jiang Ran sold rough paper to Yang Hao and others for 4 silver coins. The papermaking industry in Suling Town is thriving. Although Lu He is a woman, she is strong and capable, full of creativity, with great perseverance and strong execution skills. Making this small product was definitely the right decision. Jiang Ran nodded to show she understood. Ling Sun's price is 1 crystal per unit, and she sold 36 units, earning 36 crystals. Bing Lingji's price is 40 crystals, and she sold 10 flowers, earning 400 crystals. Fire lotus seeds, 53 clusters with 5 seeds each, are priced at 5 crystals per seed, and she sold 18 seeds, earning 90 crystals. Items like sound-transmitting shells and luminous pearls are too expensive to sell, so they were not sold. Including other miscellaneous items, Liushang Pavilion just earned 526 crystals, 17 gold coins, and 5,316 silver coins. It seems like she made some profit, but last month's renovations, the cost of goods, and wages for managers and assistants were not low. For example, Bing Lingji seems to have almost no cost, just harvest from the ground and deliver to Liushang Pavilion. But even farmers have expenses like fertilizer. Jiang Ran raises mystical insects to cultivate Bing Lingji, and buying food for these creatures costs a lot. So, part of the expenses for raising these mystical creatures must be shared among each Bing Lingji. Jiang Ran closed her ledger and asked, "Have the goods I bought from Tianshan County been put on display at Liushang Pavilion?" "The preparations are complete. We're just waiting for the opening tomorrow. It should attract many customers." Suling Town has both poor and wealthy people. The goods Jiang Ran bought from Tianshan County are within the town's capacity to afford. After finishing, seeing stewardly off, Jiang Ran muttered, "To make a territory prosperous, you need to find ways to attract merchants for trade. But that's not easy for a quiet, unknown territory." Jiang Ran's original idea for establishing Liushang Pavilion wasn't to greedily take money from the villagers. Just like Zilin in Tianshan City, which is famous and always has buyers for its goods. Perhaps it would be better to officially establish a trading team, starting with delicious seafood as the main product, along with innovative chocolates, affordable high-quality rice paper, and other goods. They could begin in the nearby towns to build the reputation of Suling Town and the name Liushang. I wonder how the small trading team led by the merchant Li Tianliang is doing? Coincidentally, today Jiang Ran thought of Li Tianliang, and the next day, she heard news about him from the butler Li Guan. The servants at the Lord's mansion often chat about gossip in their free time. The news about Li Tianliang was heard from Li Guan himself. Li Guan said, "Merchant Li has started buying seafood from the fishermen in Nanju village again. I heard he made a small fortune in other small towns and counties." Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. "Really? Then let's go take a look." Originally, Jiang Ran planned to train Bai Mei, but upon hearing this, she decided to abandon her original plan. She ordered Bai Mei to shrink and planned to take Bai Mei and Kiki Lingwai to Nanju village and the distant sea. Thinking this, Jiang Ran's steps quickened as she headed toward the stables. The Lord's mansion stable had been widened. Although it was a bit crowded with about 10 horses, it was still enough. She saw Maha feeding dry grass and straw to a small yellow foal. However, Maha's brows were tightly furrowed, and his face looked troubled. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows lazily and casually asked, "What's wrong?"
Maurid libod.
"My lord, this little horse vomited white foam yesterday. I tried everything I could to stop it, and I managed to halt the vomiting. But today, it still has no appetite. It might be due to water and soil discomfort."
Ma looked worried.
And it's not just this little yellow horse. The other horses also seem unwell. I wanted to take them for a walk, but in our town, there was no suitable place to ride horses in the town. Jiang Ran silently finished Maha's words and sighed slightly. A fine horse used to run freely on vast grasslands, but now it was confined to this mountain valley. Naturally, it wouldn't adapt well. Moreover, to raise good horses, the feed must be carefully chosen. Corn, grains, and bean cakes are basic feed, but unfortunately, the villagers in Suling Town can't even afford these, let alone feed the horses properly. Raising even 10 horses well was difficult, let alone training them for war. Jiang Ran realized she was being too idealistic. But war horses are indeed a fundamental military asset for a territory, and she knew she had to take steps to overcome this challenge. So far, there are no good solutions. Jiang Ran can only ask Maha to take good care of the animals. However, there is some good news among the bad. one of the Maras is actually pregnant. And she is 4 months along. How did the horse trader not notice? A pregnant mare's price is not just a few hundred gold coins. It's like finding a rare treasure. Jiang Ren also likes to find good deals, so she looks at the small yellow horse in the corner, staring with big eyes. She says, if you need anything, just tell Manager Li. Take good care of them. The foals will be trained from a young age. Jiang Ran has chosen 1 foal each for Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nanqing. Out of 13 horses, most are built like war horses. 6 of them are ready to be trained and sent to the battlefield. Jiang Ran has high hopes for them. Jiang Ran rides a strong horse. It is the healthiest of the dozen or so horses. Its bright, fiery red coat suits the name Red Steed. So Jiang Ran decided to keep that name for it. Nanzhou village is not far from the coast. Looking out, this seaside village seems to stretch along golden beaches and blue shallow waters. There is an open space in Nanzhou village that is developing into a seafood market. Right now, many people are at the seafood market. Among them, Li Tianliang, with gentle features, slightly curly tea-colored hair, wearing a gray coat, is holding a baby and surrounded by fishermen. When Jiang Ran arrives near Nanzhou village, she hands the red steed over to Wei Fengxing, tucks in her breath, and walks quietly toward the village. The villagers are busy trading, and Jiang Ran intentionally stays low-key so they don't notice her. Suddenly, someone says, Shopkeeper Li, oh, your daughter is so pretty. Look at her, plump and lively. Have you named her yet? The street vendors selling goods are called peddlers, but Li Tianliang not only sells goods on the street but also runs a shop in town. It's not strange to call him shopkeeper. Besides being a shopkeeper, Li Tianliang is also a trader. He takes the town's young, strong men to sell seafood outside the town. In just a month or 2, his business has become very successful. His wife also gave birth to a cute daughter, like a porcelain doll. Now he has both a son and a daughter, a true winner in life. The extra fat on his belly shows he's living a comfortable life. Coco, I named her Coco. Thanks to the Lord. Coco is such a lovely name. It comes from the cocoa fruit, and chocolate made from cocoa is so sweet and delightful. Isn't that just like my daughter? Besides my wife, the person I thank most is the Lord. If it weren't for the Lord developing seafood and chocolate, I wouldn't be so successful. So now, wherever I go, I always say, Long live the Lord. The fishermen smile and say, Coco is a good name. She will bring honor to the Lord in the future. Part of it is because my daughter is truly beautiful, but mainly because it makes me happy and the seafood buyers give better prices. The fishermen praise my daughter. Even though they don't have much knowledge, they try their best and compare her to a monkey's face. I know what they're thinking. I believe I'm a clever businessman, but I have principles. My own people won't be cheated. All right, let me see your goods, I say. I pat my little daughter, then hand her over to the servant to watch, and focus on inspecting the goods. Oh, by the way, I heard you found a rare fish, red-scaled fish. Did anyone catch one? Oh, that's a rare catch. We're just on the shore, and seeing one is a big deal. How did you manage to catch it? The fishermen agree, exactly. They saw red-scaled fish swimming in the water, but couldn't catch them. It made my heart itch just thinking about it. Thanks to our Lord, who discovered the secrets of the distant sea and taught us how to handle seafood. Yes, we should thank our great Lord. Someone with many ideas thought, if only we could cast nets into the sea, just like we do in the river. But the ocean is too dangerous, so we can only pick small fish and shrimp along the shore. In front of money, everything seems so fragile. All past fears have long been forgotten. If we weren't still rational, we'd be diving into the sea without hesitation. I also look a bit regretful. A red-scaled fish typically weighs about 3 to 4 jin. Such spiritual fish can be sold in town for a few hundred crystal per jin. But if sold outside the town, he wouldn't be called Li if he didn't cheat others out of a few more crystals. If he could get a spiritual fish that has been alive for 10 or even 100 years, oh, that would be amazing. He could sell it for hundreds or even thousands of crystals. Some people sell seafood, while others want to follow Li Tianliang to explore the world. One man rubbed his hands and asked, "Shopkeeper Li, are you still short of people? How about me? I have a lot of strength. Lifting 100 or 200 jin of burden is no problem for me." "Actually, we do need people." Li Tianliang looked this man up and down. He seemed familiar, and since he was strong enough to carry heavy loads, he didn't refuse. Everyone in the town knew each other. These days, there weren't many entertainment options. With over 20,000 people, even if they weren't very close, they knew some details. Li Tianliang felt more at ease. This time, Li Tianliang bought 1,500 jin of seafood. 1,500 jin isn't a lot. About half of it was common shellfish like conchs and mollusks. Another third consisted of common fish like grouper, squid, and sardines. The rest included more valuable and tasty seafood like abalones, sea cucumbers, and lobsters. Li Tianliang's eyes lit up. There are really 2 good items, 5 crystal and 1 purple lobster. Li Tianliang paid quickly and stylishly. Today, he spent 115 crystals on seafood. In the past, spending so much money at once almost killed him. He also couldn't afford it easily. But after working hard for 2 rounds, he had saved a lot of money. With the current market, he wasn't worried about selling it. Those crystal and purple lobster alone would cover all his costs. Li Tianliang was happy with his good finds. The fishermen were also pleased. Among the 100 people present, even the poorest earned at least 10 gold coins.
Lord.
Suddenly, someone spotted Jiang Ran. Seeing the seemingly divine Lord figure, everyone was both surprised and happy. "Welcome, Lord. Long live the Lord." The open space in Nanju village instantly filled with kneeling people. The sound of respectful greetings echoed endlessly, with thousands of voices shouting in unison. Spiritual cultivators have keener senses than ordinary people. Jiang Ran held back the urge to rub his ears, maintaining his usual calm expression. Actually, the villagers are not usually so exaggerated. They were just excited because they had recently received a large sum of money. They knew that only the noble person in front of them could have such wealth, so they couldn't help but shout to release their excitement and feelings. Jiang Ran slightly raised her fair hand to signal them to stop bowing. She looked at the lively fish still jumping in the water and noticed about a dozen tiny yellow fish, no bigger than a little finger, and frowned. Li Tianliang was a careful person. Seeing Jiang Ran's calm expression, he suddenly felt nervous. He quickly stood up and almost knelt down, saying, "My lord, Lord of the land." Jiang Ran silently used a bit of water to pick out the small fish from the bucket. She didn't blame the villagers much. Perhaps she had forgotten to teach them how to respect nature and sustainable fishing when she taught them to go fishing. But she still needed to give a warning. With many people, there are always some troublemakers. If she didn't handle it seriously, she wouldn't be able to control them. Jiang Ran's voice remained lazy but carried a cold tone as she said, "Overfishing and killing to get quick gains are the worst." The Lang River was almost wiped out after only 10 years of overfishing. Do you want the Suyuan Sea to become the second Lang River and be banned from fishing again by me? Although Jiang Ran's face didn't look very cold, her harsh words made the fishermen panic. The strong mental pressure made them feel as if the space around the Lord was gently shaking, making it hard for them to breathe. The fishermen's minds raced in panic, almost freezing. They thought, "What should we do? What if the Lord doesn't allow us to go to the sea to pick fish anymore? I told you not to pick small fish or shells. They don't have much meat anyway. It's a waste of time, and now the Lord is angry. But these are all caught on the shore. If we don't pick these small fish, they'll die anyway." Some people looked at her with confusion and fear. Although they didn't dare to say it directly in front of Jiang Ran, they were still puzzled inside. "Forgive me, Lord. I was careless. I will release these small fish right away." Li Tianliang was flexible and considerate. He kept Jiang Ran's words in mind, believing that her actions, as a knowledgeable and talented leader with a clever mind, must be correct. Moreover, the overfishing in the Lang River had indeed caused the current situation where there are no fish left to catch. He quickly called a few people to carefully pick out the small fish, tiny, shells, and other creatures from the bucket. Just nearby, only about 200 or 300 meters from the sea, a few steps are enough to toss these small fish and shrimp into the water. Although the fishermen have already paid for these small fish and shrimp, they only weigh about 10 pounds in total and aren't worth much. The most important thing is to make the Lord happy. The fishermen also helped to catch the still-living fish and shrimp and threw them into the sea. Jiang Ran was also new to being a lord and knew that speaking too much could cause trouble, so she usually kept a cool and distant image when dealing with the villagers. But at this moment, she surprisingly said, "The sea, which can hold all rivers, has a great capacity. Over the years, it gives us precious treasures through its free-flowing waves. But the sea is not just kind and generous. Every time it is taken from without limit, it leaves hidden dangers for the future." A breeze blew, and the clouds hid the sun behind them. Most of Jiang Ran's face was in shadow, only her sharp, clear eyes visible. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling either nervous and scared or enlightened and ashamed. Ignorant villagers are everywhere and are rarely few in number. Although most people here seem simple and honest now, education influences a person's qualities and outlook. Most of the villagers are illiterate, so Jiang Ran understood that just explaining the truth might only keep them going for a month. Under the lure of profit, how many would stick to such weak words? So, Jiang Ran fabricated a story. The sea god Xianming controls the waters. Only those who respect the sea will be favored by it. Otherwise, they will be disliked by the sea god. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ran finished speaking, the fishermen looked terrified, fearing the sea god's displeasure. Even the old man with a limp moved quickly, throwing the small fish and shrimp into the sea at a miraculous speed. Seeing this, Jiang Ran, having achieved her goal, sighed quietly. Ancient people deeply believed in gods and spirits. Sometimes, their beliefs could even control their actions better than laws. Talking about this was somewhat helpless. Of course, Jiang Ran didn't promote superstitious religion, but in this world, many strange things exist. As long as people don't become overly obsessed, it's okay. There's a saying, it's better to believe than not to believe. Once people believe, an invisible mental barrier forms, which can have a certain effect. Jiang Ran then made a few requests. Do not catch newborn fish. Do not kill pregnant creatures. Do not take eggs from chickens. And even if you encounter rare spiritual objects, do not extinguish their life force. She also advised them that if they come across stranded small fish or shrimp, they should gently throw them back into the sea. After Jiang Ran's serious warning, the fishermen truly took her words to heart. Lord, we all understand. Next time, we won't do anything to offend the sea god again. With that, Jiang Ran waved her hand, and the crowd dispersed. Watching the villagers work under the sun, Jiang Ran's gaze was distant, thinking, the Suyuan Sea is really rich. The seafood beneath the waves is incredibly abundant. Even though today, the fishermen scraped off oysters and shells from the rocks, after the next tide, the rocks would be covered again with a full layer of them, an endless supply. Seeing that the Lord finally calmed down, Li Tianliang mischievously blinked and smiled as he approached. Lord, you are busy with many affairs, yet you still care so much about the people. Having a wise leader like you is truly a great blessing for Suling Town. Jiang Ran was a bit embarrassed by the praise, but ignored the flattery and asked, I heard you've traveled to several counties and towns to trade. How are the sales of our town's goods? Li Tianliang was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered. I've been on 3 trading trips in the past month. The first 2 were quite difficult, especially in distant territories like Zheyan County and Zhuili County, which weren't very interested in our seafood at first. People who haven't tasted seafood wouldn't understand its charm, which was also what Li Tianliang expected. But wanting it was one thing, being able to afford it was another. Seafood is best when fresh. Once dead, it's no longer edible. As the weather warms, seafood spoils easily. Making dried seafood is complicated. Air drying takes a long time, smoking and drying wastes salt. Also, it's important to note that Suling Town doesn't produce its own salt. All the salt used here is imported from Zheyan County. So, at that time, Li Tianliang was quite anxious. If the seafood couldn't be sold quickly, the town would suffer a big loss. Nuheng Town, Fenghuang Town, and Jinyuan Town are very enthusiastic about our seafood. However, due to transportation, manpower, and cost factors, we can't set the prices too low. At these high prices, only a limited amount of seafood can be sold in these three towns. As he spoke, Li Tianliang gestured with his hands, explaining the difficulties. His eyebrows furrowed into a worried expression, like a sad dog. But his thick eyebrows soon relaxed. Li Tianliang chuckled and said, "Breaking the deadlock is the chocolate that combines bitterness and sweetness. Its unique and new taste, along with its romantic flavor, has won over many people's taste buds." Li Tianliang's sales tactics were quite rough. He used chocolate as a tool to attract customers. Buy one, get one free. Buy chocolate and get seafood. Buy more and get more. Group discounts and other marketing tricks. People say the best things are free. Li Tianliang almost gave away seafood for free the first 2 times, only barely breaking even by selling chocolate. But on the 3rd time, the seafood was sold out quickly. Li Tianliang looked at Jiang Ran, his eyes flickering with an idea. His palms were sweaty, and he secretly rubbed them. If he had 2 horses, his trading speed could greatly improve, increasing from 3 trips a month to 5. His greed as a merchant took over. After a moment of hesitation, Li Tianliang thought, better to die brave than live timid. He straightened his neck, showing a humble and flattering face, both nervous and eager, and said, "My lord, I heard you just bought about 10 good horses outside." "Oh, how impressive. I've only seen Lord Chiju's horse in my life." Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows slightly, noticing there was more to Li Tianliang's words. "What do you mean?" Li Tianliang exaggerated by saying he had only seen Lord Chiju's horse in his life, which was not entirely true. But in Suling and the southeastern area of Yunshang, wild horses didn't grow well, so horses were indeed rare. Li Tianliang mainly relied on manpower and an old donkey to carry goods. When he saw the lord bringing back about 10 horses, he was very eager. Now he chuckled and said, "This trip was really hard for me. Do you think you could spare 3 horses? I'm willing to pay double the price to buy them." Li Tianliang had the courage to ask for 3 horses directly, thanks to Jiang Ran's support. His caravan was backed by Jiang Ran, and being near the mountains made business easier. But every time he returned, he had to pay a small amount of money to Wu Yun, who managed the warehouse, like a tax or protection fee. Jiang Ran supported the idea of expanding Suling Town's business outside, but 3 horses were really too many to spare. Removing the new red colt, the pregnant mare, and the 4 foals, only 7 horses remain. Jiang Ran said, 2 for crystal shards. Li Tianliang was very happy and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Lord. Your wisdom is clear. How is the map you drew coming along?" While traveling, Jiang Ran specifically gave Li Tianliang a task to draw the boundaries of about 10 nearby territories. "Oh, I've drawn it. Last night, Lord Chun Mao helped improve it. I also have a rough sketch for you to look at first." He called a young servant and took out a map from his travel box. Jiang Ran took the map, and her mind quickly reviewed the scattered information about these territories. Because the Mist Lotus Green Mountain is home to many powerful magical beasts, it's impossible to explore east of the Suling town. This map mainly covers the northwest, heading toward Tianshan County, marking the territories Li Tianliang has traveled through. Apart from old friends like Xianheng and Jinyuan, there are 4 territories in this area that need attention: Shijin Town, Lingqiao Town, Xian County, and Zhuili County. Shijin Town is close to Zhenyuan Town. The relationship between these 2 towns is delicate, somewhat good, but also somewhat distant. Lingqiao Town is near Xianheng Town, and the 2 are wary of each other. Like Xianheng Town, both Shijin and Lingqiao Town have populations of about 80,000, with dozens of magical spirits. They are just one step away from becoming county-level territories. The focus is on Xian County and Zhuili County. These 2 territories are old and well-established in this region. Xian County is famous for its well-known salt wells, producing the purest, whitest salt. Many nearby territories rely on this county for salt. Since one family monopolizes the salt trade, the salt is very expensive. It's likely that the common people in Suling Town can't eat salt every day. This territory has about 180,000 people, with 13 towns. Among the magical spirits, 2 are young fairy spirits. Zhuili County is known for its spiritual carp, a special fish that makes the local cultivators quite strong. It has a population of 200,000 and 18 towns, with 2 young fairy spirits as well. Even with their strength, Jiang Ran doesn't want to fight directly against people like Jiang Long and Yang Hao. One reason is that she doesn't want to expose Suling Town to these territories too early. Slender fingers gently rubbed the slightly rough paper draft as Jiang Ran's mind wandered. She thought, but simply hiding in weakness won't lead to great things. Moreover, Suling Town has a very good location. The 3 tall mountains provide natural protection, and it is near a vast ocean. As long as she builds enough ships, she can defend when fighting and retreat when losing. With no worries about safety, Jiang Ran aims to win with sharpness by breaking their advantages one by one. If they monopolize salt, then she, who controls the endless ocean, will produce salt herself. And the little foamling koi has a nice name. How does it compare to the red-scaled fish? After reviewing the plans, Jiang Ran returned the drawings to Li Tianliang and asked, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Li Tianliang shook his head. "I'm worried these seafood will die if stored too long. So, I plan to leave this afternoon and sell around Xianheng Town and Jinyuan Town first." "All right, take your skills and go to Lord's Manor. Find Steward Li. He will take you to the stables to choose 2 horses." Jiang Ran took the brush, ink, and paper from Li Tianliang and quickly wrote down the background story. She then summoned the jade map, stamping it on the paper. Only the paper, not completely turned to powder, and even if the jade stamp was burned, it would leave a mark. Very magical. This trip, you go to other territories to trade for a batch of seeds. Whatever kind, the Lord, will accept them all. Yes.
Li Tianlian respondes trustfurwarli.
Seeing that the rapeseed and Chinese cabbage seeds grew well, he was not surprised that the Lord wanted him to exchange for seeds. Suling Town's main food is various wheat-based noodles, so residents don't have high demands for small dishes. However, living in Suling Town, Jiang Ran's palate has become quite bland. Especially since she used to eat rice regularly, eating only noodles is really hard to endure. Originally, the seeds traded from Jinyuan Town included spices like chili and garlic, cereals like wheat and corn, economic crops like rapeseed and rami grass, vegetables and fruits like Chinese broccoli, chives, amaranth, winter melon, and watermelon. The seeds Jiang Ran brought from the trading city included cotton, rice, red beans, lettuce, and with the addition of soybeans from Chinmao, the crops in Suling Town became more diverse. But for Jiang Ran, it was still not enough. Li Tianliang suddenly remembered something. "Lord, I heard during my trade journey that Zhuili County collected a piece of spiritual rice from the wild. Its texture is like jade and full of spiritual energy. Growing spiritual plants is very difficult, but Jiang Ran became interested. Can I get a little of it? The spiritual rice I found only has about 10 stalks, but as long as there's enough benefit, it shouldn't be hard to bring back some seeds." Jiang Ran thought for a moment and took out 2 fist-sized luminous pearls from her space ring, handing them to Li Tianliang. The blue sea is vast and endless. Occasionally, red leaves fall from the sky. Small green boats drift gently on the water, creating a beautiful scene. Jiang Ran passed by a mansion near the distant sea. She looked inside and saw carpenters and mud artisans working on a half-finished hut. Without staying long, Jiang Ran left the mansion with Bai Mei. A breeze blew, and Bai Mei's shape suddenly grew larger. The familiar smell made the little white dragon roar up to the sky, then plunge into the sea. "Roar, Bai Mei. Don't swim too far. Later, we'll go explore even farther together." Bai Mei poked its cute little dragon head out of the sea, making a playful face. Its white scales shone brightly in the ocean. After learning what she wanted to know, Jiang Ran took Bai Mei to the seaside. They reached a red mangrove partly hidden by the tide. Jiang Ran placed a small blue bottle there. She uncapped the blue bottle, and an invisible pole seemed to appear in the air, firmly attaching to the red mangrove. Collecting enough might take about half a month. With this precious item, Jiang Ran wouldn't waste the opportunity. This red mangrove had grown for hundreds of years. Although it hadn't produced any spiritual creatures, the strong vitality within the trees was far greater than most plants near Shuling Town. Since different plants produce different types of dew, it's best to focus on collecting from one kind of plant. This area was carefully chosen by Jiang Ran. The dew refined from the red mangrove will be called red tree dew. I just don't know if refining the dew once will harm the plants. Even if it causes some lasting damage, Jiang Ran wouldn't give up on refining. She decided not to harvest too much from one plant at a time. Instead, she would refine once, then switch to another group, allowing each plant to recover. The little spirit creatures in the spirit ring were also eager. They peeked out, staring greedily at the aura coming from the blue bottle.
Giggle.
The sacred pattern cotton spirit worm was very bold. It twisted its body and directly clamped its mouth onto the bottle opening to nibble. Jiang Ren coldly took the spirit insect back and punished the other little demons, who all had a piece of elemental flower to eat, but it did not. The sacred rune cotton spirit insect then let out an angry pig-like squeal. Chill me. Cocoa spirit monster, go to the cocoa forest. The demon spirits have the ability to hide, so Jiang Ran confidently released the cocoa spirit monster. The cocoa spirit monster, with skin like small coal, was still holding a bamboo spirit insect. Despite its shy personality, this owl Linguaf was especially bold in front of the bamboo spirit insect. Jiang Ran saw the cocoa spirit monster stretch out its chubby little hands like a doll, reluctantly taking the bamboo spirit insect out of its embrace, then gently kissed its forehead. After placing it in Jiang Ran's palm, it finally turned around and flew away, glancing back 3 times. Jiang Ran also clicked in surprise. After settling the cocoa spirit monster, Jiang Ran took out the dusty wind spirit ship from the space ring and headed with Bai Mei to the Yeming Pearl Mine and the Telling Snail Cemetery to restock supplies. There were still many fishermen along the coast catching fish and shrimp. Seeing Jiang Ran sitting on a small boat, skillfully rushing through the rapids, they were so surprised their eyes nearly popped out. Oh my God, what kind of divine object is the Lord sitting on, flying so fast over the ocean? When did our town get such treasures? I've never seen it before.
Stupid.
It must be a treasure brought by the Lord from Tianshan County City, so we haven't seen it before. Our Lord is truly the child of destiny. This time, Jiang Ran collected quite a few irregular small night pearls about the size of pebbles. They were mainly used by Li Fei to research whether they could improve the flow cloud lamp or see if these waste night pearl fragments could be used to craft other new and beautiful items. As for the telling snail, Jiang Ren only found 5 pairs at the cemetery this time. After collecting these 2 items, Jiang Ran began exploring the farther sea with Bai Mei. Jiang Ren also casually cleared away some threatening magical beasts wandering in the Su Yuan Sea. From a 7th-level magic beast with spiritual gathering, Jiang Ran separated the magic core and other valuable items, saying, "It seems the Su Yuan Sea needs regular cleaning." At this moment, having left the domain of Su Ling Town, Jiang Ran was piloting the wind spirit ship, stopping now and then, holding a jade map compass as a guide, while drawing a map. Bai Mei moved beneath the long hull, and Jiang Ran looked down and warned, "Bai Mei, be careful. There are quite a few magical beasts in the realm of refining spirits, and even some in the mysterious bone realm ahead." Bai Mei leaped like a splash of water, droplets scattering in the sunlight, reflecting rainbows. Jiang Ran's main goal on this trip was to find the general direction of the red-scaled fish habitat. Using clues from the fish's traces, underwater fire-type monsters, and ocean temperatures, she centered her search around the distant sea, trying in circles. This method was slow but effective. Jiang Ran used a sound transmission shell to inform Wei Fengxing to go back first, so she wouldn't delay him. At noon, She ate some dried meat stored in her empty ring, continuing despite the heat, without stopping. The foaling ship was very fast. From sunrise to sunset, Jiang Ran had already traveled far from the distant sea.
Splash.
A red-scaled fish swam past Bai Mei. Bai Mei quickly dived and threw the fish onto the foaling ship. Jiang Ran then swung around and knocked out a half-meter-long red-scaled fish. No matter how fast the fish was, it couldn't compare to Bai Mei, the Tsangyu T-Rex. By now, the foaling ship had caught about 10 red-scaled fish. Thinking about how tasty and powerful they were, Jiang Ran licked her lips. Looks like a good meal is coming, she thought. Bai Mei, who had just secretly eaten a red-scaled fish underwater, looked excited and nodded like a puppy, showing her agreement. It seems there are more red-scaled fish here. The direction of the jade map compass still pointed southwest, indicating that the nearest secret realm was in that direction. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran was now facing southwest. Jiang Ran was still settling down in Nanguan City, which could appear in the Shuling town in physical form. Other people besides Jiang Ran could enter Nanguan City, but she hadn't found a good place to settle it yet. Once settled, Nanguan City couldn't change location for a month. Putting Nanguan City on the sea is pretty good. It won't take up land space. If Nanguan City became real, it would be quite large, about 60 square kilometers, nearly half of Shuling town. But Nanguan City had no sun and no day-night cycle, making it unsuitable for long-term human habitation. By May, let's head southwest. We need to return in an hour.
Bai Mei nodded.
The foaling ship used spiritual stones, essence crystals, and spirit crystals as fuel. One essence crystal could power the ship for 15 minutes, but to go faster, more fuel is needed. Jiang Ran placed several spirit crystals into a groove on the ship. With full speed, the foaling ship was extremely fast, covering 100 kilometers in just 15 minutes. As they reached this place, the ocean became more dangerous. Every few hundred meters, they could see a few red-scaled fish, which made Jiang Ran more certain that they were heading in the right direction. The water seems to be a degree or two warmer, she noticed. Only then did Jiang Ran feel the water's temperature change noticeably. Suddenly, the seawater started to churn violently, causing the wind spirit ship to roll unpredictably. Jiang Ran's heart tightened as she saw a shadow moving beneath the water, quickly approaching from the direction they were heading. It's a fire cheong demon whale. The fire cheong demon whale is a large fire element beast in the ocean. At this moment, it was crashing through the rocky underwater forest, stirring up huge waves with every movement, causing fish and shrimp to scatter wildly for miles. Jiang Ran was not strong enough to fight this whale yet. She quickly shouted to Bai Mei, "Bai Mei, get on the ship. We need to avoid this whale." Bai Mei's sleek black body surfaced swiftly from the water. With a sharp pop, a small dragon rolled over like a flipped salted fish, lying on top of the red-scaled fish. Fortunately, Jiang Ran was still some distance away from the whale. She drove the wind spirit ship like a racing car, performing a water drift. A blue illusion flashed across the surface of the sea, and Jiang Ran, along with Bai Mei, quickly left the scene of chaos. It's unclear whether the fire cheong demon whale saw Jiang Ran and her companions or simply wasn't interested, but they managed to leave smoothly. Looking back, Jiang Ran saw the fiery ocean, where the blue sea had turned red. Many fish and shrimp that hadn't escaped in time floated belly up on the turbulent water, dying in just a few seconds, truly a terrifying sight. The whale let out a deep growl, then opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the fish and shrimp. It was feeding, and the noise was loud. Jiang Ran's lips twitched slightly. It smells pretty good. This whale is quite particular, knowing to cook its food first. Not daring to provoke the whale further, Jiang Ran traveled another 100 kilometers. When she looked up, she saw a small island not far away. The island was barren, with only a thin layer of soil and some light green moss growing on it. Besides that, there were no signs of any other creatures.
Pop.
A fish leapt out of the water, slapping its tail on the surface with a splashing sound. Jiang Ran's attention shifted from the island. The next moment, she was shocked to see hundreds of bright red-scaled fish surging and jumping out of the water in a large, orderly group. Accompanied by the waves' movement, it was like a beautiful red silk cloth being smoothly lifted by the surf. But this was only a starter. The real show began with a single red-scaled fish leaping onto the stage. Soon after, groups of red-scaled fish jumped one after another. Jiang Ran couldn't help but shout, "Wow! Are these really rare and precious red-scaled fish?" Bai Mei's mouth dripped with saliva, and it reached out its paw to casually scoop under the wind spirit ship. It caught a 1-meter-long red-scaled fish and held it in its paw. This fish was clearly of better quality than the ones they had caught before. Bai Mei happily stuck out its tongue and licked the red-scaled fish. Suddenly, it paused, feeling shy. Bai Mei rubbed against Jiang Ran's hand and eagerly offered the fish to her. Roar Master Yin. First time Jiang Ran looked down at the red-scaled fish, now washed with saliva, and gently patted Bai Mei's big head, politely refusing, "Thanks, but I don't need it." The little silly dragon didn't mean to do it. Seeing Jiang Ran decline, it wagged its tail and bit a spirit fish. Jiang Ran used her magic eyes to scan the water, discovering that the rocks beneath the island were a vivid red, warming the surrounding seawater and creating mist in the air. This part of the ocean looked like a hot spring. Jiang Ran's back was sweaty from the heat. She said happily, "I didn't expect to find the red-scaled fish habitat so easily." Bai Mei also looked happy. Roar Jiang Ran's heart was pounding a little. Is it the red crystal or the fire tear stone? She drove the wind spirit ship closer to the island. Since there were about 10 live fish on board, it was inconvenient to store them in her empty ring, so she pushed the ship onto the shore. After taking a breath-holding pill, she and Bai Mei sneaked along the edge of the island into the depths. The visible part of the island above water was only about the size of a basketball court, but the underwater part was quite large and bottomless, like an endless abyss. They dived over 30 meters deep. Jiang Ran felt it was enough and took out a dagger, breaking off a large piece of rock from the edge of the reef. She hadn't fully understood the environment yet and worried there might be powerful monsters nearby. After collecting the rock, she quickly returned to the shore. The temperature was a bit hot. The surface was covered with stones. Bai Mei crawled on the ground, leaning close to Jiang Ran's hand, blowing air into her palm. Hoo-hoo to away the heat, good girl. Jiang Ran gently picked up Bai Mei, casually stroked him, then set him aside. She took her dagger and carefully removed the excess rocks. Soon, a red crystal appeared before her eyes. It's fire tear stone, of very high quality, almost free of impurities. Unlike other minerals with jagged edges, the fire tear stone looks like a red tear that has been weathered over time. It has a unique glass-like texture and, in the blue ocean, softly emits a fiery glow. But being gentle doesn't mean weak. A pebble-sized fire tear stone is very hard, but also highly moldable. It radiates intense fire energy and can absorb external energy continuously. While common materials like spirit metal ores are chosen by most weaponsmiths, the special qualities of fire tear stone make it hard to replace with other materials. It is used in crafting fire-type magic tools, certain alchemy furnaces, and fire attribute formations set by array masters. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, wiped the fire tear stone clean, then held it up to the sun. The glass-like fire tear stone seemed to absorb the sunlight, deepening its color. Good stuff. Long, who loved treasures, especially shiny ones, stared at it with wide, icy blue eyes, fixated on the stone. Woof, go ahead and play with it. Jiang Ran placed the stone under Bai Mei's claws. The little dragon played with the fire tear stone, unbothered by the heat, happily spinning around. Seeing Bai Mei so captivated, Jiang Ran thought for a moment. I forgot about this. Next time, I'll give Bai Mei a space ring or a storage bag. She continued excavating. In the end, the large rock block yielded 6 more fire tear stones. The sun was about to set on the horizon. Just as Jiang Ran hesitated whether to dive into the water again to find more fire tear or a loud roar like a tidal wave echoed from beneath the sea. Next, a long, Crimson fish dragon swung its tail. It was over 100 meters long, with snake-like copper-yellow vertical pupils. Its head resembled a carp, with a pointed snout and sharp teeth protruding from its lower jaw. Blue smoke occasionally curled from the water around it. It had delicate dragon whiskers on its cheeks, indicating a bloodline connection to lava dragons. Ancient crimson fish dragon? This ancient crimson fish dragon was quite powerful, likely at the peak of the mysterious bone realm even without reaching the sea consciousness realm. Jiang Ran was startled and no longer dared to think about diving into the water. She quickly pulled Bai Mei close, shielding him beneath her. Her heart pounded fiercely as she quietly lay on the ground, waiting for this powerful crimson fish dragon to sink back into the sea. The ancient red fish seemed to be just sleeping, stretching lazily. Just like an elephant doesn't care about ants passing by, Jiang Ran was lucky again and escaped from the giant beast's mouth. Cold sweat and fear still lingered on her forehead. Jiang Ran thought to herself, no wonder there are so many red-scaled fish. It turns out there is an ancient red fish guarding them. Luckily, I didn't catch too many earlier. Bai Mei also looked worried. She snuggled into Jiang Ran's arms as if seeking comfort, then gently licked her chin to soothe her. This time, luck was on her side. The red fish was resting. Still, Jiang Ran didn't dare stay longer. Without enough strength, she wouldn't go deep into the sea again. After waiting a while and confirming the red fish wouldn't appear again, Jiang Ran pulled Bai Mei back. She then set off in the wind spirit ship to return to the town. On the way back, everything was calm. Jiang Ran paid attention to some small islands nearby and remembered their locations. She could only think about the fishy smell on her body and couldn't wait to take a hot bath. About 100 meters from the shore, a bright firelight shone. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and saw a man holding a torch, standing tall like a tree, strong and loyal. As the wind spirit ship entered, a plain face appeared in the darkness. It was Wei Fengsheng.
Lord.
Seeing Jiang Ran, Wei Fengsheng let out a relieved sigh. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Wei Fengsheng smiled and said, protecting the Lord is our duty as the personal guard. He hoped next time the Lord would take him along. Although he was weak, he was willing to risk his life to protect her. Forget it. Manager Li and the others are probably worried too. Let's go back first. Wei Fengsheng was quite useful here. At least, he didn't have to carry the fish himself. Jiang Ran asked Wei Fengsheng to move the red-scaled fish out, then she recalled her wind spirit ship. All red-scaled fish. Wei Fengsheng's eyes widened. There were more than 10 fish, and he couldn't hold them all with both hands. He quickly grabbed some vines, threading them through the fish's mouths and gills, then tied the fish together. With the fish secured, Wei Fengsheng carried them, and Jiang Ran easily returned to the Lord's mansion. Her younger brother, sister, and manager, Li, came out to greet her upon hearing the noise. Jiang Ran asked Wei Fengsheng to give the fish to the servants. As Wei Fengsheng left, she picked a large fish and handed it to him as a reward. So many red-scaled fish? Manager Li was truly shocked. On the surface, Jiang Xiaowen appears delicate and cute, but she has a somewhat mischievous personality. At this moment, she looks at the pile of fish, eager and excited. Sister, did you go fishing?
Yes.
Jiang Ran gently pinches Jiang Xiaowen's cheek. You're too thin. I'll catch some fish to help you get stronger. Jiang Xiaowen feels a bit shy from the affectionate gesture. Jiang Ran calls out, tell the kitchen to cook these fish. There are so many red-scaled fish that Jiang Ran and her brother Jiang Nancheng can't finish them all at once. Since they've already found the fish's habitat, she carefully selects 2 large red-scaled fish. Each fish is about half a meter long. Jiang Ran says to housekeeper Li, Captain Tian has worked hard. Please give these 2 fish to Captain Tian. She pauses, then takes out a deep blue jade hairpin from her empty ring. It's a piece she bought in the trading city, not a formal hairpin, but it cost her 100 crystal coins. The hairpin is of very good quality, simple, without overly fancy decorations, suitable for a middle-aged woman. Jiang Ran says, give this to Madame Tian, and also say hello to Madame Tian for Xiaowen and Xiaocheng. Okay, got it. with the red-scaled fish. Today's meal is a feast for the two children, especially Jiang Xiaowen. The fatigue and weakness from her daytime training completely disappear. Jiang Ran uses her magic eye to scan Jiang Xiaowen's body and finds that her physical strength has reached the level of a typical fifth-stage chi-opening cultivator. All the good things she's eaten these days weren't wasted, and the extreme body cultivation method has pushed Jiang Xiaowen's nourishment to the limit, making her muscles extremely strong. Xiaowen, are there any problems with your training? Jiang Xiaowen shakes her head. Thanks to sister, I think the extreme body cultivation method suits me so well. She's very good at enduring pain. The discomfort from training usually unbearable for many, but for Jiang Xiaowen, it's just right. Yes, sister. Xiaowen is so strong now. Her strength is incredible. Jiang Nancheng pretends to shiver, showing how close the siblings are. Jiang Ran raises her eyes slightly and suddenly says, Xiaocheng, do you want to go to Mingxiao Academy to study? The air suddenly becomes quiet. After a moment, Jiang Nancheng asks in confusion, Mingxiao Academy? Jiang Ran briefly introduces Mingxiao Academy, saying Mingxiao Academy has a spirit beast department with strong teachers. Outside, you can see more things. Jiang Ran herself isn't the professional spirit beast master. Relying only on books from the system without practice makes it hard to become a qualified spirit beast master. Jiang Nancheng was in a land where the soil was not very fertile, and it was difficult for him to find his own spirit beast. He hesitated a bit. A man should be strong on his own. Although he was young, he didn't want to stay in town waiting for his sister to support him, so he naturally wanted to go out and explore. What made him hesitate was that if he went to Mingxiao Academy, he wouldn't be able to see his sister and Xiaowen often. Xiaowen was okay. If he couldn't see her, it was fine, as long as he could stay connected through sound. Jiang Nancheng took a deep breath and pushed aside these unnecessary worries in his mind. I'm going. The assessment at Mingxiao Academy tests your talent and cultivation. Even though the Spirit Beast department is a bit more relaxed about these, you can't slack off. Use these days to train hard and read more books about spirit beasts. At the end of August, I will take you to Mingxiao Academy. Jiang Ran knew well that a kind mother could sometimes spoil her children, so she was strict with her younger siblings in this regard. And Xiaowen, in 2 years, you will also go to Mingxiao. Your situation is special, so you need to work twice as hard. Jiang Ran also handed them some suitable skills and cultivation methods to guide their martial arts training. But Xiaowen's situation meant she couldn't practice ordinary main techniques, so she had to set that aside for now. Meanwhile, at the same time, the Tian family was eating red-scaled fish, which Li Steward had delivered, 2 of them, as Jiang Ran had arranged. Enjoying the delicious meal, Madame Tian felt warm inside and proud of her husband. My husband works hard and is dedicated to our town. Miss Zhang has noticed him too. Tian Jing gently tapped his wife's head. Though he was a rough man, he rarely showed tenderness. What are you calling her Miss Zhang for? Madame Tian chuckled. Yes, I was mistaken. She's the Lord's daughter. Madame Tian's surname was Gu, named Yulian. Her close friend was Leng Yu, the mother of Jiang Ran and her siblings. After Leng Yu passed away, she took extra care of the 3 siblings, knowing that men like Jiang Fuqing and Steward Li could sometimes overlook things. Every quarter, Madame Tian would make clothes to send to others. So, calling her Miss Zhang was not wrong. The Tian family ate without many formalities, and chatting about family matters was common during meals. Their only son, Tian Qi, looked full of youthful energy. He slurped a mouthful of noodles, then picked up a fish tail and asked, Mom, why don't you wear the hairpin the Lord gave you? It's so pretty. This was given by the young Lord. It's too beautiful. What if I break it? I can't bear to part with it. Tian Jing shook his head in disagreement. If he gave it to you, you should wear it. Otherwise, it would seem ungrateful for the Lord's kindness. Xiaolan, go and bring the lady's hairpin here. Xiaolan is Lady Tian's maid. Upon hearing this, she quickly went to her room to find a hairpin. Who doesn't love beauty? When a deep blue jade hairpin is inserted into the hair bun, Lady Tian seems to glow with radiance. She carefully looked into the mirror and noticed a couple of wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, which made her sad. I'm getting old. Lady Tian is only 37, not really old, just her mind playing tricks on her. But since her husband is a cultivator with a long life, she feels uneasy about aging faster than him. Even her joy at getting a new hairpin is somewhat diminished. She hides her feelings well, and neither her son nor her husband notices. Tianjing looked at his son, who was gnawing like a wild boar, and felt quite disgusted. He eats more than a pig, but I can't even beat a pig. Tianjing. His own father's words cut deep. Tianjing inherited his mother's good looks and is quite handsome. He twitched his mouth and finally declared boldly, being a martial or spell cultivator has no future. I want to be a spiritual beast master. The strongest spiritual beast master. Calling his father dad again and again, he really doesn't know who he learned it from. It made his father furious. Tianjing's forehead bulged with veins, and he hit his foolish son on the head with a club. Why are you hitting me again? Tianjing said pitifully. The Lord said I'm suitable to be a spiritual beast master. Dad, find me a stronger spirit pet. Tianjing naturally believed the Lord, since Jiang Ran took office, nothing has gone wrong. But he doesn't understand spiritual beast masters either. I can't do anything about spirit pets, and even if I get you one, you won't be able to form a contract. Let's wait until the academy opens and see what the Lord does. Yunzi Peak was shrouded in mist like a fairyland. Yunzi Mountain was one of the 100 peaks of Mingxiao Academy, and the only one occupied by a disciple alone, a spiritual mountain. Above Yunzi Peak was a building called Mo Yuan Hall, named after a spear. Mo Yuan Hall is more grand and exquisite than most royal palaces. When the fog swirls, it looks like a prosperous scene. From outside the palace, made of countless moonstones, to inside a certain bedroom. In the corner of the bedroom was a divine beast dragon-patterned incense burner, burning calming and soul-nourishing sandalwood incense that had aged for 1,000 years. Outside the window was an unbreakable night sky. It was about 2 hours before dawn. Only a finely crafted glass lamp was lit, casting shadows on a fair face, highlighting its exquisite features. His features are smooth and delicate, so much so that even without expression, he exudes a mesmerizing aura that seems to capture the soul. Chi sits by the window, with long, slender hands and delicate knuckles. At this moment, his fair fingertips rest uninterestedly on a black spear. Mo Yuan, who has never experienced such grievance, feels somewhat neglected, trembling slightly with a hint of sadness. Chiyu pays no mind. He sits by the window for a while, and the cool night air finally wakes him from a strange nightmare. He rubs his aching temples, and a slight, mocking smile appears at the corner of his mouth. The boy named Jiang? His spear is quick to kill, and he has never protected anyone. In the past 3 months, he has begun to have strange, fragmented dreams. Most of these dreams are unclear and blurry, but a strange sense of reality makes his heart race. He has also lost his mind, inexplicably caring about things, and even went to find that mysterious spiritual key. The dream felt so real, but after waking, he forgot much of it. The only things he remembers are a sentence and a woman whose face he cannot see clearly. That woman is like a hazy light, probably stunningly beautiful, so beautiful that it makes those in darkness find it hard to adapt. A feeling of imbalance arises inside him, gradually forming into an indescribable emotion. The slight pain in his heart makes him feel uneasy. Chi feels some disgust towards this. He hasn't had a good sleep in these 3 months. The only time he felt truly rested was during the brief hour he was injured and unconscious in the secret realm. Strange. Chiyu exhales a long breath, slowly dispersing into the night. His tone turns colder. Indeed, staying away from women is best, or you'll end up unlucky. Now, the town faces more and more issues. Tianjing, as the Grand Commander, has little time to teach Jiang Xiaowen and seems somewhat overwhelmed. Jiang Ran then suggests that Jiang Xiaowen take a spiritual refining pill as a gift to help her break through to the spirit refining realm, and she actively expresses her intention to leave the army. Jiang Xiaowen feels particularly reluctant, but follows her sister's instructions. It must be said that Tianjing has a strong influence on Jiang Xiaowen. Neither of them are geniuses, and Tianjing only reached his current position through relentless fighting. Tianjing is like Jiang Xiaowen's second pillar of support. He taught her that diligence can make up for lack of talent, and that enduring hardships is the way to become a superior person. He also taught Jiang Xiaowen many practical fighting skills. At least in Sualing Town, no one her age can beat her. In fact, Jiang Xiaowen can even turn around and bully some of the town's adults. After saying goodbye to Master Tianjing, Jiang Xiaowen met her second mentor, Mr. Hu Qi, under Jiang Ran's arrangement, works 2 jobs, one to create training materials for the school, and another to give special lessons to Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nanqing. After 2 days of apprenticeship, Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nanqing realized that Hu Qi's teaching was very different from Master Tianjing's. Master Tianjing was bold and outgoing, using large, sweeping moves, not focusing much on details, and mostly letting them learn freely. Hu Qi, on the other hand, is very knowledgeable and seems to know everything. During training, he helps them discover every bit of their potential and focuses on using their spiritual energy carefully. Both siblings benefit a lot from his lessons. When Hu Qi learned about Jiang Xiaowen's situation, he was surprised but remained calm and dependable. Perhaps his curiosity was part of the reason, and Hu Qi was a bit passionate, but he had no bad intentions toward Jiang Xiaowen. Instead, he comforted her, saying, "Xiaowen, I've never heard of this method being impossible. Since you're doing it, there's a good chance of success. Your talent is excellent. Keep going, and you might become a pioneer in a new way of cultivation. I will study various books to help you." After returning from the sea, Jiang Ran began building ships. Fortunately, the area she had chosen earlier had been leveled, and the shipyard was already built. The system rewarded her with ship blueprints for a large vessel over 100 meters long, capable of holding over 1,000 people. However, the process was complex and difficult, so she didn't plan to build such an advanced ship at first. Instead, she planned to make a few simplified versions. The wooden ships would mainly use sturdy, flexible cedar wood, which grew abundantly in Suling Town. The main material was not a problem, but the auxiliary materials like iron nails and thread were more challenging. Suling Town lacked iron. They could trade for iron with Xianheng Town, but the shipyard was still hiring skilled carpenters and workers to cut trees, so there was no rush to buy iron yet. Recently, Jiang Ren also chose a person named Yi Qing to be in charge of the shipyard project. He used to be an official in the town. Because there was no one else, they picked the tallest among the shorter candidates to be the head of the shipyard, which reports to the Ministry of Works. At the same time as shipbuilding, they were also salting the sea. In July, the hottest season of the year, the sun was blazing, and cicadas chirped loudly. Jiang Ran sat in a cart, with the shade of trees reflected on the moving body. Tiny rays of light filtered through the branches, creating beautiful golden beams. By the way, Jiang Ran now had a new companion named Lian Xiang. Housekeeperly believes that the Lord cannot be without someone to serve him outside. Since Jiang Ran returned to town, he has been persistently persuading. "Lord, perhaps you should find a maid to stay by your side. I know you like peace and quiet, but with the weather getting hot, you could let her fan you and help carry things or run errands outside. When you don't need her, just send her away." So, in the end, Jiang Ran was assigned a maid to serve him. Because it was very hot, Jiang Ran didn't like unnecessary trouble. She asked Ma Ha to drive the carriage. She sat inside with Chun Mao and Lian Xiang, while behind the carriage, some workers carried firewood, pots, and cloth. Lian Xiang, the young maid, was very capable. She worked hard and didn't talk much, quietly fanning Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran closed her eyes to rest, feeling the spiritual energy inside her circle around her. Chun Mao, grateful for the Lord's kindness, sat in the carriage facing the superior. Even though the Lord didn't show much authority, his cold and commanding presence made Chun Mao hesitant to speak up. Meanwhile, the workers behind the carriage were lively, excitedly discussing. Hey, did the Lord really say we should go get salt? Some of the workers were doubtful. Really? Isn't salt only found in Zhe Salt County? Is there really salt by the sea? Although other territories had found salt stones, the scale was too small, only enough for some parts of the land. Most of the time, they still relied on Zhe Salt County. I don't know, but I trust the Lord. Do you think the Lord wants us to cook with seawater? But food cooked with seawater tastes a bit bitter.
Seawater is salty.
Some people in Suling Town had boiled seafood with seawater, but the dishes often had impurities and a slight bitterness. After trying, everyone gave up on that idea. If we could really find salt, maybe we could eat it more often. When talking about salt, they kept mentioning Zhe Salt County. One worker with reddish-brown hair was angry and said loudly, which many agreed with, "Those people in Zhe Salt County are greedy." Not long ago, the salt prices went up again. Salt was very scarce. Half of the people in Suling Town couldn't afford it. There was even a strange phenomenon. If a wealthy family bought salt, groups of people would go there to flatter the owner, hoping to get some salt water in return, which could help them make do for a meal. Some people are more indifferent, saying the price is high for a reason, and since it's just a price increase, there's nothing we can do about it. Hey, you little guy, which side are you helping? Behind them, there was some playful arguing, and Jiang Ran listened clearly, thinking deeply. Even if she managed to produce salt herself, it wouldn't immediately shake the monopoly of Zhe Salt County on salt. The salt from Zhe is especially pure, with a light jade color, resembling white jade that has aged for years or faint crystal. Its taste is mild and elegant. Not only is the taste excellent, but according to Li Tianliang, extracting salt from Zhe Salt County is also very convenient. Usually, beneath the salt wells is brine, which needs to be boiled to crystallize into salt. However, the salt wells in Zhe Salt County contain crystallized salt with just a drop of brine added. Naturally crystallized, so it doesn't require the many processing steps that inferior mineral salts do. It might sound exaggerated, but the salt in Zhe Salt County's wells can truly be used directly. Otherwise, Zhe Salt County wouldn't be called the hometown of well salt or jade salt land. But Jiang Ran didn't plan to compete directly with Zhe Salt County. She wanted to take a different route. First, to meet the needs of her own territory, freeing herself from dependence on Zhe Salt County. If she had extra salt, she would avoid Zhe Salt County and target the low-end market, those who can't afford Zhe Salt. Soon, Jiang Ran arrived at the seaside with her group. Everyone looked at each other, facing the endless ocean, but there was nowhere to go to find salt. The weather was hot. Chun Mao was sweating profusely and asked, "Leader, what should we do?" Sun-drying salt takes time, but generally, in hot summer weather without rain, it takes about 4 days to extract sea salt from seawater. This time, Jiang Ran mainly wanted to tell them that seawater can be turned into salt, and she taught Chun Mao how to build salt pans and purify sea salt. There was already a small pond by the sea, made by Jiang Ran a few days ago. After evaporation, it contained highly concentrated sea salt crystals. Jiang Ran signaled her reddish-brown-haired assistant to pour the salt water into a pot to let it settle. Soil impurities sank to the bottom, and the clean seawater was drawn away. Jiang Ran said, "Light the fire." Everyone wasn't stupid and started to understand that the leader wanted to use this mixture of sand and seawater to produce salt. A young man with a wooden frame muttered to himself, "But how is that possible?" This little fool still thought that the Lord wanted to use salty sand and stones as salt to eat. A fellow who played well with him gently tapped the fool's head, annoyed and raising his voice so everyone could hear. "The Lord said that if we can make salt, we definitely can. The great Lord is all-powerful." This caused many people to laugh and agree, yes, whatever the Lord says goes. After a small commotion, the fool's friend lowered his voice and whispered to him, "Just keep that thought in your mind. Why did you say it out loud?" They didn't believe that Jiang Ran could really extract pure salt crystals. These gossiping words didn't reach Jiang Ran's ears, but even if they did, she wouldn't care. She calmly instructed her subordinates to continue working. During the heating process, she kept skimming off the white bubbles that formed, evaporating the seawater until only salt crystals remained. There were some white traces, but mixed with sand and stones, the white turned into a muddy color. Chen Mao observed carefully. Unlike others, the clever Chen Mao had already noticed some differences. His eyes brightened with a sharp glow. "My lord, what should we do next?" "Bring some cloth and move the items to the riverbank." The Lang River eventually flows into the Siuan Sea, which is very close to Jiang Ran's group. A piece of brown soft cloth was quickly brought over. Jiang Ran ordered her people to fold the cloth in two, pour the sea salt into it, place a basin underneath, and then pour water inside. Salt, based on its source, mainly falls into sea salt, mineral salt, and well salt. "We're going to make salt from seawater," Jiang Ran explained to Chen Mao. "This method is called sun-drying salt. The main steps are evaporating seawater, precipitating, filtering repeatedly, and concentrating. Our current step is filtering to separate impurities and salt. This process needs to be done at least 3 or 4 times to wash out clean salt." Worried he might forget, Chen Mao took out paper and pen to record Jiang Ran's instructions and even drew a flowchart of the salt-making process. The first filtration removed large particles like stones, branches, and sand. Jiang Ran folded the cloth again, making it 4 layers for filtering. The water became very clear. The workers, who had doubted earlier, now stared with wide eyes, showing incredible expressions. It can really be done like this? But this was only the beginning. The clear salt water was poured into a pot and boiled continuously to evaporate. When a layer of white crystals stuck to the bottom of the pot, everyone's mind went blank. Even the most tough-hearted men lost their composure, acting like innocent children. "Is this really salt?" Chen Mao was much calmer than others, but he also seemed mesmerized as he used his finger to scrape a bit of the white crystals from the pot, then tasted it. After experiencing the real salty flavor, his mood was complicated, and his eyes grew a little warm. It really is salt. Before being appointed by the Lord, Chen Mao lived a simple life. He wasn't completely deprived of salt, but he only got a little salt in his meals once every 3 days. When Chen Mao said this, everyone suddenly gasped in surprise, their faces flushing with excitement. The previously doubtful and stunned man and his companions were now just staring in amazement. They really did produce salt. Feeling ashamed, the man blushed and said, "I shouldn't have doubted the Lord." Just as everyone was moved to tears with excitement, a calm voice interrupted. "Take the rest and go back." The voice was cold and steady, causing everyone's high spirits to suddenly stop. It was awkward and uncomfortable. How could the Lord remain so calm? It was hard to bear. And what about this jar of salt? Earlier, a small jar of edible salt was made from the crystallized sea salt. Now, Chen Mao was holding it in his arms. "Take it and share it with everyone." This salt had been filtered and analyzed multiple times, then evaporated and purified. Although it wasn't as fine as modern salt and still contained some impurities, it was edible. But Jiang Ran, who could afford better salt, naturally didn't need these. She chose to distribute this salt to others. The workers didn't expect that besides their daily wages, they would also get this extra reward. You don't know, working with the Lord can really make you a lot of money. I even dream of working under the Lord, risking my life for him. Everyone's minds recalled some things others had said before, thinking it might have been an exaggeration. Now, looking back, it was indeed a bit exaggerated. They couldn't really risk their lives, but they were somewhat convinced now. Thinking about how delicious the salt was, their fatigue disappeared. At first, they were just praising Jiang Ran. They used all kinds of flattering words: beautiful, kind-hearted, pure, hardworking, skilled. Anything that sounded good, they kept praising Jiang Ran. The young man with the wooden frame clenched his fists and blushed deeply, trying to express his admiration for the generous Lord. Instead, he blurted out, "Lord, Sister Tong dances chicken." Everyone who knew how to speak or not fell silent at this strange phrase. It also caused quite a few jokes. After returning to town, these people chose to work at the salt field, responsible for making salt. Meanwhile, Chen Mao started planning the salt ponds, ordered tools for salt production, and aimed to have most of the townspeople enjoy white, salty salt within half a month. The news spread throughout Suling town, causing a big stir. People enthusiastically called Jiang Ran the salt creator. Although the name wasn't very elegant, it truly showed the villagers' gratitude and respect for Jiang Ran. The second noticeable change was in the system's reputation and loyalty points. Jiang Ran rode her proud, fiery red steed to patrol the territory and check on the people in Xinmin. Xinmin was a place for resettling refugees. To Jiang Ran, since these people had entered Suling town, they were her people. Why call them refugees? At this moment, Jiang Ran wore a red headband, dressed in striking red clothes, with sharp eyebrows that lifted at the ends. She moved forward confidently among the crowd, looking both commanding and slightly aggressive. On the way, Jiang Ran asked Wu Yun and others about the situation in Xinmin. The news was fairly good. Out of over 500 people, 53 had found jobs through their own efforts. Some recommended themselves as carpenters at the shipyard. Others worked in cement factories or construction teams. Wei Jiejia had posted a request with the mercenary guild to send some cultivators into the mountains to find various mushrooms and start breeding them. Li Cheng's family planned to open a fabric shop, selling leather bags or making clothes for others. Many people were preparing to open shops and workshops, which would create some jobs. But there was both good and bad news. Lord, these days, these people have caused quite a bit of trouble. Wu Yun, who managed Xinmin, and Qiu Bashui, responsible for maintaining order, both frowned. Wu Yun said, "They've caused a lot of trouble, fighting in groups every day. Dr. Wang has had to go there over 100 times recently. Are these people spoiled because the Lord said they could receive free medical care for half a month? Not only has Dr. Wang gone over 100 times, but Qiu Bashui is busy studying law every day, losing hair in the process. These troublesome things keep happening daily. As the head of the criminal department, he can't ignore them. Frustrated, he keeps shouting, 'A bunch of fools.' Qiu Bashui is naturally wild and unruly. He almost called these people trash right on the spot. These two also came to complain to Jiang Ran, talking about their troubles. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow as she listened. When they were fleeing and searching for a new territory, everyone worked together without causing much trouble. But after settling down, living in a small space, some people's wealth became obvious, which caused jealousy. Even small issues like snoring, loud talking, or glancing at someone's wife could lead to fights. Sometimes, hardships make people unite, but comfort can also breed resentment. Adding to that, one Bai was transferred to the mercenary guild, so no one was holding him back, making things worse. People naturally have bad sides. Jiang Ran found this headache-inducing. She first comforted Wu Yun and Qiu Bashui. She didn't blame the newcomers but said, "It's indeed uncomfortable to have 500 people crammed together. Qiu, besides making commercial and tax laws, you and Lin Sha and Commander Tian should discuss and select about 10 enforcers to catch lawbreakers in town. More details will be explained later. I obey the order." Originally, she was just complaining to the Lord about being overwhelmed. Now, not only did she fail to steal rice, but she also lost some. The workload hasn't decreased. Instead, she took on more, dragging Lin Sha and Tian into it. Commander Tian is easy to talk to, but Lin Sha, though clever and charming, is really petty. Lin Sha would never blame the Lord, but he might mock Qiu Bashui behind his back. Qiu Bashui speaks straightforwardly and is good at arguing, which makes many people dislike him. But he can't do much with someone like Lin Sha, who is sneaky. Still, Lin Sha is smart and can understand his hidden words, which only makes Qiu Bashui more annoyed. Qiu Bashui looked very miserable. How are the outsiders? When Jiang Ran asked about the outsiders, Wu Yun and Qiu Bashui paused for a moment. Wu Yun said, "The outsiders are quite obedient." Qiu Bashui, thinking quickly, added, "They haven't been bullied." While talking, they arrived at the new settlement. It had been several days since they returned to the town. Most of the 500 refugees who had been displaced were still thin and gaunt, but their health had improved a lot. Seeing Jiang Ran, the villagers all showed expressions of surprise. This was the first time Jiang Ran had come to see them in many days. Currently, the villagers were kneeling on the ground, shouting, "Lord Leader." Their voices were loud and deafening. Jiang Ran was quite experienced with this now. She waved her hand to let everyone stand up. It was mealtime, and they were eating from a large pot. A woman was in charge of serving the food. Jiang Ran looked inside. The main food was batter-based dishes, including noodles and buns. Another pot was boiling seafood soup, which was full of seafood. The villagers who had never eaten seafood before exclaimed, "This is the best food ever." The meal was decent. The portions weren't very large, but everyone could eat enough to feel satisfied. Jiang Ran called over Dr. Wang and asked, "How are these people's health conditions?" Dr. Wang approached, stroking his white beard with a seasoned look. His voice was hoarse. "Most of them are fine. Those who managed to survive from the Han territory are generally in good shape, but they've been hungry and cold for a long time, so their bodies are weak." He added, "But it's not a big problem. They can recover slowly. Thank you for your hard work." Wu Yan asked, "Lord Leader, I've almost finished figuring out the number of people, but I haven't registered their household registration yet. Do you want to include them in which village, or register them in the town?" Jiang Ran looked at the villagers, some sitting or standing while eating, and said, "Besides the town registration, let them choose among the other 5 villages. But within a month, all household registrations must be completed." Resettling refugees mainly involves providing shelter, food, financial aid, and helping with livelihoods. Fortunately, there was a good stock of wheat stored in the warehouse, enough to feed 500 people for half a year. There was also an endless supply of seafood, so food wasn't a problem for now. The only trouble was that it was already August, and winter food supplies would decrease by November, and the weather was cold. Even the original residents of Shuling Town felt urgent about winter, not to mention these villagers who didn't even have proper clothes. Perhaps they could be given free grain for half a year. Jiang Ren also planned to offer loans with low interest, encouraging those with ambition but no funds to start their own businesses. People without skills could find work easily. Things like paving roads, building shipyards, or weaving cloth would need many workers. If worst came to worst, they could farm small plots of land to grow wheat, reed, and other crops. With the help of spirit creatures, they wouldn't go hungry. Jiang Ran still needs to plant holy pattern cotton. She plans to dig farmland and hire people to clear and farm the land. Currently, the workers in Suling Town earn about 30 silver coins a day. These workers can be paid 25 silver coins daily, with diligent workers earning an extra 1 to 5 silver coins per day. Additionally, she plans to hire 3 people to raise silkworms, ideally including 1 cultivator, because the silver crystal illusion silkworm is aggressive and ordinary people cannot handle it. A small group of 500 people can be comfortably accommodated. After some thought, Jiang Ran discussed this plan with Wu Yun and Qiu Basui. They agreed it was feasible. However, Qiu Basui said, "Our granary can only supply enough food for 6 months. To be cautious and to increase their sense of urgency, I think we should only give them 3 months of free grain. After that, we will decide based on the situation. We might also support them through tax relief and provide jobs to prevent anyone from cheating or slacking." Once they finished discussing everything, Jiang Ran asked Qiu Basui to act as her messenger and inform the people. Qiu Basui, who had been under pressure for a long time, spoke loudly to the villagers. "Our Lord is frugal and cares for the people, but the people of Suling Town are not here to cause trouble. To enjoy the Lord's protection, you must be loyal to the Lord and to the laws of Suling Town." The villagers knew that what Qiu Basui was about to say concerned their future, so they all listened carefully and nervously. Qiu Basui continued, "Next, our Lord will provide you with 3 months of free food. Each month, you can receive 35 jin of wheat flour, and you will be exempt from a year's fishing tax and land tax." Currently, the fishing and land taxes in Suling Town are based on the number of people. As long as you are a resident near the coast, Whether or not you fish during the year, you must pay the fishing tax. The land tax is the same. As long as you live in Suling Town, you must pay taxes. The villagers felt no resentment about paying taxes. Thanks to the Lord's spiritual power, the harvest was abundant, and it was the Lord's wisdom that helped them discover the ocean's beauty. Moreover, the taxes they paid were less than those in other towns. The new ruler was truly merciful. Hearing that the new ruler would not only care for their lives but also provide 3 months of free food and exempt them from a year's fishing and land taxes, the villagers' faces lit up with smiles. They didn't know what the fishing tax was, but a year's land tax was quite a lot. Everyone's faces broke into wide smiles. Accustomed to seeing rulers who oppress their people, leaders like Jiang Ran are truly rare and refreshing. Why does this lord look so beautiful and still have such a kind heart? Mom told me that the prettier a woman is, the more vicious her heart becomes. Oh, the Lord is only 15 years old now, so it's okay. Some people are happy, while others feel sad. On the road, those who lost loved ones secretly shed tears, thinking, if only my daughter could have held on until we reached Suling Town. Wind wolves taking my family. If only I could have protected her at that moment. How great that would have been. Many original residents came to watch the excitement at Shinmin, and some had moved to Nanju village. I still have an empty house, and these clever people saw a business opportunity, wondering if they could sell or rent out their houses. Hearing that these newcomers received such treatment, they wished they were the ones being helped. But they also felt a little uncomfortable. However, after hearing Qiu Bushui's next words, those feelings faded. Those who open shops or own houses in Suling Town and can support themselves will no longer receive relief grain. Wealthy and capable people wouldn't care much about a little grain anyway. This reassured the old residents of Suling Town and didn't make the newcomers feel uneasy. As the crowd's emotions settled, Qiu Boshui almost lost control of his proud nature. Lord, your kindness is admirable. Now you all, these timid little ones, must quickly start working and build your own houses. In 3 months, whether you live or die, are rich or poor, whether you're a mule or a horse, all depends on your own ability. Then he smoothly suggested they could borrow money from the authorities, with interest rates around 3 to 10%. He also reminded them that notices about job openings would be posted at the mercenary guild. Qiu Boshui spoke until his throat was dry and his voice almost hoarse. Capable subordinates could save a lot of trouble, so at least Jiang Ran wouldn't waste her breath in such a scene. The original 7 had already settled into their homes. Li Cheng's family and Guli, who could craft glass, bought houses, chose land, and hired familiar people to help build shops and workshops. As for Chen Mao, he still shared a place with his son at Shinmin, and he was responsible for cooking all the meals. In the eyes of everyone envious of them, Chen Mao and his son nervously watched the shining, majestic lord approach. Honestly, after tasting the food made by Chen Mao once, no matter how much the rear kitchen of the lord's mansion tried, Jiang Ran found it tasteless. The main reason was that Chen Mao was talented. He knew how to match ingredients perfectly and didn't need much guidance from Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran wasn't particularly interested at first. She thought that with Chen Mao's skills, opening a small eatery might earn more money than working as a royal chef in the lord's mansion. Plus, Suling Town needed a different kind of cook to broaden the villagers' horizons. Maybe everyone would imitate Chen Mao's cooking, and the town's food would become famous all over. But Jiang Ran was a person who enjoyed life. Seeing Chen Mao still working here, she thought it wouldn't hurt to ask if he wanted to work at her place. Everyone nearby looked at her with envy. In just a few days, everyone in Suling Town knew about Chen Mao's cooking skills. His dishes were so fragrant that even the locals who didn't know about Shinmin had heard that a great chef had come to their town, making many delicious foods. So it was no surprise that the Lord came to find Chen Mao. People secretly wished they had such skills themselves. Everyone knew that in the Lord's mansion, even a simple maid dressed neatly and earned good money. The people who benefited the most from this were the butler and the staff in the back kitchen. They ate more than others and always had the best ingredients, like ice spiritual mushrooms, fire lotus seeds, spiritual meat, and spiritual fish. Even leftover scraps from the master's meals were better than what lower-level cultivators usually ate. But surprisingly, Chen Mao refused. I've been rough before, but if I go to the master's mansion, I might lose my manners and cause trouble. Chen Mao politely declined, clearly not interested. He was no longer young and enjoyed his freedom. He didn't want to be bound by others. Working as a chef for someone else wasn't as good as being his own boss. Plus, he had a rebellious kid at home. If he went to the Lord's mansion, no one would be able to control him anymore. Onlookers who saw Chen Mao refuse secretly mocked him. They say Chen Mao might be a fool, such a good opportunity, and he's not taking it. People from Xinmin were even more anxious than Chen Mao. Old Chen, Uncle Chen, you're so confused. Jiang Ran casually mentioned it, not forcing him. As long as he stayed in Suling town, it wasn't hard to find good food. Suddenly, Jiang Ran caught a glimpse of a young man crouching nearby, watching her and Chen Mao talk. When he saw Jiang Ran looking over, he blushed instantly, as if caught doing something wrong. Jiang Ran had a faint impression of the young man, Chen Mao's son, named Chen Mo, who had cultivation talent and was fire element. Apart from his prominent nose, Chen Mo did not resemble Chen Mao much. He had a delicate appearance, similar to a young woman, with long eyelashes that fluttered like butterfly wings. When he looked at her, his bright eyes sparkled. Jiang Ran calmly withdrew her gaze. Since Chen Mao had no intention of entering the Lord's mansion, there was no need to stay. She decided to leave. But unexpectedly, the shy-looking young man suddenly called out to her, can I go with you? Chen Mao suddenly leaned back, opened his mouth wide, and looked at her in disbelief. Although Chen Mo was usually quiet and shy outside, he actually had his own ideas. He was also lazy and good at making things with his hands. Jiang Ran was surprised and looked back. Can you cook? Chen Mo nodded hard. Yes, I can. Are you an adult and married? Why ask if he was married? Chen Mo nervously swallowed. Not yet. Chen Mao could tell what his son was thinking. Usually gentle, he couldn't help but slap him on the back. Lord, the boy is still 8 months away from adulthood. He's not married yet. In this world, some people marry early, some marry late. Generally, common folks marry young, around 15 or 16. But some nobles and cultivators with spiritual power choose to marry later, or not at all. In the sparsely populated town of Suling, to encourage childbirth, men and women can marry at 16. If someone is over 20 and not married, they are considered leftovers, illegal. The punishment for leftovers is paying 5 times the normal head tax. After Jiang Ran took office, she continued to encourage childbirth. She didn't change the head tax policy for leftovers, but made some adjustments. For example, men and women aged 20 to 25 who are unmarried pay double the head tax, those over 25 up to 60 pay 5 times, and over 60 no longer pay extra. This indirectly reduced taxes for everyone. They also rewarded good behavior. Having a child earned 500 silver coins. Raising the child to 6 years old earned 10 gold coins. Raising the child to 16 earned 20 gold coins. Now, in the town, there's a popular saying among young people. Hey, did you guys get married yet? Jiang Ran is not worried about being unable to pay such a large amount of money. She owns many businesses in Suling town, including the main one, the Hanbing Protective Armor, the middle-tier Lingji and Lingsang, and the smaller cocoa fruit raw materials. Additionally, there are taxes in Suling town. Normally, land taxes and head taxes are calculated separately. The land tax is based on the amount of land each person owns, while the head tax is based on the number of people. However, because Suling town is convenient and land measurement is difficult, they combine the head tax and land tax into one. Therefore, each person in Suling town pays quite a lot in taxes. Suling town has 2 wheat planting seasons, so taxes are usually paid twice, half a month after the wheat is harvested. On average, each person uses about 0.5 acres of farmland. Based on past data, 1 acre of land produces about 300 jin of wheat. Many villagers pay their taxes with grain, and wheat now sells for about 15 silver coins per jin. When converted into money, after various calculations, Each person in Suling town pays roughly 650 silver coins in taxes annually. This is like using the head tax on the person who gave birth to this child to cover the cost of encouraging childbirth. Also, Jiang Ran doesn't need to worry that all the taxes will be spent. The evolution of the wheat spirit insect has increased wheat yields. Now, each acre can produce 800 gene of wheat, and the land tax is based on the amount of wheat produced per acre. This means Jiang Ran can collect an extra 30 crystal of taxes per year. Jiang Ran knows that the current tax system in Suling town is unfair and may cause some people to pay unjust taxes. But it hasn't been changed much, probably because they want to collect more taxes. They also lack skilled accountants. If land tax and head tax were separated, there would be more cases of tax evasion, underpayment, or unfair taxation. Jiang Ran asked Chen Emo if he was an adult because she was thinking about the situation in Suling town. She also noticed that although Chen Emo is tall, his face looks young. She worries that he is too young to be disciplined. Of course, the main concern was about his cooking skills. But he is 17 years old. At least he has inherited some cooking skills from Chen Mao, right? Jiang Ran turned to look at Chen Mao and see if he agreed. Chen Mao sighed, "My lord, I've told you honestly. This young man's cooking is okay, but he is rebellious, proud, and hard to control. He looks down on ordinary food and dreams of becoming some unheard-of spiritual chef. It's really worrying for me. Why do you say I'm rebellious?" This statement's direction was wrong. Young Chen Emo became anxious, glaring angrily with wide eyes and looking eagerly at his father. However, things took a turn when Chen Mao said, "If the grown-ups don't mind, this boy doesn't need monthly allowance. Please forgive him and let him train at the Lord's residence." Chen Mao wasn't short of money. The Lord once gifted them ginseng, which was bought for 1,000 spirit crystals. His biggest worry was about his bratty son. He didn't think the boy would behave obediently if he entered the Lord's residence. But what kind of place is the Lord's residence? No one would spoil him there. If he offended the Lord, he might even lose his life. Still, refusing him might cause trouble when he goes back. Also, this was a good chance to train the boy. Although the boy often boasted about becoming a spiritual chef, having a dream was better than having none. But he was just an ordinary person and couldn't provide things like magical beasts, spiritual beasts, or spiritual herbs for the boy to use as ingredients. However, if he entered the Lord's residence, it would be different. Seeing that his father didn't stop him from becoming a chef at the Lord's residence, Chen Emo felt relieved and couldn't help but smile brightly. Jiang Ran didn't need those few dozen gold coins. Free was the best, so there was no need to save that money. All right, the Lord doesn't need to save those few coins. Chen Mao smiled bitterly and expressed his thanks. Spend these next 2 days tidying up. When the time comes, report to Manager Li. He will arrange everything for you. Chen Emo, excited beyond reason, couldn't care less about his father's worries. The feeling of the lively ingredients jumping in his hands was too tempting. If he weren't still somewhat rational, he might have already packed his small bag and followed that stunningly beautiful young lady to the Lord's residence. August summer was extremely hot. Even though occasional warm breezes blew in from the southern sea, the heat was still hard to bear. Chen Emo quickly entered the Lord's residence. With his handsome appearance, he quickly got along well with Kitchen Lady Li and Little Spring Li. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen somehow became friends with the Hu brothers. The night before last, they even went outside to catch a dozen big frogs and handed them over to the kitchen. Although Chen Mo's personality had some issues, he indeed had skills. He directed Kitchen Lady Li to work together, making Jiang Ren also enjoy a rare taste of a dish similar to dry pot bullfrog from his past life. Now, Jiang Ran was in the silkworm room, holding a handful of silver crystal illusion butterfly silk. The smooth, icy texture, filled with spiritual energy and divine aura, made Jiang Ran feel excited too. I found an empty room in the Lord's mansion to set up the silkworm house. I placed the silver crystal illusion silkworms and silver crystal illusion butterflies there and hired 3 people to take care of them. At that time, about 50 silkworm cocoons had fully hatched, leaving over 400 eggs. According to the records, The wild silver crystal illusion silkworms have about a 20% hatching rate, which means next year I can expect to harvest at least 80 silver crystal illusion silkworms. Additionally, 3 silver crystal illusion silkworms hatched into illusion butterflies, and because they have no natural enemies, all 3 survived successfully. The newly born illusion butterflies are fragile and produce less silk than mature ones, so they need careful care. I managed to contract with these 3 butterflies, becoming their owner. Now they flutter their wings and stay close to me, calling out silk. The silk spun by the silver crystal illusion butterflies is very beautiful, water and fire resistant, and has good spiritual conductivity, making it excellent for making robes and battle garments. However, like regular silkworm cocoons, it still needs further processing. The silver crystal illusion silkworms also spin silk outside of cocoon formation. Their silk has a nice texture and spiritual quality, but it's not as good as that of the illusion butterflies. Still, these little cuties produce good silk, but they are harder to raise than ordinary silkworms. I hired 3 people to look after the silkworm house, one of whom is a cultivator at the opening meridian stage. Despite that, these little creatures still caused a lot of trouble and even injured someone. These silkworms and butterflies have intelligence roughly comparable to small dogs and are quite aggressive. They often fight over food, and serious conflicts can cause injuries or worse, so they need to be kept separate. Unable to do otherwise, I asked a carpenter to build a large grid box with compartments. Each compartment covers about 0.08 square meters, and each room holds 2 silkworms, 1 male and 1 female. Moreover, these illusion silkworms and butterflies are very picky eaters. They refuse ordinary mulberry leaves and only eat yun's of female mulberry leaves. They have large appetites, and the leaves I previously collected have already been eaten up. To turn a regular mulberry tree into a yunza female mulberry tree takes at least half a year. Fortunately, the silkworm spirit worms have already developed spiritual essence, and a few mulberry trees in Sualing town are no longer ordinary. With some effort, I can partially convert mulberry leaves into pseudo-yunza female mulberry leaves for these silkworms and butterflies to eat, barely satisfying their hunger. Still, I need to visit Yunxiang Mountain soon to harvest that yunza female mulberry tree. Yen Lily was originally her personal guard, but before recruiting more people to watch the silkworms, she helped with raising them. Now that it was time for the silkworm workers to take over, she temporarily stayed. Currently, this confident and attractive female cultivator was quite happy and cheerfully said, "My lord, these are the silks they spun over the past 10 days. 10 illusion silkworms produced 2 jean of silk, and 3 illusion butterflies produced half a jean. Silk is expensive because of its fine craftsmanship and rarity. Even though these illusion silkworms and butterflies produce silk daily, in over 10 days, they only made enough for 2 or 3 pieces of clothing. The noble ladies outside wear longer dresses, which require even more silk." Jiang Ran thought to herself, "I can take the silk to be spun into thread and then weave it into silk fabrics for the seamstresses." Jiang Ran had previously bought a clothing workshop but still continued her old trade of weaving fabric. However, no one knew how to make silk, and Jiang Ran didn't either. Fortunately, the system shop had related techniques, so she just exchanged for them inside. "Yen, stay in the silkworm house for a few more days. Once Steward Li recruits 2 more people and trains them to handle everything, I'll transfer you over." Hearing this, Yen Lily's shoulders drooped slightly. Okay. After leaving the silkworm house, Jiang Ran headed straight to her study. She didn't like strangers entering her study, so her maid, Lian Xiang, stayed outside. Bai Mei woke up naturally and ran out of the spiritual space on her own. Jiang Ran's cultivation was already easy for her, like drinking water, especially since Qiyu's empty ring contained many cultivation resources. She also set up a spirit gathering array at the Lord's Mansion's forging arena for her and her siblings, as well as Bai Mei, to use. Thanks to these, Jiang Ran's cultivation quickly reached the 6th level of spirit refining. Because Bai Mei's cultivation was still very low, after the resources increased, her progress was faster than Jiang Ran's. She had already entered the spirit gathering realm, now at the 5th level. Her size was proportional to her cultivation. The small dragon, only 4 or 5 months old, was now over 2 meters long. Its dragon horns were more prominent, and the white crystal beard showed signs of dragon might. Most importantly, Bai Mei was now fully the size Jiang Ran could ride. However, as her size changed, Bai Mei became less suitable for appearing in crowded places. But her personality was still that of a little child. As soon as she appeared, she couldn't help but act spoiled toward Jiang Ran, enthusiastically rubbing her big, adorable head against her. Roar the little dragon was trying to hold back its roar. Jiang Ran threw a few magic cores and some spiritual crystals to Bai Mei. Practice your cultivation. Bai Mei looked at her incredulously with her icy blue eyes. How could the main character behave like this? Jiang Ran smiled and playfully tapped Bai Mei's head. Focus on your cultivation. In a few days, I'll take you to Wulianqing Mountain to play. Bai Mei could only feel wronged, clutching a bunch of spirit crystals and quietly feeling sad in a corner of the study. Jiang Ran shifted her attention back to the system. In the past month, she had achieved several accomplishments, obtaining an epic-level sacred rune cotton spirit insect, sheltering outsiders and refugees, promoting education, establishing laws, and discovering a fire-tier stone mine. The system rewarded her with valuable treasures and reputation points. Most of these rewards were some herbal formulas for removing impurities from the body, such as dust removal pill, for strengthening blood and body, like the 3-pattern spirit ginseng pill, and for assisting spiritual power cultivation, including earth spirit pill, water spirit pill, fire spirit pill, ice spirit pill, gold spirit pill, wind spirit pill, grass and wood pill, and thundercloud pill. These pills are common low-level medicines on the market. Crafting them was not too difficult for Mu Shi. The system also rewarded a good quality spirit engraving knife for refining tools and an alchemy furnace. Jiang Ran placed them in the tool refining workshop and the pill refining room respectively. A good craftsman needs good tools, and Bai Li Fei and Mu Shi were both very happy about this. Additionally, Jiang Ran noticed that the number of available tasks had decreased compared to before. Previously, she had only killed a head-level ice demon wolf in the spirit refining realm, and the system rewarded her with a frost shield armor blueprint. Now only major tasks occasionally appeared, but the rewards were much better. Jiang Ran glanced at the notification bar, which was filled with dozens of completed tasks. She then saw that she only had 100,000 reputation points, which made her a little worried. She browsed the system's options and spent 3,000 reputation points to buy a book called Silk Charm. It was a flowchart of silk production, detailing how to make 8 types of fabrics from silkworm silk. Jiang Ran flipped through it, selected 2 fabrics, satin and gauze, and took out a brush to copy the relevant methods onto paper. At this moment, everything was peaceful. The curtains hung down to the floor, casting dancing shadows outside the window. After a long while, thud thud, a knocking sound came from the window, and the rustling of leaves outside startled the cicadas into silence and woke Jiang Ran, who was busy copying. She frowned and turned to look, only to see a creature with coal-colored skin and green hair, twisting its chubby belly. It was holding a cocoa pod larger than its body, wobbling as it flew toward the room. Thud. There was another loud sound as the brave little cocoa spirit repeatedly hit the window frame with its head, causing itself more pain and dizziness. Little Bai Mei, who couldn't focus on practicing, saw this and laughed happily, almost grinning to the point of showing dragon horns, and even mockingly said in a soulful voice, "Ha!
So silly. This."
Jiang Ran remained silent and speechless. The window was wide open like a broad road. How could it be hit twice? Seeing the little demon spirit show a look of grievance, Jiang Ran didn't have time to comfort it and quickly pulled the cocoa spirit back inside through the window. Yummy, the demon spirit's appearance was quite unique. The coal-like demon spirit shook its green leafy hair behind its head and, expecting Jiang Ran's reaction, carefully presented the cocoa fruit it had cultivated to her. Not only the mulberry spirit worm and ice spirit worm, but the cocoa spirit also liked praise from its owner.
Good job.
Flying demon spirits can return to their owner on their own, but the cocoa spirit brings back a cocoa fruit larger than its own body every 2 days. The carefully cultivated cocoa fruit from the demon spirit is always top quality. Jiang Ran would collect these fruits, either to use as seeds or to entrust Miao Fenglian to make a batch of high-quality chocolates to meet the needs of the Lord's residents. After giving the cocoa fruit, the shy and bashful cocoa spirit looked at Jiang Ran and asked for food. Yummy, I'm really hungry, the cocoa spirit. P////////. Jiang Ran was very experienced with this and quickly took out the elemental bloom and blue peachwood powder. While marveling that demon spirits could really eat, she also thought that she had probably collected enough from the Red Forest Qinglu, and it was time to bring back the treasure bottle. She routinely checked the cocoa spirit's body. Sometimes, the state of a demon spirit would show on its body, such as the glossiness of its skin, the development of its wings, and the completeness and delicacy of the patterns and carvings on its body. One branch of demon spirit studies is called demon spirit morphology. Compared to when she first contracted it, the cocoa spirit's black wings had grown larger, and unlike before's rough texture, the wings now looked smooth and shiny. More than its appearance change, she was even more surprised by the improvement in the cocoa spirit's talent. Jiang Ran's efforts had paid off. The continuous consumption of precious foods allowed the cocoa spirit to break through its talent level in just 2 months. Cocoa spirit talent: excellent yellow, rarity, common personality, shy age, for years-old spirit essence, none mutations, none adorable cocoa spirit, a little sweet, a little bitter. While caring for cocoa spirit, Jiang Ren also thought of the fellow spirit monster, my spirit. Cocoa spirit's talent has improved, and with the force crystal, my spirit's abilities are even better. Its talent has risen from average to excellent, yellow, and it even shows signs of producing basic spiritual essence. However, it always falls just a little short. Despite always having enough food for the spirit, Jiang Rand doesn't know where the problem lies. My spirit is indifferent to other matters and has a peaceful personality, but it is very dedicated to its growth and evolution. It often wanders between wheat fields, hoping to find a breakthrough. Jiang Ran rarely sees my spirit. Fortunately, the wheat in town is nearing maturity, with only about a month left before harvest. My spirit's activity helps the wheat grow, so Jiang Ran doesn't interfere much. Cocoa spirit, after eating, wants to play with bamboo spirit worms. However, a few days ago, Jiang Ran asked Jiang Nancheng to bring bamboo spirit worms, spirit worms, and mulberry spirit worms to Bichuan Bay. Cocoa spirit is a bit sad but behaves well, not bothering anyone.
Yummy.
Coincidentally, Jiang Nancheng returned with several little spirits. At nearly 11 years old, Jiang Nancheng is entering his voice change period. Unlike typical boys, his voice is clear and smooth with a pleasant, slightly husky tone, though not very much. Jiang Nancheng's breath is a little hurried as he asks, "Is sister inside?" Lian Xiang replies, "Young Master Jiang, the Lord is inside." Jiang Nancheng knocks on the door eagerly. Jiang Ran senses something is wrong. She quickly scoops Cocoa Spirit into her arms and opens the door. Before she can ask, Jiang Nancheng, holding a groaning my spirit, is sweating profusely and says anxiously, "Sister, something's wrong with my spirit." Wrong? Jiang Ran feels a slight shock. She takes my spirit from Jiang Nancheng's arms. Feeling the familiar aura, my spirit clings tightly to Jiang Ran's clothes like a fragile baby, whispering Yomi. My spirit's reaction makes Jiang Ran a little worried. Spirits face life and evolution challenges, but they can also get sick. Unlike humans, who are well-studied, research on spirits is limited, and finding spirit doctors is difficult. When spirits fall ill, they rely on their own healing powers, and their owners can't help them. But Jiang Ran remains calm in any situation. The more urgent the situation, the more she focuses and thinks carefully. Jiang Ran brought the cute spirit creature Coco Lingguai and the other few Yaoling, fantasy spirits, back into the Yaoling spirit ring. She asked, "Where is Li Inyo?" She remembered. She had asked Jiang Nancheng to work with Li Yinyo to take care of the Yaoling. Jiang Nancheng was very worried about the Mai Lingguai, and felt guilty for not taking good care of it, which caused the Xiaoyaoning little spirit to get sick. However, his sister always taught him to stay calm in difficult times. So, suppressing his panic, the young boy looked quite mature in handling matters. He clearly said, "Brotherly said the wheat in the fields is different from previous years, so he's been researching in the wheat fields. The growth and changes of Aoling are closely related to the plants they are associated with." Jiang Ran couldn't tell what exactly was wrong with Mai Lingguai at the moment, so she asked Jiang Nancheng to take her to find Li Yinyo in the wheat fields. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Wei Fengsheng and a few guards followed behind Jiang Ran, still maintaining the presence of a noble. Yesterday, a sea breeze from the south brought rain, moistening the dry land. Li Yinyo was near Bichuan Bay, which is on the edge of Suling town. Walking there from the Lord's mansion would take about 4 or 5 hours. Jiang Ran and Jiang Nancheng got into a carriage, and she used her magic eye to check on Mai Lingguai. However, besides greatly enhancing her vision and adding a spiritual attack with Yoming Chansu, dark spirit piercing, her magic eye could only see the flow of spiritual power and Aoling. The abilities of the Chuji, beginner, Zir Motong, purple jade magic eye, were limited. Jiang Ren also wanted to improve her divine powers, but had no method to do so. There's nothing wrong with the Yaoling spirit's flow of power. In fact, it's very strong and active, unbelievably lively. It doesn't seem to exceed Mai Lingguai's tolerance. This should be a good thing. Why does Mai Lingguai feel uncomfortable? Jiang Ran quickly thought, while Jiang Nancheng, although anxious, saw his sister deep in thought. He shrank back into the corner, trying not to draw attention, afraid of disturbing her. Jiang Ran retracted her divine power and carefully examined Mai Lingguai's body. Her golden wheat-like hair flowed down to the little Yao's spirit's ankles. The wheat grains felt like pebbles, making Mai Lingguai's hair look very beautiful. Her fair skin made the wheat flower patterns more distinct. Jiang Ran's smooth fingertips moved to Mai Lingguai's chest and stomach. The temperature of the Yaoling's skin was normal, just like usual. Yomi. Mai Lingguai's cry was weak, like a sickly little kitten. The body structure of the Yaoling Yao spirit monster, cannot support tears like humans do, but feelings of sadness are not only conveyed through tears. When Mai Ling monster, cries, it looks at Jiang Ran with soft, helpless eyes, both pitiful and powerless, enough to soften most humans in the world. Moreover, as Jiang Ran's pet, her emotional response reaches her heart strongly and unexpectedly. Mai Lingguai rarely complains or acts spoiled toward Jiang Ran. Unlike other Yao spirits, Songling Chong, Sang Spirit Bug, is silly and bubbly, but the foolish Chong, Bug, has its own luck. Bingji Lingkong, Ice Ji Spirit Bug, is proud and beautiful, Badal Changshi, domineering and strong. Maozhu Lingkong, Bamboo Spirit Bug, is cautious to the point of being funny, often causing laughter. Shengwen Manling Chong, Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Bug, is violent and greedy, adding trouble after the Ice Ji Spirit Bug. Even the Gerker Lingguar, Coco Spirit Monster, is shy yet eye-catching. Compared to these, the usually gentle Mai Lingguai's personality is not very prominent. Well-behaved children are often overlooked, and even Jiang Ran sometimes fails to notice Mai Lingguai. Ma Lingguai is also gentle and reserved, never arguing even when the Ice Ji Spirit Bug and Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Bug fight over food in its bowl. Where does it hurt? Jiang Ran frowns, staring intently at Mai Lingguai. Her gaze softens from her usual indifference, her dark eyes like an endless, gentle night sky. Mai Lingguai flutters its wings tremblingly. Jiang Ran's gaze shifts to examine it carefully. Suddenly, she notices a small red spot at the base of its wing, like blood. Because it is hidden beneath its long, dense golden wheat-like hair and at the back of its spine, areas usually difficult to see. Most people wouldn't notice. But Jiang Ran is not an ordinary person. She remembers that 2 days ago, Mai Lingguai's wing was still normal gold. Jiang Nancheng, seeing that striking red spot, was also startled. He reached out to comfort, and gently stroked my wing, but worried it might hurt. He said sadly, "No wonder my isn't flying. I thought it was feeling unwell or didn't want to fly, but it turns out its wing has a problem and can't take off." He once fell and hurt his leg as a child, crying tears of pain and sniffling. Marling God is stronger than him, so it must be uncomfortable. Jiang Nancheng genuinely cares for Yaoling, his eyes showing obvious concern. Jiang Ran asked Jiang Nancheng, "What happened these past 2 days? Has my Ling Guai been anywhere?" Jiang Nancheng shook his head. "No, Ma Lingot has been working in the wheat fields of Qingshan village." Jiang Ranin felt a chill in her heart and looked more serious. Jiang Nancheng saw this and didn't dare say much. He lowered his head, hiding it between his arms, while the dark hair on his forehead cast a quiet shadow on his face. At this moment, they had already entered Qingshan village from the town. Jiang Ranin pushed aside the curtain and looked outside, noticing that the village had changed a lot compared to its original appearance. This village's farmland was the most fertile among the 4 villages and was the main planting area of Suling town. Most villagers in Qingshan village had also reclaimed wasteland, creating large fields of crops. Although the soil on the newly opened land was poor, the Lord didn't tax the wasteland for 2 or 3 years, so the crops planted could still be harvested. Every family chose to open 1 or 2 acres of land. Of course, because the land in Suling town was limited, each person could only open up to 3 acres at most. For a family of 3, they could farm up to 9 acres. However, they could also buy reclaimed land from others without paying taxes. A month ago, village chief Ma Lian consulted Li Inyo and Chun Mao, leading villagers to dig small irrigation channels. These channels, either running horizontally or vertically, drew water from the lower reaches of Bishui Creek. They crisscrossed through the large farmland of Qingshan village, making it look like a network. Bishui Creek already had a good flow, comparable to a small river, and with a continuous supply of spiritual spring water, as long as there was no severe drought, the farmland in Qingshan village wouldn't lack water for irrigation. But Ma Lian was still worried about insufficient water and that Bishui Creek didn't belong exclusively to Qingshan village. So, he took villagers to the back mountain to find other water sources. They found a spring and a small stream. Though their combined flow was less than half of Bishui Creek's, it was better than nothing. These channels still needed reinforcement and maintenance, and they had to guard against villagers secretly blocking them. Whenever Ma Lian had free time, he would take his children wandering around Qingshan village. The village chief chosen by Lin Sha was excellent, and he had done many practical things for the villagers. Jiang Ranin felt satisfied internally, but also wondered, will the farmland in Qingshan village, irrigated by spiritual spring water, someday turn into spiritual fields? Since she rose to power, besides proposing to use creek water for irrigation, she also taught everyone to use ash, fallen leaves, mud, and manure for fertilizing. As long as villagers irrigated reasonably, over a few or several decades, the poor land could gradually become rich and fertile farmland. As for the spiritual fields, due to the limitations of natural soil, the possibilities seemed slim. But what if? The farming in Suling town still has big problems, especially with crop rotation. Usually, it's best not to plant the same crop on the same land every year because it can make the soil thin and less fertile. However, Jiang Ran can't do much about it because there are very few crops that can be grown in Suling town. If they don't plant wheat, everyone will go hungry. But next year will be better, as they can plant rice and soybeans. Big sister Brother Li is over there. Li Inyo is in the farmland near Bichuan Creek in Qingshan village. Jiang Nancheng jumps down from the carriage. He's still young, and an hour of waiting and worry makes him act like an impulsive young calf, rushing toward Li Inyo. Why did it take so long to notice such a serious problem? You're the village chief. Think of a way. I put so much effort into the wheat, and it's about to be a good harvest. Some villagers can't bear the shock and cry with their faces in their hands. Our family has 8 mouths to feed. How can I explain this to the Lord? Besides Li Inyo, the former village chief of Qingshan village, Ma Lian, is also working in the fields. Dozens of villagers are holding stone and wooden farming tools, gathered together, angry and red-faced, shouting loudly like a group of ducks. The carriage makes a strong presence, and most villagers quickly notice Jiang Ran and her group. Their faces show fear, as if a giant beast is choking their fate. The lively arguing stops immediately, and they lower their heads quietly. Jiang Ran gets off the carriage holding my Lingguai, but her attention is not on the villagers. Instead, she stares at the wheat leaves that are turning bright red, lost in thought. She remembers that during the last wheat harvest, the leaves had a slight red tint. She thought it was a lack of phosphorus or flood damage during seedling stage. But since the wheat was tall and the grains were full, she didn't ask more. But now it's different. The red color is like spilled cinnabar, and the wheat leaves are stained with a blood-red hue, spreading toward the wheat heads. Li Yinyo's skin is dark from the sun, covered in dirt, with bloodshot eyes and a very tired look. When he sees Jiang Ran, he takes off his straw hat and approaches with a trembling voice, "My lady." Seeing Li Yinyo like this, Jiang Ran knows he must have noticed the problem with the wheat. Understanding the cause is the first step to fixing it. She wonders if my Lingguai has enough time to wait for her to find out what's wrong, so she feels a little relieved. Gently patting the head of the wheat spirit creature to comfort it, Mingling Monster hardly made any noise despite feeling unwell, which made people feel sad. "Li Yinyo, what's wrong with this wheat? Why are the leaves and stems so red?" Just as they discovered the cause, the Lord came over, truly frightening. The villagers didn't realize there was a problem with the wheat spirit creature. They thought Jiang Ran, with her great powers, could see through everything. They became even more scared, shrinking back and hiding behind their houses or the current village chief. A group of strong, tall old men were hiding like little wives from a young girl, which looked a bit strange. Li Yinyo, who had seen the Lord get angry and cut off heads before, felt a chill at his neck. But more than that, he cared about the wheat he had worked so hard to grow. He quickly brought forward the wheat hiding behind him. Jiang Ran's pupils shrank. She saw the wheat was pulled out by the roots, with black and red bugs like blood leeches attached to the roots. Most of the wheat roots had these wriggling bugs, which was shocking and made her scalp tingle. Jiang Ran didn't recognize these bugs. They showed no spiritual energy, so they weren't recorded in her notebook. She forced herself to stay calm, took a few steps forward, and bent down to pull out some wheat plants. It was no coincidence. These strange bugs were growing on the roots. Li Yinyo looked on silently. No wonder the wheat spirit creature was so uncomfortable. Jiang Ran's voice turned cold. "What kind of bugs are these?" "Red wheat worms. I heard my elders mention them before. They feed on wheat plants and grow on the roots, making them hard to find." Li Yinyo spoke, his eyes turning red. As the head of the spirit farming department, he only now realized these bugs were there. But even if he had discovered them earlier, what could he do? There was no way to save the wheat. If the bugs only ate the leaves, he could stay in the field all day, catching each bug one by one, and maybe save some wheat. But in the soil. Moreover, the land in Suling town might not be suitable for planting wheat for years or even decades because these bugs would lay eggs in the soil. Once wheat was planted, the bugs would revive and eat the roots again. This would be a huge disaster for farmers. Like a typical pest outbreak, without pest control medicine, Suling town was helpless. And these were even more troublesome red wheat worms. Li Yinyo looked very unhappy. The better the wheat grows, the more likely it is to attract these bugs. Qingshan village is the hardest hit, but other villages have also found traces of these bugs. In about 10 days, when the wheat matures, these bugs will start eating it. Ma Lian listened and found it strange. He asked, "Wait, you mean they will start eating? Do these bugs have self-control and wait until the wheat is ripe?" Hearing this, Li Yinyo became even angrier, almost gasping for breath. That's just how these bugs behave. He used a stick to pull out a few bugs and saw them secreting a red liquid from their bodies. These bugs are very clever and picky. They don't eat regular wheat roots. Their body fluids help make the wheat roots stronger. "Look, our wheat is growing very well this year, with roots as thick as..." The wheat heads are also very full. But all of that is just an illusion, Li Inyo said angrily. I thought this batch of wheat would be a big harvest, and I was happy about it for a long time. All these signs are temporary because these bugs will start eating the wheat roots just before the wheat ripens. When that happens, the wheat will fall over, and it won't be mature. It will die quickly. Jiang Ran finally understood. These bugs are good for the wheat early on, but later they will harm it. Knowing this, Jiang Ran calmed down and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Suling Town has been around for over 20 years and has never faced this situation. The villagers discussed. Just harvest the wheat now. Unripe grains can still be eaten with some other food. Someone immediately disagreed. It's better to wait until the wheat falls over before harvesting. At least in 10 days, the wheat will be fuller, and we will get more. That person made sense, so they stayed silent. Malian said, Lord, if we lose the season, it's okay. I'm more worried about these bugs affecting future crops. As soon as he said that, others agreed. Yeah, if we don't grow wheat, how can we survive? Maybe we should pull out all the wheat before these bugs finish eating and breeding, then burn it with fire to kill the bugs with high heat. Is there no other way? Some people were still hesitant. Everyone depends on these 1 or 2 acres of wheat for their livelihood. Without this crop, they might go hungry this winter. Li Inyo and Maliandu fell silent. From a long-term perspective, burning these wheat crops early was the best outcome. Jiang Ran listened quietly. Perhaps these options could serve as backups. Small town, until the problem is solved, do not let the wheat spirit monster near these wheat, and do not let it infect the wheat. Jiang Ran handed the wheat spirit monster to Jiang Nancheng. Keep it for 2 days. I have an experiment to do. Then she turned to Li Inyo, Ma Lian, Wei Fengsheng behind them, and 2 other guards, saying, Follow me. When she heard about the insect trouble, the first thing that came to Jiang Ran's mind was the brown clasp grass. When she first saw this grass on Yunxiang Mountain, Jiang Ran wanted to grow some in Suling Town. But the teleportation array was too expensive, and she was too busy returning to town with many things to handle, so she put this plan aside. Brown clasp grass secretes a sweet scent that attracts insects. If it can affect the wheat rust red beetle, maybe it can make them come out of the soil on their own without harming the wheat roots. It can also trap these insects, allowing their body fluids to stimulate wheat root growth, turning pests into beneficial insects. Time was urgent, so Jiang Ran took this group back to town. Although Li Inyo and others didn't know what good ideas the Lord had, they hoped he could lead them out of this difficult situation. Without hesitation, they all followed. Oh dear. The wheat spirit worm weakly called out in Jiang Nancheng's arms. Jiang Ran comforted him. Don't worry, I will heal you. Other fairy spirits also peeked out of their rings. The mulberry spirit worm didn't know what was wrong with the little helper that had been with it since birth. It tilted its head, climbed onto Jiang Nancheng's chest, and used its tail to sweep the wheat spirit monster's foot. Because before, whenever it played with its previous owner like this, the owner would rarely smile at it. The carriage swayed forward amid cicadas chirping. It was noon, with the sun shining brightly. On the way back, Jiang Ran saw Wu Chuan, the village chief of Ao Family Village, leading a large group of people back to the village. They were flying chicken feathers and had caught many wild pheasants. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, What's going on with Ao Family Village? Malian also glanced over and said, Oh, you don't know? Wu Chuan is a hunter, not much into farming, so he took the village hunters to catch wild birds and pheasants. They say they want to raise them, and he also went to Nanju village to ask for some discarded seashells and snail droppings, mixing and smashing them to feed the young birds. I'm not very clear on the details, but it caused quite a commotion. Jiang Nancheng listened with wide eyes and asked, Can it support life? Malian was indifferent to Ao Family Village and shrugged. It looks good now. If it succeeds, our Qingshan village plans to buy some wild chickens to raise. It's not that they didn't want to catch wild animals themselves, but catching wild creatures requires skill. The wild chickens in the mountains are clever, and without years of hunting experience, it's very hard to catch them. Jiang Ran felt very happy, though she didn't show it outwardly. Inside, She was even more pleased with the village chiefs Lin Sha had chosen for her. The main road in Suling town was well built, allowing carts to pass smoothly, without bumps. Especially after entering the town center, the road was very flat. After Chun Mao became the head of the construction department, he kept working on infrastructure. The roads needed no explanation. With the help of extraordinary people, they found a suitable place to quarry stones and hired all capable stone diggers among the extraordinary people. They continuously supplied stones to Suling town and built new roads. In addition, Suling town had built 6 public toilets, located in the 5 major villages and the town itself. With these facilities, Jiang Ran rarely saw people defecating on the streets anymore. At this moment, the group arrived at the town. The teleportation array from Suling town to the future Dongshan village was installed in the town center, close to Suling Street. Suling Street was the most bustling area in Suling town, home to many cultivators. Nearby was a large square, an important trading place for the town. Few people in the town knew about the teleportation array being installed. Those who knew about it were mostly amazed but had no strong desire to use it because activating the array cost 50 spiritual crystals each time. Besides a few people in the town, no one had enough wealth to afford frequent use. Therefore, this was the first time the teleportation array was used. A small teleportation array could carry up to 500 kilograms per trip. To maximize efficiency, Jiang Ran arranged for 7 people to teleport together to Dongtian village. The previously found brown grass was definitely not enough. They still needed to search more. Since Yunxiang Mountain was dangerous, Jiang Ran called on Wenbai, Tianjing, and Jiahan. Apart from Jiang Ran, the town now had several important figures. Wenbai and Jiahan were evenly matched in strength, followed by Tianjing. Next were Jiabing and Biangelian, and finally Wei Fengsheng. Jiang Ran took out 50 spiritual crystals, placing them one by one on the teleportation device. The 7 of them opened their mouths wide and carefully stepped onto the teleportation array. Li Nyo's heart was pounding very fast. Oh my, am I dreaming? How many spirit crystals does it take to teleport once? Tian was a bit worried. Reaching the spirit refinement realm by hunting on Yunxiang Mountain is enough to pay back the cost, Wenbai said, walking from Hanyuan to Yunxiang, making the layout bigger. Lord, can we use this teleportation array? The nearby mountains around Suling town don't have many strong magical beasts. It's peaceful, but cultivators need powerful enemies to train themselves. Also, the blood, meat, and magic cores of magical beasts are very profitable, providing many cultivation resources. Of course, besides 50 spirit crystals, you also need to pay a usage fee with a pure crystal to use the teleportation array. Willing to spend 50 spirit crystals to activate the array, Wenbai didn't think the fee for the pure crystal was expensive. He had an idea in mind and also admired that the new lord was young but more generous than many lords he had heard of. After all, this is a very precious space formation. No one present had experienced teleportation before, including Jiang Ran. When the teleportation array emitted a white light, Jiang Ran only felt dizzy, and the next moment, she appeared in a cave. Tian was holding a heavy sword, adopting a defensive stance, subtly protecting Jiang Ran behind him. Where is this? Jiang Ran reassured him, don't be nervous. We have arrived at our destination safely. I didn't expect I would return here so quickly. Jiahan scratched the purple armor plate on his face and sighed. Then, Jiang Ran followed her memory, leading a group of people to the growth area of brown clover grass. The fragrant camphor trees swayed in the mist. Snakes and insects lurked among the plants, occasionally making hissing sounds. A colorful venomous snake slithered past Ma Lian, but luckily Jiahan was prepared and quickly grabbed its neck. Ma Lian's hair stood on end as he curiously looked at the purple armor plate under Jiahan's eyes, then at the crushed venomous snake, and stammered a thank you. Jiahan thought Ma Lian was afraid of him, so he just snorted without replying. Ma Lian looked down in frustration. The environment here is damp and sticky, with a strange smell, and there are many bugs. It's really uncomfortable to stay. Ma Lian was just an ordinary person and couldn't stand the invasion of various insects. He took a half step back, forced a smile, and expressed his helplessness. The scent emitted by the brown clasp grass attracted many insects and also drew in some animals that eat insects, such as low-level shadow frogs and wind-hunting sparrows. Jiang Ran usually does not provoke other magical beasts, but if these tasty ingredients come to her willingly, she won't refuse. She counted the number of brown clasp grass plants. In this area, 53 mature plants had already grown, along with some young seedlings. Since she couldn't be sure if the environment of Suling Town was suitable for these plants, Jiang Ran paid no attention to the small seedlings. Even if all the brown class grass in Suling Town died, these seedlings could still reproduce here. Captain Tian, you are responsible for guarding with me. The others will dig up the grass. Try not to damage their roots. Yes, my lady. Jiang Ran assigned the task of digging up the grass and warned, brown clasp grass usually doesn't harm humans, but if you put your fingers into its mouth, it will bite. So, it's best to avoid its mouth when digging. Everyone nodded obediently. Li Yinyo pushed the sleeve that had fallen on his wrist onto his shoulder and squatted down to start digging. His eyes shone with excitement. His target was a brown clasp grass about 1 meter tall. He muttered to himself, "This grass is really strange. Look at that big belly, it's as big as my stomach. Wow, if I move it, it will struggle, and its belly will move too." Not only Li Yinyo, but even Wenbai, who had seen many strange plants, was surprised. Ma Lian frowned with concern, his eyes full of worry. This thing has definitely eaten a lot of insects, but will the red worm hiding underground really fall for it? Why think so much? Li Yinyo was very confident in the Lord. The group continued digging and chatting quietly. They worked quickly and managed to dig out about 53 plants in half an hour. Croak. Jiang Ran collected all the brown class grass in her hands. The plants still had swollen bellies, with large brown claws fluttering, resembling zombie-like plants, making strange croaking sounds, very eerie. This time, not only the fields of Qingshan village suffered, but other villages' lands were also affected. The farmland in Suling Town was also reduced, and some fields were scattered. 53 plants were definitely not enough. Wenbai, Jiahan, Tianjing, you three stay in Yunxiang Mountain to continue searching for brown class grass. Yunxiang Mountain has many powerful magical beasts. Do not go near the central area, and keep in touch with me at all times using the communication horn. There is a teleportation array in Tongtian village. These people can return at any time, and since the alien being Jiahan has a strong sense of danger, Jiang Ran is not very worried. After receiving the orders, Jiang Ran stayed with Li Yinyo, Ma Lian, and Wei Fengsheng to be teleported to Suling Town. A flash of white light appeared, and the four of them arrived inside the teleportation array at Suling Town. Jiang Ran looked up and saw Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng, who was holding the strange wheat spirit, squatting on the ground with fragrant grass and book boy Ma Yun, staring eagerly at the side. When they saw that Jiang Ran was indeed safe and back home, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Once they felt safe, they became excited. Jiang Xiaowen's eyes sparkled as she looked at the teleportation array. "Big sister, is teleporting fun?" Jiang Ran gently patted Jiang Xiaowen's head and replied, "It's a little dizzy, but it's still fun." Most of the fragrant grass was given to Li Yinyo and Ma Lian, but Jiang Ran also held 2 stalks in her hand. She was also carrying a few shadow frogs and windswept sparrows that had come to her. Jiang Ran handed some delicious ingredients to Lian Xiang, telling her to take them to the Lord's residence for Chen Mo to cook. Although Jiang Nancheng was curious about the teleportation array and the magical beasts, he was more worried about the strange wheat spirit. Right now, he kept a close eye on the fragrant grass, hurriedly asking about the situation, and then said, "Is this the fragrant grass that sister mentioned? Let's quickly plant it in Qingshan village." The Yao spirit has some healing ability, and since the wheat spirit that had contact with wheat didn't worsen, perhaps it could recover on its own with its self-healing power. However, the wheat spirit always depended on the wheat from Suling Town to survive, so Jiang Ran didn't relax. After saying a few words to her younger brother and sister, she quickly asked Manhwa to get the cart ready and head to Qingshan village. The villagers were still anxiously wandering in the fields. Some people from other villages also heard the news and came to Qingshan village to ask about the situation. "Look, that's the Lord's carriage. Does this mean our wheat can be saved?" Li Yinyo and Ma Lian sat on the cart's yoke. Before the cart even stopped, they jumped down and rushed forward with a bunch of fragrant grass.
Gugu.
Li Yinyo and Ma Lian couldn't carry all the fragrant grass, so they stuffed some directly into the villagers' arms. The villagers, surprised by the strange plants, froze in place. Li Yinyo said, "Stop staring, call some more brothers, get more tools, and plant these fragrant grass to see what happens." Everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream and quickly got busy, like spinning tops. The fields in Guangqing Mountain Village were not enough for 50 clusters of brown-class grass. Jiang Ran had to prioritize planting in the areas where the fields were gathered and where the wheat was growing best.
Ugh.
This strange grass is still twisting. Someone was both afraid and surprised, struggling to wave a stone to dig a hole and plant the brown-clasped grass on the middle of the ridge. Jiang Ren glanced at the rough stone and wooden tools and sighed quietly. The backward state of agriculture in Suling town was understandable. How many low-level farmers could afford iron tools? Those with large iron sickles at home were wealthy landowners. Wei Fengsheng let the earth spirit magic worm loosen the soil and focus on the area around the brown-class grass. Wei Fengsheng responded with a nod, then took a few steps away, suddenly remembering something. "By the way, Lord, about the earth spirit magic worms, 3 of them are placed in Bichuan Bay, and 1 has undergone some changes." Jiang Ran frowned. With so much on her plate, she didn't want any more bad things to happen. But Wei Fengsheng quickly explained, "1 of them has advanced in cultivation and become a beast in the 3 layers of the opening meridian realm. It also seems to have split into another magic worm from its body." This sounded like good news. If the magic worm advanced, it would be more beneficial for the land in Suling town, especially since a new magic worm had appeared. Jiang Ran's expression relaxed. Since the beast is stronger and more aggressive, it poses a greater threat to people. Make sure those earth spirit magic worms stay in Bichuan Bay. Actually, without Wei Fengsheng's orders, those magic worms wouldn't leave Bichuan Bay. They were greedy for the spring water and reluctant to leave. But since the Lord said so, Wei Fengsheng would pay more attention. Yes. Meanwhile, servants like Lian Xiang and Xiang Chao brought food. Jiang Ran summoned Bai Mei and called her younger siblings to eat. Until dusk, everyone worked together to choose a good place, fetch water, and fertilize, completing the planting of all 53 clusters of brown-clasped grass. The grass had been planted for half an hour. After their busy work, the villagers gathered here, nervously observing the changes in the brown-clasped grass and the wheat beetle. When first planted, the grass looked a bit wilted, but this plant liked moisture and was insectivorous. In theory, as long as there was enough water and plenty of insects, this plant could survive. The largest brown-clasped grass was as tall as a person, and its fattest belly was as thick as 2 waists. Suddenly, the adapted brown-clasped grass began to emit a strange fragrance. The strange scent spread for hundreds of meters, covering more than 20 acres of farmland. The villagers worked hard all morning, their bodies sweaty and smelling bad. As night approached, a swarm of flies and blood-sucking insects gathered around them. But suddenly, the strange smell appeared. Jiang Ran saw that the flies and insects flying around the villagers immediately changed direction and headed toward the brown grass. When the insects got close, the large, quiet trap suddenly moved sharply, swallowing the insects one by one. After eating some insects, the brown grass looked even more energetic, and the strange smell seemed to grow stronger. The nervous villagers were startled by this sudden scene and jumped back, exclaiming, "Oh my." Then they were happy, saying it really seems to attract bugs.
Look.
The red bugs are coming out. A man in his 40s or 50s leaned forward and pointed at the ground. Since everyone's attention was already on the field, no one needed to be told. They saw plump red bugs wriggling wildly, as if called by some signal, struggling out of the soil. Suddenly, the quiet wheat field made rustling sounds, which made people's scalps tingle. There are so many red bugs in the soil. Clusters of red bugs curled together, oozing red juice that dripped down sticky. Even strong men couldn't help but get goosebumps, and some farm women looked frightened. The brown grass was indeed useful against the red bugs. Jiang Ren felt a bit more hopeful. Now, the brown grass was happily eating several red bugs at once. Jiang Ren thought about it and decided to trap these red bugs, squeeze the juice from their bodies to use as nutrients for the wheat, and select some fields as test plots to see how well it worked. If it worked well, they could promote it widely next year. Maybe the wheat spirit monster could even benefit and grow stronger from this. After thinking, Jiang Ren asked Li Yinyo to take charge of this. He told him to find a way to keep the red bugs and feed them some red bugs, since the brown grass needed insects to feed on. He also said, after the wheat is harvested, maybe the roots can be dug out and used to feed the red bugs. Li Yinyo was happily excited when he heard this, but then he was shocked when he heard the Lord's words. "My lord, do you mean to raise these red bugs?" Jiang Ren simply said, "Good and bad come together. Since we've found a way to control the red bugs, it would be a shame not to explore their usefulness." Anyway, since the Lord was backing them, Li Yinyo quickly understood and happily accepted the task. The villagers of Qingshan village are happily celebrating, while the villagers of Ao family village and Tianqi village are very worried. They cautiously ask, "My lord, our wheat has also been affected by these bugs. Please look." Jiang Ren reassures them, saying that Wen Bai and others are still searching for brown grass. Even if they find not enough, she will share some with the other villages. After receiving confirmation multiple times, the villagers finally feel relieved. Feeling reassured, Jiang Nancheng relaxes, but seeing the wheat spirit monster still looking uncomfortable, she frowns slightly. Jiang Ren says, "As long as it hasn't worsened, that's the best sign. Once the bugs are gone from the field, let the wheat spirit monster walk around the wheat fields. It should be fine then." She takes out some spiritual food and offers it to the wheat spirit monster. The little creature's eyes light up. It no longer seems to be in pain from its wings and obediently reaches out with its chubby hand to take the food. Xiaowen can't help but have starry eyes, saying, "The little spirit is really adorable." By now, the sun has already dipped behind Dane Mountain, but the weather remains hot and stuffy. Especially in Suling town, no matter what clothes they wear, they can't feel cool. Jiang Nancheng's forehead beads with sweat, soaking his collar. He can't help but fan himself. Seeing this, the young servant Ma Yun quickly takes out a handkerchief to help wipe Jiang Nancheng's sweat. The little one also pulls out a small fan from somewhere and fans him. Jiang Nancheng thanks him and mentions that Bichuan Creek is nearby. Feeling thirsty, he asks Jiang Ren, "Sister, are you thirsty? I'll get some water for you." It's obvious he's thirsty, and Jiang Ren licks her lips. When summer comes to mind, the first thing she thinks of is cold watermelon. Jiang Ren feels a little excited. During the day, she's busy with political affairs, and at night, she trains. She also finds time to train by Mei and the spiritual creatures. She feels like she could split her 24 hours into 36. She almost forgot that Bichuan Bay still grows watermelons. Let's go to Bichuan Bay together. I think the watermelons should be ripe now. Jiang Ren calls Wei Fengsheng and Manhwa, and the group, happily celebrating solving the wheat rust red bug problem, leaves amid villagers' good wishes, riding a carriage to Bichuan Bay. After the villagers settle in, Jiang Ren hires over 10 people to cultivate the wasteland at Bichuan Bay. They collect manure, fallen leaves, and plants to make compost, aiming to develop at least 100 acres of fertile land in the area, which will eventually become spiritual fields and good farmland. However, lacking tools makes it difficult to cultivate so much land. Cutting down trees and weeds alone will take several days. In the past 5 or 6 days, these new settlers have only managed to clear about 1 or 2 acres of land. As evening approaches, it will soon be dark. At this time, the villagers are packing up their tools and preparing to go home. When Jiang Ren passes by, The villagers nervously greet a group of people. By Quan Creek, I haven't been here in a long time. How are those watermelons growing? Jiang Nancheng comes here every day and knows quite a bit. He draws a big circle and says they're getting bigger every day. Seeing the watermelons grow a little each day, Jiang Nancheng feels proud. He likes to show off by comparing the watermelons to a big basin used for bathing his sister, saying they might even grow into little spirits. Unfortunately, after growing for a while, the watermelons suddenly stopped getting bigger one day. He thought he had killed them by overfeeding and was sad for a long time. His sister told him this was normal, and only then did he realize he had made a mistake. Jiang Xiaowen even teased him mercilessly. The watermelons were planted near the mustard greens and rapeseed. The mustard greens and rapeseed in Bai Quan Creek were harvested a few days earlier than those grown by villagers, so by July, most of them had been picked. Because it was on wasteland, they missed the best planting time a little, and the seeds weren't very good. Plus, they had little planting experience, so the harvest was limited. Li Yinyo and Jiang Nancheng carefully selected the plumpest seeds. The rest were sent to the Lord's mansion. Some of the oil used there is made from rapeseed. Villagers saw this and quickly harvested their rapeseed, saving some seeds for themselves. Most people couldn't bear to eat the oilseed themselves, so they sold it instead. Young rapeseed can be stir-fried and eaten, and when it matures, the seeds can be pressed for oil. As they say, rare things are valuable. Both rapeseed and vegetable oil are very profitable, and they sell well. People who didn't grow it before regret it deeply. Some villagers, who borrowed money to buy rapeseed seeds, were very proud. Look at you all laughing at me back then. Don't you see who was calling for us to plant these? Hearing this, other villagers felt even more regretful. After harvesting the rapeseed, everyone started asking to buy seeds, even approaching Li Yinyo. Now, rapeseed seeds in Suling town are selling for 30 silver coins per jean, half a kilogram. Originally, She wanted to sell them for 20 silver coins per jean. That price was already high, but insiders say that in Fenghuang town, rapeseed is ridiculously cheap, only 12 silver coins per jean. Although she eventually let her take it for free, some people saw a business opportunity and boldly went to Phoenix Town to collect seeds. Recently, several towns have been tense, and they might cause trouble or even risk their lives. Now, the fields are empty, and Jiang Ran feels uncomfortable looking at them. Rapeseed can still be planted in September for one more season. Little City, remember to tell Li Nongxi to notify everyone. After the wheat is harvested and ripe, we can start planting rapeseed. Jiang Ran usually calls Li Yinyo for casual matters and Li Nongxi for important ones, so Jiang Nancheng quickly understood and replied, "Got it." The 5 watermelon vines were well cared for by Jiang Nancheng, and all had melons on them. Usually, to ensure each watermelon gets enough nutrients, only 1 or 2 melons are kept on a vine. So, these 5 vines bore 7 large watermelons. These wild watermelons are striped with green lines, looking very beautiful. The variety seems excellent, with the smallest watermelons weighing about 4 or 5 jean, almost as big as carefully selected watermelons from the past. This was Jiang Ran's first time discovering and planting watermelons in Chisuling town. She casually tapped one of the watermelons, which made a deep sound, like a clever person's head, familiar and easy to recognize. The smallest watermelon can probably grow a bit more. Most of the others are ripe. Let's pick them. Jiang Ran gave the order, and Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen eagerly tried to pick watermelons, shouting for Xiang Cao and Lianxiang not to compete with them for this harvest experience. Xiang Cao and Ma Yun had a very good relationship. They exchanged glances, showing a regretful expression for being stopped. The watermelons were round and plump, with smooth skins, and looked very nice. Picking them must give a great sense of achievement. Wow, brother, your watermelons are really that big. I wonder if they taste good. Jiang Xiaowen, holding a watermelon weighing about 7 or 8 jean, with 2 more at her feet, was stunned. She was small, so the watermelons looked even bigger. Just wait. My watermelons will definitely taste good. Jiang Nancheng proudly lifted his chin and said confidently. Jiang Ran was thinking about chilling the watermelons and salivating secretly when she heard Jiang Nanchun come over, holding a watermelon and happily asking, "Sister, all the watermelons here are ripe. The 2 vines at the shipyard should also be about ready, right? Should we go check?" At that time, they found 7 watermelon vines in Nanju village, but since 2 of them already bore melons, they didn't move those melons over here. However, Jiang Nanchun sometimes takes Ma Yunjin there to check on things, watering and fertilizing along the way. So, he knows that those 2 watermelons are growing quite well. Now, it's already late in the day when they go, but Jiang Ran has a bunch of glow pearls, so walking at night is not a problem. Also, the Qinglu treasure bottle needs to be retrieved. Since no one is around at night, she plans to quietly take it back. First, she sends someone home to store the watermelons, then heads to Nanju village. Back at the Lord's mansion, Jiang Ran uses ice spiritual power to freeze several buckets of water. One bucket is for Chun Mo to soak the watermelons in cold water or crush the ice to make chilled watermelon juice. The extra ice is given to the mansion servants. The weather is extremely hot. Jiang Ran often sees Wang Huar, who is responsible for cleaning the estate, looking exhausted, sticking out her tongue like a small dog to cool down. This makes the servants at the mansion very grateful to Jiang Ran. The heat seems to dissipate from the entire mansion. Even Chun Mo is very happy, thinking about bringing some ice to his old man later. Wei Fengsheng looks at these buckets of ice and feels his hands hurt. As one of the few ice-type cultivators in Suling town, he often has people coming to his house during summer to buy ice blocks. Although he gets paid, does he lack silver coins? 2 coins would be enough. Of course, this is just a joke. If he doesn't like it, he can refuse. But every summer, he becomes the most popular person in Suling town. It's a rare experience. Soon, after moving the remaining watermelons back, they can enjoy fresh iced watermelon. Jiang Ran didn't bring her maid or book boy this time. Quickly, she and Jiang Nanchun and others arrive at the shipyard. Jiang Nanchun and Jiang Xiaowen go to pick watermelons under Wei Fengsheng's protection, while Jiang Ran enters the shipyard. The shipyard covers over 1,000 square meters. The building is made entirely of cement bricks and tiles, and it's quite impressive for Suling town. Since the shipyard faces the sea and catches the breeze, its orientation is from southeast to northwest. In the yard, many cut-down giant cedar trees are stacked, their branches and leaves removed, with the trunks piled several meters high. Inside the shipyard, Jiang Ran finds a lot of flat wooden boards stacked neatly. Torches are lit on the walls, illuminating the entire place brightly. Jiang Ran raises her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect so many people inside so late. The person in charge, Yi Cheng, is also there. When he sees Jiang Ran holding a glow pearl, he is startled. His fear deepens when he notices workers already laying out mats, ready to sleep. This is not a place for people to sleep. But clearly it's already late, and Jiang Ran has seen everything. There was no blame, only curiosity. So Jiang Ran asked, "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to look around. Why aren't you guys going back? Why are you still here tonight?" The workers were startled and hesitated, unable to answer. Yi Cheng then said, "Besides the workers from Nanju village, who live nearby and can finish work and go home, the others from Aojia village and Qingshan village live farther away. It takes about an hour to walk there. And some of our workers still don't have a place to stay, so he decided to let them stay here. About 1/3 of the workers at the shipyard are from Xinmin, who don't have homes. Instead of squeezing with over 500 people, they prefer to sleep on the ground at the shipyard. Although the roads in Songling town are well built, cattle and horses are not common, so everyone still has to walk. Jiang Ran listened quietly and didn't say much, simply accepting this arrangement. She then noticed a small model ship on Yi Cheng's seat, which made her quite curious. Yi Cheng saw her interest and said proactively, "Most of the workers at the shipyard have been hired. We've already had the workers cut down some trees, but other materials haven't arrived yet. The master shipbuilders here haven't built ships before, so there might be mistakes. We made a 3-inch model based on the drawings first, just to practice." Jiang Ran asked further about what other problems the shipyard might have, remembered everything, and quickly left. The workers, especially the Shinmin workers, looked at the departing lord's figure and were lost in thought for a moment. One asked softly, "Can we still sleep here?" A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes scratched his face and said, "The Lord didn't say anything, so it should be fine. Don't think too much. The Lord may seem cold, but he cares about the people. He wouldn't say anything about small matters like this." Yicheng waved his hand to reassure them. "Go to sleep early. Tomorrow we need to get up early to cut trees and prepare wood." The workers finally felt at ease and went to sleep. After leaving the shipyard, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen had already brought out watermelons. Jiang Ran told them to wait for her at the carriage, then quickly ran to the Red Forest to retrieve the Qinglu treasure bottle. The Qinglu treasure bottle isn't very large, holding about 100 drops of dew at most. Jiang Ran's bottle wasn't full, only about a third full. She now had 6 Yao spirits, especially the Yao spirits god, which had a big appetite. With other food, this dew would only last about 2 weeks. There weren't many other foods left, so Jiang Ran thought about adding more when sending Jiang Nancheng to Mingxiao Academy. Mingxiao Academy was very lively, and she believed she could find better and more delicious spirit foods there. When they arrived at the Red Forest, Cocoa Spirit Monster still thought that the owner had specially sent it to the cocoa grove. It happily and obediently crawled out of the spirit ring, shyly twisted its little belly, and called out to the owner twice. "Stay with me for a few more days. No need to rush back." Seeing how adorable the green-headed little coal was, Jiang Ran couldn't help but touch its small belly with her finger. Cocoa fruit has 2 harvest seasons each year, ripening from June to July and from October to November. With the presence of the cocoa spirit monster, the fruit could last for an extra season. Most of the fruit that ripened in June and July was already gone. The cocoa grove now had only a few remaining fruits. The gardeners had gone home for a few days off, and Jiang Ran felt sorry for leaving the little coal spirit monster there alone. However, Jiang Ran thought of an idea. Perhaps she could plant 1 or 2 brown grass plants in the cocoa grove to help repel insects. But she would need to wait until the red mite problem was fully resolved before bringing in a few plants. Back at the Lord's mansion, Jiang Ran and others finally enjoyed juicy, refreshing watermelons. The cool, sweet aroma of the fruit delighted Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen's taste buds. They only brought back 8 watermelons, and since summer was still long, they had to save and eat them slowly. Besides sharing a few with Steward Li, Jiang Ran didn't want to give too many to the servants. She just cut some into small pieces for them to try. The big watermelon was quickly finished by everyone. Jiang Xiaowen still had a black watermelon seed on her lips and held a thin piece of watermelon rind, which she had chewed down to the green part. She looked satisfied and pouted her lips, saying, "Brother, your watermelons are really delicious." Jiang Nancheng also thought they were tasty. He nodded and said, "See? I told you my watermelons are good. Too bad they didn't produce spirit monsters. Then we could have more watermelons to eat." "No worries. Once you become a student at Mingxiao Academy, you can cultivate watermelon spirit monsters." Jiang Xiaowen comforted him. "You have to work hard. I want to eat more watermelons." Jiang Nancheng patted his chest, promising he would try his best. But when he thought about leaving Suling Town soon, he felt a little reluctant. Jiang Ran didn't think much of it. She still held 2 teleportation arrays, ready to set one up at Mingxiao Academy so Jiang Nancheng could return anytime. Right now, she was lazily lying on a courtyard lounge chair, also enjoying the cool, sweet taste of the watermelon. 2 days later, the weather slightly cooled down, which was quite nice. In the morning, as usual, she met with officials to hear their reports on recent work. Jiang Ran first met by Li Hui and Mu Shi, who had settled in Shangling Town. They were building their own forging and alchemy workshops. A great toolmaker usually has a team. For example, making a magic robe requires a materials buyer, a designer, and a tailor. Similarly, forging a sword needs a blacksmith. Some magic tools also need to have formations drawn on them. Most of the time, the toolmaker handles everything: smithing, designing, tailoring. Coincidentally, Bai Li Hui, who was used to being poor, was the one who came over, so Jiang Ran often said that having this person come to her was really a lucky break. Bai Li Hui rubbed his big belly. Jiang Ran was looking at the improved Luyan lantern he made. Because the materials were good, this lantern was much better than before. It stored energy more efficiently and looked nicer, like a crystal chandelier from her past life. There are 10 Luyan lanterns in total, costing 5 Chui crystals each. Compared to magic tools that cost thousands of spirit crystals, 5 Chui crystals is very cheap. Still, common people can't afford them, so the market for these is uncertain. However, Jiang Ran plans to place Luyan lanterns throughout the Lord's mansion. She happily put down the lantern and took out blueprints for the Cold Ice body armor, Wind spirit ship, and Golden Note spirit fan. Bai Li Hui had seen these before, but this time, Jiang Ran also brought out the most important spirit engraving blueprints. Bai Li Hui swallowed hard, unable to stop his saliva from flowing. These were things he had always dreamed of, and now they seemed within reach. A white, delicate hand casually placed the treasured items aside. One blueprint even got wrinkled from the owner's careless movement. Bai Li Hui was heartbroken and wished he could go over immediately to smooth it out. Then Jiang Ran said, "These magic tools will be your responsibility to craft in the future. Of course, I will give you all the core spirit engraving blueprints. I will provide the materials, and I will handle sales. The profit will be 90% for you, but there is a condition. The blueprints are provided by the Lord, and Bai Li Hui can get 3 types of magic tools for free, just a simple gesture." He originally thought he would only get a fixed salary, but unexpectedly, there was profit sharing. The profit margin is quite high. For example, after subtracting costs, a low-grade cold ice body armor yields about 800 spirit crystals profit. 10% of that is 80 spirit crystals. But does the Great Lord expect to be satisfied with low-priced magic tools? Obviously not. The Lord even provides him with materials. During his days wandering outside, he couldn't even craft magic tools, and those materials are so expensive he can't even imagine. Bai Li Fei is overjoyed. "My lord, you say so." It seems he doesn't realize how serious the situation is. Jiang Ran secretly smiles to herself. "Serve this lord for 10 years and teach me the crafting methods for the 5 types of magic tools you know." As soon as she says this, the air becomes silent. Mushi glances at the lord sitting on the throne, who shows no expression, then looks at Bai Li Fei, who appears somewhat embarrassed. She can't help but hold her breath. From Mushi's limited experience, she thinks Bai Go is not losing out. She has learned that Bai Ji's magic tools are not high level, but the Lord's tools can reach the top quality earth level, or even the heavenly level. The only hesitation is the 10-year contract, which is like a selling contract. Bai Li Fei was just happy earlier, but now he breaks out in a cold sweat from nervousness. Is it worth it? It seems not. After all, this remote town of Suling is poor. Even though the Lord looks extraordinary, how long would it take to develop a small town into a city like Tianjin? 100 years? Or 500 years? It's really too difficult. Bai Li Fei is torn inside, and just then, Jiang Ran raises an eyebrow. "You should know, this Lord can easily produce 3 such blueprints, and can produce 3 more." Bai Li Fei is stunned. Yes, he was mainly interested in the spirit carving technique. When he decided to follow a seemingly young girl, it was just because of one sentence. He originally had no one to rely on. Powerful cities don't lack magic tool craftsmen, and weaker towns don't have what he wants. Jiang Ran's use of precious blueprints to keep him shows she values his skills. And he has no other way out. Bai Li Fei no longer hesitates. "I agree. Tomorrow, I will give you the crafting methods for the tooth-edged sword, meteor hammer, and other magic tools." Jiang Ran felt relieved when Bai Li Fei agreed. Luckily, Bai Li Fei didn't ask her to produce 3 more drawings on the spot. After convincing Bai Li Fei, Mushi was easier to persuade. Under the same conditions, Jiang Ran handed over the formulas for the Dispel Chaos Pill, the 3-pattern Spirit Seed Pill, the Earth Spirit Pill, Water Spirit Pill, Fire Spirit Pill, Ice Spirit Pill, Gold Spirit Pill, Wind Spirit Pill, grass and wood pill, and thundercloud pill. In return, she received a Dan Master title and also gained additional formulas for blood coagulation powder, fire congealing pill, heart clearing pill, and power accumulating pill. Because of this, Jiang Ran, by Li Fei and Mu Shi reached an agreement. You might not make much profit or even lose a little, but I will definitely earn a lot. After meeting with the two, she turned to handle matters for the 6 departments. During the hot summer, a salt pond on the Suyuan coast could produce 5 jin of salt in a day. In just a few days, Jiang Ran received 130 jin of salt. However, this amount of salt wasn't enough for the townspeople. Once it was placed in Lushang Pavilion, it would probably be snatched up quickly. Jiang Ran took the damp towel handed by Lian Xiang, cleaned her hands, pinched a piece of white salt, and looked happily at the quality, which was even better than when she had previously taught them how to make salt. Chun Mao cupped his hands and frowned, saying, "The salt fields are still producing continuously. Summer is almost over, and I plan to produce more salt while the opportunity lasts." However, the workers at the salt field said someone is stealing salt water to boil themselves. The method of salt production was naturally not publicly known. The workers at the salt fields had all signed their agreements, but the steps of salt making were always the same. If someone wanted to find out, they could probably see some clues. Overall, this was not a good sign. In ancient China, private salt trading was forbidden because salt could generate large income and was an important strategic resource. Although this world was very different from the previous one, cultivators and ordinary people seemed to live in 2 different worlds. For example, in terms of currency, ordinary people mainly use silver and gold coins, occasionally getting a few spirit crystals, but they might spend their whole lives without ever seeing a spirit crystal. Cultivators, on the other hand, mainly use spirit crystals and source crystals. Sometimes hundreds of gold coins dropped on the ground, and cultivators wouldn't bother to pick them up. Even if salt was expensive, it wouldn't be priced in spirit or source crystals, right? Since the ruling power in this world was firmly in the hands of cultivators, the influence of salt on the upper class was much less than in the past. However, in small towns like Sualing Town, it was still necessary to keep salt under official control in the early stages. Jiang Ran also paid close attention to this. Xingling Town has built new officials and a team of constables. Let them stay busy investigating people who steal salt water. After catching them, they will follow the law. Chun Mao agreed and immediately went to find the constables. Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention to the subsequent chaos caused by the investigation into the salt thieves. Since the salt has already been produced, setting the right price is very important. The price of Zay salt is 20 silver coins per jin inside Zay Salt County and 30 silver coins per jin outside the town. Su salt is definitely not as good as Zay salt, but its cost is rising, about 8 silver coins per jin. So, the internal price is set at 12 silver coins, and the external price is temporarily set at 20 silver coins. Jiang Ran called Li Steward and asked him to send people to take the salt to Lushang Pavilion for sale. After Chen Mao left, Jiang Ran continued to meet with other officials. The Ministry of Works was very busy and overwhelmed, and other departments were not idle either. The Ministry of Rights and the public school were preparing exam papers for the end of term, and they were also getting prizes ready for the top 50 students in the Shousurban and the top 120 in the regular class. The Ministry of War was busy making weapons and training soldiers, the Ministry of Justice was working on laws, and Lin Sha led the Ministry of Officials, which was busy supervising officials and the work in the 5 villages every day. Li Tianliang finally returned with the goods. But surprisingly, the merchant caravan with horses took longer than the previous few trips. At this moment, the two were about to discuss in the back room of Lushang Pavilion. When Li Tianliang entered Lushang Pavilion, he saw many visitors coming and going. After carefully observing, he realized they were buying salt. This salt seemed very different from Zay salt, much rougher. Li Tianliang was a bit surprised. Could it be that some territory is selling salt outside? He wondered, confused. No, besides Zay Salt County, which other town can sell salt outside? He felt a little nervous because the salt sold at Lushang Pavilion was unbelievably cheap. He had brought about 100 jin of salt from Zay Salt County. If this trend continued, his salt might not sell at all. Li Tianliang patted the shopkeeper Su on the shoulder and secretly asked him. Only then did he learn that the salt was produced by the Lord himself and a few others. Oh, I see. Li Tianliang was even more shocked. Is this our own salt? Li Tianliang's eyes widened, and he was in disbelief. He knew the Lord was very powerful, but this was salt. Their town was so poor and had no salt mines. How could they produce it? Many people nodded in agreement and quietly said, I was very surprised at first, but this is indeed salt produced locally in our town, made from seawater. That's a good thing. After asking several times, Li Tianliang touched his non-existent beard and didn't care whether the salt he brought back could be sold. He had already earned quite a bit on this trip. Moreover, the Lord would definitely buy some Zay salt to take back. If not, he could sell it house by house when he carried the salt to the monks. If the Lord intended to export the salt, he might be able to sell some outside. Zay salt is expensive and common people can't afford it. He wouldn't make much profit, just earning a silver coin per gene of Zay salt, mainly covering transportation costs. He didn't want to cheat his own townspeople, but since his town produced salt, he could sell to outsiders and make more money. Thinking this, his smile grew more flattering. He greeted the young servant carrying things, wagging his tail as he went into the back room, secretly hoping the Lord would share some salt to sell outside. As soon as Li Tianliang entered, he praised, The Lord's horses are divine steeds. With them, we travel 1,000 miles a day, and we've almost sold out everything. Jiang Ran saw Li Tianliang's reaction and knew the goods he brought sold well this time. She wasn't in a hurry about the spiritual rice and first asked about their journey and the outside world. Li Tianliang's expression became a bit more serious. Other towns are similar. Our seafood chocolates and other goods are selling better and better. But we almost didn't get into Jinyuan and the other 3 towns. It wasn't aimed at their Sualing town, but during wartime, they had recently had a conflict. As tensions rose, they became more cautious about outsiders. Li Tianliang sighed regretfully. Next time, we can't go to those 3 towns. For safety, our trade caravan must avoid them. Yes, Jinyuan town and Xianheng town had already fought. Although it was a small-scale conflict, it caused over 100 casualties. Fenghuang town seemed dissatisfied with Jiang Long's unilateral actions against Yang Hao, so Yanxi refused to send troops. Interestingly, Jiang Long didn't seem to mind and resolutely sent troops to fight Yang Hao, and they fought evenly. Jiang Ran had been paying close attention and kept sending people to gather information. Li Tianliang was just a merchant and didn't know much about the 3 towns. He spoke briefly, and Jiang Ran focused her attention on the items Li Tianliang brought back. Li Tianliang carried a strong and sturdy young servant who was very muscular, with a large bundle on his back and a water bucket covered lightly with a cloth in his hand. Li Tianliang brought the water bucket over and said, This is Xiao Fengling carp from Zhuoli County. Jiang Ran didn't expect him to bring back 2 fish and was a bit surprised. She leaned in to look. The 2 small carp were swimming lively in the bucket. They looked very energetic. Both fish were small, about the size of a palm. Their delicate scales were bright red, and their tail fins looked like red feathers. They moved quickly and gracefully, and behind them, a shadow of a bird seemed to flicker. Jiang Ran had kept many ornamental fish before and liked them. These fish look really good. No wonder they are called Fengxiang phoenix-like. They are more beautiful than red-scaled fish. I guess the Lord would like them. I polished them for 2 days, and the manager of Mo Yun Trading Company helped me get 2 of them. Li Tianliang rubbed his hands and chuckled. Zhuoli County also had many trading teams that went to different towns to do business. They didn't come to Sualing town because their town was too remote and poor, not worth the trip. But after a few trading trips, some people started asking him to introduce connections, showing interest in doing business in Sualing town. The 2 small Fengling carp were found by the manager of Mo Yun Trading Company, who asked him for information. He liked the fish and, after some persuasion, bought each for 10 spirit crystals at cost price. Normally, these Fengling carp would sell for at least 20 spirit crystals in their outer city, comparable to a bottle of ordinary fire condensation pill. Fortunately, he was clever. When exchanging spiritual rice, he didn't trade a whole luminous pearl but sold one for 1,000 spirit crystals. Then, feeling wronged, he exchanged 800 spirit crystals for 1,000 seeds of spiritual rice, nearly buying all the spiritual rice seeds in Zhuoli County. Only then did he have enough money to sell the Fengling carp. Seeing one of the carp facing Li Tianliang and spitting water arrows, Jiang Ran brushed her sleeve and casually dispelled the playful attack. She was very pleased with the fish's lively energy. "I want these 2 Fengling carp. How much?" Li Tianliang watched the lord's actions with envy, feeling an indescribable sense of freedom. His eyes showed admiration. He was just an ordinary person but greatly admired cultivators. He dreamed of having a child with cultivation talent to bring glory to his family. Hearing Jiang Ran ask about the price, Li Tianliang quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to pay, no need to pay." These 2 small Fengling carps were bought with the lord's money. The lord won't blame me for acting on my own, so I am grateful. Why would I still take the lord's money? Actually, Li Tianliang didn't have that much money to buy the small Fengling carps. It was all thanks to the 2 glow-in-the-dark pearls given by the lord. This orange glow-in-the-dark pearl was sold in Zhuoli County for 1,000 spiritual crystals, but that didn't mean it could only sell for that much. Rare things are valuable, and they had never seen such deep-sea pearls before. When he took out this jewelry, the big figures in Zhuoli County all stretched their necks to get a better look. However, this time, the situation was urgent. Every minute the spiritual rice was delayed, another grain was eaten. So he didn't have time to bargain, and just sold it roughly. Thinking of this, Li Tianliang felt a bit sad. He was about to return the other glow-in-the-dark pearl and the remaining spiritual crystals to Jiang Ran. Saving so much money was also his skill. Jiang Ran didn't originally want to take it back. But after some thought, 100 or so spiritual crystals in Suling Town was a huge fortune. Rewards were fine, but not unlimited. If officials like Tianjing found out about this, who knew what they would think? After all, their monthly salary was only 50 crystals. So Jiang Ran took back the fist-sized glow-in-the-dark pearl and over 100 spiritual crystals, but also asked many people to bring a pair of ice spiritual ginseng as a reward for Li Tianliang. Li Tianliang's eyes lit up, and he didn't refuse, happily accepting it. "I wonder if the Fengling carp tastes better than the redfin fish?" Li Tianliang asked curiously. "I heard that the lord has added a spiritual chef at his residence. Tonight, the lord will surely enjoy good food." Jiang Ran teased the small carp that kept spitting water and with a slightly indifferent taste, said, "Not eating, just raising." Li Tianliang was curious. "Does the lord want to raise it?" After thinking for a moment, Li Tianliang said, "I don't know if it's true, but Steward Mo Yun told me that Zhuoli County raises these small Fengling carps very carefully. They absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and the breeders throw thousands of crystals into the pond every day for them to absorb. They even have singing girls perform music and dance by the pond to entertain the smart Fengling carps." Li Tianliang thought there was some exaggeration. Most likely, this was just a way to increase the price publicly. Jiang Ran just thought that a few small Fengling carps wouldn't be very useful to eat. Anyway, Suling Town had a spiritual spring, so she decided to keep them there and see if they would survive. Li Tianliang also listened to her words, but did not focus on that topic. Instead, he asked about the seeds. Li Tianliang carefully took out a wooden box containing spiritual rice worth 800 spirit crystals. When he opened the box, a fresh fragrance spread out. Jiang Ran looked at the pure spiritual energy emanating in the air, her eyes shining with purple light. Jiang Ran took the box and looked down to see the outer husk shining like gold. One grain was as big as a peanut. She picked a not-so-good rice grain, peeled the husk, and revealed smooth, shiny rice. Li Tianliang, the young servant, and many silent guards couldn't help but swallow hard. It looked very delicious. No wonder this 1,000 spirit rice was worth 800 spirit crystals. Jiang Ran had never seen other types of spiritual rice before, but she still thought it looked good. Nice, very good spiritual rice. These seeds could be taken to Bichuan Bay now, about a quarter of them. If the current crop isn't planted well, they can plant again in April next year. She just wasn't sure if it would succeed. Jiang Ran stored everything carefully. Li Tianliang withdrew his gaze from the box and said, "Little sheep, quickly show the rest of the items to the Lord." The strong young servant hurriedly opened his bag, revealing various seeds inside. "Lord, other territories don't have a concept of selecting seeds, so these are the best quality seeds I chose from the villagers," Li Tianliang said without waiting for Jiang Ran to ask, thinking to himself. Besides the spiritual rice seeds Jiang Ran requested, Li Tianliang also brought back 13 other types of seeds, each with a good amount. Jiang Ran bought them all. Among them, 8 were valuable: white day grass, tulips, lotus seeds, snake gourds, chives, broccoli, flax, and jute. The first 2 are ornamental plants with decorative value. The next 4 are vegetables. The last 2 are important economic crops. Jute and flax are similar to the rami grass currently grown in Suling town. Both can be used to make cloth for ropes, fishing nets, and paper. However, there are differences between the types of. For example, jute is coarser and better for making ropes, sacks, and shoes. Rami has a loose structure and is mainly used for tablecloths and mosquito nets. Linen fabric, made from flax, has the tightest structure among the 3 and is most suitable for clothing. Currently, the white day lilies can be sown. Steward Li really likes flowers. He previously planted many daffodils in the courtyard. We can give him some seeds to plant. Tulips are best planted in autumn and winter, so we can also give some seeds to Steward Li. The remaining seeds will be stored at the Lord's residence. Some will be given to officials to cultivate their interests, and some will be sold at Lu Shuang Pavilion. Leeks can also be planted now. They are very hardy and can be grown in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and they sprout quickly. As the saying goes, pick lotus seeds in summer, dig up lotus roots in winter. Lotus seeds are best planted in summer. Since Suling town doesn't have a pond yet, there's no need to consider this for now. Snake fruit, broccoli, jute, and flax can only be planted next spring or summer. So, farmers will be busy next year. Jiang Ren also needs to find ways to encourage villagers to open more land and plant these new crops. Later, Li Tianliang mentioned salt. Jiang Ran said that if there is enough stock, she will set aside some salt for him to sell. Li Tianliang was very happy and cheerfully went home. After saying goodbye to Li Tianliang, Jiang Ran stored her items in her empty ring. She asked Wei Fengsheng to carry a wooden bucket, and the 2 went to Bichuan Bay. Bichuan Bay already had a pond built. Now it was perfect for raising 2 small fish. Wei Fengsheng carefully released the 2 fish into the water. Feeling the pure spiritual spring water, the 2 small foamling carp showed no discomfort. They happily jumped and splashed water everywhere. Wei Fengsheng thought that the ordinary pond had become more beautiful because of the 2 fish. He couldn't help but say, "These small foamling carp are really pretty." Jiang Ren glanced at the nearly ripe corn in Bichuan Bay. Maybe the fish eat regular corn, so she casually plucked one and threw the fresh corn kernels into the pond. Perhaps they were hungry, or maybe the foamling carp were used to being fed by humans, because before long, the 2 fish swam around with their beautiful tails, opened their big mouths, and swallowed a kernel of corn at once. Fortunately, these foamling carp eat corn kernels. Otherwise, Jiang Ran wouldn't know what else to feed them. She decided to raise these foamling carp like ordinary carp, thinking about what they could eat. Wei Fengsheng noticed Jiang Ran was in a good mood and knew she liked the fish. He thought about telling Li Tianliang to bring a few more next time, so he politely said, "We should find a couple people to take good care of them." Jiang Ran slightly raised her chin to show her agreement. She wondered whether these foamling carp could grow big, and if the male and female could reproduce. If they could, she might consider killing and eating them to see how they taste. Perhaps a gust of wind caused it, or maybe the cold spring water was too icy, making the 2 small foamling carp tremble. Fortunately, this pond is very close to Beppu in Bichuan Bay. Just a few steps away, Jiang Ran can enjoy watching the small foamling carp in the pond. She watched the fish for a while before leaving the pond. Speaking of Beppu, The residence near Siyuan Seaside in Bichuan Bay has been fully built. Steward Li also chose 2 guards to watch over and clean the courtyard. Wei Fengshen glanced at the icy spiritual mushroom on the west side, the lively spirit trees along the creek, the dense bamboo forest on the east, and the cultivated farmland. He looked worried and said, Bichuan Bay is getting more and more valuable things. Maybe a few more guards are needed, Lord. Should we send some more people over? Currently, Bichuan Bay is a key area in Suling Town. No outsiders are allowed without permission. Even the paper mill workers coming to cut bamboo need approval. Arrange it. Just pick from the personal guards, Jiang Ran said with a wave of her hand, indicating she didn't need anyone to follow her anymore. Then she went to see how the ice spirit mushrooms were growing in the icy spirit soil. The first thing she saw were 3 large ice spirit mushrooms, each with effects lasting over 10 years. Their blue umbrella-shaped caps were very big, with delicate silk-like edges about 3 inches long. In the breeze, they emitted a pure, icy fragrance. However, Jiang Ran noticed tiny cracks appearing on the caps of the 3 mushrooms, making their perfect appearance slightly flawed.
Chumi?
The ice spirit insect sensed its owner's presence and poked its head out from one of the mushrooms. The ice spirit insect was no different from usual, but it preferred cold environments. During hot summer days, it was less energetic than before. For its health, Jiang Ren also stopped it from infecting the mushrooms too often. It only took care of these 3 10-year-old ice spirit mushrooms, so recently there had been no new ice spirit mushrooms. She reached out to catch it. The ice spirit insect first looked around to see if the silkworm was nearby. Seeing that the little pest wasn't there, it felt that its owner loved it the most. Proudly, it lifted its head like a princess on a sedan chair and slowly climbed onto Jiang Ran's palm. Jiang Ran didn't realize that such a tiny spirit insect had so many little thoughts. She lowered her head to examine the cracked mushroom and suddenly saw countless tiny ice particles burst out from the. She was a bit surprised. The small ice particles were the spores of the ice spirit mushroom. Looking at the dazed ice spirit insect, Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. It seems this is your limit. Jiang Ran wants to grow a 100-year-old spiritual mushroom using the ice spirit worm. So, she makes the ice spirit worm suppress the mature sprout of the ice spirit mushroom, preventing it from releasing spores. Perhaps due to the limited ability of the ice spirit mushroom or the influence of the current weather, it can no longer hold back. Jiang Ran is not disappointed. She carefully collects the spores from the 3 ice spirit mushrooms. Thanks to the care of the ice spirit mushroom, these spores are the best quality among all existing ones. Jiang Ran wants to select the best, so she can cultivate better quality ice spirit mushrooms. Maybe she can even grow mushrooms that last longer. When collecting the spores, Jiang Ran feels a bit regretful. These 3 cracked ice spirit mushrooms are no longer edible. If she sold them, she could get several thousand crystal cores. The spores of the ice spirit mushroom are as small as grains of sand. Each mushroom produces between 30 and 50 spores. In the wild, the survival rate of these spores is about 1 in 10. But with the help of the Yaolingchong, spirit insect, and careful human care, the survival rate can reach 60%. Of course, the quality of the grown ice spirit mushrooms will vary, and only about 1 in 10 may be of good quality. However, the survival rate of the spores and the quality of the mushrooms are expected to improve as the Yaolingchong grows. The spores are fragile. Jiang Rand does not dare to tear open the mushrooms to collect them directly. Instead, she lets the ice spirit worm open its small mouth, revealing a beautiful, divine-looking ice spirit mushroom. The little creature spits it out. The little Yaoning, spirit, twitches its tail proudly, controlling its main plant with a proud expression. Jiang Ren sees the floating illusion of the ice spirit mushroom, like a blue jellyfish slowly breathing in the deep sea, emitting faint ice light with each gentle pulse. This scene is incredibly beautiful. Jiang Ran has to admit that the proud ice spirit worm has the right to be proud. Among her 6 Oling, it may not be the rarest or the strongest, but it is definitely the most charming in appearance. Currently, the 3 ice spirit mushrooms seem to be guided by some force. Although the process is slow, The fine cracks on the blue umbrella-shaped caps are growing longer and thicker. After about 15 minutes, they reach a critical point. Then, round, full-shaped ice spores, like dumplings in hot water, roll out from the cracks. These seeds are much more fragile than ordinary ones. Jiang Ran has experience in collecting seeds multiple times, so she is now very skilled. She quickly takes out a clean, soft cloth and gently wraps the seeds to protect them. After the last spore was expelled, the beautiful ice spirit mushroom had turned into a withered brown shell, soft and decayed on the ground. These seeds would be stored in a dry place. Jiang Ran didn't care about the remaining shell of the spirit mushroom and left it there, allowing it to enrich the soil with nutrients. She looked at over 100 spores in the soft cloth and couldn't help but say, "These spores are definitely better than the previous ones." Choo-choo. The ice spirit insect, full and tired, called out. Its small body curled around a tiny ice spore, forming a perfect theta shape. It was also reluctant to enter the spirit ring, since the spirit ring didn't smell like its owner, so it decided to nest on Jiang Ran's shoulder and take a nap. Jiang Ran let it be. Since leaving Tianjin County, only 47 ice spirit mushrooms had been produced. Jiang Ran had been cultivating and rewarding her subordinates so quickly that she had used up most of the mushrooms. Now, she only had 10 left as reserves. However, even so, Jiang Ran planned not to plant ice spirit mushrooms for about a month. She wanted to rest the land and wait until the hot weather passed, probably around September, before planting again. She looked at the 100 square meters of cold soil, thinking that the ice spirit soil was indeed powerful, which had improved the quality of the ice spirit mushrooms a little. But 100 square meters was still too small. When the ice spirit insect grew into a young fairy, or even into a monster stage, it might no longer be enough. The scorching sun shone brightly, but its light was blocked under the shade of trees, only faintly filtering through the broken leaves, casting scattered patches of light. The most lush mulberry tree in Bichuan Bay was about 5 meters tall. This 10-year-old mulberry tree had experienced 2 extraordinary changes in its limited lifespan and was still transforming. First, it produced ice element spiritual essence, giving its leaves an icy texture. Later, when touched by a purple little fairy spirit, it was on the verge of evolving to a higher level. At this moment, Wei Fengsheng sat quietly under this nearly cloud-like mulberry tree, practicing diligently. Wei Fengsheng had good talent, especially since Jiang Ren often pointed out his cultivation problems. He had also changed his cultivation method to a top-quality ice element technique from Qiyu's space ring. With his hard work and possibly running the technique even while meditating, Jiang Ran saw his spiritual energy fluctuations grow stronger. She estimated that within half a year, he could reach the 7th level of spirit gathering. Jiang Ran walked softly, but Wei Fengsheng immediately sensed her presence. He quickly opened his eyes and stood beside her like a shadow. Seeing this, Jiang Ran said nothing, only touched the sleepy Binglingji, then scooped out a hiding purple spirit insect from a mulberry leaf and asked, "I rarely go near Lang River and Mara Spring. How are the mulberry trees there?" The main activity of the mulberry spirit insect is in Bichuan Bay, but the mulberry trees in Fengyu Village by Lang River and Tianqi Village by Mara Spring have grown wildly. Sometimes Jiang Nancheng takes the mulberry spirit insect to visit those places. Wei Fengsheng usually follows Jiang Ran, though only every 3 days, but he is often busy practicing and doesn't have much time to care about such trivial matters, so he doesn't know about them. The overseer responsible for supervising the land reclamation in Bichuan Bay is from Tianqi Village. "Maybe you should ask him," suggested Zhang Xiaochuan. Zhang Xiaochuan is a young farmer with a sun-darkened face from the sun, but his eyes shine with a hint of wisdom. He can read and write, is quite clever, and has learned some farming skills from Li Yinyo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been brought to Jiang Ran by Lin Sha and chosen as the overseer, also helping Li Yinyo manage the sacred cotton. When Zhang Xiaochuan was called out alone, his face, lacking any distinctive features, made him momentarily confused. Wei Fengsheng said, "Don't be nervous. The Lord is just asking about the mulberry trees in Shitian Village and Fengyu Village. Realizing Wei Fengsheng was the Lord, Zhang Xiaochuan immediately followed behind him. The presence of the Lord made him very nervous. He awkwardly bowed to Jiang Ran. Seeing sweat on Zhang Xiaochuan's forehead and unable to speak, Jiang Ran paused, looked at his simple but clean clothes, then slowed her voice and asked gently, "How do you think the mulberry trees in Fengyu Village and Shitian Village are growing? How many people pick the mulberries in May and June?" Jiang Ran's voice was very pleasant. Even though it naturally carried a cold and distant tone, when she spoke softly, it was enchanting, like a snow fairy. Zhang Xiaochuan felt dizzy for a moment, swallowed nervously, and then, realizing how remarkable the Lord was, possessing the potential of a legendary demon phoenix king who could bring disaster, he felt a bit more relaxed. He thought carefully about his words and then replied, "I don't know much about Fengyu Village, but my family, the Yu family, is there. I visited Fengyu Village a few times recently. The mulberry trees are growing well, but not as robust as in Bichuan Bay. Not long ago, the guards had dug up all the mulberry trees and moved them to Bichuan Bay, so there aren't many mulberry trees left in Lang River," Zhang Xiaochuan said, "but there are probably quite a few people picking mulberries. I often see children on the road with blackened mouths. In Suoling Town, there aren't many snacks for children. Adults don't care much for mulberry trees, but the kids in town look forward to April and May every year because that's when the mountains are full of thorny buds and the riverbanks are full of ripe mulberries." Thinking of his own children, Zhang Xiaochuan's lips curled into a smile at the sight of their red and black mouths. His mother hurriedly followed behind, wiping their mouths, while the two kids happily chirped and ran like chubby little birds. He couldn't help but squint happily, feeling full of happiness. Talking about his village, Zhang Xiaochuan became more relaxed and less nervous. "Our mulberry trees near Mala Spring are doing very well this year. We've harvested many mulberries, and they taste especially delicious. My little ones say the mulberries are cold and sweet this year." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaochuan's words drifted further from the original topic. "Once my Liangzai even had a low fever, and his mother was so scared. In Suoling Town, there is only one doctor, Dr. Wang. He has a few apprentices, but they haven't finished their training and can't treat patients alone. Dr. Wang stays at the Lord's mansion, so it's hard for villagers to see him. The consultation and medicine fees are also quite expensive." Jiang Ran didn't realize this before. For the first time, she understood how lacking the town was in doctors. She thought it was valuable to ask the common people questions. She could hear different voices. Her thoughts circled around, and she listened as Zhang Xiaochuan, with a look of surprise, said, "But the amazing thing is, after Liang Zai ate a few cold mulberries, he fell asleep and his fever disappeared. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but others in the village said, I don't know why, but lately heavy bodies seem lighter, and I used to get angry easily, but now I feel calmer." When asked if he ate anything special, everyone said no. They just couldn't resist eating the delicious mulberries picked by children. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaochuan suddenly knelt before Jiang Ran and bowed deeply. "So I believe it must be the powerful spiritual force of the mulberry spirit worm protecting my Liangzai. Mulberries are medicinal herbs, and the changes brought by the mulberry spirit worm have enhanced their medicinal effects." Jiang Ran stood like a pine tree, calm as wind and snow. Her mood was not affected by Xiao Chuan's sudden kneeling. She simply told him to stand up and asked, "How many of those icy mulberries on the tree are there?" Xiao Chuan thought for a moment. "Not many. One mulberry tree can bear about 100 berries. That's why some people fought over this. These cool mulberries are a change brought to the mulberry trees after the birth of the mulberry spirit worm." Jiang Ran knew this, but she didn't expect the mulberry spirit worm to be so unremarkable in appearance yet so powerful, bringing these changes to Tianqi village. Now, no one in town thinks the mulberry spirit worm is useless. At least, Xiao Chuan highly respects it. The small, purple fairy-like creature seemed to know that humans praising it, which was almost as dark as the mysterious spirit creatures, was a bit embarrassing. It shyly hid behind Jiang Ran. But then it peeked out its little head, like in movies when characters try to hide something but accidentally reveal it. Some shy men and women in movies cover their eyes with their hands, but a big gap shows between their fingers. The mulberry spirit worm wanted to keep listening to others praising it. The sleepy ice spirit worm was awakened by the big movements of the mulberry spirit worm and disdainfully flicked its tail at it. Xiao Chuan had already noticed the small fairy on Jiang Ran's shoulder. In this world, it's hard for anyone not to love the favored ones. Xiao Chuan's bright, spiritual eyes kept flickering between the two fairy-like creatures. Jiang Ran told the two little fairies to behave and not use her shoulder as a dance floor. Then she asked, "What do you think of your village chief, Yang Dong?" Xiao Chuan was confused. He didn't understand why the Lord would mention their village chief. Suddenly, he stopped talking about mulberry trees altogether. He carefully looked up at Jiang Ran's expression. Besides her unmatched beauty, he couldn't tell anything else. Xiao Chuan felt quite upset. After thinking carefully and feeling nervous, he finally said, "Village Chief Yang Dong is a very wise person." Xiao Chuan wanted to cry. People in Tianqi village actually had mixed opinions about their village chief, so Xiao Chuan didn't know how to evaluate him either. He just thought their village chief was quite impressive. Thanks to Yang Dong, many important people in town took them seriously. For example, the construction team's leaders. Their strong men were always ready first. Anyone hardworking and capable was almost always given priority. However, he also somewhat disliked village chief Yang Dong because just the day before yesterday, the chief had come to his house to ask for favors and secretly took a small piece of meat. Of course, there was no need to tell the Lord about this. At least, the village chief did not steal or rob. Zhang Xiaochuan didn't say anything, but his slightly troubled expression betrayed him. Wei Fengsheng, who always kept a low profile, secretly chuckled, thinking that Brother Yang still manages to be both loved and annoying. Jiang Ran continued to ask, "What has the village chief been busy with lately?" Zhang Xiaochuan scratched his head and said, with some frustration, "The village chief is busy with many things, so he's rarely seen around." Actually, it's not that Yang Dong is never around. It's just that Zhang Xiaochuan isn't very free either. When he finally has free time and wants to find Yang Dong, he's often called away by others. Zhang Xiaochuan comes from a hunter's family, so he used to go hunting with his older brothers. That's why he's not often at home during the day. By the way, Zhang Xiaochuan suddenly said, recently, village chief Yang has been busy leading women and children from the village to look for insects. It seems that lately, Shuling town has been having trouble with insects. Jiang Ran raised her slender eyebrows slightly and asked, "Insects?" Zhang Xiaochuan knew nothing about this. "Yes, my wife told me that the village chief saw some silk and mentioned that he had previously seen a kind of brown insect that feeds on mulberry leaves and can produce silk. But that silk isn't as white, it's more yellowish." Jiang Ran had already handed over the silk from the silkworm house to the weavers for making silk fabrics. So, it wasn't strange for outsiders to know she was raising silver crystal illusion silkworms. However, Yang Dong was quite quick. He first handed the silk to the cloth workshop, then saw the silk, and immediately called on villagers to find wild silkworms. He really has quite a bold spirit. Wei Fengsheng thought for a moment and cupped his hands, saying, "Yang Dong recently looked for little raccoon. I was a bit surprised, but I guess it's because of the silkworm's silk matter. Forget it, it's also a good thing." Apart from hunting, Tianqi village has a pretty good silkworm farming industry. But transforming wild silkworms into white domestic silkworms takes more than 10 generations of careful selection. Jiang Ran didn't pursue Yang Dong's unauthorized investigation into the Lord's affairs. After thinking for a moment, she decided that after returning to the estate, she would ask Steward Li to summon Yang Dong and discuss the matters of wild silkworm breeding. Then, Yang Xiaochuan took a glance at the cultivated fields with Jiang Ran. Although Jiang Ran's planned farmland was only about 100 acres for now, it wasn't all in one place. The furthest piece of land was already quite close to the Mist Lotus Green Mountain Range. Not far from Haikuan Bay, there is a special compost pond. Workers throw fallen leaves and other materials into the pond, cover it tightly, wait for a while, then pour the composted fertilizer onto the soil. Jiang Ran was lucky enough to see the compost pond. It smelled very bad. Next to the bamboo forest, there is a patch of woodland where 5 sacred cotton trees are planted. More than 20 days ago, Jiang Ran personally planted the sacred cotton seeds. The land chosen for planting the sacred cotton was carefully selected by Jiang Ran. Regular cotton trees are short, about half a meter tall, while some grow as tall as 2 or 3 meters. Sacred cotton trees grow very quickly. They can reach over 100 meters in height and have a diameter of up to 10 meters. An adult sacred cotton tree can produce enough cotton to make a whole layer of the tree look like a floating white island from afar. One harvest of cotton from a sacred cotton tree can make a region wealthy for 3 years. Sacred cotton trees also grow fast, reaching over 10 meters in 3 years. However, they take a long time to produce sacred cotton, only once every 10 years without help from spiritual creatures. This makes the cotton very precious. Thanks to the help of sacred cotton spirit insects, all 5 seeds have sprouted, and small seedlings about 10 centimeters tall have appeared. The leaves of the sacred cotton tree are colorful in the veins, shimmering with 8 powerful spiritual elements. Chumi, Chumi. A colorful, ugly spirit insect with a fierce look suddenly appeared from a cotton leaf. Seeing Jiang Ran, it stopped its aggressive attack and drooled, staring intently at her. Seeing that Jiang Ran did not take out any spiritual food, the spirit insect was disappointed. Then, with a sudden movement, it vanished and hid somewhere on the sacred cotton tree. This spirit insect is often ugly and out of place with Jiang Ran. In reality, this spirit insect is quite terrifying. Unlike other clingy spirit creatures, it is independent, like a fierce predator or a greedy tyrant. Zhang Xiaochuan shivered when he saw the sacred cotton spirit insect. Perhaps all spirit insects are cute, but this definitely does not include the sacred cotton spirit insect. He will never forget the first time he saw it, an ugly insect with red eyes and bared teeth, shouting at him, which deeply hurt his soul. Shivering, he withdrew his gaze. A blue snake slithered through the grass and trees. Zhang Xiaochuan sniffed sadly, quickly picked up a stick from the ground, and jabbed it at the snake's head. The snake was not fully dead yet. It twisted and struggled, making cracking sounds as it flailed on the ground. Sorry to disturb the Lord. These 5 saplings seem to attract snakes and insects for some reason, so be careful when approaching. He was very skilled at killing snakes, clearly not his first time. Zhang Xiaochuan put the snake into a cloth bag, and after taking it home, he enjoyed a delicious meal. Fortunately, he was a hunter by background, which helped him handle these small snakes calmly. The holy symbol spirit insect is a small creature born with 8 different spiritual essences, attracting more than just snakes and insects. Once these saplings fully grow, they will attract more fierce beasts. The holy symbol cotton tree grows about 10 meters tall before it can produce cotton. The spirit insects can control the growth time of plants. It might take 4 or 5 years for a small sapling to produce holy symbol cotton, but if the spirit insect is a special kind, it could be shortened to 2 or 3 years. Besides the holy symbol cotton, Jiang Ran also plants ordinary cotton. The holy symbol spirit insect can absorb the scent signals from other types of cotton, which can slightly promote the growth of other cotton plants. However, Jiang Ran is hesitant to do this because spirit insects can mutate. If they absorb too much information from ordinary cotton, they might mutate into normal cotton insects, which is hard to control. 2 days later, heavy rain poured outside. Small insects hiding from the rain curled up in the corner of the window, feeling lost and waiting quietly for the storm to pass. Inside the house, a small white dragon crawled on the bed, next to a woman sitting quietly. She closed her eyes lightly, glowing with mysterious light, connecting with the white dragon. Spiritual beasts and spirit pets can exchange spiritual energy, deepening their bond through this process. The stronger Bai Mei's power, the more she gains in return. This return could be in spiritual or mental strength, or even in enhancing her vitality and physical health as a spirit master. Jiang Ran didn't feel much increase in spiritual energy from Bai Mei, but She clearly felt her blood and energy surge, and her healing ability improve. The noisy rain outside didn't affect their focused connection. After a long time, Bai Mei's energy and spiritual power reached full capacity, and Jiang Ran stopped her training. She sighed and thought, maybe I have special talent. As a cultivator, practicing isn't a problem, but as a spirit master, there are many issues. By understanding the spirit beast master's hand seal, Jiang Ran managed to reach the earth-level void sea realm, but without guidance, reading books alone could lead her down many wrong paths. Plus, without other spirit masters as examples, Jiang Ran wasn't sure if her answers were correct. Outside, the thunderstorm was uncertain when it would stop, and a knocking sound came from the door. Bai Mei tilted her head and softly barked once. Instead of entering the spiritual space, she shrank her body, like a delicate white dragon bracelet, to hold Jiang Ran's wrist. Jiang Ran looked down and glanced at Bai Mei, who was nervously hiding her head. Although the spiritual space was comfortable, perhaps because she had stayed too long, she felt a bit bored. Bai Mei didn't like staying inside much anymore. Jiang Ran thought for a moment. If she were Bai Mei, she wouldn't like hiding in the shadows all day either. Bai Mei is a divine dragon, but if she needs to hide even within her own territory, then going outside would be even worse. If she couldn't protect her or make her happy from the start, it would be better to let her be free. Jiang Ran patted Bai Mei, who then returned to her original form, a small white dragon about 3 meters long, curled up inside. Bai Mei had a funny, slightly ugly face and gently rubbed Jiang Ran's hand with her sticky head, making a soft growling sound. Why did the nest get bigger? The knocking paused for a moment, and the person outside waited quietly. Jiang Ran gently stroked Bai Mei's head, soothing her as she was being nudged. She thought for a moment and said, maybe we can cover the dragon's body and horns with mist, which can also help you practice controlling water and wind magic. Jiang Ran still didn't want to reveal Bai Mei's true identity as a divine dragon because if others found out, many cultivators might come to hunt her down. But if Bai Mei were a beast similar to a dragon or demon, her appeal to outsiders would be greatly reduced. For example, the white flood dragon Jiang Ran once killed in the sea looked somewhat like a dragon. Although valuable, it wasn't worth a powerful cultivator making a special trip. In some monster mountain ranges, dragon-like beasts are strong and rare, but they aren't particularly hard to find. So, as long as it wasn't a true divine beast like a dragon or phoenix, ordinary creatures usually wouldn't attract strong people. Jiang Ran suggested that Bai Mei use mist to hide herself, inspired by a white magic snake called the Kangwu erosion snake, which is always surrounded by a white poisonous fog. She meant for Bai Mei to pretend to be this kind of beast. Although the Kangwu erosion snake is a high-level demon beast, in this remote mountain village of Suling Ridge, no one would pay attention. Bai Mei didn't realize her owner had thought so much for her. Her eyes lit up, and she found it interesting, so she nodded. Originally, the Tsongyue Tyrannosaurus was nearly invincible with its tough body, but Bai Mei's talent in magic seemed to surpass even its strong physique. Its control over the spiritual essence grew stronger, especially since the Tsongyue Tyrannosaurus was a divine dragon that mastered water and wind. Summoning clouds and fog was very easy for Bai Mei. Although Jiang Ran still didn't understand why Bai Mei turned white, or if there were any side effects, it seemed fine for now, so she kept her worries to herself. Seeing Bai Mei happily playing with the water mist, Jiang Ran then said to the door, "Come in." The person knocking was Manager Li, who was followed by 2 others, Lu Ha from the paper workshop and Chu Xiang, the manager of the cloth workshop. As soon as they entered, they saw swirling clouds and cold water vapor. A large white snake-like beast was hidden inside, impossible to see clearly. Only its huge body, occasional white scales, and icy blue beast eyes were visible. Jiang Ran lazily sat in a chair, her eyes half closed. Bai Mei's long body wrapped around her, surrounding her. Its large head gently leaned on her shoulder. Its breath was very intense, making the 3 people tremble and their legs feel weak. Tsongyue Tyrannosaurus loved water, and Bai Mei liked the clouds and fog it created. Its big tail wagged happily. Manager Lee was familiar with Bai Mei, but seeing two strangers enter, Bai Mei, who had been secretly smiling, suddenly lifted its head from the fog and stared coldly with its icy blue vertical pupils at Lu He and Chu Xiang. Bai Mei was still a beast at heart and had a bit of a rebellious spirit. Even Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng, Bai Mei didn't like to be touched by, so it was even less gentle with other humans. Lu He and Chu Xiang felt terrified under Bai Mei's gaze, like rabbits that were weak and easy to bully. Lu He had seen Bai Mei before and was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. Her pupils trembled slightly. It was just a tiny snake with a handsome face before, and now it's grown so big so quickly. Chu Xiang felt dizzy and dared not move. So scary, don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm not good enough, sob. Jiang Ran didn't realize she was putting on a show again. She patted Bai Mei's back, and Bai Mei stopped paying attention to the two human women. It obediently lay at Jiang Ran's feet, happily wagging its small tail. The heavy gaze disappeared, and the two finally let out a sigh of relief. Manager Li slightly bowed. My lord, Lu Fengxiu and Miss Chu have something important to report. Jiang Ran nodded in response. Lu He respectfully handed over a piece of paper, her tone barely hiding her joy. My lord, we have successfully made the spiritual paper for the first time. Please take a look. The spiritual paper would become an important industry in Suling town. Hearing this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but sit up straight. This piece of paper is pure white, with a fine and soft texture, evenly smooth. From its appearance, it looks much better than the previous defective ones. The key point is that the spiritual paper's internal structure is stable, and spiritual energy flows like gentle water. Jiang Ran suddenly took out a dark-colored magic pen from her space ring, the same one she obtained earlier in the secret realm. Holding the pen, Jiang Ran's gaze fixed on Manager Li. Manager Li immediately prepared ink, dipped the tip of the pen into the ink, and then, after some thought, infused fire element spiritual energy into the tip. She wrote the character fire on the spiritual paper. Swish! A red light burst from the character fire, and a blazing flame ignited, burning fiercely and never extinguishing. The white cat, lying on the ground and quietly playing with its tail, immediately sat up straight and stared intently at the flame. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the fire, so they didn't notice the white cat's playful behavior. The fire rose, but the spiritual paper did not burn. Jiang Ran waved her sleeve, and the flames went out. The spiritual paper remained intact, though the fire character looked a bit dull. Manager Li's eyes widened, and even Lu He, the creator, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Manager Li's eyes. Is this spiritual paper? It's so amazing! Jiang Ran is not a spiritual talisman or spiritual painting master. She only used the dark pattern magic pen to make the characters come alive briefly, causing a faint flame to appear. The bamboo used for the spiritual paper is a wood-type bamboo, which enhances wood element spells. Since wood produces fire, it also has a clear effect on fire element magic. Jiang Ran slightly lifted her chin, her eyes shining with a smile. There's no doubt it's spiritual paper. Lu He finally relaxed. Speaking of which, making spiritual paper is not easy. The materials used, even water, must be strictly controlled. Afterwards, they need to find ways to lock in the spiritual energy. Lu He is just an ordinary person. She was able to successfully produce spiritual paper thanks to inspiration from Bai Lihui, Mu Shi, and some cultivators in the town. After visiting Bai Lihui, she went to Wu Yun to withdraw funds. She bargained hard and managed to get a batch of refined crystals. She bought various materials from Bai Lihui, then ground the crystals into powder. She processed various miscellaneous metals, beast leather, and other materials, pouring them into spiritual spring water, trying different plans. During the paper drying process, she chose different times of sunlight or different drying methods to quickly and gently dry the spiritual paper, preventing spiritual energy from leaking. In short, the manufacturing process is far more complicated than it sounds. Wu Yun now wanted to turn away when he saw Lu He, But after countless failures and spending a lot of money, the first batch of spiritual paper was finally finished. The appearance of the first spirit paper was a major milestone for Sualing Town. Having made such a great contribution, naturally, she deserved a reward. Jiang Ran looked at Lu Ha, thinking about what gift would suit her best.
A promotion?
Wealth? Or various magical weapons and pills. But Lu Ha was not a cultivator. So many of the things Jiang Ran had were not suitable for her. Suddenly, she had an idea and took out a small ginseng root. This ginseng had been carefully processed by Dr. Wang. Lu He's face turned red with excitement, and her fingers trembled as she took the ginseng from Steward Li. This was a life-saving item. She had heard of ginseng before. Some wandering folk had told her that under the Lord's guidance, they dug up fragrant ginseng and sold it for 1,000 crystal coins. Now, someone was forming a team to go to Little Yang Mountain to dig for ginseng. Of course, they didn't have enough money to activate the teleportation array, so they traveled the traditional roads into Little Liang Mountain to dig for ginseng. Seeing Lu He's excitement, Jiang Ran felt that just giving a reward wasn't enough to truly win her over. But giving her honor could keep her motivated for a long time and create a sense of responsibility. Once someone feels responsible for something, it can be a very powerful thing. Jiang Ran's eyelids lowered slightly as she looked at Lu Ha from a distance. Lu He's excitement after receiving the ginseng suddenly cooled down, and she felt an inexplicable nervousness. Lu Fengxiu has contributed to papermaking and deserves the title Master Fengxiu. Steward Li, take this first spirit paper to the Academy's library for safekeeping. As soon as these words were spoken, Steward Li was surprised for a moment. It seemed that this was the first time the Lord had shown such appreciation for someone, even calling her master. In Sualing Town, besides the few teachers, no one else was called master. Moreover, the Lord specifically called her Master Fengxiu, which was very different from the usual teachers. And to say that the first spirit paper would be stored in the new library, currently empty of books, was even more impressive. The paper was made by Lady Lu herself. If others in town found out, they would surely envy Lu Ha to death. Steward Li carefully took the spirit paper from Jiang Ran and kept it safely, replying with a yes. Lu Ha was overwhelmed by this huge surprise and didn't know how to react. Chu Xiang bit her lip and looked at Lu He's ginseng and the spirit paper with envy. It is easy to imagine that once Lu has stepped out of the Lord's mansion, her status would rise quickly. No one would dare to gossip about her being a weak woman who stays at home all day. Her reputation would even cause visitors to come in droves, and her children would have no trouble finding good spouses. This would save a lot of money.
Forgive que Xiangues limited perspective.
Compared to these things, Lu Ha only cares about honor itself. At this moment, she feels as if she is floating lightly. If she had wings, she might already be soaring in the sky. There are less than 2 weeks before Mingxiao Academy opens. Jiang Ran asked Lu Ha to hurry up and produce a batch of spiritual paper. After that, they could try making gold letter paper and work with Bai Li to create the magic tool called the Golden Leaf Fan. They now have the gold powder, and the detailed plans for making the gold letter paper are easier than Lu He's attempts to figure out spiritual paper on her own. Lu Ha received the orders and, led by her servant, left the Lord's mansion feeling dizzy. Then it was Chu Xiang's turn. The cloth weaving had already produced a piece of silk, a piece of satin, and a piece of gauze. All 3 were trial pieces, only about the size of a handkerchief. Each fabric had a different style. Silk was light, thin, durable, with a fine woven surface, gentle shine, but prone to wrinkling. Satin was tightly woven with a bright, shiny surface. Among the 3, Jiang Ran thought gauze was the most beautiful, with various striped weaves, palace lantern patterns, and printed gauze. It could be bold and grand, like dragons and phoenixes, or subtle and elegant, with sparse flowers and leaves. Jiang Ran suddenly created a small fireball in her hand. The temperature wasn't high, about the same as burning wood. She flicked the fireball onto the 3 pieces of cloth. The 3 red fireballs looked like water droplets falling on lotus leaves, smooth, flowing, and not sticking. They resembled red pearls rolling on a silver disc. One of Jiang Ran's hands was placed under the silk with the fireball. Housekeeper Li was slightly startled. "My lady, your hand? It's fine, it doesn't burn." Not only was it not hot, but there was no feeling of burning at all. The temperature remained steady, within a comfortable range for the human body. Even though Jiang Ran expected this, she was still surprised. The fire had touched the fabric, yet it wasn't hot? Housekeeper Li hesitated and stepped back, feeling anxious. Jiang Ran saw his worry and signaled him to try. Although afraid, Housekeeper Li obediently took a cloth handkerchief. When he did, his eyes widened in amazement. This is too incredible. Bai Mei was also captivated by these 3 beautiful pieces of cloth. Although the 3 pieces of silk have not yet been dyed, the silver illusion crystal silkworm silk is very beautiful. Especially when the fireball smoothly rolls over the handkerchief, the red-glazed reflection looks like a young phoenix spreading its wings, bright, delicate, and cute. Xiu Xiang's smooth forehead was covered in sweat. When Bailu, who leaned in close, was frightened, she also felt nervous about the Lord's reaction. However, seeing the Lord's expression, she finally relaxed halfway. Next, Jiang Ran tested how water, wind, ice, and lightning affected the silk and found that this illusion silkworm silk could resist moderate erosion. These 3 pieces of fabric were made from the lowest grade illusion silkworm silk. If higher quality illusion silkworm silk and illusion butterfly silk were used, the result would be even more amazing. Jiang Ran examined the silk's performance carefully before slowly raising her eyes. It's not delicate enough. But it's understandable, since it was only the first time she wove silk. Xiu Xiang was frightened by the comment about it not being delicate enough. She felt guilty and self-blaming, especially since Sister Liuhe was so outstanding. In her comparison, she felt even more humble. She was very scared that the white magic snake would swallow her alive. Xiu Xiang stammered and couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing her small rabbit-like appearance, Jiang Ran hesitated, originally wanting to point out some flaws. She gently brushed some loose hair from her forehead with her long fingers, her expression calm. She kindly gave Xiu Xiang a moment to recover from her tears. Then she continued, "The tension was not controlled well. The hollowness is too obvious, and it's not stiff enough. The top is wider than the bottom, and the shape isn't square. Some areas of pulled threads are uneven, and the silk's fiber was damaged too much during weaving." Hearing this, Xiu Xiang didn't dare to really cry. She blushed and quickly repeated the Lord's words, remembering the flaws in her heart. She thought that if she still had a life, she would definitely weave the perfect silk in the Lord's mind. Xiu Xiang was overthinking, but Jiang Ran naturally didn't make things difficult for her. The silkworm house produced over a pound of silk again. Jiang Ran asked Xiu Xiang to take the silk, and seeing her surprised expression, she even sent a guard to it. Of course, mainly to protect the precious silk. After Xiu Xiang left, the Lord's residence briefly returned to peace. After lunch, they moved to the courtyard. It's unknown where Manager Li got the seeds, but the water lily flowers bloom for a long time, from May to August. After admiring the beautiful daffodils blooming in the courtyard, Jiang Ran took a short rest. She then led Qiju, followed by Li Si and 2 familiar guards, along with a mysterious, white mist-covered creature called Bai Mei. Jiang Ran continued her usual patrol of the territory. It has been about 4 or 5 days since the transplant of the brown clover grass. Later, Tianjing and others found around 100 more clover grass plants on Yunxiang Mountain. Although this number might not be enough for each village, it helps protect most of the wheat crops. If what Li Inyo said is true, that the body fluid of the red wheat rustworm can promote the growth of wheat roots, then this year's wheat quality could improve even further. The wheat spirit monster is now fine and full of energy, continuing to infect the wheat. Its wings still have a slight red tint, and the red color seems to be growing. The roots and stalks of the wheat in Suling town are also bright red. Jiang Ran said she was not worried, but seeing the wheat spirit monster look healthier and more energetic, she had a suspicion. Maybe this little creature is undergoing a positive mutation. Tianjing returned to the town yesterday, but Wenbai Jiahan remains on Yunxiang Mountain, hunting a few early-stage spirit beasts. Jiang Ran asked them to dig up the Yunza mother mulberry tree on Yunxiang Mountain. She also requested they buy materials in the trading city, because Bai Li Fei and Mu Shi still lack what they need for forging and alchemy. Qi Ju moved steadily and smoothly. Jiang Ran quickly arrived at Qingshan village, which has the largest wheat planting area. Many new residents have settled in Qingshan village and become members of the community. They carried simple tools and cleared a few acres of land for farming. There is a wheat spirit monster nearby. Currently, Suling town's wheat is planted 3 times a year, with only winter resting. So they need to work quickly to till the land. The land in Suling town is almost full, and Tianjing's sword is almost rusty. Jiang Ran's ambitions are also stirring. But even elementary students know to find reasons when they fight. Without excuses, it's hard to get things done. So Jiang Ran had to suppress her impatience for now. Around the brown clover grass, there is a mouth-shaped barrier made of wooden planks. The scent of the brown clover grass comes from above. The red wheat rustworms attracted by it do not hide underground. They crawl out onto the surface. Within a 1-meter radius around the clover grass, villagers have laid smooth, sturdy wooden boards. Once the worms enter this area, they cannot burrow back into the ground. There is also a large bathtub and a small bucket placed around the clover grass. Jiang Ran walked in and saw that the large bath barrel was divided into 2 levels. The upper level held red worms called my Lu Hong worms. At the bottom of the worms was a woven bamboo net, which allowed the red liquid they secreted to drip through. Every hour, villagers would catch the red worms from the big wooden barrel. Currently, there weren't many worms in the fields. Only a few dozen would emerge slowly each hour. In a small bucket, there were dead my Lu Hong worms that had no value now. It was about half full. After lunch in the afternoon, villagers, with nothing else to do, carried hoes and wandered around. Because of the my Lu Hong worm incident, they paid extra attention to the rice fields, checking on them from time to time. Jiang Ran asked Li Si, "Where is Li Nongxi now?" Li Si, naturally, didn't know and scratched his head before asking the villagers.
Li Nongxi.
Oh, he should be in Ao Family Village. Ao Family Village was nearby, so Jiang Ran went there. Most people in Ao Family Village made a living from hunting, so they didn't have many fields. The village had a good relationship with Qingshan Village. People often exchanged hunted wild rabbits and boars for wheat. The customs in Ao Family Village were different from Qingshan Village. Even the women were bold and brave. Seeing Jiang Ran, everyone came forward to greet her. Some even enthusiastically offered a few pounds of their freshly hunted game. "Lord, this is our wild rabbit. Thank you for giving our children free lessons. Thanks to the Lord's crystal, we found out our child has cultivation talent. These are some homemade cakes. And also our..." The villagers were very simple and warm-hearted. Jiang Ran couldn't refuse, so she took some inexpensive items. Soon, her guards' hands were full of farm produce. Jiang Ran strolled around, observing the current situation in Ao Family Village. She noticed that a few households were planning to build brick houses. During Jiang Fuqing's rule, although the people of Suling town lived more comfortably than those in neighboring towns, Jiang Fuqing was poor, so ordinary folks had even less. Without stable income, no one dared to spend a lot on building brick houses. Now things were different. Many jobs in construction were in high demand. Soon, Li Inyo appeared in her view, observing the wheat in Ao Family Village. The damage in Ao Family Village wasn't as severe as in Qingshan Village, and the barriers around the brown grass hadn't been fully completed yet. However, there were many my Lu Hong worms in the barrels. As the summer breeze blew, the swaying shadows of trees danced, and the rustling of leaves sounded. Birds suddenly flew out from the dense branches, startling the cicadas into silence. Jiang Ran looked up and realized that there were more birds flying in the sky than usual today. Today is a day off, so no classes at the public school. Children are out playing, led by a bright-eyed boy about 12 or 13 years old. They're pulling simple baskets, placing them on the ground, supported by a stick tied with a rope at one end, held by the boy. Inside the baskets are several fat, red worms called wheat maggots. The children follow the boy, watching eagerly and sitting quietly on the side. A large, grayish bird spots the tasty worms first. It flies down to the ground, looks around carefully, and, once it's sure it's safe, hops into the basket. Snap! Just as the bird lowers its head to peck at the worms, the boy gently pulls the rope, trapping the fat bird inside.
Wow.
The children smile happily and run to the basket, pressing down on it because the grayish bird is struggling and making it shake. That bird is so big. Brother, come look. It's so fat. A child excitedly asks, will it lay eggs? Everyone wants to see the bird lay eggs. Let it lay eggs. Let it lay eggs. It looks like a male. Can males lay eggs? I don't know. Maybe you should ask your dad. Jiang Ran calmly withdraws her gaze, just as a villager loudly shouts, Brotherly, the Lord is looking for you. Surrounded by villagers, Jiang Ran finds Li Yinyo. When he hears this, he immediately puts down what he's doing and goes to meet her. Jiang Ran first asks about the wheat in Ao's village. Li Yinyo honestly responds, the wheat maggots are not really a problem now. I'm still studying these insects to see if they have any other uses. Hearing this, a villager sighs, this isn't a problem. It's a gift from heaven. These bugs can help our wheat grow better, attract birds, and feed the brown grasshoppers. They are really useful, but I wonder if people can eat them. Someone's eyes light up with curiosity, thinking about trying them. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the wheat maggots silently crawl by. Having gathered enough information, Jiang Ran shifts the conversation to the children. Oh, those kids are back to catch birds again. The villagers felt helpless. Li Yinyo was not very clear and found it hard to speak. A young farm woman said, Please don't be angry, Lord. The children are playful and mischievous. Recently, the red insects attracted many birds, and these little troublemakers took out some old nets and baskets from home to catch birds. Jiang Ran smiled slightly, finding it interesting. These children are very clever. Jiang Ran was only 15 years old. Calling 12 or 13-year-olds children might seem strange, but everyone present didn't find it inappropriate. Seeing Jiang Ran praise the children, even though there were no children of her own in the group, they all belonged to the same village. So they naturally praised the kids from Ao village for being smart. Someone immediately agreed, that's right. These kids are really clever. They catch so many birds every day. The birds are so many they can't finish eating them. Wu's two children say they want to raise the birds and then give eggs to eat. The villagers were talking about Wu Liang, the leader's son, who was the boy at the front. Next to him was Wu Yuan, his slightly shorter and fairer younger brother. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This kid really looks like his father. He's quite promising. No, he might be more promising than his father. Jiang Ran was curious.
Oh.
The villagers then realized that Lord didn't know who Wu Liang's family was. The young farm woman explained, Wu Liang and Wu Yuan are brothers, sons of our village chief, Wu Chuan. It turned out they were Wu Chuan's children. Jiang Ran had a good memory and thought they did look quite similar in appearance. The villagers loved gossip and were happy to share it. Seeing that the Lord was interested in Wu Chuan's family, they explained eagerly. Someone sighed, the Wu family really has a lot of children. Village Chief Wu is the 5th child of the Wu family, and our village chief has 5 children too. The eldest, Wu Jin, 18 years old, was married and had a son. The second, Wu Yu, 16, was a rare scholar in town and was about to find a marriage partner. The third, Wu Liang, 13, and the fourth, Wu Yuan, 10, both had cultivation talents, being dual spiritual talents of earth and metal with orange talents. There was also a little girl, Wu Ji, 5 years old. Not only that, she's pregnant again. Soon there will be 6 children. The young farm woman sighed. It's really thanks to being born into the Wu family that all these children are healthy and alive. As soon as she said that, the villagers agreed. Things are different now. Having children can bring money. Wu Yu, at 16, just went to claim 20 gold coins. The speaker couldn't help but show an expression of envy because his only son turned 16 last year. Jiang Ren also hoped that more people in the town would come, and the Wu family's children looked well cared for. So, she had a good impression of the Wu family. After understanding the situation, Jiang Ren glanced at the children who had noticed her and were hesitating whether to come forward and bow. She simply waved to them. The children, feeling both nervous and excited, stepped forward. The young boys and girls thought that meeting the Lord meant they should kneel. Their bright eyes looked lively and full of energy. They knelt down openly and shouted, "Long live the Lord." Jiang Ren was silent for a moment. "Get up." The children held hands and stood up. Jiang Ren asked, "Are you all attending the public school? How is it? Can you understand what the teachers teach?" Some nodded, some shook their heads, some moved quickly, others slowly. In a few seconds, the scene was still not unified. Jiang Ren then said, "Raise your hand if you go to school." Brothers Wu Liang and Wu Yuan led by example and raised their hands, about half of the children. Surprisingly, the other half hadn't gone to school, even though public schooling was free. Jiang Ren tilted her head, curious. "Why don't you go to school?" The villagers looked a bit anxious, worried that these children might say something inappropriate and offend the Lord. Just as they were about to answer, Bai Mei, who had been quietly present behind Jiang Ren, stretched out her head and innocently revealed a pair of icy blue eyes in the mist. The villagers immediately dared not move. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. A young girl was quite brave, blinking her eyes and saying, "Our family is busy." Nyo helps her mother wash clothes and cook, and she also goes to the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Nyo is not very smart. She won't become an official, and she can't be a powerful cultivator like Brother Wu San or Brother Wu Si, so reading is useless for her. Jiang Ren's gaze shifted to the other children. They all agreed that Nyo was right, and their families thought that having one more person studying meant losing a worker at home. So, they simply left the seemingly less smart children behind. Knowing that reading helps one understand honor and shame, it shouldn't be useless. The problem was with the town's outdated ideas. Jiang Ren then realized that Yang Guiying had added another task, encouraging learning. She continued asking many questions about the current situation in Ao Family Village, such as how their chickens were raised and how many households had started raising chickens. Usually, children wouldn't care about these things, so Jiang Ren probably asked the wrong person. Wu Liang and Wu Yuan are the son and younger brother of the village chief. At home, Wu Liang often listens to his father talk, and through hearing and seeing, he knows quite a lot. For example, he knows how many households raise chickens. They always say, only 33 households want to raise chickens. They cut some grass and gather seashell meat to feed these chickens. Why are these little guys so lazy? So Wu Liang confidently says, "Our chickens are doing well. They lay eggs, but the little birds are more timid and harder to raise. Still, I believe I can raise them well." 10-year-old Wu Yuan doesn't give him much respect and says, "Brother, you're lying. Yesterday, you accidentally stepped on a little bird." The little bird was so sad. Wu Liang feels a bit embarrassed and says, "That was an accident. Next time, I will be kinder to the little birds." Wu Yuan pouts and thinks to himself that his brother is just being stubborn. No matter how good he is, he's not the same little bird anymore. The villagers find their conversations very funny, especially when they see Wu Liang, who acts like a little adult, eating his younger brother's leftovers. It makes everyone laugh. Even those far away can't help but smile when they see the seemingly scary Bai Mei. They all burst into laughter. Wu Liang ignores them and thinks adults are so boring. What's so funny about that? He continues, 33 households are raising chickens with us. Most of them are getting eggs now. A girl named Nyo, who didn't go to school, excitedly jumps out to testify. Nyo's big spotted chicken is so pretty. Yesterday, I saw it lay an egg. It was so hard for it. Dear elder sister, can I help it? Children's thoughts are sometimes very simple, and their way of addressing Jiang Ren is strange. Jiang Ren thinks for a moment and says, "You can dig some earthworms to feed the chickens. Oh, and these red worms might also be good for feeding them." Nyo nods blankly. The villagers from Ao village suddenly brighten up. They're just worried about how to deal with the dead worms. If the red worms had intelligence, they would probably regret appearing in Suling town. Listening to Jiang Ran, Wu Liang, Wu Yuan, and others talk and answer questions, they learn that the village chief's family and the chicken-raising households have produced many eggs. Those who were hesitant before now secretly decide to join in. Lady Elder Sister, do you want to come see our chickens? Wu Liang and Wu Yuan boldly try to pull Jiang Ran's hand, startling the villagers. The guards, including Li Si, quickly step in to stop them. The young brothers from Wu's family shrink back, but Jiang Ran waves her hand and stops the guards. Young calves are not afraid of tigers. The Tulul guys are naturally brave. They smiled happily and led Jiang Ran home, saying, "Lady Lord, I will cook eggs for you. My mother's cooking is very delicious. Would you like to stay and have dinner at my house tonight?" In the end, Jiang Ran went to Wu Chuan's house. The villagers were stunned. A young man who was friends with Wu Chuan hurriedly clapped his hands and said, "Brother Wu is still hunting and hasn't come back. Oh no, I need to go tell him right away." Finally, Wu Chuan ran back from the mountains, sweating heavily and stumbling several times. As he ran, his first thought was that he must cook bamboo shoots with meat for the two mischievous boys later, to show he was a caring father. He also worried that his wife wouldn't want to offend the Lord. Wu Chuan was so anxious that he didn't care about the prey anymore. His companions had to carry the game back for him. The villagers' farm couldn't offer fancy delicacies to Jiang Ran, but Wu Chuan's family carefully brought out the best meat and eggs. Jiang Ran was not picky. He told the guards outside to keep watch, since Wu Chuan's wife was pregnant and might be easily frightened by Bai Mei, so she was sent back to Lingkong. Jiang Ran sat at the main seat. Only he sat there during the meal. Wu Chuan's family had 9 members, some standing, some being held in their mother's arms. Jiang Ran tried to persuade them, but they didn't sit down to eat. Jiang Ran thought that even in a small town-level territory, the rules of courtesy between ruler and subjects were very strict. He didn't say much, just decided to avoid freeloading at villagers' homes in the future. He also discussed many chicken-raising matters with Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan knew well what chickens ate. His children often played outside, catching insects to feed the chickens or going to the beach to pick up seashells. After eating the shellfish, they would smash the shells and droppings to feed the chickens, and sometimes they fed them bran. However, Wu Chuan was a bit worried. These chickens eat a lot. We can afford to raise a few, maybe 10 or so. He knew what chickens ate but didn't understand much about how to help hens hatch more chicks. Jiang Ran said he had read a book about chicken incubation and explained how hens get fertilized and hatch eggs to produce chicks, telling the story to Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan was very surprised. Big hens hatch chicks endlessly. We won't need to go into the mountains to catch wild chickens anymore. Once tamed, the villagers will surely be interested in raising chickens. Wu Chuan sighed. The Lord is really knowledgeable. It seems like you know everything. Currently, I am not as generous to those 2 mischievous boys. Jiang Ran asked again, after taming chickens, "What else do you plan to raise?" Wu Chuan's eyes lit up. He really had other ideas. Wild boar meat is tasty, as are deer, rabbits, and snakes, but these animals are too wild. Jiang Ran felt helpless about this. In ancient times, people spent a lot of effort taming pigs, cattle, and sheep. Although I have read many modern books on the subject, in practice, I am still inexperienced. She gave a few brief hints and encouraged Wu Chuan a little more before leaving. Later, Jiang Ran returned to her residence, ordered the kitchen to feed Bai Mei about 10 jin of meat, then wrote a letter appointing Wu Chuan as Si Qingqing. Her main goal was to inspire more people to open their minds and bring more energy to Suling town. So, she praised Wu Chuan's efforts in raising chickens. The 30 eggs she brought back were the best proof. The title Ji Qing sounds a bit like an insult, but since chickens crow at dawn, it was also called Si Chen, which has a poetic feel. Jiang Ran thus nominated Wu Chuan as Si Qingqing and awarded him 1,000 gold coins as a reward. When Steward Li arrived with a box of shiny gold, Wu Chuan's family had just cleaned up the leftovers and had given the two boys a good scolding. Inside, the boys were crying loudly and pitifully. Curious, Steward Li looked inside and saw the scene. Wu Chuan felt very embarrassed, quickly dropped the bamboo stick, and secretly kicked it out of Steward Li's sight. After Steward Li left, Wu Chuan, holding a beautiful imperial decree and clutching what looked like glowing gold coins, returned to his room. Once he realized what had happened, he smiled happily, hugging the two crying boys and giving them a big kiss. Wu Liang and Wu Yuan hadn't yet recovered from the bamboo shoot stir-fry when they were suddenly slapped hard. Their screams stopped in shock. After Wu Chuan was called Si Qingqing and received the 1,000 gold reward, a wave of enthusiasm for raising chickens spread. Some even dared to go up the mountain to catch wild pigs, sheep, deer, and wolves, hoping to tame them and earn rewards. Wu Chuan, who couldn't even convince villagers to raise chickens by calling their mother or grandmother, managed to do it all with just a single official document from Jiang Ran. When news reached other villages, each village chief felt pressured. Dong Xiaozhua, the chief of Nanju village, was a famous hunter in Suling town. He used to be from Ao family village. He immediately patted his thigh and said, "Wu Chuan is so impressive. He even got the Lord's recognition before I did." The righteous people who seek wild silkworms were very unhappy when they heard the news. "I didn't expect someone to beat me, Yang Dong, to flatter the Lord first." Li Qi, the village chief of Fengyu village, was crying nearby. He didn't know the word competition, or he would have cursed these people for being so competitive. After the holiday, the final exams at the public school began. The sound of cicadas gradually faded amid the noisy crowd. Tu Shi was already sweating heavily, took a deep breath, and his long white rabbit ears twitched with his mood. Because the person who brought them from the mountains also sent their young alien boy to study at the school. However, they were a month behind, so they found studying very difficult. But a few teachers took turns giving them extra lessons on their days off, following Lord Yang's orders. To quickly adapt to human society, Tu Shi worked hard to learn human writing. By now, only a few students remained in the exam room. Tu Shi slowly packed his things, lowered his head, and left the exam hall. Tu Shi is 9 years old. He is a mixed breed of Shadow Charm Moon rabbit and human. Because of his rabbit bloodline, he has a very delicate little face, red eyes, white hair, and sometimes uncontrollably uses his beast powers, emitting an invisible charm. Although his charm is very weak without awakening his bloodline powers, he still dislikes this uncontrollable feeling. Outside the exam room, many boys didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered close, heads together, whispering answers. When Tu Shi came out, the once noisy environment suddenly fell silent for a moment. Curious, hesitant, or mischievous eyes all turned to look at Tu Shi, mixed with whispers. The boys, still young and immature, often spoke without thinking, sometimes revealing innocent but cruel thoughts. Tu Shi was very afraid of this attention, as it reminded him that he was different. And unfortunately, Tu Shi's hearing was very sharp. He clenched his backpack straps, lowered his head, and quickened his steps. A group of people huddled together, exchanging glances, and suddenly a mischievous smile appeared on their faces. The young aliens had built their own houses in a more remote area. There were 20 alien students in total. They usually went to and from school together, but this time, some left early, some stayed late, and after the exam, their moods were different. Tu Shi was a little slower, and the others ended up leaving him behind. Rabbit Stone moved away from the noise. He felt proud because he did well on the test, even though he muttered that they forgot about him. Still, he was in a good mood. Suddenly, 7 children surrounded him. Leading them was a taller boy with darker skin than others his age. Rabbit Stone clenched his backpack tighter, his red eyes fixed on the leader. Seeing Rabbit Stone's nervousness, the tall boy smiled and said casually, "Hey, don't be nervous. We're just curious about you and want to be friends." Friends? Those words made Rabbit Stone pause. He had never dreamed of making friends with humans. His hand tightened on his backpack, then loosened, feeling confused and unsure. The 7 children had already moved close to Rabbit Stone, accepting him as a friend. A chubby boy couldn't help but tug on Rabbit Stone's long ears. The warm, strange feeling made him shout, "It really is a rabbit's ear." He pulled hard, inspecting the ear from all sides. Rabbit Stone's ears hurt, but he held back, biting his lip without saying a word. "Really? I thought they were fake before." The other boys shouted excitedly and jumped around. Hearing this, each of them reached out and grabbed Rabbit Stone's ears. They had long wanted to touch the scales and fur of a different kind of person, curious about how they differed from themselves. But at home, they were told, stay away from those different people. Don't play with them. Sometimes they wondered, why can't I play with them? Of course, they thought it was because those people looked so strange, and some had beast blood inside them. What if they lost control? Those thoughts almost escaped their lips, but they stopped. Parents didn't want to tell their children harsh truths about the dangers of the world. It was cruel to let children see too early. Also, these different people were brought back by their lords, so they couldn't share such things. Seeing the scales on their skin, their strange eye colors, and even snake-tailed people, the children were scared they might get hurt. So, in their innocent eyes, parents had to be vague. Those people are very strong. I'm worried they might accidentally hurt you. The children wanted to argue, but the parents, unable to explain further, just looked angry and said loudly, "Stop asking so many questions. Don't you listen to your parents?" So they realized from their parents' fearful and disgusted expressions that the outsiders were different from them. In the past, outsiders came in groups and they didn't dare approach. But Rabbit Stone was alone, so they thought even if the outsiders caused trouble, their larger numbers would protect them. They forgot their parents' warnings. Look at his nails. They're so long. The tall, dark boy seemed amazed as he grabbed Rabbit Stone's left wrist, revealing 5 long claws about 3 centimeters long. Actually, the claws of outsiders can retract, and Rabbit Stone's sharp claws usually stay at about half a centimeter when there's no danger. But the intense pain from his ear made him instinctively extend his long claws. One boy shouted in fear, "How can his nails be so long? If my dad saw me with nails that long, he'd beat me with a stick. Let's help our friend trim his nails." Rabbit Stone's eyes turned red as he begged, "Please don't cut my claws." But no one listened to him. The 7 boys didn't have scissors. The clever tall boy suggested, "His nails are so long. Let's use stones to break them." He smiled and stepped closer. Rabbit Stone trembled, took a few steps back. When the others saw he was trying to escape, they got angry. They quickly grabbed his hands, holding him tightly. "Let me go." Rabbit Stone's eyes turned darker red. "How about this stone?" The tall boy finally found a suitable stone, grinning as he approached. Rabbit Stone's body shook uncontrollably. His claws and fangs were weapons for survival. No beast would just accept the pain of having their teeth pulled or their shells stripped. He resisted the urge to attack, trembling and almost crying, begging, "Please, don't pull my claws." The tall boy raised the stone to strike down, annoyed, saying, "We're not pulling your claws, just trimming them a little." Thud, thud. The outsider's nails were very hard. The tall boy couldn't break them with a stone right away and exclaimed in surprise, "Your nails are so tough." His friends were also amazed. Though they didn't manage to hit his fingers, Rabbit Stone felt a sharp, piercing pain. He bowed his head, tears finally falling. Even though Rabbit Stone was simple-minded, he knew they were bullying him. No matter what they said about making friends, it was all fake. Even so, he still didn't dare push them away. It wasn't because he couldn't fight back, but because he was afraid their situation would become even more difficult because of his actions. He was young, but he had experienced a lot. They had finally found a safe place to stay, and Too Sure didn't want to ruin it just because of himself. "Don't stop," a few friends signaled the dark-haired tall boy to hurry up and knock. Too Sure was very strong, and together, they found it hard to control him. Hearing this, the tall boy nodded immediately and raised his arm high, planning to use more force. "Hey, what are you doing?" At that moment, a clear voice with a hint of anger rang out. The tall boy panicked, and his strike wavered accidentally hitting Tu Shi's finger. Blood dripped down, staining his finger with dark red spots. Seeing this, the tall boy reacted quickly, dropping the stone in his hand and panicking. "I didn't mean to." The pain was intense, like 10,000 needles stabbing his heart. Tu Shi was still a boy under 10 years old. At this point, he had reached his limit. His body trembled violently, and he pulled back. Just then, the other 6 boys were frightened by the sudden scene and loosened their grip on Tu Shi. His movement caused them to fall over. Wah. He fell his backside, and one boy sat directly on a protruding stone, crying out in pain. What should he do? He messed up again. Would he be kicked out? Seeing the boy crying so sadly, Tu Shi felt he had made things worse and was terrified. He didn't even have time to tend to his injured finger. Tears fell like a string of pearls, and no matter how he wiped them with his arms, he couldn't clean them. Hu Lian showed a trace of regret in his eyes. He hurriedly ran over with his younger brother and friends, holding Tu Shi's injured hand and trying to comfort him. Sorry. I shouldn't have spoken. I caused your finger to get hurt." Behind Hu Lian were his younger brother Hu Yi, Wu Liang, and Wu Yuan, and several other good friends who studied well. People tend to gather with those like themselves. The tall boy had his mischievous group, and Hu Lian and his friends also had their own circle, mostly composed of well-behaved, studious friends. Now, everyone was gathered around Tu Shi. Tu Shi was crying sadly and didn't realize he was being protected. The tall boy panicked and wanted to run away, but was blocked by Wu Liang and Wu Yuan, who stood in his way. Hu Yi was very angry. They weren't fools. The scene just now clearly showed that the tall dark-haired boy was bullying Tu Shi. She immediately jumped up and asked, "Why did you throw stones at him?" 9-year-old Hu Yi was a bit younger than the tall dark-haired boy. She had to look up at him, but her strong attitude made the boy hesitate. He weakly replied, "We didn't throw stones at him. We were just trimming his nails with stones." Hu Liang immediately kicked the boy. "Bah, you're lying. Who would believe that excuse?" Everyone saw clearly. They held down Tu Shi while he used stones to hit his hand. What kind of show is needed to trim nails? Really? The tall dark-haired boy, angry after being kicked by Wu Liang, shouted at Tu Shi, "Right? Hey, rabbit, we're friends, right? We were just helping you trim your nails."
Who are you yelling at?
Wu Liang kicked the boy again. Tu Shi's face was tear-streaked. He didn't look like a rabbit anymore, more like a flower cap. "Don't cry," Hu Lian, who is usually gentle, said softly, giving a sense of safety. "What are they going to do to you?" Feeling wronged and scared, Tu Shi said, "They want to trim my claws, but I don't want to." He cried so hard that his words were broken. "Please don't cut my claws." The tall dark-haired boy and his friends quickly jumped in. "Look, I told you, we were just trimming his nails. We didn't bully him." Hearing this, Hu Lian's face grew cold. "Let's take them to see Lord Qiu. He will make the best decision." Hu Yi immediately nodded. Yes. They should pay for the medical expenses. His hand is hurt." But unexpectedly, before the boy could speak, Tu Shi looked terrified and cried even harder, clearly very scared. He begged, No. Please pretend nothing happened, okay? Don't tell anyone." Hu Lian and the others looked at each other in silence. After thinking for a moment, Hu Lian grabbed the boy and firmly told Tu Shi, "No, you must come with us to see Lord Qiu." Qiu Bashui was sitting in the government office when his subordinate came in to report that some children had come to report an incident. At first, Qiu Bashui didn't pay much attention, but when he saw a strange child among them, he immediately straightened up. From Hu Lian and others' explanations, he learned what had happened. His face gradually turned serious. This matter, if spoken of lightly, is just children fighting out of ignorance. But if taken seriously, it could spark racial conflict and threaten the unity of the town of Sualing. The Lord had previously warned him that if outsiders got involved, he must handle it strictly and fairly, without favoritism. Qiu Bashui is a clever man and knows all about the trouble inside. He quickly made a decision about the incident. Since they are all children, Qiu Bashui was not too harsh. He gave each of the black high school boys a light slap on the back, not too heavy, but their bottoms might hurt for about a week. He also demanded they pay for the medical expenses of the rabbit stone. The black high school boys naturally had no money to pay, so their parents had to be called. Their parents hurried over, frightened and upset. They were angry to learn that their children had hurt the outsider's child and were furious. They paid the compensation and took their children away. After their injuries healed, they might also get a scolding at home. Hu Lian and others smiled happily. Rabbit Stone clutched nearly 100 silver coins and, trembling, came out from the guards.
This
was different from what he imagined. Rabbit Stone bit his lip, feeling mixed emotions. His sister Snake Taro had told him not to conflict with humans and to avoid them as much as possible, because humans tend to stick together and they always end up losing. Today, it was different from what he expected. He didn't know why, but Rabbit Stone felt like crying even more. He wiped his tears and walked outside. Rabbit Stone left the guards and squatted in a corner, crying while hugging a pile of silver coins. He was completely uncontrolled. Hu Lian and others looked at each other, then sat in front of Rabbit Stone, watching him cry until he finished. When Rabbit Stone's emotions poured out, he looked up and saw a row of people with curious big eyes staring at him. He was so scared he sat on the ground and asked, "WH, what are you doing?" Seeing Rabbit Stone's red eyes, who he thought he had cried too sadly and immediately showed concern, saying, "Your eyes are all red from crying." Rabbit Stone really cried quite hard, and he couldn't stop for a moment. He hiccuped and said, with a sad face, "My eyes were already red." Hu Lian awkwardly scratched his face. The other said, "You really know how to cry." Rabbit Stone also felt embarrassed. He had never cried like this before. Hu Lian stood up, pulled Rabbit Stone up, and smiled kindly, saying, "Don't be afraid if this happens again. Just go straight to the guards. Lord Xiao will take care of it." Hu Yi sighed. "You have such good temper. They treat you like that, and you still hold back from hitting them." Everyone knew that Tu Shi was quite strong. If they fought, their 7 ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle him easily. Wu Liang crossed his arms behind his head and said, "Next time, don't let them get away with it. The more we let them, the bolder they become." Hu Lian agreed. "We don't start trouble, but we can't let others bully us." It was getting late, so they decided to go home together. Tu Shi felt a warm feeling inside that he couldn't shake off. Maybe people who had been in the abyss for too long had an inexplicable attachment to light. He kicked a stone and quietly followed behind them. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered his courage and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Hu Lian paused briefly. Maybe it was because the Lord stepped forward when they needed help most, pulling them out of the mud. Their brother had been under a big tree's shade before, knowing what that feeling was like, so they wanted to share this care with more people. Hu Lian said, "We're classmates." Hu Yi added, "I really dislike bullies who pick on the weak." Wu Liang touched his head and said, "I've always disliked Yan Hu and the others." Yan Hu is the name of a tall boy from a different school. The others were friendly and answered one after another, "I'm just following Lianji to join in the fun." They're clearly bullying others, it's too much. I want to hit them. Jianbai, dressed in simple white clothes, gave a straightforward answer, boring. Plus, you have self-control. Hu Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched his fists and seriously said to Tu Shi, "The Lord once told me that sometimes restraint takes more courage. You're very strong. You've done something I haven't been able to do yet." Hu Lian's words, Tu Shi didn't fully understand, but he remembered them and planned to ask Sister Shi when he got back. He didn't expect their reasons for helping him to be so many and so simple. He hadn't thought anyone would help him before, so he fell silent for a moment. He walked at the back, while the others chattered ahead. The topic somehow shifted back to the school exams. They had only been taking classes for 2 or 3 months, mainly testing numbers and the 63 sounds, so they were comparing answers. Tu Shi also had some ideas about the answers, feeling curious. What is the connected sound of loyalty? Wu Yuan scratched his head and asked, "Zhon?" Rabbit Stone couldn't help but say, "It's Zhong." Hu Lian gave Rabbit Stone a approving look. Yes, Xiao Yuan, you missed a tale. Wu Liang gently tapped his brother's head and said seriously, this is the first word our teacher taught us. It means loyalty to the territory and to the Lord.
How could you forget that?
Wu Yuan shyly scratched his head and said, I'll write this character carefully when I go back. After walking together for a while, they were about to part ways. At the moment of separation, Rabbit Stone finally couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid of us, the different people? Hu Lian was surprised. Afraid of whom? Of us, the different people. Hu Yi tilted her head and asked, Are there bad guys among your kind? Wu Liang and Wu Yuan also curiously asked, Do they catch us and spank us like our dad? Or do they, like the rascal next door, catch snakes to scare us? They all started chatting excitedly, turning to Rabbit Stone and asking questions. But Rabbit Stone wasn't really asking about that. He was at a loss and hesitated. Everyone says we look strange and might cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of us? Hui hesitated and said, But besides having cute rabbit ears, strong claws, and crying easily, we're not much different from you. I'm not scared. Cute ears? Rabbit Stone blushed and silently rebutted, Actually, I don't cry that much. No one paid attention to his words. Wu Yuan waved his fist. I secretly went to see where your kind work. You're so good at digging holes. You helped us gather a lot of stones. I think if I had that skill and I did something wrong, I could dig a hole and hide. My dad wouldn't find me. Hu Lian was older now and probably understood what Rabbit Stone was worried about. His tone was as gentle as ever. For me, I'm not afraid of your whole kind. If there were really scary people among you, I might be afraid. But I only fear that one person, just like I was afraid of my uncle and aunt when I was a child. There are also scary people among humans. I think it's about the same. A breeze blew by, dispersing all the uneasy heat. Jianbai said, Boring questions. In the end, Rabbit Stone happily hugged the silver coin and went back. Before Jia Han returned, Bian Golian was very good at hiding. Besides occasionally appearing in front of others to show he was safe, he was rarely seen and no one knew where he had gone. So, only Shiyu and Jia Bing watched over the others. One day, all the other young monsters from the public school had gone home. When Tu Shi was late to return, Shiyu scolded him harshly, saying he had abandoned his brothers and sisters. The young monsters being scolded lowered their heads and dared not reply. She was holding her cub and was about to go look for him when she saw Tu Shi already at the door. The first thing she noticed was Tu Shi's swollen eyes and blood-stained fingers. A sudden anger rose in Shiyu's heart, and she softly asked, Shi, did someone bully you? Tu Shi was confused. Seeing Shiyu's dark expression, he nodded then quickly shook his head. Shiyu was puzzled now. Tu Shi handed Shiyu 91 silver coins and blushed as he said, I found the place again. Tu Shi told Shiyu and the others everything that had happened on the way back. Shiyu's mood couldn't settle down. Jia Bing was initially in disbelief, but seeing Tu Shi's excited smile, he had to believe it. Still, he looked distracted and said, Xiao Lian is right. Maybe this really could be a new beginning for us. Shiyu muttered, so she didn't lie to us. Tu Shi looked up at Shiyu and asked, Hu Lian said, Sometimes restraint takes more courage, and he even praised me for doing it. But I don't quite understand. Restraint? Shiyu couldn't answer him. Instead, her heart suddenly started pounding fiercely, filled with strong disbelief. Their kind, the monsters, had long been misunderstood as prone to chaos. It wasn't without reason. It was like being trapped in a dead end, being bullied, despised, and killed by humans. How could their temper, when they were in the depths of despair, be good? Long-term separation from human society meant some monsters even lived a savage life, eating raw meat. They were wild, and Shiyu had to admit it. Most monsters weren't good at controlling their emotions. Coupled with their destructive power, that was the cause of monster rebellions. But humans misunderstood that the blood of monsters and beasts was to blame, thinking monsters were uncontrollable. In fact, that wasn't true. But even if monsters restrained themselves, what then? Who would bother to peel back their ugly exterior to see their soft, kind heart? Human prejudice was deeply rooted. Shiyu's tears flowed uncontrollably. Feeling her mother's emotions, the small offspring in the snake Taro's embrace also let out crying sounds. Rabbit Stone and the other unusual people panicked. Since the night their village was slaughtered, this was the first time they saw the snake Taro cry. Rabbit Stone even wondered if he had done something wrong, feeling sad and lowering his head. However, the snake Taro wiped away her tears and said, "Stone, you did very well." Rabbit Stone blinked in disbelief, his long eyelashes seeming to clear away the fog. After a long moment, Rabbit Stone nervously asked Sister Snake Taro, "Can I go play with them? Brother Hu Lien said they will go to the beach to collect shells tomorrow. And they invited me too." He didn't dare look directly at his friends, feeling ashamed and like a traitor. The snake Taro instinctively wanted to refuse, but words echoed in her mind. After hesitating, she saw the unusual boy's surprised, envious, and incredulous expression because of Rabbit Stone's words. The snake Taro wondered vaguely if her previous strict decision to keep the children away from humans was a mistake. Waiting a long time without a response from Sister Snake Taro, the snake rabbit's hand had unknowingly lowered, revealing a smile that made the snake Taro feel something unfamiliar. I won't go ahead." Rabbit Stone looked up happily. The snake Taro patted his head and then said to the other unusual people, "From now on, I won't stop you from approaching humans.
But
You will definitely meet all kinds of humans. You must be mentally prepared. Also, we must learn human knowledge well." After saying this, the snake Taro planned to take Rabbit Stone to see his finger. She heard that Yun Xiu grew puhuang, a medicinal herb, so she decided to buy some to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation to bandage Rabbit Stone's finger. Originally, for small injuries like this, the snake Taro would never ask a human for help. But she thought that to change the current situation of the unusual people, they needed more contact with humans. Secluding themselves might prevent harm, but it also cut off all possibilities. Even if 99 out of 100 people rejected them, as long as one person was willing to accept them sincerely, it would be the greatest change. The snake Taro began to learn human manners. Besides preparing money, she also planned to go back to her room and bring some wild fruits she gathered from the mountain. Jiang Ran naturally didn't know how the mindset of the unusual people had changed. A few days later, she accidentally discovered that both loyalty and reputation points on the system had increased. Originally, the loyalty value had already surpassed 70, but after recruiting the outsider and the refugee, the loyalty dropped directly to 63. Now, with fluctuations up and down, it finally settled at 69. As for the reputation value, perhaps because they have almost exhausted the wool of the townspeople, it has become very difficult to increase. It is now less than 40,000, which makes her feel somewhat insecure. At this moment, she has checked the report card from the public school. Unfortunately, due to poor facilities and a shortage of teachers, most students' grades are not very good. However, it is encouraging that the few young boys Jiang Ran favors are doing quite well. The Hu Lien brothers are both in the top 50, and even some outsiders made it onto the list. The mulberry tree belonging to Yunze's mother weighs over 800 jin. It was transported over a few days ago. Jiang Ran ordered it to be planted in Baiquan Bay, with silkworms attached to it, helping Yun Sang recover some of his vitality. The arrival of Yunze's mother's mulberry tree provided enough food for the illusion silkworms and illusion butterflies. The silk they spun is now better in both quality and quantity than before. At this time, Wen Bai and Jia Han have returned to Suling town. All kinds of materials have been purchased, and Bai Li Fei and Mu Shi are excited to pick them up. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran's purse has become emptier. She spent almost all the tens of thousands of spiritual crystals she earned. When Wen Bai and Jia Han returned, they brought a major piece of news. Recently, a group of disguised bandits paid the toll to enter the trade city, but once there, they slaughtered civilians and attacked soldiers. Although they were suppressed afterward, it caused quite a lot of trouble for Tianjin County. As a result, the county lord declared a lockdown, and the trade city is now closed to outsiders. Wen Bai and Jia Han still went to Zhuexiang to buy supplies. After the incident in Nanguan's secret realm, Zhuexiang cleared out some people, and since they couldn't enter the trade city, merchants simply brought their goods to Zhuexiang. Tianjin County now has a justified reason to escalate conflicts with Chaolian and Xiyun, leading to large-scale military campaigns against several counties under their control. Human chaos is brewing, and secretly, monsters are lurking. Humans are greedy, and the monsters' territory is full of spiritual energy, but the monsters are no less like shadowy snakes, watching humans closely. Just like in Han Yuan's land, the demon lord of Yunxiang Mountain, in the realm of consciousness, is also showing signs of agitation. It has led its monsters to disturb small towns, causing many county and town-level territories to fall. In short, Yunxiang's land is no longer peaceful. Jiang Ran feels a strong sense of urgency. At this moment, she is with Jiang Shaowen in the Nanguan secret realm, using the platform to oversee the overall situation, watching the soldiers training. Currently, Jiang Ran has reorganized the army in Suling Town. The patrol team led by Tianjing has become a border defense force, with 30 cultivator soldiers and 200 regular infantry, responsible for fighting monsters that disturb the border and for defending against enemies invading Suling. The central authority has established the Yulin Army, which is the Imperial Guard. The scope of the Imperial Guard is quite large. It includes Jiang Ran's personal guards and the town's constables. Oh, the guard team is no longer called that. It has been renamed the Imperial Guard. Although many people know about Nanguan City, Jiang Ran has not promoted it widely. Instead, he has stationed it in a sea area near Su Yuan Hai. The secret realm of Nanguan is spiritual. The small, exquisite tower there does not easily allow people to enter Nanguan City. Jiang Ran and Jiang Shaowen are watching the scene where soldiers are fighting chaotic monsters. These monsters are fake, but they have real destructive power. The secret realm of Nanguan is very useful. After experiments, Jiang Ran finally understood how to use it. The first level of the Monster Tide can simulate the most realistic battlefield for fighting monsters. As long as Jiang Ran has the ability, he can draw millions of different monsters on murals to simulate various kinds of monsters. Unfortunately, the highest level of the secret realm can only depict monsters at the initial stage of the Mind Sea realm, and Jiang Ran is not a spiritual painter, so he cannot draw monsters. The second level of illusion can train the willpower of warriors and improve their mental strength. As the master of the Nanguan secret realm, Jiang Ran can control the illusions, such as connecting the illusions of people in the same cell, allowing them to fight and struggle inside. In illusion, injuries do not transfer to reality. Jiang Ran can use the battlefield projection to display scenes from the illusion anywhere within the secret realm, making the illusion layer the best place to set up battles. In the future, martial competitions can be held in Nanguan City. The third level, the Artifact Punishment Tower, is actually a place to simulate martial arts techniques. It has a visual-like function. For example, Jiang Ran, who has mastered the ninefold broken arrow martial technique, can record it in the tower, and others can learn the technique from the recorded images. The so-called Nanguan Seven Swords that Jiang Ran learned at Jianmen are actually sword techniques left behind by ancestors in the Nanguan secret realm. Unfortunately, the Artifact Punishment Tower can only record 10 types of martial techniques: sword, saber, spear, halberd, bow, whip, axe, mace, dart, and staff, and the techniques cannot exceed the saint level. Currently, the tower contains various common, earth, and higher-level martial techniques. Those with military merit, wealth, or good performance can enter the tower to learn. The fourth level of Purgatory is a place to refine spiritual essence, which can improve a cultivator's perception of spiritual energy. Recently, the army in Suling Town has been training in the Nanguan secret realm, and their combat strength has greatly increased. Now, there are 31 cultivators at the Gathering Spirit Realm in Suling Town. 4 months ago, there were only 13 cultivators at this level. The strength of a territory is always the strongest weapon in a chaotic world. While thinking, Jiang Xiaowen suddenly pointed at a spot and said, "Sister, look at that small team." It seems they are in big trouble. To train Jiang Xiaowen, Jiang Ran often takes her to the training grounds. Even when she is busy, she asks Tianjing to take Jiang Xiaowen along. In the Nanguan secret realm, Jiang Rand needs the Linglong Pagoda to control these transformed magical beasts. If her soldiers get injured or killed, it would be a big loss. Jiang Rand's old acquaintance, Qianzhen, is the captain of a 10-person team. He holds a long red spear and is confronting a triple-stage magical beast, a giant demon eagle at the Gathering Spirit Realm. A middle-aged man with a black beard, holding 2 knives, is alert but visibly nervous. Captain, what should we do? Not everyone in the team are cultivators. Half are ordinary soldiers. The strongest among them is Qianzhen, who just broke through to the Gathering Spirit Realm. He unexpectedly faced a triple-stage magical beast, a flying giant demon eagle. This situation is very dangerous. This training is a bit special. It's actually a small assessment. Killing a magical beast earns points. Beasts from the opening Meridian Realm to the 9th layer give 1 to 9 points respectively. For beasts at the Gathering Spirit Realm, the starting points are 15, and each small realm jump adds 5 points. So, if they kill this triple-stage Gathering Spirit Realm beast, their team will earn 25 points. Points can be exchanged for many resources, but only if they can win. Qianzhen's eyes are red, and he stares fiercely at the eagle, his hand gripping the red spear with veins bulging. This assessment is a great opportunity. Who would have thought that their lord, upon leaving, would find a county-level jade map secret realm? Knowing more about this secret realm made Jiang Ran believe even more that Suling Town could rise quickly, because the lord was willing to share the secret realm with lower-level cultivators. Just 5 points can get them an hour in the Purgatory Tower, and the spiritual essence during that hour is worth half a month of hard training. If 10 points could buy a spot in the Spirit Gathering Array for training, then money could quickly and steadily help improve the first level of spiritual energy concentration. Currently, the exquisite tower floats and spins beside Jiang Ran. The scene shifts to the Monster Tide Layer, where eliminated soldiers nervously watch the projected images in the sky. Are we going to lose? Such a pity. There's still an hour before the assessment ends. The assessment lasts 1 day. Only those who can survive a full day under monster attack earn an extra 50 points. If a soldier is killed by monsters halfway through, the points gained from hunting monsters are halved. One soldier pounds his chest in frustration. I really regret not hiding earlier. If I had just held on a little longer, it would have been over. Probably only Commander Tian, the guards, Deputy Yen, and Deputy Li can make it to the end. I also want to try using the Spirit Gathering Array. I wonder what it feels like. Too bad, I'm just a few points short. Hey, does anyone want to sell me 5 points? Points can be bought and sold within the army. For soldiers without cultivation, points aren't very useful since using the Spirit Gathering Array doesn't help much. However, points can be exchanged for spiritual items. With over 10,000 points, one can exchange for a magic weapon or sell it to cultivators for a big profit. So, even ordinary people pay close attention to this assessment. Looking at the dark red sky in the secret realm, someone feels dazed. I wonder what surprises the Lord still has. It feels like a dream. Our small town not only has magical places like secret realms, teleportation arrays, and spirit gathering arrays, but even the noble alchemists and artifact makers are willing to follow our Lord. Although the artifact maker isn't prominent, having an alchemist means the townspeople can buy low-level pills like chi-replenishing pills directly from Muxi at much cheaper prices. While everyone discusses, their eyes remain fixed on the huge image. They see Qianzhen's eyes bloodshot, confronting a giant ghost eagle. Qianzhen stays very clear-headed. He must lead his team to earn more points, and he intends to kill that terrifying ghost eagle. The giant demon ghost eagle spits a ball of hot, explosive black fire downward. Qianzhen rolls to dodge, but the intense heat makes his skin burn. Qianzhen is a dual-attribute cultivator of fire and wood. His talent is limited, so he mainly relies on explosive power and strong attacks with fire. At this moment, The furious fire couldn't defeat the cunning ghost eagle.
Captain.
The giant demon eagle is flying in the air, and we can't reach it. The area was too open, making it the perfect spot for the eagle to attack. Although they were not as strong as the beast, they had the advantage in numbers. If they could find a way to trap the giant eagle. Qianzhen's brow furrowed deeply as he ran quickly, shouting to the team, "I need a bait." "Who's willing?" "Bait?" Everyone was stunned. They all knew that being a bait was very dangerous. The beast was a triple spiritual gathering level creature, and the ghost eagle was very fast. With their strength, anyone who volunteered would face a dead end. If they could survive this hour, they would earn 50 points for free. Even if they managed to kill the eagle, they would only get 25 points, and those points would have to be shared with teammates. When Qianzhen spoke, most people's first reaction was fear and hesitation. That was understandable. While most hesitated, the eagle seized a gap, rushing to the edge of the team. Its sharp claws quickly injured a team member. The person had a 30-centimeter-long wound on his stomach. Luckily, he reacted quickly, wearing armor that avoided vital areas and retreated 3 or 4 meters swiftly. The giant demon eagle was very clever. When its attack failed, it flew back into the air, spitting black fire to harass everyone, patiently waiting for a mistake from the prey. Qianzhen broke out in cold sweat, biting his teeth so hard that they clattered. Just then, a calm voice loudly announced, "I'll go." Everyone looked over. The speaker was an ordinary person with no cultivation level. He was about 30 years old, very muscular, with bulging arm muscles and a height of about 2 meters. What was more unusual was his eye color. Under the dark red sky, his golden pupils shimmered with green, like a fierce tiger lurking in the darkness, staring at the weak lambs. Are there still residents in Suling town who look like this? Linglong Treasure Tower spun slowly as Jiang Ren lazily sat in front of the mirror, watching the situation unfold below. Seeing the tall man with thick eyebrows, she found it interesting. Apart from the strange-looking foreigners, the residents of Suling town mostly looked like Eastern people. Black hair, dark eyes, gentle features. Hearing her sister's words, Zhang Xiaowen also looked a little longer. Aside from being a bit older and rougher, her skin is very fair, and her features are deep and striking, which indeed gives her a unique charm. Jiang Xiaowen's eyes sparkle slightly as she lifts her small face, seeming to peek at a certain interest. She asks Jiang Ran, "Do you like men with this kind of look?" Jiang Ran glances at the Western-style appearance of the person, mainly paying attention to the soldier's performance. She doesn't understand the deeper meaning behind Xiaowen's sudden question and doesn't take it seriously. Her tone is somewhat dismissive. "It's okay." Xiaowen, lost in thought, lowers her head and instinctively clenches her small hand around the heavy sword at her waist. A burly man with eyes like a wild tiger, named Hu, suddenly jumps out of the team at high speed. If no one steps forward, our small team might not be completely wiped out, but more than half of us could fall here. Someone has to sacrifice, so why not herself? To protect the team, she is willing to stand out. Therefore, Chen Ahu almost hesitates not at all. Qian truly aims to attract the attention of the ghost eagle, creating an opening for others to attack. Chen Ahu naturally understands his task. Roar! The giant demon eagle howls loudly as it attacks. Ahu performs a clever dodge, spinning perfectly and jumping over the giant eagle's head, avoiding the attack entirely. The eagle's sharp beak shoots out black flames, and the ground suddenly erupts in a fiery whirlpool. Ahu charges into the center without fear, grabbing one of the giant eagle's massive claws with quick, decisive movements. Can a mortal body withstand a divine being? But this giant demon eagle is a beast at the spirit-gathering stage, with incredible strength. Underestimating it only leads to being taken into the sky by the eagle. Though Chen Ahu is just an ordinary person, his strength is not to be underestimated. He spreads his legs wide in a horse stance, lowering his center of gravity. His veins bulge as he roars loudly, forcing the giant eagle to hold on for a moment. "Well done, Ahu." Qianzhen confidently makes a throwing motion. The long red spear shoots like an arrow, piercing into the eagle's wing with unstoppable force. It's not wise for a warrior to abandon their weapon, and soldiers watching from below think silently. But in the next moment, the red spear emits faint light. Green glow like fireflies appears, and thick vines suddenly grow and wrap around the giant demon eagle's body. The giant demon eagle is momentarily immobilized.
Go!
Qianzhen moved swiftly, his posture light like a flying swallow. He fought closely with the ghost eagle, quickly drawing a long crimson spear from its wing. The rest of the team rushed forward with weapons, swords, arrows, or hammers, fighting desperately. The giant demon eagle was injured unexpectedly. Cry. Flap, flap. However, the fire was overwhelming. Half a minute later, the giant demon eagle flapped its wings fiercely, risking self-damage to hurt its enemies. Flames appeared on its body and claws, and thick vines gradually turned to charcoal.
Not good.
The giant demon eagle is breaking free, shouted the swordsman holding twin blades. Qianzhen kept attacking without stopping.
Don't stop.
The giant demon eagle can't move. Hearing this, the swordsman was surprised but suddenly saw a tall, fierce figure standing in the smoky heat, Chen Ahu. He was gripping the eagle's claws tightly with both hands. Even as the eagle wildly flapped, he refused to let go. Under the sky, everyone saw this scene and was stunned. Wow, Ahu is so brave. Is he really just a normal person with no cultivation? His hands. The claws of the demon eagle glowed with intense heat. Chen Ahu's palms sizzled and seemed to smell like cooked meat. If he kept holding on, his arms might burn completely. But Chen Ahu clenched his teeth and refused to let go. Big sister. Jiang Xiaowen was shocked by Chen Ahu's bravery, then worried. Jiang Ran looked at the scene and saw Qianzhen rushing to the eagle's head with his spear. Jiang Ran snapped his fingers, and Chen Ahu was teleported away to a safe area where medics were ready to treat injuries. In the sky, Qianzhen pointed his spear downward. With his full weight, he drove the spear through the demon eagle's head. The demon eagle's body lost life completely, turning black and dissolving into air. On Qianzhen's arm, a bright orange number 3 appeared, symbolizing that he had hunted a beast at the 3rd level of spiritual gathering. Chen Ahu was teleported to the next stage. His hands were treated by Dr. Wang, but his eyes stayed fixed on the sky. Seeing the captain successfully kill the beast, he felt relieved. My effort was not in vain. Thanks to Chen Ahu's bravery, Qianzhen's team suffered minimal losses. Then, Qianzhen led the team to avoid the powerful monsters, seemingly ready to stop and wait until the test was over. On the other side, Tianjing gathered 10 people, including Wei Fengsheng, Li Si, and Yan Lili, to attack a ghost gold bloodworm at the 1st level of the spirit refining realm. For this assessment, Jiang Ran released a total of 5,000 magical beasts, mostly at the opening meridian stage. Since many soldiers were ordinary people without cultivation, about 80% of the beasts were at the opening meridian stage. There were only 10 magical beasts at the spirit refining realm, and Jiang Ran limited their movement area. These spirit refining realm beasts were like mini-bosses in a game. Defeating them would bring rich rewards. Out of 700 soldiers, only Tianjing and a few others chose to challenge them. Jiang Ran knew how difficult it was for the current cultivators in Suling town to hunt a spirit refining realm beast. After all, a wounded ice demon wolf had once caused great fear among everyone. Therefore, Jiang Ran awarded a lot of points for successfully hunting a spirit refining realm beast, 5,000 points for each one. With 5,000 points, they could exchange for a common low-grade martial skill from the earth grade and go to the weapon refining layer to learn. Tianjing and the others were well prepared and confident before challenging the ghost gold bloodworm. In the end, cultivators were lost, but they managed to defeat the spirit refining realm beast. An hour quickly passed, during which many people were eliminated. Of the 5,000 magical beasts released by Jiang Ran, about 900 remained, and only around 20 cultivators survived. Jiang Xiaowen watched eagerly and said with excitement, Sister, this is so interesting. Seeing soldiers bravely fight and earn points makes me so excited. Sister, when can I join the army and train with everyone? Jiang Ran paused and looked back at Jiang Xiaowen. The Jiang family's genes were excellent. Jiang Xiaowen's delicate and beautiful face, once fully grown, might have the potential to be as stunning as a fallen beauty. She was only about 1.1 meters tall at 8 years old. Although she had grown a bit, she couldn't make up for the years of loss in just 3 or 4 months. Her mind and body were still not fully mature. Allowing Jiang Xiaowen to come out and watch the training or participate occasionally was already the maximum Jiang Ran would permit. Sending her to the battlefield would be irresponsible. You're still too young. Suling Town doesn't need children on the battlefield yet. Jiang Xiaowen still wasn't calm enough. Hearing this, she felt a bit disappointed and muttered to herself, "But my brother can go to school and learn how to be a spirit master. When the time comes, he will definitely help my sister raise many spirits. I also want to help my sister." After the assessment ended, they summarized the results. Jiang Ran took Jiang Xiaowen to the beast tide level, while Lin Sha, along with a group of officials, was counting the soldiers' points. The soldiers in line saw Jiang Ran's face turn red with excitement, but their good discipline kept them standing straight like steel, not making a single noise.
Lord.
Lin Sha cupped his hands, looking a little tired. He had been there all day and night. Most soldiers had been eliminated. Either they went immediately to see the medics to heal, or they carried their ID badges and arm records to register their points. The Lord valued this assessment very much, so Lin Sha didn't dare relax and stayed to supervise the soldiers' work. Lin Sha and the others worked quite quickly. After an hour, all the soldiers' points were recorded. Jiang Ran looked around. The highest scorer was Tian Jing, with a total of 7,550 points. Since points were awarded to the person who delivered the final to the beast, Tian Jing was in a team with others. To avoid being eliminated and having their points halved, Tian Jing was the most likely to survive until the end, so usually his teammates would give him the final. Afterward, Tian Jing would share these points with his teammates. Out of over 700 soldiers, the average was about 5 points each. Tian Jing was still dressed in armor, holding a dark heavy sword. He had just come down from fighting, with sharp, determined black eyes like an eagle in the night. "Greetings, Lord," he said. "Captain Tian has made great progress," Jiang Ran said with a relaxed expression, praising him. The fight with the ghost gold bloodworm was truly spectacular. 3 months ago, Tian Jing became a cultivator at the 9th level of spirit gathering. Later, he improved his cultivation method and had access to resources like the Spirit Gathering Array, the Nanguan Secret Realm, Spirit Spring Water, and Crystal Spirit Gems, which helped him grow quickly. Especially with the presence of Wenbai and others, Tian Jing and his team felt urgent and worked hard to cultivate. With the help of spirit refining pills, they estimated that within 2 years, Tian Jing could break through to the spirit refining realm. Tian Jing felt a bit embarrassed. His old age made it hard for him to see through the Lord's cultivation level. After hearing Wenbai brothers say that the Lord's strength was far above his, Tian Jing felt quite ashamed when praised by Jiang Ran. "How embarrassing for an old man like me." Jiang Ran saw this and didn't say much, her expression calm. She took out a notebook and pointed to several names. "These people are good. Commander Tian, please keep an eye on them." Tian looked surprised. Most of the people Jiang Ran was paying attention to were ordinary soldiers. He could understand brave fighters like Chen Ahu and Li Xiang, but the person called Haozi, if he remembered correctly, had made it to the final stage of the assessment, but he hadn't killed any magical beasts. He probably just got lucky and hid until the end. The recent military assessment focused on the soldiers' fighting spirit. Although the points seemed more useful for cultivators, the Lord treated everyone equally. He even praised the ordinary soldiers and included many items like ginseng, spiritual herbs, and weapons in the reward exchange, which civilians could use. Though not famous, these ordinary soldiers had also shown bravery comparable to that of regular cultivators. Before, in Suling Town, They had fought against outsiders, repelled invaders, and defeated low-level magical beasts to protect their home. But human strength has limits, and only cultivators could become officers. Before this assessment, there was a small archery test. Many ordinary soldiers ranked in the top 50 and earned a finely crafted weapon, the bamboo deer bow and arrow. The bamboo deer bow and arrow isn't a magic tool, but it's well-made and powerful. The bow and arrows are lightweight yet sturdy, with great penetrating power and long shooting range, reaching up to 500 meters. Tian repeated Jiang Ran's words and told the soldiers, from now on, no matter your background or origin, as long as you serve as soldiers in Suling, your rewards and promotions will depend on your military achievements. The soldiers, who had been feeling helpless before, now felt their hearts pounding. A little hope sparked in their eyes, and a faint light appeared. When someone has hope inside, even a small change can make their heart surge with excitement and boost their fighting spirit. Our Lord. The atmosphere of the soldiers in Suling town wasn't very good before. Aside from Tian's patrol team, which often fought magical beasts outside, most soldiers, especially ordinary ones, had little to do. Even daily training was dull. Now, with generous subsidies, rewards, honor, and the threat of being expelled if they failed assessments, everyone was working hard. They couldn't wait for a real battlefield to charge into and fight enemies. The military assessment ended, and by the end of August, the summer heat and cicadas in the woods had faded. Although it was still warm, the weather had become noticeably cooler and more refreshing. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng, two young boys, were growing taller quickly. Just then, the weaving workshop delivered several pieces of fine silk satin fabric. Jiang Ran asked Steward Li to find the best embroidery girl in town, Yan Xiao, to make a few sets of clothes for the brothers. This was the first time the siblings wore such nice clothes, and they were so happy it was like a festival, making the Lord's residence lively for a while. Later, Li Tianliang noticed how precious these silks were and asked Jiang Ran if she could spare some to sell. However, Jiang Ran didn't have many pieces, and since the silk was made from rare silver crystal silkworms, she preferred to sell it at Mingxiao Academy. Once the silk production increased, Jiang Ran didn't mind letting Li Tianliang handle the trade. September was approaching, and Jiang Nancheng was about to leave for Mingxiao Academy. Although Jiang Ran was busy with many tasks, as an older sister, she wanted to see her brother off personally, since it was his first time traveling far away. She also had only heard about Mingxiao Academy from others, so she wanted to see for herself whether the academy's reputation was deserved or just hearsay. But before that, Jiang Ran had some important matters to handle. Currently, there was a court meeting, and officials from the town gathered together. Yang Guiying was dressed in a purple official uniform. She believed in dressing well, and although her appearance was not outstanding, her elegant clothes gave her a remarkable aura. She carried a slightly worried expression, but otherwise, she was a handsome young man. Yang Guiying stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Lord, the academy has been built, and we are still recruiting teachers and mentors. People are signing up one after another, and I am screening the applicants. However, the academy has not been named yet. The opening day is approaching, so." After the academy was built, she visited the site. It was located on the distant coast of Siyuan, far from the shipbuilding yards, next to the Nanguan's secret realm. Although the area was small, it was well equipped. The craftsmen worked diligently. The buildings were not overly ornate but showed craftsmanship and ingenuity, maintaining a high standard. With the Nanguan's secret realm as a backing, Jiang Ran had high hopes for this small school. As for the name, it should be grand and connected to Suling Town. When the academy gained fame, it would be good if people remembered the name Suling. Jiang Ran was silent, thinking for a moment. How about Suang Academy? There is no need to say much about the lodging. It is the lodging of the Suling, also the place of return. The character Ong originally meant a deep, echoing house, and later came to mean broad, grand, and lofty. Isn't it fitting as the name of an academy? The officials in the hall silently recited Suhong, finding it smooth and grand, feeling it sounded impressive and majestic. They immediately agreed it was good. Lin Sha, who was clever and perceptive, spoke up enthusiastically, saying, "Very wonderful. The grand beams and large structures are fitting for a home. Truly worthy of the Lord." Xiao Bashui rolled his eyes secretly, thinking that Lin Sha's flattery was so fast no one could match it. He then restrained his usual arrogance, showing a bit of flattery, and smiled confidently, saying Su Huang welcomes all talents, gathering brave and wise people. The Lord is truly talented. Lin Sha. As soon as they started praising, praise kept coming from all sides. Jiang Ran listened, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbing her forehead. She didn't know when it started that whatever she said or did, people would come forward to flatter her. Fortunately, Jiang Ran was not impatient or arrogant. She frowned, raised her hand, and quickly suppressed the commotion. General Tian, Lord Lin, Jiang Ran opened a report and called out to Tianjing and Lin Sha, then looked up and said, "The military assessment has ended, but some problems have been exposed. Soldiers are often negligent in training, and some are so fat they can't lift their arms. Logistics are also behind, with no auxiliary soldiers, and wounded soldiers are not treated or bandaged." Jiang Ran was stunned at first, then quickly sent Wang Yisher and his disciples to act as temporary medics. Compared to other town-level territories, Soling Town has weak forces, with only about 700 soldiers. It had always been like this, and Tianjing didn't think there was anything wrong. But after hearing Jiang Ran's criticism, he blushed and felt awkward for his late old comrade. It seemed that compared to a small lord, Jiang Fuqing really lacked any talent for managing a territory. Everyone looked ashamed, sighed, and Jiang Ran asked, when was the last time Soling Town recruited soldiers? Tianjing, who was responsible for this, remembered more clearly than Lin Sha and replied immediately, "Report to the Lord. About 2 years ago." "And what about the soldiers in Xinhungjin?" Tianjing scratched his head, feeling the gap, and answered, "Yang Hao is aggressive and heavily armed. He recruits soldiers every year, and the number is probably close to 1,000 or more." Hearing this, Lin Sha sneered and said, "Xinhungjin has just 4,000 residents, yet soldiers make up a quarter of the population, while the rest are mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children." Jiang Ran paused for a moment. Yang Hao is quite capable. During his 15 years in power, Xianheng Town has absorbed 8 surrounding town-level territories and 1 county-level territory. Not including the ocean, Xianheng Town is now as large as Ba Shiling Town. However, there are clear drawbacks. The population of Xianheng Town has always been small. Yang Hao seems to have realized this, so he has become more cautious in recent years. But his caution is limited. The existence of monsters weakens the role of farmers. In Yang Hao's view, he doesn't need farmers to farm and cultivate land. Instead, he constantly sends people to the battlefield. Lin Sha sneered at this point. He was quite afraid that Jiang Ran might imitate Yang Hao's approach, so he immediately warned, "My lord, Yang Hao's ability to lead troops is indeed strong and worth learning from, but I think it's not the right way. The disadvantages haven't fully appeared yet, but long-term chaos is inevitable." Jiang Ran understood that she wouldn't go as far as Yang Hao, but she couldn't delay recruiting soldiers. The outside world is unstable. We must prepare in advance. We need to build up the army. Then, those who failed the last assessment will be dismissed first. Jiang Ran said, "I want to recruit 500 brave warriors. Among them, 100 for the Navy, 100 for border defense, 50 for knights, and 50 medics. Lin Qingjia, you will lead the officials from the Ministry of Personnel to promote the recruitment. General Tian, at the beginning of October, we will hold a martial arts competition to select brave warriors. The event will be held at the first level of the Beast Tide and the second level of the Illusion Realm in the Nanguan Secret Realm." Lin Qingjia and Tian received the orders and began to think about how to do their best. Jiang Ran then called out another name, Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua, dressed in deep crimson official robes, was focused and immediately stepped forward when summoned by the Lord. Wang Zhua is quite low-key, but he is well-educated and cultivated. He was one of the 8 who stood out in the exam and belongs to the Ministry of War. Tian is the only general in Suling Town and is the head of the Ministry of War. His main focus is on leading troops into battle, while Wang Zhua is responsible for the rear armory, ensuring finances and managing weapons, grain, and medical supplies. Without iron materials, the production of bamboo deer bows and arrows stopped 10 days ago. Jiang Ran was most worried about this. Without iron, weapons and ships could not be made, and Suling Town couldn't develop. After months of nourishment, the spirit bamboo insects had grown to a certain extent. The most obvious feature was the quality of the spirit bamboo, light yet hard, more suitable for forging bamboo deer bows and arrows. Now, about 80% of the weapons workshop's bamboo deer bows and arrows are made from this spirit bamboo. Jiang Ran, how is the supply depot situation? Wang Zhua was momentarily stunned, then quickly thought and skillfully replied, currently, the weapon workshop still has 500 bamboo deer bows, 10,000 arrows, 50 iron knives, 50 iron swords, 200 spears, and 200 wooden shields. 100 bottles of chi replenishing pills, 10 bottles of fire consolidating pills, 10 bottles of purifying pills, 10 bottles of power storing pills, and 10 bottles of spirit pills for each type. Since Jiang Ran handed the alchemy furnace awarded by the system to Mu Shi for use, the pill-making efficiency has greatly improved. However, Mu Shi just received the formula and is not very skilled yet, leading to a high rate of waste pills, so the stock of pills in the armory is quite low. I have already contacted Miss Yun Xiao and ordered a batch of calamus herbs, but according to her, even with calamus spirit worms, it will take at least a month. The army is the most expensive part, but Jiang Ran is not stingy with investments. After 2 months of effort, they have made some progress, at least enough so that soldiers no longer have to carry large wooden sticks into battle. Currently, Suling Town only has the ability to forge common weapons. To compete with territories at the county or prefecture level and above, these weapons are not enough. Fortunately, there is now a weaponsmith in town. Jiang Ren also managed to get the manufacturing methods for low-level magic weapons like Bai Li Fei's tooth-edge sword and meteor hammer. He plans to craft a set for each soldier in the town's militia. But without recruiting more talent, relying on Bai Li Fei alone, it's uncertain when every soldier will get a tooth-edge sword. Jiang Ren nodded and asked the officials below. Suling Town lacks iron. I've sent skilled explorers to check various places, hoping to find mineral deposits, but unfortunately, nothing has been found. Without iron, agriculture, construction, and manufacturing industries will all suffer. What do you all think we should do about this? Wang Zhe said, previously, we mainly bought iron from Xian Heng Town and Ling Chao Town. Maybe we should import iron from these 2 towns this time? Yun Xiang from the Ministry of Rights, sensing an opportunity for merit, immediately stepped forward humbly. My lord, how much iron do you plan to buy? Yun Xiang is over 50 years old, but in this world, ordinary people tend to live longer. He is currently in his prime, looking healthy and energetic. He was one of Jiang Fucheng's officials during his tenure. Later, he took the official examination and, thanks to his solid knowledge, joined the Ministry of Rights. He had previously accompanied Jiang Fucheng to discuss salt and iron trade matters, so he is quite familiar with this kind of business. At least 50,000 jin of iron and stone. Jiang Ran had already calculated that the weapons workshop and shipyard needed a large amount of iron. Based on the system-provided ship blueprints, a scaled-down ship carrying 20 tons would conservatively require about 1,000 jin of iron. The Spirit Farmer office also needs to produce iron farming tools, distribute some to villagers, and Jiang Ran must also keep some iron for daily household items like iron pots. 50,000 jin? They want to buy so much iron all at once? The officials present were stunned. 50,000 jin of iron can only be refined into about 20,000 jin of pure iron. This amount would be used up in just 1 month. So Jiang Ran thought her estimate was quite cautious. But others didn't agree. Yun Xiangshan realized he had been careless and froze in place. He didn't dare to speak. Importing iron to Xian Heng Town costs about 50 silver coins per jin. Of course, Shuling Town could afford to buy 50,000 jin, but the issue isn't whether they can afford it, but whether they can get it. Even if they manage to buy it, transportation is another problem. Shuling Town has good roads, but the road to Xianheng Town is rough. And what tools would they use to transport 50,000 gene of iron? Rely solely on manpower? That would take forever. Yun Xiangshan looked worried and awkwardly said, "My lord, aside from transportation, probably no town would be willing to sell us such a large amount of iron. Iron is a crucial strategic resource for lower-level territories. With Shuling Town making such a big move, other towns wouldn't be foolish. They'd be cautious, suspecting that they might be making a lot of weapons and would refuse to sell iron." Yun Xiangshan and Jiang Ran discussed the details, and Jiang Ran frowned. She knew buying iron would be complicated, which was why she wanted to discuss it with officials, but she hadn't expected so many problems. She rubbed her forehead in frustration and decided to first address the source of the purchase. "How many nearby territories have iron mines?"
she asked.
The officials looked at each other, and at that moment, Chen Mao took out a document and handed it over. Li Fuxing took the document from Chen Mao and handed it to Jiang Ran, who lowered her head to read. It detailed the distribution of iron mines, spirit mines, and spiritual plants across several nearby territories. She looked up in surprise, not expecting Chen Mao to be so capable. In just a few months, he had accomplished so much. She glanced at the dark circles under Chen Mao's eyes and felt a bit touched. Where could she find such a capable subordinate?
Promotion.
Raise. But Jiang Ran hoped he would work hard and rest well, so he could continue being her loyal worker for a long time. Jiang Ran first noticed not the iron ore, but other minerals highlighted by Chen Mao. Ingyan stone from Shijin Town, fire shell flower from Beiyuan Town, Xianhan iron and Yingshan wood from Zhuili County, Shujing copper from Xian County, and Qingsong stone from Qingsong County. These are all valuable resources. For example, Ingyan stone is a type of spiritual jade very sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. When it contacts spiritual energy, it emits a golden glow. The strength of this glow varies with the concentration of spiritual energy. More spiritual energy makes the glow brighter. This property makes Ingyan stone useful for setting up warning lines to alert against malicious intent. People in Shijin Town grind Ingyan stone into powder and spread it along their borders. If enemies attack at night, the spiritual energy released by the intruder's magic beasts or cultivators causes the powder to glow gold, allowing quick detection of danger. While this method isn't perfectly accurate, it provides an early warning. Of course, such a costly method is rare. Ingyan stone is mostly used to judge the quality of spiritual objects. For example, Ingyan powder can determine the richness of spiritual energy in an ice spirit mushroom, helping to assess its quality. Shujing copper, Xianhan iron, Yingshan wood, and Qingsong stone are excellent materials for crafting tools. Qingsong stone is special for Jiang Ran because it's a living wood-type spiritual stone. When buried underground, it can subtly influence the surrounding soil, possibly helping bamboo spirit insects. Jiang Ran looked at this information with growing excitement, feeling a sense of anticipation about establishing trade networks with other forces. The matter of buying iron and stones temporarily slipped from her mind. No wonder Chen Jiaqing is so meticulous in his work. This intelligence is truly timely. This is just my duty as a subordinate, not worth mentioning. Chen Mao deliberately spent extra time on tasks Jiang Ran hadn't yet ordered, just to be prepared for the future and earn the Lord's praise. He was so happy, he almost floated with joy. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, but Chen Mao was a person who kept his emotions in check. Amid the admiration and envy of others, he quietly downplayed his achievements and fame, remaining very modest. In the 100-kilometer radius, there are several territories with common iron ore, 4 of which are Xianheng Town, Lingqiao Town, Zhuili County, and Jingyi County. The distance to Jingyi County was too far, and the roads were blocked. Even if ordinary people rode fast horses, they would need a whole day to get there. If they transported 50,000 tons of iron ore, it would be even more difficult. Seeing the transportation problem, Jiang Ran interrupted Chen Mao. She took off an exquisite ring from her finger. Transportation isn't an issue. because I have a space ring. 50,000 pounds of iron ore stacked together would only fill 2 or 3 large trucks. This ring could easily hold that much. A hollow ring? Oh, right. The Lord has such a treasure. Chun Mao's eyes widened in amazement. Yun Xiang said, Jingyi County is exclusive. We Shuling Town haven't traded with them before. Cold months don't come suddenly. To build good relations with Jingyi County, small towns like ours need at least 3 or 5 years of effort. This batch of iron ore was urgently needed by Shuling Town. Jiang Ran didn't have time to contact Jingyi County bit by bit. She immediately put this territory into the unable to cooperate for now list. If we want to buy iron ore, we can only choose from Xianheng Town, Lingqiao Town, or Zhuili County. The officials nodded. Although they thought it might be difficult for the Lord to buy so much iron ore at once, they didn't persuade Jiang Ran to give up. Instead, they quietly discussed how to promote the iron ore deal. Xianheng and Lingqiao are close by, and the price of iron ore in small towns is cheaper.
But
would Xianheng and Lingqiao be willing to sell so much iron ore all at once? The amount they mined only met their own territory's needs. Official Qi Qian looked serious. The Lord seems to plan to buy iron ore long-term. I think Zhuili County might be a better partner. Zhuili County has a large population, stable mining, and a significant monthly output of iron ore which can be exported steadily. Seeing everyone chatter endlessly, Qiu Baishui was confused. He straightened his waist, lifted his chin, and his confident voice sounded proud and commanding. Why go through so much trouble? With our strength in Shuling Town, why not just take over the iron mines in Xianheng Town? Qiu Baishui's distinctive voice suddenly made the room fall silent. Jiang Ran was drawn in by his statement. She raised her eyebrows, looked up at Qiu Baishui, and observed how others reacted. A strong wind blew outside. The branches swayed in the wind, and an unknown feeling gradually spread. Surprisingly, Lin Sha and the others didn't oppose. Instead, they exchanged glances in silence and then thoughtfully considered this possibility. Tianjing even widened his eyes, a strong fighting spirit flashing in them. Without thinking, he said blindly, I, a brave man, am not a coward. As long as the Lord gives the order, we will lead the charge first. His rough voice was full of passion, and his oath inspired many present to feel more motivated. Lin Sha was unaffected. She blinked, seeming a bit confused. The Lord's current strength seems to be enough to not fear Yang Hao. Jiang Ran. That's so slow? Do her officials only now realize this? Actually, Jiang Ran can't blame them. Although they know that the situation at Suling Town is no longer the same, many changes happen too quickly for them to react. But this does not include Qiu Boshui, who dares to think boldly. Qiu Boshui looked excited. He asked Steward Li for a map, his eyes sharp. He pointed at the location of the New Hung Town iron mine, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Qiu Boshui was allowed to approach the throne. He took a deep breath, quickly moved to Jiang Ran's side. He bent forward, and his arrogance was somewhat subdued in front of Jiang Ran. He gestured to her and said, the New Hung iron mine is almost between Xianheng, Jinyuan, and Suling towns. This iron mine has always been a place of conflict between Xianheng and Jinyuan. It wasn't until 8 years ago that Xianheng completely took control of it. Before, we at Suling Town couldn't even dream of it. We could only watch as the two towns fought fiercely.
But
things are different now. Seeing Jiang Ran silent and seemingly hesitant, Qiu Boshui quickly offered a suggestion with folded hands. Please, Lord, send troops quickly. Xianheng and Jinyuan are now fighting fiercely, but they are no longer at their peak. This is the best time. Although Suling Town's forces might be weaker than Xianheng's, they had more high-level fighters. Not to mention Jiang Ran's cultivation at the 4th level of spirit refining, which could easily crush Yang Hao. Su Ling also had Wen Bai, who was at the 1st level of spirit refining, and Jia Han, who was equally strong. Even more deadly, Yang Hao still didn't realize how dangerous Su Ling Town was. One is rising, the other declining. One is dark, the other bright. The situation looks very clear. Still, Jingyuan Town unexpectedly annexed Xianheng Town to strengthen itself. Once the dust settled, Shangling Town missed the best opportunity to send troops again. Tianjing also stepped forward to persuade, "Please, sir, send troops." Tianjing expressed his stance, and the military officials were all shaken. "Please, sir, send troops. Please, sir, send troops." For a moment, everyone present was overwhelmed and no one mentioned the option of buying iron ore anymore. The scene was lively, but Jiang Ran was not much affected. She supported her chin with one hand, lightly tapped the armrest with her long fingers, producing a faint, nerve-wracking sound. Jiang Ran said nothing, always maintaining a sense of style. It had been quiet for a while, and someone couldn't help but secretly lift their eyes, noticing that the Lord's eyes were clear and calm, showing no signs of what he was thinking. Jiang Ran was actually lost in thought. Aimlessly, her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Sha, who seemed to want to speak. "Lin Qingjia, what are your thoughts?" Lin Sha lowered his head, as if he had dried lips, and was about to speak. "Your humble servant believes rushing to send troops is too reckless. Please, sir, think carefully." Qiu Boshui widened his eyes as if to say, "Lin Sha, you are so indecisive and timid. I misjudged you." But Lin Sha didn't care about Qiu Boshui's opinion. His voice grew more confident, and he said, "The iron ore matter is connected to everything. Even if we temporarily seize the iron ore, what good will it do? Yang Hao will definitely pursue us like a hound." "That seems true." Qiu Boshui was momentarily speechless, his face stiff with emotion. But he was unwilling to just give up. Lin Sha took a deep breath. His emotions were complicated, timid, nervous, excited, and finally, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all distracting thoughts were gone, replaced by determination. His voice was always gentle. Why not directly take over Xianheng Town to eliminate future troubles?
Boom.
Like a thunderclap on a clear day, everyone doubted they heard correctly, their eyes wide in surprise. Jiang Ran was also surprised by Lin Sha's boldness. She thought that cautious Lin Sha must have carefully considered this idea internally. Hearing this, she became serious. She sat upright, her eyes shining with thought. "It sounds good." Compared to Qiu Boshui, Jiang Ran leaned more toward Lin Sha's opinion. In principle, Jiang Ran, who had lived peacefully in the peaceful era, knew how precious peace was. She should avoid war. But in this world, if she didn't fight or find ways to grow stronger, others would take advantage of her. Jiang Ran is not a kind person, or rather, she has a deep-rooted greed and selfishness. She wants everything good. But people are not objects and are hard to control. Jiang Ran does not want to cause too much trouble for ordinary people struggling to survive, so she must ensure her army does not randomly slaughter civilians. At the same time, she doesn't want to be known as a brutal battle fanatic, or she'll be surrounded by various territories, like Xianheng Town. It's been almost a month, and even the weaker Jinyuan Town hasn't been conquered yet. "We can't just send troops without a proper reason," she said. "The reason doesn't have to be entirely true. It can just be an excuse, like soldiers from Xianheng Town injured people from Suling Town. It's shameless but effective. The key is how to take over Xianheng Town." Someone asked, "Should we team up with Jinyuan Town? Team up with Jianglong?" Wei Fengsheng looked displeased. He still remembered Jianglong's sneaky look at their lord. Lin Sha shook his head. "I think Jianglong can't be trusted." This time, he didn't ask for the opinion of the allied Fenghuang Town and directly sent troops to Xianheng Town. Yan Shi had to swallow his anger and follow along, but he was helpless. If we cooperate with them, we might also worry about Jinyuan Town betraying us. "Better not rely on others," Jiang Ran said. "Let those 3 towns fight first. We need time to prepare." Xianheng Town has a special plant called Qianji grass spirit insect, which can greatly reduce soldier casualties. Suling Town has very few herbs, so Jiang Ran hopes to gather more puhuang grass for preparation. She also needs to stockpile military supplies and weapons. In war, logistics are very important. Should I call Xiao Xian and the others over? Jiang Ran's eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Xian, who guards the Lingjin mine, is a magical beast at the Xianbone realm, and he commands 180 gold-eating ants. Among them, 13 are spirit-gathering ants, making a very powerful beast army. Jiang Ran mainly uses these ants as miners, but their role is not limited to that. With such a beast army, they could harass not only Xianheng Town but also Zheyan County and Zhuili County. However, Jiang Ran ultimately decided against it. Xiao Xian is easy to command and understands her orders. Even if they didn't sign a spiritual pet contract, a master-servant contract would make Xiao Xian absolutely obedient to Jiang Ran. However, the low-level devouring gold ants are not very intelligent and only obey instinctively. On the battlefield, they can't even understand basic commands. Deploying such monsters could easily cause trouble. The devouring gold ant swarm can be used as a last resort if necessary. Here, Lin Sha carefully explained his idea. There is a lot of chaos in Xianheng Town. People's trust is already fragile. If we insert our people inside to weaken the enemy from within and block their logistics at a critical moment. Qiu Boxui raised an eyebrow. But who should go? Xianheng Town doesn't have many people. The local soldiers know each other well. How difficult would it be to hide a team of soldiers? Lin Sha smiled. Maybe it was just his feeling, but everyone seemed to see a hint of cunning behind his usually gentle face. Why show ourselves openly? Aren't there experts skilled at digging tunnels? Qiu Boxui suddenly understood. Jia Han is only the deputy leader of the mercenary guild and doesn't hold an official position in Suling Town, so he isn't part of the court meeting. Sending experts requires asking Jia Han first. Whether he accepts the mission depends on him. Of course, although Lord Jiang Ran can force him, she doesn't need to do so. She secretly calls Jia Han to the court meeting. Jia Han is a bit confused and cautious. Jiang Ran explains everything and asks, "Are you willing to help me?" Jia Han opens his mouth, looks at Jiang Ran, then his expression turns serious. Yes. Jiang Ran quickly makes a decision. Secretly have the experts dig a tunnel and hide it in the shadows of Xianheng Town. She also sends Bing Gulian, who has been hiding nearby, to keep an eye on Xianheng Town, Jinyuan Town, and other forces, looking for the best moment to strike. Additionally, she asks Wang Zhuo to gather battle supplies quickly and Tianjing to organize the troops. After arranging everything, Jiang Ran suddenly remembers something. In her past life, a certain country made a fortune from war. After tasting success, that country seemed to get a kind of cash flow secret and deliberately provoked conflicts with other nations, selling them large amounts of weapons and earning a lot of money. Yang Hao definitely can't resist the bamboo deer bow and arrow. Jiang Ran seems to have a new idea. Lin Sha, hurry up and write a letter of invitation to Yang Hao and bring a bamboo deer bow and arrow with you. Say there's a business opportunity and ask if he's interested. If you're interested, Yunxiang, then you should go and negotiate this deal, allowing them to pay with iron ore. First, let Xianheng Town pay a deposit of 1,000 jin of iron ore. Jiang Ran plans to use a clever trick, taking the bamboo deer bow as bait to secure the urgently needed iron ore first. This way, Shuling Town can produce more weapons to distribute to the soldiers. As for whether to give the bamboo deer bow and arrows to Yang Hao later, that depends on whether Xianheng Town still exists. Lin Sha and the others are not fools. When Jiang Ran spoke, they all widened their eyes. My lord, does it seem a bit shameless?
No.
After a moment of thought, everyone dismissed the rebellious idea. How can it be called shameless? My lord is clearly wise and strategic. Finally, Jiang Ran pinched the drawing presented by Chen Mao and said to Yang Guiying and the officials of the Ministry of Rights, "You should investigate the territories on this list. Also, Li Tianliang has been to many places, so you can ask around. It's very important to establish good trade relations with these territories." Having assigned the officials their tasks, the 3-hour-long court meeting finally ended. Later, Lin Sha, as an envoy, took a few guards and headed to Xianheng Town. Yang Hao was very interested in the powerful bamboo deer bow and arrow, which he expected to be excellent. The next day, Jiang Ran went to Xianheng town. She is cautious about her life. Although she believes her cultivation is much stronger than Yang Hao's, she still doesn't dare to be careless. So, she entered a dangerous situation and specially hired Wenbai, the second strongest person in Shuling town, as a guard. She brought Yunxiang, Wei Fengsheng, Li Si, Yan Lili, and the coachman Manhwa, a total of 7 people heading to Xianheng town. Xianheng town is some distance from Shuling town. It takes 2 or 3 hours to reach it by riding along a small path. Xianheng town is much larger than a typical small town. It is roughly located east of Lingqiao, south of Shuling, west of Jinyuan and Fenghuang, and north of Zhuoli County. Dark clouds cover Zhuxi, making the sky gloomy, pressing down on the mountains, rivers, and trees. Autumn is dry, and the sound of hooves running is accompanied by flying yellow sand and grass debris. Jiang Ran and Yan Lili sit in a carriage. Wei Fengsheng holds the frost sword, and the coachman Ma Ha sits at the front. Wenbai rides a small yellow horse. Li Si rides separately in an empty horse-drawn cart, with 2 horses tied in front for transporting iron ore. The iron ore weighs around 1,000 jin. Jiang Ran does not want to use her space ring. In such a small place, a space ring is a priceless treasure. Showing it to Yang Hao might attract unnecessary greed. We traveled nonstop and soon arrived at the city gate of Xianheng town, where messengers were already waiting. Xianheng town has a strong martial atmosphere, and even the messengers who came to greet Jiang Ran and others were dressed as soldiers in armor. The messenger was silent and took them to a grand, beautiful mansion. "Please come in." Jiang Ran and the others were led into the main hall. She glanced inside and saw that the host seemed to be showing off his achievements. A display of white skulls on a stand caught her attention. Yang Hao's taste is truly unique. Jiang Ran's expression changed slightly, feeling a cold chill down her back, but she quickly relaxed and looked away calmly. Inside the room, the light dimmed naturally. In the hall, Yang Hao stood tall and imposing, with thick eyebrows that arched sharply at the ends, sitting high above. It had been a long time since they last met. Compared to before, Yang Hao's aura was even stronger, clearly now a cultivator at the 2nd level of spirit refining. His ambition remained unchanged, but perhaps he had killed too many recently. His fierce eyes seemed to glow with a hint of blood-red energy. Standing on his left was a young man, about 18 or 19, holding a sword and crossing his arms. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a fierce look. His features resembled Yang Hao's, probably Yang Hao's second son, Yang Chongwu, who was being trained as his heir. Yang Chongwu was openly sizing up Jiang Ran and her group with a fierce gaze, showing arrogance and disdain, saying, "You're truly stunning." On his right, a young man dressed in blue, looking like a strategist, stood quietly. Jiang Ran saw a cautious and meticulous aura in him, similar to Lin Sha. Unlike Lin Sha, this man had no spiritual energy fluctuations. Even with her purple jade magic eyes, she saw that he was just an ordinary person, completely unremarkable. While Jiang Ran and her group observed Yang Hao and others, they were also being watched in return. Jiang Ran wore a mask with a quarter-style pattern covering part of her face, a mysterious mask used to conceal her cultivation aura. To others, her cultivation appeared to be at the 8th level of gathering spirit. Yang Hao felt a mix of regret and caution. His most talented child, Wu Er, was only at the 8th level at 18. But if this Jiang family girl and his Wu Er had a child, with her talent and looks, and the child they would have. He glanced at Wu Er, who was staring intently at Jiang Ran, and his eyes flickered with a hint of scheming. He raised his cup to hide his thoughts. His gaze shifted to Wenbai, but when he looked at him, his eyes were filled with confusion. 2nd level of spirit refining? And so young for someone at the 2nd level? Bien Bo spoke little, hiding a finely crafted windhorn dagger in his dark sleeve. Standing quietly behind, he maintained his role as a protector, seemingly having exchanged words with Wei Fengsheng. Despite his low profile, the aura of his spirit refinement realm quickly caught Yang Hao's attention. Yang Hao couldn't understand why. In just 5 or 6 months, a strong spirit refinement expert had appeared in Suling Town. Earlier, he heard that Jiang Ran had gone to Tianjin County for a month and brought back hundreds of refugees. But how could a hero in the spirit refinement realm follow a young girl with no background? Suddenly, Yang Hao looked at Jiang Ran's delicate features and realized the truth. It turned out that her stunning, charming face had caused a young man with weak willpower to fall under her spell. The legendary deeds of the Phoenix Demon King, known for causing trouble, were well known. Yang Hao had initially looked down on Jiang Ran because she was just a young woman, but now he was filled with caution like never before. Jiang Ran didn't realize that her low profile had backfired. Even more amusing was the reason. Her beauty had made Yang Hao suspect she might attract stronger enemies, threatening the fragile peace of Yunshang's remote corner. She was led to her seat by attendants, where drinks were served. The aroma of wine filled the air. Jiang Ran sniffed and took a small sip, not daring to drink too much. It was good wine, spicy, even rivaling some distilled spirits from her past life. Jiang Ran remembered that Steward Li had mentioned people in Suling Town were starting to experiment with brewing alcohol. She wondered how far that had progressed. She set down her cup, exchanged a few polite words, and the topic shifted to the trade of bamboo deer bows, arrows, and iron ore. A beautifully crafted bamboo deer bow was placed before her. The bow, coated with a reddish-brown lacquer, looked like bronze, even though it was made of bamboo, shining with a metallic luster. Yang Hao was wild and domineering, but he never turned a blind eye to quality. When he first tasted seafood, he was the first to praise it. Now, seeing this bow, he couldn't help but admire. It's a fine bow. The strategist Su Nong, dressed in blue, seemed to have thought deeply and cautiously asked, "Is this a gift from heaven to your Suling town?" Surely, among the refugees, there are many talented people? Jiang Ran smiled, but said nothing. Yun Xiang stood straight, speaking politely and kindly. "Lord Yang, how many bamboo deer bows and arrows do you plan to buy?" Su Nong named a number. Xianheng Town had quite an appetite, asking for 100 finely crafted bamboo deer bows, 900 standard ones, and 20,000 arrows. The finely crafted bamboo deer bow, called the elite deer bow, is made entirely from spiritual bamboo. Although it is not a magic tool, it can withstand the explosive power released when a cultivator uses arrow techniques. Its maximum range is about 800 to 900 meters, with strong penetrating power. The price is around 10 crystal units, fluctuating no more than 1 crystal. Its excellent cost-performance ratio is expected to make the elite deer bow very popular among ordinary cultivators. Compared to the simple bamboo deer bows used by common people, which are much weaker, the elite deer bow is more expensive, costing about 10 gold coins each. The arrows are universal, priced at 100 silver coins per piece. Even without the intention to threaten the town of Mingxin, this large order alone would be a big profit for the town of Suling. In fact, Mingxin town spends too much money on wars, making it hard to manage. Su Nong dislikes the high prices offered by Suling town but still smiles and bargains, asking, "Can the price be a bit lower?" Yun Xiang looks troubled, hesitating before suggesting, "Perhaps Mingxin town could pay part of the cost with iron ore." Su Nong's eyes flicker. He wonders why Suling town suddenly wants to do business with them. Turns out they are here to buy iron. Since that's the case, how about 6 crystal units for each elite deer bow? But it's a common tool, and this price already shows our sincerity. This price is quite low. Selling to the people of Suling town would be at least 2 crystal units higher. The spiritual bamboo used for the bows is scarce after several years of growth, and the bows require careful craftsmanship. They can produce about 10 bows a month, so such a low price is unreasonable. Yun Xiang and Su Nong argue fiercely, their faces reddening with anger, neither willing to back down.
Hey!
Seeing time pass and both Yang Hao and his son showing signs of impatience, they are about to speak harshly. Jiang Ran's expression is calm. She cuts through the negotiations with one sentence. "I think the wealthy Jinyuan town might be interested in bamboo deer bows."
Yang Hao chokeslikly, falling silent.
Jiang Long indeed has money and wouldn't fuss over small matters. But Yang Hao is unhappy with Jiang Ran's attitude, a trace of hostility flashing in his eyes. He wants to pressure her, but then he notices Su Nong smiling, his sleeves covering his hands as he slightly bows. Since you've chosen our Mingxing town, isn't it because of our iron ore? Just to clarify, Jinyuan town does not have iron ore. Jiang Ran narrows her eyes, watching Su Nong remain calm and confident, then glances at Yang Hao, whose expression is tense and displeased. She isn't in a hurry. Before Yang Hao can lose his temper, she openly stirs trouble. Lord Yang, you know that the bamboo deer bow is definitely worth 10 crystal units. Isn't your strategist's attitude a bit too rude? Usually, I respect your flexibility and swift actions. However, this time, I see that your behavior has changed quite a bit. Ultimately, Yang Hao is the one making the final decision, and guiding his mood is the most important. It seems your town isn't interested in our bamboo deer bows and arrows.
Sorry to bother you.
After saying this, he turns to leave, and Yun Xiang and others naturally follow Jiang Ran. Yang Hao is taken aback when a young girl points at him and says he's wrong. It's the first time in his life something like this has happened, and he also feels a bit annoyed with the troublemaker, Su Nong. Su Nong is secretly cursing himself. Seeing Yang Hao's face turn dark, he silently complains that someone at 15 or 16 shouldn't be so reckless and impulsive. This girl even knows how to stir trouble and play hard to get. Su Nong is a clever fox. He used to use tricks like Jiang Ran's before, but he didn't expect someone to turn it back on him. Jiang Ran is about to step out of the hall. Yang Hao is close to losing his temper. If he accidentally ruins the deal about the bamboo deer bows and arrows, his future won't look good. Su Nong feels frustrated but quickly calls out to Jiang Ran, "Please wait, sir."
It's not me.
Jiang Ran naturally stops smoothly, with a series of fluid movements. Su Nong feels even more annoyed. Now that he has the initiative, negotiations will go more smoothly. Jiang Ran hands the matter over to Yun Xiang. Jiang Ran also takes a step back and lowers the price of the fine deer bow to 8 crystal shards per bow. Yang Hao's expression improves, and the suppressed killing intent is eased. Su Nong still plans to gain more power for Xianheng town. After negotiating the price, he mentions, "You can only sell the bamboo deer bows and arrows to us in Xianheng town." This demand is too aggressive, so Yun Xiang naturally refuses. Impossible. Su Nong isn't surprised. He then suggests, "In that case, let's each make a concession. How about this? 5 years. For 5 years, you cannot sell your bamboo deer bows and arrows to other forces." This condition is meant to prevent Shuling Town from selling the bows and arrows to Jinyuan Town or their enemies, so he probably won't back down. Yun Xiang looks at Jiang Ran in difficulty. Does she plan to sell these items to other territories? Will Xianheng Town really refuse to buy? Jiang Ran secretly thinks to herself, "If one side gains, the other loses. If you don't buy, you'll be weaker in weaponry than others. Anyway, this deal is just a formality. Shuling Town really needs iron." Jiang Ran says at most 3 years. Su Nong shakes his head. For years. Jiang Ran's eyes were pitch black, and her lips curled into a gentle smile, secretly showing a kind expression to Su Nong. Su Nong felt an inexplicable chill pass over his back, and his body trembled slightly. Yun Xiang knew that her lord was quite domineering in some ways. Since he said 3 years, it was hard to back down now. She then continued, 3 years is the limit we can accept. Su Nong immediately agreed willingly, saying then 3 years. Since Lord Yang Hao was mainly focused on how to fight battles, he was somewhat careless about management and economic issues, often leaving them to him. Talking too much about these topics might annoy Yang Hao, so he didn't insist on it. With Yang Hao's silent approval, Su Nong's further compromise made the rest of the negotiations go smoothly. Xianheng Town agreed to pay an advance deposit of 1,500 jin of iron ore, but required the Shuling Town to deliver once in half a month, at least 20 refined deer bows, 100 bamboo deer bows, and 1,000 arrows, with all remaining items delivered within 6 months. Jiang Ran and her team naturally agreed. This time, they managed to trick out all the iron ore mined by Xianheng Town, which was 1,500 jin, due to the war. The miners had little interest in digging, and the blacksmiths were also unwilling to work. However, Jiang Ran was very satisfied. The iron and stones she brought back were 500 jin more than expected, perfectly demonstrating the phrase making a profit without effort. Both sides signed a contract. Jiang Ran and her team left Xianheng Town with a large cart of iron ore. On the way, Wenbai said, "Lord, there were several secret guards in the hall. Yang Hao was several times tempted to kill us." What Wenbai said, Jiang Ran also sensed. But Yang Hao's restraint might be because he truly valued the bamboo deer bows and arrows. During this trip to Xianheng Town, Jiang Ran truly felt the gap between Xianheng Town and her own territory. In the hall, only Yang Hao, Yang Chengwu, Su Nong, and some maids appeared openly, but there were 8 or 9 cultivators secretly guarding them. It's important to note that most of Xianheng Town's high-level combat power had been dispatched elsewhere. Jiang Ran believed that not rushing into war was the right choice. Regarding Yang Hao's side, they had reached an agreement. Xianheng Town would receive a powerful weapon in half a month, strengthening their future battles. Originally, Yang Hao and others should have been very happy, but Yang Hao and Su Nong couldn't smile. Watching Jiang Ran and her team leave in the distance, Yang Hao's brows furrowed deeply. "Shuling Town is becoming more active," he said. "That's not a good sign," someone replied. When Jiang Fucheng was in charge, the secluded Shuling Town was eager to hide itself completely, as if playing dead. They dared not invite outsiders to buy seafood or sell bows and arrows publicly. Yang Hao was not foolish. He initially thought Jiang Ran was just a child pretending to be a family girl, but now he had to be cautious. With her demeanor and rapid cultivation speed, she would surely grow into a strong rival in the future. Yang Hao's wariness of Jiang Ran increased sharply. Su Nong waved his green sleeve, covering his constantly thinking fingers, his usual gesture when pondering. "Lord, I have a plan." Yang Hao and Su Nong whispered secretly, not avoiding Yang Chengwu. But he didn't think much about it. His mind seemed to drift away with the beautiful lady's departure. From a young age, influenced by his elders, he believed that becoming a person in power meant gaining influence, wealth, and beauty. However, now, hearing his father and Mr. Su speak with caution about Jiang Ran and their plans for Shuling Town, and hearing his father say that Jiang Ran's talent surpassed his own, Yang Chengwu felt the gap for the first time. If this continues, when will he be able to tame the beauty? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling his abilities were too weak. An idea hidden deep inside finally broke through. "Father, I want to go to Mingxiao Academy to study." Shuling Town is located south of Xianheng Town, separated by Chaoxing Mountain. Although not precisely measured, Chaoxing Mountain covers about 1,000 acres. The magical beasts on Chaoxing Mountain are not very strong, mostly in the spirit refinement stage, but the species are quite diverse. Often, monsters come down the mountain to trouble nearby settlements. Jiang Ran thought to herself, "If I can take over Xianheng Town and incorporate Chaoxing Mountain into our territory, I can plant fruit trees and herbs on the mountain and raise magical beasts." After leaving Chaoxing Mountain, they were quickly greeted by a convoy. Jiang Ran and her group successfully brought back the iron ore, attracting many people's attention. The happiest were the blacksmiths and shipyard workers. "The iron has been cut off for days. The iron shop is almost closing. There's so much iron now. We can finally work with it, but I wonder if our skills have improved." The largest blacksmith shop in Shuling Town is the Guanglu Iron Shop. Master Lu took 8 apprentices and returned with 300 jin of iron ore. Their task was to refine the iron ore and shape the raw iron into various tools. One apprentice carried a piece of iron, looking very happy. "Master, this is the biggest order our Guanglu Iron Shop has ever received." Lord Iron Leader provided the materials and paid the full amount up front, 5 gold coins worth of metal. The order from the Lord to the blacksmith shop was to turn iron into nails of various sizes. Other blacksmith shops also received similar orders, including household items like iron pots, as well as tools and weapons such as axes, hoes, and sickles. Blacksmith Liu was very excited. Once we go back, everyone must work hard. The Lord said that the shipyard needs urgent supplies. We have to produce 100 gene of nails within 10 days. If anyone slacks off, I'll have no choice but to send you all packing. Yes. Blacksmith Liu continued, anyone who performs well will get an extra 5 silver coins a day. Hearing this, the apprentices were very excited. They immediately stood up straight and shouted loudly, yes. In Suling town, if the market is stable, a blacksmith can earn about 2 gold coins a month. Apprentices, however, are much lower in status. Earning 200 silver coins a month is already considered good. After the seafood came out, many apprentices even wanted to give up blacksmithing and go catch seafood instead. But catching seafood also requires skill and knowledge of different fish and shrimp. If they encounter poisonous creatures or accidentally come across stranded magical beasts, their lives could be in danger. Moreover, seafood waves were very dangerous. Many people went to the sea to gather seafood, but they often didn't find much behind them. After the seafood wave passed in Suling town, seafood prices also dropped. In the end, the apprentices could only sadly pick up their hammers and continue forging iron day after day. Based on Liu the blacksmith's pay, an extra 5 silver coins a day meant about 10 silver coins daily, or 300 silver coins a month. If they had free time to go catch seafood, they could enjoy several meals of wild boar meat this month. They could finally eat meat. After solving the iron ore issue, Jiang Ran took her younger brother and headed to Mingxiao Academy. There were only 5 recommended jade tokens, 1 reserved for her brother, and 2 additional spots promised to Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji. That left 2 spots remaining. Jiang Ran immediately thought of Hu Lian, who had the best talent and was just the right age. However, this boy still hadn't learned all his characters. Also, even if he went to Mingxiao Academy, what about his 9-year-old brother? Jiang Ran then turned her attention to Tian Jing's son, Tian Qi. He was only 17, but his spiritual power had reached the 7th level. He was very suitable to become a spiritual beast master. The only problem was that they hadn't found a suitable spiritual pet yet, but they could bring one along first. For the last spot, Jiang Ran thought of Qianzhen. Qianzhen was a loyal soldier, very faithful, and had good talent. After deciding the list, they had to leave the next morning. Mingxiao Academy, I hope we all get accepted smoothly. The happiest were Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji. As August was ending and the enrollment at Mingxiao Academy was about to close, although the Lord had recommended them with a jade token, such a big event naturally called for an early departure. Moreover, entering based on one's own strength is more satisfying than relying on others' recommendations. Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji planned to take the entrance exam themselves. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Ji, the journey is long. I prepared some snacks for you. If you're hungry, just eat a bit. The group of 7 refugees had already dispersed, but the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood remained. Wen Bai, Yun Xiao, and Wu Dailing came to see them off. Yun Xiao, being the only woman among them, was more thoughtful and prepared a few sets of clean clothes and snacks for the 2. Wen Bai advised, be careful on the road, and don't cause trouble for the Lord. Since he gave you this chance, don't waste it. Once you enter Mingxiao Academy, study hard. If you have financial difficulties, you can send a message to your brothers for help. The 2 nodded obediently. Tianqi and Qianzhen were also surrounded by their families. They were suddenly informed about this. Although they chose to enter Mingxiao Academy willingly, the suddenness made it feel like a dream, completely unreal. But they were very excited. Excited indeed. Mingxiao Academy was a prestigious place, and the Lord was even covering their tuition fees, which amounted to a full 100 spirit crystals. The group quietly waited at the Jiang residence gate for the Lord to depart. Inside the house, Jiang Ran was counting some items. This time, she didn't bring many goods like last time. Her main purpose was to send Jiang Nansheng to enroll at Mingxiao Academy. If everything went smoothly, Jiang Ran might buy a house nearby for Jiang Nancheng to live in and set up a teleportation array. She was also considering opening a few shops. Once everything was ready, she planned to bring silk, seafood, and other local specialties from Shuling Town to sell at Mingxiao Academy. Jiang Nancheng was considered the most important to Li Fuxing, and he was quite reluctant. He kept nagging Ma Yunjin, saying, "Xiaozhen, once you get there, you must take good care of Lord Nancheng." Ma Yunjin, with a handsome face, nodded seriously, "I will." This time, Jiang Nancheng's young servant, Ma Yunjin, would go along to take care of him. Jiang Xiaowen usually plays and teases Jiang Nancheng, and now she feels reluctant to leave. Mingxiao Academy must be very big and fun. Brother, you must train lots of cute little spirits. When it comes to spirits, Jiang Ran didn't bring all of them with her this time. She left the mailing monster and the sangling worm. Both of these insects are at a transformation point, and Jiang Ran let them stay among plants to continue absorbing spiritual energy.
Jummy.
The mailing monster feels a bit sad knowing its owner will be away for a while. Jiang Ran gently poked its chin with a finger, like teasing a kitten. This kind of comfort, different from patting the head, made the mailing monster shake its head and make a mimi sound. It was unusually restless today, acting like a cat in heat. Jiang Ran looked at the mailing monster carefully. It seemed to be mutating in an unknown direction. The gold on its wings had turned into a reddish hue, with occasional flashes of gold veins. It looked like this change was spreading to its hair, with a strand of wheat-colored hair turning red. Usually, the birth of spiritual essence is easier to trace, and Jiang Ren often saw faint spiritual energy emanating from the mailing monster. Although still unstable, it was gradually growing stronger. However, the wheat this season was already ripe and being harvested. Thanks to the nourishment from the red worm liquid, the wheat's appearance and quality greatly improved, but it hadn't been infected by the mailing monster's spiritual essence. Next season, farmers would start selecting seeds and preparing to plant. Jiang Ran issued a command to the mailing monster: rely on your instincts to find the strongest seeds, and from the beginning, use spiritual essence to irrigate them. She hoped the mailing monster would successfully cultivate the first spiritual wheat. The sangling worm was still studying in Bichuan Bay, where a genuine Yunza mulberry tree was located. It quickly transformed into a Yunza mulberry spirit worm. Jiang Ran left some spirit food for the spirits. Manager Li, take care of these two spirits while I am away. Bai Mei nudged Jiang Ran's hand with its large head, and she told Bai Mei to stay quietly in the spirit void. This time, she didn't bring guards like Wei Fengsheng, only bringing Ma Yunjin, who was a student at Jiang Nancheng School, and her book boy. They first used the teleportation array to reach the village in Xiaoyang Mountain Cave, then took a different route to dig a tunnel to the area once known as the Crime Town. After the Secret Realm incident in Nongguan City, the area was cleaned up. Later, the trading city locked its gates, and traveling merchants and tourists began to treat this place as a second trading city. There were dedicated carriages heading to Mingxiao Academy, as many students and visitors were on their way there. Now, the roads were crowded with people, bustling and lively. Wow, so lively! Jiang Nancheng's first trip outside the town made him feel very new and curious. The outer city of Mingxiao Academy is bigger and more impressive, Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji said. Although they had not been there themselves, they had heard from friends that Mingxiao Academy is made up of the outer city, inner city, and spiritual peak. The outer city is a place for entertainment and trade, accessible to many people outside the academy. The outer city is bustling with magical beasts, magic tools, pills, and spirits. As long as you are patient, most things you think of can be found there. The inner city, however, is off-limits to outsiders and is where students live and attend classes. The inner peak is made up of 100 spiritual peaks, accessible only to teachers, elders, and core disciples of the academy. Jiang Ran was very interested in this, especially Jiang Nancheng and the others. It was a busy time, with many students, parents, and spectators heading to Mingxiao Academy, so the carriages were almost full. In the end, Jiang Ran spent a lot of money, 1 spirit crystal, to secure a transport team. Jiang Ran named this transport team the Yellow Sand Caravan. The team was led by an old man surnamed Zhang, called Old Zhang. He had a young son in his 20s, nicknamed Little Zhang. Old Zhang looked weathered, with rough skin from the wind and sand. He said he was from Yunshang, but he wasn't sure exactly which territory he came from. It's possible that Old Zhang was a wandering traveler with no fixed home. Mingxiao Academy is far from Tianjin County, but riding fast horses, it takes about 3 or 4 days to get there. One spirit crystal is enough to buy over 1,000 ordinary horses. But since Jiang Ran could spend that spirit crystal, it meant its value was significant. Old Zhang was not a beast tamer, but had tamed about 10 yellow sand camels. The yellow sand camel is a magical beast, not very powerful, but it has excellent endurance and good speed. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is not an exaggeration. With these camels, Jiang Ran could reach Mingxiao Academy tonight. Old Zhang said they had been in this business for over 20 years, transporting people and goods wherever there was business. They had made many friends, and some of them knew people at Mingxiao Academy. If Jiang Ran was interested, Old Zhang could take them to meet some of these friends. If they were willing to spend a little money, Old Zhang could also ask those friends to show them around the outer city of Mingxiao Academy. Guest, please sit on this camel. Jiang Ran was generous with her help. Xiao Zhang, with a scarf covering his head and a shy smile, personally saw Jiang Ran and others onto a yellow sand camel. The adult yellow sand camel was strong like an ox and fierce like a tiger, about the size of a tricycle. It had 4 humps. Old Zhang didn't prepare a carriage or a cart on the camel but set up 3 seats between the humps and 2 seats on each side of the camel. The seats were padded and secured with safety ropes. The camel's owner sat at the front, on the back of the camel's neck, while Jiang Ran and the others could all sit comfortably. This is my first time riding a magical beast. The young boy, dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse, couldn't resist the temptation. Jiang Ran sat with Jiang Nancheng on the left side of the camel, watching the sand caravan. There were 11 camels in the sand caravan, all full of passengers. After Jiang Ran and her group joined, the whole caravan headed south. Jiang Ran understood why the sand caravan didn't have a wagon behind it. The road crossed a long mountain range with rugged terrain, not suitable for vehicles. The yellow sand camels were very fast, even with 8 people on them. The caravan knew the way well, mostly traveling in straight lines through vast forests. The sky was turning dark. After traveling for 2 more hours, the long darkness made everyone uncomfortable. Suddenly, a wide, bright light appeared on the quiet horizon. It was a city cluster with magnificent buildings arranged neatly, seeming to hold thousands of years of ancient charm. In reality, Mingxiao Academy was only about 100 years old. It's hard to imagine how quickly this academy rose to prominence. Far behind the city, towering mountain peaks surrounded by clouds and mist gathered spiritual energy. It feels like breathing in the air, and my body is filled with spiritual energy. Everyone was amazed. Mingxiao Academy was located on a spiritual vein. Even those who couldn't become students there found that practicing on this land was better than anywhere else. Look at the shining star clouds above Mingxiao Academy. So amazing. Jiang Ran looked up at the sky over Mingxiao. The clouds looked like a grand hall, shimmering with stars and colorful lights, glowing with holy radiance. Jiang Ran activated her purple jade magic eye, making her vision clearer. She saw some illusions inside, some showing beasts breathing fire, some ancient cities divided, and others with sword fights and lightning. That's the trial ground, the secret realm of jade maps collected by Mingxiao Academy, where students go to train and practice. Old Zhang cleared his throat, took out a dry tobacco pipe from his pocket, and took a deep puff. Even after seeing it many times, the grandeur of Mingxiao Academy still made him feel admiration and awe. That's true depth. Jiang Ran was also a bit amazed. She looked around and saw hundreds of shining stars, which meant Mingxiao Academy had taken control of many secret realms of the Jade Map. A single Nanguan's secret realm had brought Jiang Ran great benefits, and there were so many secret realms and trials. Today, luck is on our side. We haven't encountered any danger. Let's hurry up, we're almost there. Old Zhang didn't complain much. After slowing down briefly, he led the entire convoy to speed up. The many city gates of Mingxiao's outer city were wide open, showing they weren't worried about troublemakers. It was truly a noble and prestigious place. Visitors kept coming and going. Outside the city gates, many people dressed uniformly. There were many who wore special uniforms, but there were different types. Jiang Ren saw a few cultivators in purple robes, holding banners of the Purple Cloud sect. When passers-by approached, they would try to chat, usually saying, "Hey, fellow cultivator, I see you have remarkable talent. Why not join our Purple Cloud sect? You can choose from magic treasures and spiritual medicines. Our sect has many beautiful senior sisters. I've predicted your future. If you don't join the Purple Cloud sect, there might be big trouble." And looking further, there were more groups like the so-called Purple Cloud sect. Old Zhang saw that everyone was confused and kindly reminded them they're all recruiting members for their sections. Mingxiao Academy is very famous and many talented geniuses want to enroll. These sects are just trying to steal people. But don't be fooled. No matter how many benefits they promise, if you don't get them, it's all just lies. And those who shout at the gates are not good sects or good academies to learn from. Although they weren't good sects, they were still places where some rejected cultivators might choose to join. The Yellow Sand convoy entered the city and planned to rest there for the night. Old Zhang rode a camel, smoking a pipe, with white mist swirling around him. His weathered face looked more storytelling, but that's still better. There are even worse ones. Some pretend to be Mingxiao disciples or teachers to scam money. In short, travelers must be very careful. Old Zhang's warning earned everyone's gratitude, and they all thanked him. Upon reaching their destination, everyone eagerly wanted to experience the vibrant world outside Mingxiao City. Jiang Ran got out of the carriage, shook off the grass clippings stuck to her clothes from the journey, and didn't rush to leave. Instead, she asked Old Zhang a few questions. She was very interested in their yellow sand camels. She stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, "Old Zhang, these yellow sand camels must be your trained animals. I am eager to hunt, so may I buy a few?" Jiang Ran was dressed in a black combat outfit, her hair tied high in a braid, with her long, spirited eyebrows giving her a confident look. Because she was dressed like a man, she called herself the boy. Her appearance was cool, but she didn't wear a mask or hide her voice, so others could see she was actually a woman with a strikingly beautiful face. Old Zhang, being quite old, also looked at her a few more times but didn't say much. He simply smiled and replied, "These yellow sand camels are what we use for meals, so naturally, we don't sell them." Old Zhang refused firmly, but Jiang Ran wasn't disappointed. Instead, she turned to ask about Old Zhang's so-called friend who was very familiar with Mingxiao Academy. Jiang Ran was generous with her offer, and Old Zhang thought he might be able to help her make a deal. He immediately became enthusiastic, saying, "Coincidentally, we are also heading to my friend's place. I will take you there." Old Zhang was in a good mood. "I must say, you found the right people. It's already late today. If you wander around on your own, you might not find an available inn." He warned them to be careful of the mixed groups of sects and factions. Jiang Ran liked Old Zhang a little more after hearing this. Since they were in a new place, there was no need to waste 2 coins on asking for directions. Jiang Ran and the others followed Old Zhang into the city, while listening to him describe the layout of Mingxiao Outer City. Don't think it's just an outer city. The area of Mingxiao Outer City is comparable to a large territory of a first-tier sect. The forests and plains we passed earlier actually belong to Mingxiao Outer City. Mingxiao Outer City is roughly divided into the Wilderness District, the Lower City, and the Central City. Haha, but we mostly stay in the Lower City. The main currency in the Central City is spirit crystals. We usually don't dare to look up when passing through. Old Zhang seemed very familiar with the outskirts of Mingxiao Academy. He led them through winding streets to a somewhat remote dumpling shop. The street was a bit run down, with flickering lights, But despite its remote location, it was full of lively local atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, many ordinary vendors could be seen chatting and trading goods among the crowd. Qi Xiuyuan and Su Jidong looked around in surprise. Isn't Mingxiao Academy a place for cultivating geniuses? I didn't expect there to be a group of ordinary people with no cultivation here. Old Zhang chuckled and said, even if someone reaches the sea of consciousness or alchemy heaven stages, they are still humans with emotions and desires. Naturally, they need clothes to keep warm and food to satisfy hunger. Those above will attract those below. Qi Xiuyuan and Su Jidong had never understood the lives of ordinary people in Mingxiao Academy's lower districts. After this explanation, they suddenly understood and weren't surprised anymore. Jiang Nancheng, Qianzhen, and Ma Yunzhen grew up in Sualing Town and had never traveled far, so they had no questions. To them, the lower city already seemed quite prosperous. Old Zhang nodded and called out to the noodle shop, "Hey, Hong family, where's old Hong? I brought some business for you." The middle-aged woman buying wontons looked up in surprise. Before she could answer, the ground seemed to shake slightly, and a tall, strong man ran out of the noodle shop. "Haha, old Zhang, where's the business?" he asked straightforwardly, clearly a friend, someone very familiar. Old Hong, broad and muscular, stood about 2 meters tall, with a cross-shaped scar on his face, looking tough and not easy to mess with. Jiang Wan glanced at the noodle shop's environment. Inside, there were 10 tables and outside for more. The business seemed good. Jiang Wan was quite satisfied with old Zhang's friend. People who can run a stable shop usually don't do shady tricks like scams. Old Zhang spoke familiarly, looking around and asking, "Are Xiao Yuan and the others not here?" "Ha ha ha, haven't there been many outsiders these days? The little troublemakers have all been sent out to find work. These two are. These young gentlemen are here to study at Mingxiao Academy. Tonight, they want to find a reliable inn and also a guide to get familiar with the outer city of Mingxiao." Old Zhang introduced them to Jiang Wan. "This is my friend, Hong Guangshi. Don't judge him by his fierce appearance. He's actually quite nice. He's lived here for over 20 years and knows the place well." After eating a bowl of wontons, Jiang Wan paid some money, and Hong Guangshi sent a subordinate to find a place called Laifu Inn for the 7 of them. Most inns in the outer city were full, and staying for a day cost as much as staying 10 days in a trade city inn. Although Laifu Inn was a bit remote, it looked clean and tidy. Jiang Wan and the others were quite satisfied. There were no setbacks or detours. After a hard day, a few people went to bed early to rest and regain their energy. The next morning, the person sent by the Hong family to guide them was already waiting at the Laifu Inn. They were worried that Jiang Ran and the others hadn't had breakfast, so they kindly brought a few bowls of wonton. Their service was perfect. This time, the visitor was Hong Yuan, the son of Hong Guangshi. Hong Yuan was a young man in his early 20s. He carefully observed the few people his father had mentioned, and they looked younger than he expected. One was a girl disguised as a boy, very pretty. He felt shy just looking at her. Among them, a young child who seemed only about 10 years old looked very close to her. Both of them moved with grace, and the others treated them with great respect, indicating they were of high status. His father wanted him to build good relations with these people, so he sent him here. However, their clothes didn't seem very fancy, more like they came from a small territory, and their skills didn't look outstanding. Could they pass the Mingxiao Academy's exam? Ma Yunjin respectfully took the wonton from Hong Yuan's hand, opened the food box, and placed the food on a table at the inn. She first prepared chopsticks for Jiang Rand and Jiang Nancheng. Qi Xiuyuan was cheerful and immediately praised. "Thank you. Your wontons are delicious. I'm glad you like them." Hong Yuan looked honest and gentle, unlike his stern father. He seemed well-behaved. "Are you all here to register? We need to hurry, or the line might be long into the evening." Last night, they had already seen how many people came to Mingxiao Academy. It was clear there would be a long queue. As soon as Hong Yuan spoke, everyone sped up their eating. The registration point was in the central city outside Mingxiao. Jiang Ran and the others arrived a bit late. As Hong Yuan said, although it was still early, the square was already crowded. People were mixed with different emotions: excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. From a distance, they saw 5 long lines, all stretching far. One line looked like a huge dragon, almost reaching from the central city to the lower city. Jiang ran and the others were at the back, only able to see the crowd and not the end of the line. Oh my God! So many people! Tianqi, who had been quiet and obedient, couldn't help but exclaim. A purple glow flickered in Jiang Ran's eyes briefly as she asked Hong Yuan, "Why are there 5 lines?" Hong Yuan was surprised that Jiang Ran didn't know this. "Don't you know? It's because Mingxiao Academy is divided into 5 branches. The Main Academy for cultivating mainstream cultivators, the Spirit Academy for demon spirits, the Beast Academy for spirit beasts, the Pill Academy for alchemists, and the Artifact Academy for craftsmen. Each college has different requirements for students, so they are divided into 5 groups. The college that admits the most students has the longest team, and that is the College of Soyan. Look, those are students from Mingxiao College, sent here to maintain discipline," said Hong Yuan, suddenly pointing at a few young people in icy blue uniforms. Mingxiao College's uniform is a narrow-sleeved robe with a collar, mainly blue, woven with silver threads that form cloud patterns, giving it a natural and old-fashioned look. The fabric hangs well, and when the robes move, it seems as if spiritual energy flows through them. On the chest of the robe, there is a silver badge. The badge has detailed carvings, 2 finely engraved mang leaves intertwined at the bottom edge, forming wing shapes. Below the wings, there is a crossed sword and dagger, creating a spine. At the very center, protected by the wings and weapons, is a bold, lightning-like character Xiao, which looks sharp and beautiful. Isn't the Mingxiao College uniform very nice? All the branches have the same uniform, but the badges are different, Hong Yuan said with a hint of admiration and envy, making Jiang Ran raise an eyebrow. Hong Yuan, did you see the show character in the badge? That means they're students from the show Yan. People eager to enter Mingxiao College look at the impressive students with longing, wishing they could wear that uniform themselves. I heard that Mingxiao's uniforms are made from special materials, which help cultivators absorb spiritual energy from the world. Some nearby people, upon hearing Hong Yuan, couldn't help but approach and talk, their tone and expressions full of desire. However, another person retorted, "That's not entirely true. The fabric of the uniform is good, but it's just ordinary silk and cotton. The real magic lies in the silver threads woven into the fabric." Hearing this, Jiang Ran's mind moved, thinking about the Wan's Hanchodar, phantom silkworm silk, produced in Sulingzhen, Xiaoling Town. Perhaps there could be a Guozuo collaboration with Mingxiao College. But currently, the yield of Silverjing Huan's Hansu, silver crystal phantom silk, is too small, so there's no point in overthinking it. Jiang Ran could only keep this idea in mind. Qi Shuyuan sighed and said to Jiang Ran, "Young Master Jiang, most of these Hutong students from Mingxiao College are already at Lanlingjing, refining spirit realm." Jiang Ran's gaze drifted from the students of the Shoyan, observing their faces, mostly around 20 years old. Mingxiao College is a place where geniuses gather. If it weren't so, I would doubt its status as one of the 5 great colleges, he said. Still, sensing the aura emanating from those Soyan students, Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To know, in the spirit refinement realm, in the remote areas near Suling Town, as long as one possesses a few useful magical spirits, they can become the ruler of the land and lead a small town. Some worry about Qi Shuyuan and the others. If they want to rely on their true skills to get into Mingxiao Academy, it will be quite a challenge. Although these 2 are not badly gifted, Qi Shuyuan at 17 is in the 5th realm of spirit gathering, and Su Ji, at 19, is in the 7th realm. They are still far from being considered geniuses. As for Qianzhen, it's even harder. In Suling Town, a tiny place, Qianzhen might be considered talented with a bright future. But with his humble cultivation, just having broken through to the 1st realm of spirit gathering, even if he enters the Cultivation Academy with a jade token, he might be crushed because talent isn't highly valued here. Jiang Ran glanced at Qianzhen. He clearly noticed this problem. After the initial excitement, his face grew very serious. Suling Town is a place lacking spiritual energy. Plus, Qianjin practices a low-level technique, has no master to guide him, is said to be an orphan, and has no rare treasures to help him. Though he reached the spirit-gathering realm on his own at a young age, it's not quite a genius, but it's rare enough. Tianqi, at 17, has a father who is a general and has better resources, but his cultivation is only at the 7th realm of Qi opening. Xing Xian believes that nurturing talent is the first priority in governance. Relying on the sea for food and the mountains for resources, Suling Town's geographical advantages are clear. With what Jiang Ran has, he believes the town's economy can develop quickly. But if the rear isn't protected by strong guards, those with malicious intent will have no resistance, and in the end, they'll only be used as pawns by others. Jiang Ran put a lot of effort into bringing Qianjin here. Of course, she doesn't want him to give up halfway. She looked at Qianjin and the others, her eyes half closed, the corners slightly raised, showing a dangerous, commanding look. In the few months since gaining power, Jiang Ren no longer needed to pretend. She unconsciously carried a sense of authority and anger. "Are you backing down?" The people asked felt a shiver in their hearts. Qianjin isn't a saint. He can't truly stay calm all the time. Under Jiang Ran's gaze, he felt ashamed. But he never thought of giving up on the chance to enter Mingxiao Academy. He only worried about disappointing the Lord's expectations and about losing face as a native of Suling Town because of his weak cultivation. Jiang Ran simply said, "One day, when the dragon reaches the water, it will make the Yangtze River flow backward." Face reputation is nothing. Gossip is insignificant. As long as one learns real skills, someday they can become a dragon that soars above the heavens and overpowers rivers. Jiang Ran is good at speaking, and even Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji, who are somewhat confident about entering Mingxiao Academy, are drawn in by her words. They look intently at the young noble lord younger than themselves. Jiang Ran generously offers some simple advice. When heaven bestows a great responsibility, one must first toughen their mind, strengthen their body, and endure hardships. If you lack this awareness, how can you succeed and repay your elders' expectations, or serve the country and protect the people? The young men turn red with excitement. They all dream of becoming powerful and admired someday. Qian Jinxin thinks that being able to follow the Lord to Mingxiao is already a great opportunity. He shouldn't overthink it. Instead, he should focus on improving himself. "Yes, I'm not worried at all." "What are you worried about, Brother Qian?" Tianqi smiles warmly and whispers to Qian Jinxin, "I don't even have a spirit pet, but I still have the nerve to come along." Hong Yuan secretly listens in. At first, he is excited by Jiang Ran's bold words, but when he hears Tianqi's remarks, he finds them unreliable. He shakes his head, losing hope for these young men entering Mingxiao Academy. However, his professional demeanor keeps him smiling respectfully as he continues. "Everyone applying needs to pay 15 crystal cores in advance. The elders need to prepare ahead. Oh, and even if you don't pass the test, the 15 crystal cores will not be refunded." Just signing up costs 15 crystal cores? Tianqi's eyes widen in surprise. How much money can Mingxiao make in a day? Roughly estimating, over 10,000 people come to register each day. But Mingxiao Academy spends a lot, and Hong Yuan, though short on money, is used to seeing nobles spend crystals freely. Actually, it's not much. These crystal cores are shared with the teachers and students on duty. Most students who work part-time choose to come and help out. Their registration fees are manageable, but Jiang Ran still paid for her own registration, planning to split up and act separately. Qi Shuyuan, Su Ji, and others want to test the Academy's assessment on their own first. Tianqi, with his high mental strength, seems naturally suited to become a spirit beast master, so Jiang Ran plans to let him try as well. She arranges, Qi Shuyuan and Su Ji, "You go register at the training hall yourselves. Tianqi, you go register at the pet hall. Try it on your own first, and then we'll meet there." Jiang Ran points to a shop in the distance. On the day of Mingxiao Academy's enrollment, people came and went. All the shops in the city took advantage of the busy atmosphere, opening earlier than usual. Many shopkeepers offered discounts to attract customers. Jiang Ran pointed to a shop called Yuqi, a spiritual goods store with a very bold and luxurious style. It was very large, easy to see from afar. Yes. They reached the registration area. Jiang Ran told Hong Yuan to follow, then turned to ask him to find out about houses outside Mingxiao City. Meanwhile, she took Jiang Nancheng and Qianzhen elsewhere. The most important thing now was how to present the Jade Badge and secretly include Jiang Nancheng and Qianzhen. Jiang Ran was only 50% confident that the Jade Badge could successfully get the three of them into the academy. This confidence came from her trust in Qiyu. Although they hadn't known each other long, true friendship is tested in tough times. Qiyu didn't seem like someone who would betray her. Since everything inside the space ring belonged to Jiang Ran, Qiyu wouldn't casually revoke the Jade Badge's power. The remaining 50% depended on external, unpredictable factors. We'll go to the Spirit Institute first. Jiang Ran glanced at Tianqi, who was looking expectantly, patted Jiang Nancheng's shoulder, and signaled for them to follow. At the front of the Spirit Institute's line, an elderly man and three young mentors in their 30s or 40s sat. Jiang Ran looked over and focused on the old man. The old man had shoulder-length white hair and was holding a rare blue flower. Although he sat at the registration seat like a mentor, his attention wasn't on the students registering. Instead, he was focused on the flower. Despite this, no one scolded him. Jiang Ran saw that although he was in a noisy crowd, he appeared calm and focused. She looked at the blue flower. The flower looked like a bell, with 7 buds inside. It was thriving, and a faint spiritual power emanated from it. Under the purple jade magic pupils, Jiang Ran noticed a hidden white cocoon. It was a bluebell flower with 7 buds, about to give birth to a spirit insect. The 7-bud bluebell flower is a very special plant. It feeds on sound. When it eats, its petals open wide to collect sounds, then close again. If another creature damages the flower, it releases the collected sounds as a shock to the brain, causing strong mental harm. The most amazing property of the 7-bud bluebell flower is its spiritual attribute. Eating it is said to increase a person's mental strength. The old man's true purpose wasn't just to sit here. He was probably here just for this bluebell flower. Also, the young mentors around him looked respectful, so they were likely not ordinary people. People with outstanding appearance and temperament always attract attention wherever they go. Even if their clothes are not particularly fancy or luxurious, Jiang Ran and her group still catch many eyes. When some people try to cut in line as if they don't notice others, there are murmurs among the crowd. Jiang Ran indeed steps forward to talk to the elderly man. A student who is maintaining order quickly blocks her, signaling her and her friends to return to the line. His tone is gentle and polite, not harsh, saying, "Sir, please do not cut in line." Jiang Ran responds politely, bowing slightly with a smile. There's a saying that a smile can disarm a person, and everyone has a love for beauty. The young student, being innocent, sees a beautiful girl bowing to him and blushes, feeling shy about stopping her. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ran smoothly bypasses him. Hey. The young student is stunned. This girl's charm is so skillful that Jiang Nancheng, watching from behind, is amazed. He looks up to his sister as a role model and secretly learns from her actions. While Jiang Nancheng is lost in thought, Jiang Ran approaches the elderly man, standing beside him and speaking. Your 7-lily bluebell is very beautiful, but the earth's energy in this soil is too strong, which might be too much for the spirit insects. They might not survive. Jiang Ran has some basic knowledge of spirits from a book called Brief Introduction to Spirit Creatures. In her previous life on Earth, people mainly judged soil quality by its fertility for growing plants. But in this world, there are many magical plants. These spiritual flowers and herbs love to root in places rich in spiritual energy, which usually contain a lot of spiritual aura and vitality. Spirit masters often call the nutrients in the soil earth energy. The old man is very sensitive to the words 7-lily bluebell and looks up when he hears her. Seeing that she's a girl only about 10 or 11, with a face full of wrinkles, He shows some annoyance. He says impatiently, "What does a little kid know? I'm nourishing the spirit with abundant energy to help it break through. If it can't handle even this much spiritual energy and dies, then it's a useless spirit. Better to die from overexertion." From his words, Jiang Ran realizes that this old man values talent above all. Every spirit master has their own way of nurturing spirits. Some prefer a slow, steady approach, gradually improving the spirit's quality step by step. Others seek quick results, aiming for instant success. Jiang Ran can't judge which method is better. Seeing that she has attracted attention and her purpose is achieved, she doesn't show off her expertise in front of professionals. She admits, "I am just a simple, naive girl. Sorry for the intrusion." The old man gently touched the flower pot and said, "You can tell at a glance the condition of my 7-petal bluebell flowers, and you can sense the emerging spirit creature. You do have some skill." Actually, the old man wasn't angry. Seeing that Jiang Ran was young and had good eyesight, he thought she was a talented person, so he became more interested. "Is there something you need? Are you interested in joining the Spirit Academy?" Jiang Ran didn't plan to join the Spirit Academy, but it didn't stop her from politely taking out her jade token and presenting it. "I haven't joined yet. Could you kindly recommend me?" The old man saw her jade token and was surprised. Jiang Ran made a mistake. People like her, who use jade tokens or other special methods to enter Mingxiao Academy, usually have a special channel. She didn't need to queue here. She hadn't asked about Hong Yuan's jade token. Although she could use connections to get in, that method could cause jealousy and unnecessary trouble. When she showed the jade token to the old man, she tried to block the people behind her with her body. The old man's name was Chen. Jiang Ran guessed his cultivation was around the early stage of the mystical bone realm. He held a small but respected position in the Spirit Academy, and people nearby called him Director Chen. Director Chen was kind and gentle. After seeing her jade token, he became friendly. When Jiang Ran dared to start a conversation, he didn't get annoyed and even offered to lead them. "Where did you get this jade token?" Director Chen asked, holding a flower pot and smiling. Not only was Director Chen curious, but Jiang Nancheng and Tian Qi also looked curious about where Jiang Ran's jade token came from, glancing over. "It was bought through a trade," Jiang Ran answered honestly. She was right. It was bought with Qi's life in exchange, but she couldn't say that openly. A jade token for Mingxiao Academy was worth at least 1,000,000 spiritual crystals. Turns out, she was from a wealthy family. Director Chen thought Jiang Ran bought it with spiritual crystals, but he didn't ask further. He led the three of them to the registration hall. The hall was spacious and clean, with counters where several well-dressed, trained staff sat. Jiang Ran's eyes were immediately drawn to a painting on the wall. It depicted a majestic, fierce black dragon beast. The dragon was armed with various weapons, swords, spears, and blades. In the end, a huge sword pierced through its body, blood spreading out and turning the ground into a sea of blood. Even as just a painting, Jiang Ran could feel the terrifying fierceness of the black dragon and the sharp, holy power of the giant sword. What truly attracted her was the image of the four-clawed black dragon. Its aura was increasingly fierce and ruthless, with eerie blue vertical pupils, a thunderous body full of rage, spines standing on its back, and an aura of wind and water swirling around its entire body. That's the Songyue Tyrannosaurus. Jiang Ran's heart trembled, instinctively closing the spiritual channel inside her body. It was just a normal-looking Songyue Tyrannosaurus, not turning white like Bai Mei. Bai Mei seemed to sense her owner's inner turmoil, withdrew from her training state, and lifted her large head. Seeing the tightly closed door in the spiritual space, her blue eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. She was obediently training. Why did her owner lock the little dragon in confinement? Feeling wronged, Not bad. You can tell at a glance that this is a Songyue Tyrannosaurus, old Chen, the supervisor, said as he stroked his chin. This painting is quite good. Even after 100 years, you can still feel the fierce struggle inside. This artwork records the glorious scene of our Mingxiao, painted by a spiritual artist who witnessed that battlefield firsthand. Jiang Ran's heart was unsettled. After a moment of thought, she couldn't help but ask the old man, what did this Songyue Tyrannosaurus do? Why was it killed? Old Chen's voice sounded proud and stern. The Songyue Tyrannosaurus is one of the top 10 advanced dragons. Among these 10, it has the best physical talent. They possess extremely fierce bloodline power, are irritable by nature, and crave battle and killing. Wherever they go, bones pile up. They are the most vicious, brutal, and greedy dragons. The Spirit Beast Master's Handbook recorded most of the world's magical beasts and spirit animals, but due to limited space, the details about various magical creatures weren't very thorough. Especially for divine beasts like dragons, information was even scarcer. There was indeed a mention of the Songyue Tyrannosaurus being violent and fierce. But Bai Mei was also a Songyue Tyrannosaurus. Why was she so obedient? Of course, having a well-behaved little dragon was the best. Jiang Ran didn't want Bai Mei to learn bad habits. But as Old Chen said, if the violent and rebellious nature of the Songyue Tyrannosaurus was ingrained in her bones, then as Bai Mei grew, she might change in some way. In the past, Jiang Ran was naive and lacked understanding of this world. She blindly signed a contract with Bai Mei, unsure if it was fate or trouble. But now, perhaps it was a chance or a problem. However, a fierce wolf could be tamed into a dog. Since she was Bai Mei's owner, she had to be responsible for her. Old Chen didn't say much more. He gestured with his chin toward the counter. Here, little one. Give the jade token to the staff for registration. Jiang Ran snapped out of her thoughts, flipped her right hand, and took out 2 jade tokens from her space ring. It's another case of using connections, but I doubt they'll stay long. A short-haired woman in a black jacket muttered to herself quietly. She took the jade badge from Jiang Ran and couldn't help but glance a few more times at Jiang Ran's very fair face. Then she found a booklet and started comparing and checking. Suddenly, the woman with short hair widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Is this the badge of the disciple from the training hall? Machi Chiyu, the one who reached the peak of the mysterious bone at 18?
Huh.
People who use connections happen every year, and being able to do so is a skill." At first, Elder Chen didn't think much of it, but when he heard Chiyu's name, he puffed out his white beard, stared fiercely, and even forgot about the bluebell flowers in his hand. He immediately moved closer and asked, "Are you sure? Is this the badge from the inner peak?" Seeing their strong reactions, Jiang Ran's temple throbbed quickly. Although this badge originally belonged to Chiyu, Jiang Ran didn't want Jiang Nancheng and Tian Qi to get involved with him. Many people cause trouble, and Mingxiao, this large city of learning, is full of mixed people. If enemies who dislike Chiyu target Jiang Nancheng and the others, it could be very dangerous. Elder Chen was truly surprised. Though he had some status outside the Spirit Academy, he was not very important in Mingxiao overall. But Chiyu was a disciple from the inner peak of the training hall, with an even higher status in the inner courtyard. Moreover, Chiyu was a genius who alone occupied a spiritual peak. If he didn't encounter any setbacks, Chiyu would be highly sought after by many. Of course, Mingxiao Academy was also eager to recruit him, hoping Chiyu would stay. Elder Chen guessed that to keep Chiyu, the elders of the inner peak had specifically kept 5 jade badges, which could also allow Chiyu's friends and family to stay in Mingxiao. But unexpectedly, Chiyu had sold the badge. Jiang Ran thought this was bad and was annoyed that the woman in charge had quickly figured out the badge belonged to Chiyu, even though the badge didn't have his name on it. What she didn't know was that, to prevent the badge from being stolen or lost, each badge was recorded in a register. If such an incident occurred, the owner could report it to the steward, and the original badge would become invalid. So, the woman quickly found out who the original owner of the badge was. "Little girl, you bought this badge from Machi Chiyu? That's a special inner peak recommendation badge. Unlike regular badges, you can't just buy it." Seeing Jiang Ran's confused expression, Elder Chen explained, "Usually, normal badges are only valid for 1 year. If you don't come to Mingxiao to report within that year, the badge becomes invalid. Not only that, but the usual recommendation quota only allows you to stay in Mingxiao for 1 year. If your abilities do not meet Mingxiao's minimum standards within that year, you will be asked to leave. However, the internal peaks recommendation quota has no such limit. As long as you do not make mistakes, even if your abilities are below standard, you can still work as a servant disciple in Mingxiao. Jiang Ran knew from the secret realm that Qi was not an ordinary person, but his status was higher than she had imagined. Previously, Director Chen had been somewhat indifferent towards Jiang Ran, but now his gaze was different, more eager and curious. He asked little girl, "How do you know Qiyu?" It was a joke. Since she didn't know much about Qiyu, she couldn't casually get involved. Naturally, Jiang Ran was trying to clarify her relationship with Qiyu. She asked with some surprise and fear, "Director Chen, who is Qiyu? Why are you all so surprised? I got this jade badge from a masked person." He didn't mention his name. "I wonder if he's the Qiyu you mentioned." The female steward leaned out and said, "A masked face? That's probably Ma Qiang Qiyu. Although he has high talent and cultivation, no one is perfect. I heard his face is fierce and ghostly, enough to make women scream and children cry, so he always wears a mask. And he makes women scream and children cry." Before the female steward finished speaking, Jiang Ran's eyes twitched faintly at the corner. They were describing a figure with a face full of fierce expressions, like a ghost, with a skeleton that combines the elegance of Jiang Nan's clear and refined style and a flowing, flamboyant appearance. Was that really the face of a fierce ghost? Not knowing Qiyu is really a pity, but being able to trade with him shows your own skill, little girl, said Director Chen with a regretful tone. Qiyu's matter was just a small side story. Jiang Ran changed the subject and helped Jiang Nacheng and Qian Zhen complete their procedures first. The female steward, when not gossiping, was very efficient. Although the assessment has been waived, you still need to pay tuition and uniform fees. The tuition is 200 spirit crystals and the uniform fee is 500 spirit crystals. Since there are 2 of you, the total is 1,400 spirit crystals. Qian Zhen was truly shocked. In Sualing Town, it was rare to see anyone use even 1 spirit crystal. But in Mingxiao, just signing up cost over 1,000 crystals. Seeing that one of the students had even registered for their Spirit Institute, Director Chen was surprised and then smiled softly. The Spirit Institute was at the bottom of Mingxiao. Nowadays, few people would consider their Spirit Institute when they could use a jade badge to enter Mingxiao Academy. The Spirit Master is a profession that requires patience and love. Nowadays, fewer young people can calm their minds. Compared to other 4 divisions, our Spirit Division has very few students, but we prefer quality over quantity, so it's not a big problem. To enter the Spirit Division, one must first test their age and spiritual power because spirits form contracts with those who have spiritual power. Therefore, Spirit Masters must possess the ability to capture spirits. Compared to the Cultivation and Beast Divisions, the Spirit Division has very low requirements for cultivation level. However, this does not mean it is easy to join the Spirit Division. As a Spirit Master, there is a lot to learn. The field is broad, and within the Spirit Master profession, there are many specializations, such as Spirit Plant Masters, Spirit Breeders, Spirit Nutritionists, and Spirit Forgers. Hey, you 3, one wants to join the Cultivation Division, one has entered our Spirit Division, and the other? Qin the Dean noticed something and counted on his fingers, raising an eyebrow as he spoke to Jiang Ran. Little kid, I think you have good talent. You don't need a jade token, but which division do you plan to join? Old Qin seemed to like Jiang Ran very much. Before Jiang Ran could answer, Dean Chun took the initiative to promote the Spirit Division. Old man here thinks your eyesight and knowledge are good. How about joining our Spirit Division? If you come in, I will personally guide you and even give you a rare spirit. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows slightly, a surprised curve forming on her beautiful face. A rare spirit indeed has some appeal. But she still has to manage a territory, and the affairs of Mount Sualing are just getting on track, so she's too busy. Even if she enters Mingxiao, it won't be this year. Moreover, Jiang Ran prefers the Beast Division over the Spirit Division. Being a cultivator, her talent is already remarkable. With the Chaos Crimson Phoenix scripture, a divine-level cultivation method, her future is bright. She has limited energy and does not plan to practice weapons or alchemy. As for spirits, raising her brother to be an excellent spirit master is enough. She also has books under the system, so she can learn on her own. As a spirit beast master, Jiang Ran is not very prominent. Currently, Bai Mei's cultivation level is not higher than hers, but as a Tsangyue Tyrannosaurus, Bai Mei has incredible talent. Jiang Ran cannot fall behind. Thank you, Dean Chun, for your kindness. However, my father specifically instructed me to help my younger brother enter school smoothly. As for me, I believe my father has other plans, so I dare not make decisions on my own. When she heard the term father, Jiang Nancheng and Qianjun couldn't help but look up at Jiang Ran with strange expressions. Fortunately, Director Chen's attention was not on the two of them. Instead of feeling discouraged by Jiang Ran's words, Director Chen became more enthusiastic and invited them warmly. He carefully held the bluebell flower pot against his left side with one hand, and with the other, he put his arm around Jiang Ran's shoulder, guiding her toward the Spirit Institute. Now, little one, don't rush to refuse. I want to assess your brother's knowledge and, at the same time, take you for a tour of the Spirit Institute. We don't have much here, just some spiritual herbs and adorable spirit creatures. Oh, and the Alchemy Pavilion is our best friend. Once you join us. Although Director Chen said he wanted to assess Jiang Nancheng's knowledge, after traveling over half an hour by carriage to the Spirit Institute, he handed Jiang Nancheng and his book boy, Ma Yunjin, over to a student named Li He. Then, that senior student Li directly sent Jiang Nancheng to an exam room. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran and Brother Qian were taken on a tour of the Spirit Institute by Director Chen. At such a young age, Jiang Nancheng looked like a bewildered willow catkin blown by the wind. Sure enough, sister shines wherever she goes. Jiang Nancheng sighed with a mix of admiration and envy. But the upcoming test made him steel his resolve. The entrance exam for the Spirit Institute has 4 parts. The first part is simple, checking whether the examinee has spiritual power. The second part involves identifying plants. The Institute provides various herbs and trees, and they must name them and describe their basic growth environments. The third part is observing spirit creatures, recognizing their food and equipment, etc. Even the same type of spirit creature can look different, and they can fall ill or show abnormal signs. The examiners ask the candidates to observe these creatures, try to prepare food and gear for them, and guess their mental state. The fourth part is a written test. Jiang Nancheng was brought in last minute, so he was directly placed in the 4th exam room. There weren't many people, only about 30 or so. Jiang Nancheng scratched his head, found an empty seat, and waited for the test papers. He glanced over the questions and found many he didn't know, such as asking about certain rare herbs or the uses of specific spirit creatures. There were also questions about soil types and their effects. These questions touched on Jiang Nancheng's blind spots, so he left a large part of his paper blank. He felt puzzled and thought he had let down his sister's teachings. Although I feel a bit embarrassed, applying to Mingxiao Academy is not too stressful for Jiang Nancheng. He only hopes that once he enters the school, he can study hard and quickly raise his own adorable Yaoning, fantasy creature. After writing down what he knows, he saw the last question. How to improve the success rate of cultivating Roland fruit? Roland fruit? Jiang Nancheng's eyes lit up. He was somewhat familiar with this term. His mind kept thinking as information about Roland fruit kept popping up in his head. Thanks to Jiang Ran showing him the botanical encyclopedia, he didn't know where his sister got such a precious book, which recorded over 10,000 plant species. Roland fruit can nourish the body's source, strengthen the spirit, and has endless benefits. But it is a delicate and precious fruit. Usually, a Roland tree withers before it bears Roland fruit, making it hard to cultivate. Jiang Nancheng thought to himself, my sister once said that many factors affect plants. The first is their genes, so choosing good seeds is important. External influences like water, temperature, light, nutrients, and soil are also very important. Jiang Nancheng admires Jiang Ran and believes everything she says. Since becoming the deputy head of the Spirit Farmer Department and working with Li Inyo, he has practiced hands-on from selecting seeds, loosening soil, watering, and fertilizing. Jiang Nancheng personally participated in every step. Seeing the abundant wheat harvest in town and the growing strength of the wheat spirits, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His desire to become a Yaoling Shi, fantasy creature master, and have his own little Yaoling grew stronger. Jiang Nancheng remained calm and focused, holding a pen and writing his answer on a blank sheet of paper. Jiang Ran has high standards for her two siblings, often urging them to practice calligraphy while studying. So Jiang Nancheng's handwriting at this moment is very elegant, with a style that seems beyond his age. Water the spirits, bury orang, fertile soil, apply good fertilizer, and create a suitable earth energy for Roland fruit to survive. Jiang Nancheng wrote smoothly, almost finishing, when suddenly a bright idea flashed in his mind. This happened shortly after Jiang Ran returned from Tianshan County. She brought back many seeds, including wheat seeds. Jiang Nancheng was puzzled and asked, "Sister, we already have wheat in town. Why do we need to buy wheat seeds?" Jiang Ran replied, "There are different types of wheat. Some have slender leaves, others have broader leaves. Some wheat stalks are thick, others are thin. If we can eliminate the shortcomings and combine their strengths, it would be better." When Jiang Ran said this, she felt a bit regretful. In her previous life, she had read many books and knew a lot, but human energy is limited. So most knowledge only stayed on the surface, and practical experience was rare. Plant genetic engineering, however, is a very large-scale experiment. She also thought about the mutation of spirits, and her mind wandered freely. She guessed that perhaps the mutation of spirits occurs during the process of infecting plants, where they pick up various genes from the plants. Then, the spirits' unique powers cause these genes to change inside their bodies, leading to their mutation. Finally, the spirits are supplemented with plants. From this perspective, every little spirit is naturally a botanist. Jiang Nancheng didn't understand the concept of genes. Jiang Ran's words didn't make him think about crossbreeding different types of wheat. Instead, it sparked another idea. Why not insert the thin-rooted wheat into the thick-rooted wheat, letting the thick roots support the thin ones and produce fruit? Many plants are very hardy. Before, my brother Lee and I pulled out some weeds, tearing apart the stems and leaves, leaving only a bit of roots. Yet after a few days, that grew back. I heard from Steward Lee that 2 families in town accidentally swapped their babies. They were neighbors, but somehow, each raised the other's child without realizing. Since that's the case, maybe planting a plum tree on a peach tree could work too. People are so careless, plants are so simple, surely they wouldn't notice. Maybe the roots would merge together. The more Jiang Nancheng thought about it, the more possible it seemed. His sister once told Xiaowen and him about extreme body cultivation. No one has tried it before, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. So Jiang Nancheng took out his pen, intending to write down this seemingly silly idea in mature words. The weakness of fruit trees lies in their shallow roots. Soft roots can't support them in absorbing the powerful earth energy from underground. Perhaps we could replace the rootstock of the Ruo lawn tree with a strong, sturdy rootstock to channel the earth energy. After finishing this paragraph, Jiang Nancheng felt very confident. He put down his pen, answered the last question, stood up from his seat, and honestly submitted his exam paper. The supervising teacher was surprised. "You finished already?" Looking at the exam paper, most of it was blank. The teacher's eyes twitched slightly. Then he looked at the last question, which was the hardest, and found it was filled with writing. After reviewing the first 2 lines, it is clear that the characteristics of the Ling tree are accurately captured. However, the final advice given by the young supervisor was quite surprising. This. The carriage rolled over the dark green stone road. Unlike the other 4 academies, the Ling Academy is located far from the bustling city. Jiang Ran smiled wryly. Director Chen, I really can't join the Ling Academy. You don't need to worry so much." After temporarily parting from her brother Jiang Nancheng and the young servant Ma Yun, Director Chen took Jiang Ran to the place where students cultivate magical spirits. "Hey, no need to rush to refuse. Since you're here, and Jiang is still being tested, you can take a look around the Ling Academy first. Director Chen said casually and playfully. Although his way of cultivating magical spirits was bold, he was very patient when it came to talent. He believed that this young girl had a special talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't see that her 7-petal bluebell had produced a magical spirit, nor notice the rich, unusual spiritual energy in the soil where she cultivated her spirits. Jiang Ran could tell that Director Chen had no bad intentions. Since he said so, she decided to wait and see. After getting out of the carriage, her view suddenly widened. Miles away, dark blue clouds stretched across the sky, with towering peaks piercing into the misty clouds. The steep, green mountains curved mysteriously, with streams flowing gently, like beautiful silver ribbons slowly winding into the flat fields below. Jiang Ran noticed that the land of the Ling Academy was divided into many plots. Each plot had a sign with a name, indicating ownership. Looking around, most of the land was planted with crops, tall trees with leaves like silk and cotton intertwined, or fields of blooming flowers, dense and orderly, graceful and beautiful. People moved between the fields, some with scholarly paper scrolls, recording notes, while others, dressed like farmers, weeded and fertilized the plants. Qianjin couldn't help but exclaim, "So many magical spirits." Jiang Ran stepped onto the soft soil, surrounded by floral scents, gazing thoughtfully at the various small spirits. Perhaps because they were used to humans, these spirits were very bold and friendly. Unlike wild spirits that hide cautiously, they openly revealed themselves in the air. Qianjun immediately saw dozens of spirits, including one young fairy. The young fairy is an evolved form of a spirit monster with a lifespan over 100 years longer than regular spirits. Its influence can cover an entire city. To become a young fairy, it must have already possessed spiritual essence inside. It can influence plants to produce spiritual essence and has stronger control abilities than ordinary spirits. For example, if the Melling monster evolves into Melling Immortal, it might make ordinary wheat, without spiritual essence, mature in 10 days. The young immortal is larger and more slender than the monster spirit. Most monster spirits are only palm-sized, while the young immortal is between 40 and 60 centimeters long. Unlike monster spirits, the young immortal has developed its own protective shell. The shell feels like clothing worn by humans, but its main purpose isn't for covering or modesty. After all, monster spirits have no gender and do not reproduce. Its shell mainly protects itself and is used to make clones called spores. I've heard that spores look very much like the monster spirit bugs from the young immortal stage, and their influence on plants and their abilities are quite similar to those bugs. Spores are mindless clones, but can survive thousands of miles away from the mother, helping her infect more plants and absorb more energy, which helps the young immortal evolve to a higher level. At the young immortal stage, a monster spirit usually produces up to 10 spores at the same time. The prototype of this young immortal that Jiang Wan and others saw seems to be some kind of red flower, with its red shell shaped like a flower skirt. When the young immortal noticed someone watching her, she tilted her head and made a playful, excited sound. She vigorously shook her red wings behind her, creating a small whirlwind, and suddenly charged toward Jiang Wan and the others, making a yogu sound. But before she got close, her owner held her back, stopping her fate. The mischievous monster spirit's owner smiled apologetically, affectionately patted her head, then stepped forward and said, "Sorry, her name is Little Red. She's my monster spirit, originally a red epiphyllum. She's lively and likes to play pranks." After explaining, she respectfully called out to Chen Duyan, "Teacher." Chen Duyan nodded, looked at the red epiphyllum monster spirit, and said, "Her skin and wing shine look great. Little Red just evolved into a young immortal. You need to watch her carefully and make sure she doesn't eat anything she shouldn't." The visitor is Chen Duyan's fourth disciple, named Jiang Ziyu. Since entering Mingxiao, it's been like chickens and dogs rising to heaven. Everyone seems to be soaring. However, the students from the Spirit Institute, who are praised outside, mostly look like rustic farmers, with dirt on their faces and hands. That's how Jiangziyu appears. Chanziyu scratched his head and looked at these two strangers, noticing that his teacher's professional habit was kicking in again. Maybe one of them could become his little junior brother, so he couldn't help but take a few more careful looks. Looking at Jiang Ran, he froze in surprise. Jiang Ran's appearance is strikingly bold and colorful, with a cool demeanor. When silent, she feels distant, making others afraid to disrespect her. However, because of this, she is even more captivating. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ziyu's eyes flashed with admiration. Maybe because he often deals with little spirits, he looked quite innocent and spoke straightforwardly. Little brother, you're really handsome. But you're so beautiful. I think you're more likely to attract men's attention than women's. Qianzhen and Jiang Ran were slightly stunned.
Qianzhen said, well.
Director Chen patted Jiang Ziyu on the back of his head, annoyed by his foolish student behavior. Have you gone stupid from farming? If women dressed as men are considered men, then if Jiang Shao put on a pig skin, he'd truly become a pig. Jiang Ziyu cried out in pain, touched his head, and wondered why his teacher was hitting him again. Seeing that he was unbothered, Director Chen stopped paying attention to him and didn't explain further. The little spirits around them shimmered with colorful starlight, adorable and lively. Watching these cute creatures emerge, Director Chen continued talking to Jiang Ran. Our Spirit Academy's land is very fertile, having nurtured thousands of spirits. Although our academy has few students compared to the Beast Academy and others, over the past 100 years, we've trained more than 10,000 excellent spirit masters. When mentioning this, Director Chen's wrinkled face showed clear pride. From a certain perspective, spirits are the foundation of a nation and a source of wealth for families and sects. Every year, our academy receives countless requests to treat spirits or help them evolve. Jiang Ran had heard that some territories spend a lot of money to recruit spirit masters, so she wasn't surprised. Little kid, do you know how much a spirit master can earn if they help a spirit worm evolve into a spirit monster? Jiang Ran wasn't exactly sure, but she remembered a common ornamental spirit worm she saw at the Niao Yao store in Mao City, which was worth 50,000 spirit crystals. That spirit worm was 5 years old and hadn't produced spiritual essence. Helping a spirit worm evolve into a spirit monster probably wouldn't be cheap. Director Chen glanced at Jiang Ran's expression, then raised a finger confidently and said, at least 100,000 spirit crystals. 100,000 spirit crystals? Qianzhen's eyes widened. Director Chen wasn't surprised by Qianzhen's reaction. He looked at Jiang Ran and saw that she was calm and composed. 100,000 spirit crystals must be a lot. But Jiang Ran stored a large number of treasures in her space ring, including a source crystal worth 1 million spirit crystals. If she had 10,000 spirit crystals when she first arrived in this world, she might have hesitated. But now, she was truly unaffected. It's clear that a family capable of spending 1 million spirit crystals to buy a jade badge is quite wealthy. Director Chen knows that it's unlikely Jiang Ran will join the Spirit Institute. The river flowing through the vast fields is called Lichuan River. After visiting the spiritual fields, Director Chen and Jiang Ran walked together along a fragrant grassy, crossing a bridge over Lichuan River. On the other side, they saw an ancient copper town. This is where the students of the Spirit Institute live. The Spirit Institute not only studies how to grow spirit creatures from the ground, but also researches how to make spirit creature food and craft equipment for them. Although Jiang Ran knew that this cute little girl probably wouldn't stay at the institute, since she was already here, she decided to see it all. After touring the fields, Director Chen handed the bluebell flowers to Jiang Ziyu to take care of. He then confidently led Jiang Ran to the spirit creature food base, strolling along with his hands behind his back. It's no surprise that Mingxiao Academy has a wide range of knowledge. Various types of spirit creature food are displayed in glass cabinets. Jewels are just the basics. Even the elemental bloom Jiang Ran bought in the trading city is abundant. With so many options, Jiang Ran felt a little tempted. Spirit creature food is rare outside, and high-quality food like this isn't easy to find. Jiang Ran was quite interested and asked, Old Chen, Today has truly opened my eyes. I want to ask if your academy sells spirit creature food. Director Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was interested after so much talking. He thought she was just a cute girl, but it turns out she is spirit creatures.
Oh,
So, you have spirit creatures being raised? Jiang Ran thought for a moment. The 6 spirit creatures she had included the Ice G spirit worm, but the other 5 had some issues. Director Chen, who had studied spirit creatures for decades, might be able to help her check them or recommend suitable foods for the Songling Chong. If he could help, Jiang Ran would gain a lot from this trip. So she nodded decisively and gently tapped the 2 spirit rings on her neck. The rings emitted a few flashes of white light. 4 spirit creatures, the sacred pattern cotton spirit worm, bamboo spirit worm, cocoa spirit monster, and ice G spirit worm, appeared as round, glutinous balls bouncing out.
oh,
You even have space-type spirit equipment like spirit rings? Director Chen was stunned. Jiang Ran was a bit confused and asked, is this very rare? This is not really Jiang Ran's fault. After all, she has only been in this world for about half a year, and Suling Town is almost isolated from the outside world. She just thought that Mingxiao Academy is so big, gathering travelers and merchants from all over, so the Yaolinghuan, spirit ring, worth tens of thousands of reputation points, should be quite rare. Jiang Ran unintentionally showed off her wealth once, making Director Chen choke and feel uncomfortable. She wondered which wealthy place this phoenix came from. How could the Yaolinghuan be described as common as everyday bread? But this little girl's attendant clearly seemed inexperienced and naive. Cough cough, it's not very rare, but not common either. Bring your Yaoling over, let me take a look at your Yaoling. A dark-colored Yaoling guat, originally a tree from the Wudong family, seems to have no signs of spiritual essence. Its development is very average. Once Director Chen got into his role, he quickly forgot his embarrassment. This 青色的妖灵虫, blue Yaoling bug, is a bamboo Yaoling. Chirp, chirp. Director Chen kept examining the bambooling chest body, as if a strong man was assaulting a decent woman. The blue Yaoling was very scared, pressing its head tightly against its owner's finger, looking at Jiang Ran with pitiful eyes. Suddenly, Director Chen frowned. Why does it look so bad? It's very depleted inside. Judging by the depth of the bamboo patterns on its skin, it's only 1 or 2 years old. Such Yaolingchong, even in this state, has produced spiritual essence? That shouldn't happen. The more he looked, the more confused and surprised he became. Jiang Ran sighed bitterly. The system rated Maojua Lingchong, Maojua spirit bug, as poor in talent, and the description was also quite frustrating. It was reborn from a dying bamboo fairy. But behind the rebirth, there was often a price to pay. The Maoju Lingchen's predecessor was a young fairy, so it's not surprising that such a small body could contain spiritual essence. But the money was still here, and Jiang Ren shot him a quick glance. She couldn't reveal this information, or she wouldn't be able to explain how she knew that the Maoju Lingchong was once a young fairy. Qian tilted his head and looked back foolishly. No matter how you look at it, this bamboo spirit insect is unusual and very good for research. Director Chen looked up at Jiang Ran, stroked his beard, and said, "This demon spirit is a bit special and has research value. How about you sell it to me for 150,000 spirit crystals? That price is enough to buy a healthy, spirit element-infused insect."
Ah.
Jiang Ran didn't expect Director Chen to be interested in the bamboo spirit insect. But how could Jiang Ran sell the bamboo spirit insect? Not only because she has developed a deep bond with it recently, but also because this insect is essential for making bamboo deer bows and arrows. Moreover, if this is for research, will the bamboo spirit insect suffer during the process? How will Director Chen treat it? These are things Jiang Ran cannot control. Chumi W, the bamboo spirit insect, couldn't find its usual nest outside the demon spirit ring, so it struggled and tried to crawl toward its owner's chest. In this cautious and insecure demon spirit, the owner's heart is the safest place. The bamboo spirit insect struggled fiercely. Afraid of hurting it, Director Chen released his hand. Jiang Ran smiled apologetically and gently touched the insect. The small blue demon spirit quickly burrowed into Jiang Ran's clothes. The bamboo spirit insect wagged its tail happily. Warm and cozy, Director Chen. Look, the bamboo spirit insect has a problem with its personality. Besides me, no one else dares to get close. And after a long time together, for me, demon spirits are not just tools but like companions. I have deep feelings for these demon spirits. Rich kids are hard to deal with, but Director Chen admired Jiang Ran's caring attitude toward the demon spirits. He didn't press further and instead brought up the bamboo spirit insect's issue. It's just that it's losing too much and its weak body can't handle the spiritual elements inside. It's hard to tell now, but if this isn't fixed, the demon spirit will disappear in less than 2 years. Jiang Ran's brows immediately furrowed. But you must have fed it some good things, or it wouldn't be so energetic, sighed Director Chen. He thought, this little demon spirit is lucky to have a wealthy owner willing to spend money on it. What have you fed it before? Jiang Ran honestly replied, a little milk cotton yo-yo grass and 1,000-year-old wood essence pearl powder. But these 2 foods are already gone. I only fed it for about a month. Later, I switched to elemental flowers, 10-year spirit dew, red forest blue dew, and occasionally some high-quality jade powder. Dr. Chen clicked his tongue. Milk cotton and gentle grass are special delicacies for young demon spirits. Giving a 2-year-old demon spirit, this is just a waste. 1,000-year-old wood essence pearl powder? Such a precious item given to a demon spirit. Really unnecessary. Elemental bloom is quite cost-effective to eat. Chen hesitated and asked curiously, but I haven't heard much about red forest blue dew. Jiang Ran replied, it's similar to 10-year spirit dew, just called differently. Red forest blue dew is extracted from blue dew bottles and named by Jiang Ran herself, so it's normal that Dr. Chen doesn't know about it. From these few words, it's clear that Dr. Chen truly has some skill. After all, he doesn't have the purple jade magic pupil, but can still see these details with just his ordinary eyes. Jiang Ran, eager and caring for the bamboo spirit worm, was straightforward and flexible. She bowed slightly, lowering her stance, and pleaded, please, Elder Chen, guide this young one and help save this adorable little creature. Jiang Ran brushed her empty ring, took out a wooden box from inside, which held a red source crystal. This was the low-level source crystal she obtained from Qiyu earlier. Just this one crystal is worth at least 1 million spirit crystals. Source crystals are like gold in her previous life, valuable goods, and the universal currency in the world. Moreover, source crystals are the motherstones of spirit crystals and refined crystals, capable of continuously producing spirit crystals. Low-level source crystals, before exhaustion, can produce about 5 million spirit crystals in total. The production rate isn't slow, about 150,000 spirit crystals a year. Jiang Ran felt a bit distressed. After all, hiring a demon master to treat a demon spirit worm shouldn't cost a whole source crystal. But although she had many treasures, her spirit crystal supply was less than 40,000, barely enough to hold. However, Jiang Ran, with her worldly experience, only had this fleeting emotion. Others might not have Dr. Chen's skills. Plus, in social circles, Elder Chen is the supervisor of the outer court of the Spirit Institute, responsible for discipline. His status is only second to the vice dean of the outer court. Jiang Nansheng will stay in the Spirit Institute for at least 8 more years. If she could get this powerful and capable demon master to look favorably on her, to take care of Jiang Nansheng, and also solve the bamboo spirit worm's problem, then spending this source crystal wouldn't be a waste. Of course, all these plans depended on Dr. Chen valuing this source crystal. But would Dr. Chen be tempted by it? Absolutely. The smooth, shimmering red stone was dazzling, giving off a strong metallic scent. But Dr. Chen liked it very much. This is a source crystal, more valuable than spirit crystals or refined crystals. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. Who says that Director Chen's hospital becomes a place for spirit masters because of a lack of money? The Spirit Institute is the lowest among Mingxiao Academy, and the resources allocated to it are the smallest among the 5 institutes each year. Is it true that cultivating spirits doesn't cost money? He has over 200 spirit insects, 30 spirit monsters, and 8 juvenile immortals. One juvenile immortal is about to challenge the saintly immortal. Just buying food for these spirits is a big expense, so Director Chen wouldn't dislike having more money. However, even so, Director Chen knows that treating a spirit insect doesn't require a crystal of that size. He's not helping the little spirit to challenge the spirit monster or juvenile immortal. A gentleman loves wealth and earns it rightly, so Director Chen refused. He carefully shifted his gaze and calmly said no need. This little spirit is a bit special. One treatment won't fully solve the problem. This person truly knows how to handle things. He genuinely offers treatment plans. First, it needs to be nourished. But this nourishment must be done carefully. No strong medicine, just gentle tonics. You can try watering the main plant daily with Baji spirit liquid, and every 3 days, give it 3 grams of Mu Bei powder. Start with half a year. If it works, keep using it and continue the treatment.